I've tied it. I've finally tied it. A sharp, piercing cry erupted amidst the lethargic crowd. The pale-faced onlookers turned to gaze at the girl squatting by the dirt mound, who was now jumping with exhilaration. Her small face, smeared with dirt, and her slender, bamboo-like figure clad in dull gray clothing rendered her inconspicuous among the throng. Jiang He, are you out of your mind? How embarrassing. A girl with a neat appearance and a high ponytail shot her a disdainful glare before sidestepping, as if Jiang He were a contagious disease. A tall and handsome man wrapped his arms around her and softly consoled. All right, don't be upset. That village girl has always had issues, just ignore her. Jiang Shuiwei, with a playful cover of her mouth, instantly laughed. Brother Huaifeng, how can you call Jiang He a village girl? She's my sister. Xia Huaifeng snorted lightly. She grew up in the countryside. She is indeed a village girl. No matter how much of the Jiang family blood runs through her veins, it pales in comparison to your little finger. Hearing this, Jiang Shuiwei immediately sparkled with admiration, nestling closer to the man. Brother Huaifeng, in my heart, there is no man who can compare to you. Once we safely reach the base, with your talents, becoming a leader is undoubtedly within your grasp. Xia Huaifeng lifted her chin, leaning down for a public display of affection. Under normal circumstances, Jiang He would have been repulsed by such an eye-watering scene, but today marked her liberation from despair. To her, everyone around was merely air. With her usual low presence, she slipped away from the group unnoticed. Upon reaching an open area, she halted, tears and snot streaming down her face as she lamented, "System, how cruel of you. You chose now to seek me out. Don't you feel any remorse?" Jiang He was not originally from this world. Her true identity was that of a time-traveling entrepreneur traversing various realms. The 003 universe's most formidable management system was her fixed partner. Together, they had navigated alternate realities, ancient times, interstellar settings, and immortal realms, creating countless miracles and shattering numerous management records, even achieving the prestigious #1 ranking. However, upon arriving in this apocalyptic world of calamity 6 months prior, Jiang He found herself abandoned by her system, which vanished without a trace. Just as she was on the brink of starvation, the system finally returned. "Host, please allow me to explain." Jiang He covered her ears defiantly. "I won't listen. I refuse to listen." The system hesitated before she lowered her hands, granting it a chance. "Speak. What justification do you have for abandoning me and leaving me to fend for myself in this apocalypse for half a year?" The system cleared its throat and replied, "Ahem, unforeseen circumstances arise. Every system has its own expiration date. Upon exiting the last world, I was summoned back for maintenance, which caused the delay." This was an explanation Jiang He had never considered, yet forgiveness remained elusive. "Little system, do you have any idea what life has been like for me these past 6 months? It has been chaotic, tumultuous, and utterly bleak. Were it not for my intelligence, bravery, resourcefulness, and dexterity." Jiang He's grandiloquent self-praise was abruptly interrupted by nausea. Her empty stomach expelled only bile. "Forget it, system. I won't hold it against you. Quickly, provide me with something to eat." The system fell silent for a moment before responding cheerfully. "Host, I have exciting news. In this world, you will possess an enormous supermarket." Jiang He sensed the system had more to say and refrained from celebrating prematurely. "What's the bad news?" "The bad news is the supermarket cannot be accessed freely. You must complete tasks to earn the time required to procure goods. In this world, you will operate a mobile supermarket. The procurement site will be a virtual supermarket, and you must open the mobile supermarket daily. Our goal is to expand the business and serve the vast population affected by this disaster, preserving humanity's civilization in this world." Jiang He's identity and name varied in each realm, with distinct tasks to complete. Yet, they all shared a common goal: to manage and sustain life, preventing the extinction of humanity or any race, averting the collapse of worlds. Each new world represented a fresh start, devoid of any assets from the previous one. Thus, without her system, Jiang He had been weak and vulnerable. The system carefully observed her expression, cautiously stating, "Host, I will unlock the new world's starter package for you." "Big congratulations, host. The rewards for this world include a protective shield, immunity to all external attacks and dangers, invulnerability to toxins, passive abilities of a lead weight and a mermaid, resistant to wind and water, with no rebound function. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed without further elaboration. Jiang He's eyes widened. Is that it? Just one reward? Is this reasonable? Fortunately, having experienced much, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Every new world began with difficulty. Once she earned money and upgraded the supermarket, she would reap the benefits. What task do I have now? Sign in at the center of the tornado. Completion will reward you with a whimsically designed mode of transportation and 1 minute of procurement time. Tornado? Where's there a tornado? As soon as she finished speaking, a scream echoed nearby. It's a tornado. The tornado is coming, everyone, run. Jiang He recognized the voice as that of her sister's fiancé. 6 months prior, when Jiang He arrived in this world, she had taken the place of the deceased original owner. The original owner grew up in the countryside and was only found by her biological parents at 18, brought back to the Jiang family. Jiang Shuiwei was the counterfeit daughter, adored by the Jiang parents. Despite knowing she was not their biological child, the Jiang family continued to treat her well, while the original owner suffered considerably, facing subtle sabotage from Jiang Shuiwei, who succeeded in turning everyone against her. When the apocalypse struck, their city faced its first calamity, a flood. After 7 continuous days of torrential rain, the entire city was submerged. Jiang's parents perished in the flood the following day, and with only a few rations, Jiang He desperately fled to higher ground, managing to save her own life. Xiao Huaifeng relished the admiration of the masses, boasting strong leadership skills. He organized the survivors of their building into a group, assuming the role of a small leader. Unfortunately, Jiang He found herself included in his group. Subsequently, the government dispatched soldiers for rescue, and they were ferried to a survivor base. Not long after, chaos erupted at the base, and Xiao Huaifeng led his group away, setting off for the legendary Nanyang base, reputed for its order and abundant resources. The tornado, resembling a colossal vortex, devoured everything in its path. No matter how robust the structure, it would be swept into the sky and reduced to countless fragments. In the face of nature's wrath, humanity appeared minuscule and utterly defenseless. Any contact meant certain death. The center of the tornado awaited. Jiang He, her hunger blurring her vision, gritted her teeth and charged forward. Food, water, here I come. Go, host. You can do it. A slender figure darted past her, eyes widening in alarm. Jiang He, you're heading the wrong way. Chapter 2. Stalking the virtual supermarket. Jiang He, come back quickly. A tornado is approaching. You could die. The desperate shout echoed in the ears of every member of the team. Jiang Shuiwei glanced back as she ran. That fool, carelessly courting death, could only be Jiang He, the one who reminded her at every moment that she was merely an imposter of the Jiang family's true heiress. Throughout their journey, Jiang Shuiwei had long wished to abandon her. However, with Xiao Huaifeng present, she had never found the opportunity. As she watched Jiang He draw nearer to the colossal tornado, a smile involuntarily crept on her face, joy bubbling beneath her exterior. It was about time someone met their end. This would spare her the trouble of doing it herself later. If blame were to be assigned, it was only fitting that it fell upon someone so foolish. Xiao Huaifeng furrowed his brow. Despite his lack of fondness for Jiang He, as the leader of the group, it was his responsibility to ensure the safety of every team member. Jiang He, stop running. It's dangerous over there. He wondered what had possessed her. Even a child would know to flee in such a situation, yet she chose to do the opposite. Brother Huaifeng, why bother with her at this point? Jiang Shuiwei chimed in with a playful pout. Maybe she simply wishes to throw her life away. We shouldn't risk our own lives for hers. In the early days of the apocalypse, countless individuals could not endure the harsh realities and quietly chose to end their own lives. With this thought, Xiao Huaifeng justified his decision to ignore the increasingly distant figure of Jiang He as he swiftly led Jiang Shuiwei to safety. Originally, their group numbered over 100, but due to various misfortunes, it had dwindled to less than 40. Now, they found themselves in the wilderness, devoid of any structures, forced to crouch in a low-lying area, arms tightly wrapped around their heads, awaiting the passing of the tornado. The deafening roar of the wind felt like a death knell, causing the earth to tremble. After running for some time, Jiang He was utterly spent, moving slowly towards the tornado as if in a mutual dance. Towering trees were uprooted as if mere toys. spinning helplessly in the air. In stark contrast, Jiang He, weighing less than 100 pounds, traversed the tornado's center with remarkable steadiness, her body unwavering. If anyone had witnessed this scene, they would have surely questioned their own reality. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewards have been issued. Please check host. Turning her head, Jiang He spotted a whimsically pink tricycle parked nearby. On the back door were emblazoned the words, "The hope of the entire village." She could no longer muster the energy to critique the so-called girlhood aesthetic. But to her dismay, it was not even an electric model, but a purely pedal-powered tricycle. The system, sensing the awkwardness, hesitated before reassuring her. Host, though it may seem like a simple tricycle now, you can upgrade it to a camper van once you accumulate enough points. It will soon include all the comforts, air conditioning, a fridge, a comfortable mattress. Everything you could desire. Just look at the spacious rear. It can hold so much. Host, you possess incredible abilities, even if the beginning is slightly challenging. I believe you can achieve greatness beyond your current state. Jiang He interrupted the system's enthusiastic monologue, begrudgingly accepting the garish tricycle. Let us set that aside for now. I'm hungry and need to eat. The system breathed a sigh of relief. No problem. Close your eyes, and I will transport you to the virtual supermarket. With a flash of white light, Jiang He found herself standing at the entrance of the virtual supermarket. A red barrier stood before her, currently closed. Through the transparent glass, she could see that the supermarket was modest, only about 8 square meters in size, with 3 tiers of shelves towering 2 meters high, but only the bottom shelf stocked with goods. Host, the virtual supermarket is currently at level 1. You have unlocked 2 items, seaweed pork floss bread and bottled mineral water. Hurry, aim to retrieve as many items as possible within 1 minute. A gentle reminder followed. Once you step into the supermarket, the countdown will begin. You cannot exit until the time is up. The system paused for a moment, clearing its throat to prepare for the countdown. Jiang He understood the rules. She had to race against time and prepare herself optimally to avoid losses. Wait, let me tie my shoelaces first. The system, after a brief silence, mercilessly exposed her. Host, you're wearing flip-flops. They have no laces. Looking down, Jiang He remembered that for the past 6 months of survival in the apocalypse, merely staying alive was a miracle, and being poor enough to have no shoes was hardly surprising. The reason infuriated her further. It's all your fault that I can only wear flip-flops. I demand compensation for my emotional distress. The system replied timidly, how about I dip into my savings and buy you a new outfit? Jiang He crossed her arms, tapping her foot in a demanding manner. Fine, go buy it now. The system, without a hint of defiance, swiftly procured a new outfit, a white t-shirt, denim jeans, and sneakers. After trying on the new shoes, Jiang He found them comfortable and slip-resistant. Nodding in approval, she indicated her readiness. In the next moment, the supermarket barrier opened. With a rush of adrenaline, Jiang He dashed towards the shelves stocked with bread and water. She spread her arms wide, gathering several bottles of water as she moved. A shopping cart was stationed at the entrance, and only items placed inside it would be counted as hers. She moved swiftly, and time passed in a blur. When the minute concluded, Jiang He managed to collect 42 loaves of bread and 24 bottles of water. As she exited the supermarket, the provisions were neatly arranged in the tricycle's compartment. Outside, the tornado had dissipated, leaving behind a tranquil world, albeit in disarray. Jiang He, you're safe. Thank goodness. A voice brimming with excitement interrupted her as she twisted the cap off a bottle. The speaker was Li Ting, a girl from her team, who had managed to exchange a few words with Jiang He over the past 6 months. She had been the first to voice concern when Jiang He rushed towards the tornado. Seeing her unharmed filled Li Ting with genuine relief, though her gaunt features rendered her smile more sorrowful than joyful. Jiang He waved the bottled water in her hand. Li Ting, do you want some water and bread? As Li Ting approached, she noticed what Jiang He was holding and the additional pink tricycle. The bottled water appeared pristine and clear, free from any contamination, making it a precious commodity in the apocalypse. Even a small sip could incite fierce competition among countless individuals. The bread, golden and soft, emanated a sweet, tempting aroma, even through its packaging. Li Ting swallowed hard, her stomach, unaccustomed to food, began to cramp in response to the enticing offerings. Jiang He, such rare items. Are you truly willing to sell them to me? Chapter 3. Seaweed meat floss bread. She was utterly parched and famished, hardly possessing the luxury to ponder the origins of the food before her. A delicate smile graced Jiang He's lips as she nodded. You are my very first customer. As long as it is not cash, feel free to barter with anything else. Jewels, gold, or silver will suffice. Each loaf of bread costs 60 points, while a bottle of water is 100 points. The value of your items will be determined by me. With that, she resumed her sip of water and casually grabbed a loaf of bread, tearing open the packaging and taking a generous bite, savoring the rich flavors of meat floss and wheat. The intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, causing Li Ting's mouth to water uncontrollably, tears of excitement spilling from the corners of her eyes. It took immense effort for her to restrain herself from lunging forward to snatch the food. Immediately, Li Ting rummaged through her backpack, which contained little more than worthless trinkets: a half-eaten can of fish that had begun to spoil, a rusty fruit knife, a defunct lighter, and an empty matchbox, nothing of value. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She reached for her neck. During the first month of the apocalypse, no one could have foreseen that the unprecedented flood would merely herald humanity's darkest hour. At that time, Li Ting had also dreamt of surviving until the waters receded, missing the prime opportunity to exchange valuables for sustenance. First, cash had become worthless paper, and soon even gold lost its value, as no one was willing to part with their precious food. Only by selecting a reliable base could one hope to obtain meager rations through labor. This gold necklace was a keepsake from Li Ting's mother, which she had preserved all this time, harboring little hope that it would ever serve a purpose. Jiang He accepted the delicate gold necklace and placed it upon a black card. After a few moments, a sound echoed, "Ding! Congratulations, customer Li Ting. You have successfully recharged 200 points." Li Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Her necklace could be exchanged for a 550 milliliter bottle of purified water and a loaf of bread larger than her palm. Moreover, there were points remaining. Jiang He handed over the black card. "This is your points card. Have you decided what you wish to purchase?" Li Ting blurted out eagerly. "A bottle of water and a loaf of bread." "Very well," Jiang He replied, retrieving a black box. "Please place your points card here." Ding! 160 points have been deducted. Your account balance is now 40 points. As Li Ting held the water and bread in her hands, a sense of reality washed over her. She eagerly twisted open the bottle cap, taking a small sip that was both refreshing and sweet. Her parched lips were moistened, and she felt as if she were floating on a cloud, fully revitalized. After a small sip, she quickly sealed the bottle, fearing the precious liquid might evaporate in the heat. As Li Ting tore into the bread, her hands trembled. It had been days since she had tasted anything wholesome, unspoiled, and fragrant. The inviting aroma compelled her to devour it eagerly. Yet, she refrained from overindulging, taking small bites, and ultimately saving more than half, which she carefully stowed in her backpack. Once she had gathered her belongings, Li Ting's gaze fixated on the pile of fresh bread in the cart, enough to sustain one person for several months if rationed wisely. Her eyes brimmed with envy, yet she felt no jealousy. "Jiang He, thank you for being willing to trade food with me." Before she could finish her sentence, Xia Huifeng and the others were drawn over by the tantalizing scent. Jiang Shuiwei stared at Jiang He in astonishment, her brows knitting together in confusion. This little vixen had not only escaped the tornado, but had also acquired a brand new outfit, appearing here unscathed. Where had the pink tricycle and its bounty come from? Jiang He had truly outdone herself, discovering such treasures. In that moment, Jiang Shuiwei was at a loss, unsure whether to feel pleased or enraged. She approached, looking down at Jiang He with disdain. "Jiang He, where did you procure these items? Your safe arrival here is undoubtedly thanks to Brother Huifeng's protection. You must share half of your supplies with him." Her intentions were transparent, as if the abacus beads were poised to strike her face. Jiang He nearly laughed aloud. Had it not been for her vigilance, she would have long been reduced to nothing. Traveling with a group was merely a strategy to avoid unwanted attention, increasing her chances of survival by blending in with the crowd rather than becoming a target for predators. While the group had offered her little assistance, Their sheer numbers had shielded her from considerable danger. Ultimately, the water and bread were meant to be sold. Offering them to this group would merely be repaying a favor. She smiled and nodded, of course. Jiang He's face lit up with triumph, reveling in the prospect of acquiring a wealth of supplies. Just as her lips curled into a smirk, Jiang He shifted the conversation. However, there will be no handouts. If you wish for food, you must provide something in exchange. She glanced back at the others in the group. Supplies are limited. It's first come, first served. The crowd, previously bewildered, suddenly brightened at her words. Yet, a few among them began to entertain malevolent thoughts. Jiang He was merely a defenseless woman. How could she possibly safeguard such valuable goods? Wouldn't it be far simpler to simply seize them? It was no exaggeration to call her a fool, who would flaunt their food so brazenly. Was she not inviting disaster upon herself? 4 or 5 gaunt men exchanged glances before surging toward the tricycle, their eyes glinting with greed as their hands reached for the golden loaves of bread. Ding! Robbery detected. Activating attack mode. The host may select from the following punitive measures: electrocution, a hail of arrows, extreme compression, a swarm of ants, dismemberment. Jiang He remained unperturbed, casting a casual glance at them before calmly uttering electrocution. Her voice was soft, yet Li Ting and the others heard her clearly. As confusion washed over the crowd, they watched in horror as the would-be thieves convulsed violently, as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide with terror, quickly collapsing into lifeless heaps of charred remains. Jiang He lowered her gaze, her eyes lingering on the lifeless forms for a brief moment before she composed herself, speaking with a steady voice. If you wish to purchase my goods, you must adhere to my rules. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as them. Do you understand? A palpable silence enveloped the air. Nearly everyone stood frozen, expressions of shock etched on their faces, until Jiang He's voice broke the stillness once more. Now, if anyone wishes to buy water or bread, please come forth to obtain a points card. Gold, silver, and jewels can all be exchanged for points. Chapter 4. Extractions for sustenance. In less than half a minute, 5 individuals met an untimely demise. Had this occurred before the apocalypse, such events would have sent the onlookers fleeing in terror. Yet now, they had endured the harsh realities of the end times, and the sight of their fallen kin no longer instilled fear or panic within them. What astonished the crowd was the stark contrast in Jiang He's demeanor. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. However, in the face of sustenance, all questions became trivial. Survival was paramount. Dozens of people surged forward, jostling and tugging at one another in a fervent scramble for food. Jiang He, I have something to trade. Please issue my card first. I have something too. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic and cacophonous. Jiang He produced a loudspeaker, standard equipment from the system, and shouted to the throng, "Everyone, please line up in an orderly fashion. Do not crowd, come one by one. Once the line is organized and quiet, I shall commence issuing cards." The moment her words echoed, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, which promptly formed a remarkably orderly line. Jiang He stood frozen, dazed, as she processed the scene. Was this formidable figure, who had just dispatched troublemakers with such ease, truly her rustic younger sister? She gazed at Jiang He as if she were a creature from another realm. Her voice trembled with restrained disbelief. "Huifeng, do you think Jiang He is possessed? How else could she wield such power?" Fearing that Jiang He might overhear, Xia Huifeng swiftly covered her mouth. "Yeah, you witnessed the situation. Refrain from speaking carelessly in the future. As for that village girl, let us observe her closely. If there is indeed something amiss, she will eventually reveal her true colors, and then we shall." The two conspired quietly, while Jiang He busied herself, oblivious to their conversation. Li Ting and her companions were on their way to the Nanyang base, a long and arduous journey that necessitated traveling light, shedding all non-essential items. Expensive jewelry was not considered worthy of transport, for its value had plummeted, taking up precious space and hindering their mobility. Upon learning that Jiang He would accept such items in exchange for food, they were filled with regret. The burly man at the front of the line rummaged through his belongings and suddenly recalled something. With a wide grin, he revealed 2 gleaming gold teeth that sparkled blindingly in the sunlight. Jiang He, can I trade these for points? They're pure gold and cost me several thousand. He was evidently unaccustomed to dental hygiene, his breath reeking of decay. Jiang He held her breath, leaning back in distaste. You could trade them, but only if you remove them first. Delighted at the prospect, the man quickly produced a thin black string from his backpack. He folded it and sought assistance from a friend behind him to hold one end while he sprinted forward, yanking his teeth free. The sound of two sharp snaps echoed through the air. The gold teeth fell from his mouth, blood streaming from the wound. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the pain as he carefully cradled the bloody teeth, grinning as he approached Jiang He. The freshly extracted gold teeth emitted a foul odor. Jiang He recoiled slightly and instructed him, just place the teeth on the points card. The man complied, and moments later, a notification chimed. D Chapter 5. Unlocking the tiger skin chicken feet. The light in Li Yuhua's eyes gradually faded, returning to a state of desolation. Before the apocalypse, her greatest passion had been hoarding gold. Various gold ornaments filled the storage cabinets of her room. Had she foreseen this day, she would have braved any hardship on the road to carry her cherished treasures with her. Li Yuhua had witnessed the terrifying abilities of Jiang He. Yet, in her desperation to provide her son with a sip of water, she risked being electrocuted to charcoal, pleading on her knees. As expected, her pleas did not yield any food. If she insisted on remaining there, it would only provoke Jiang He further, with dire consequences. Gritting her teeth, Li Yuhua rose to her feet, grasping her son's hand, preparing to leave. Wait, Jiang He suddenly called out to them, startling Li Yuhua, who instinctively pulled her son behind her. We don't want anything, I'm sorry. Her eyes were tightly shut, fearing that in the next moment, Jiang He would turn violent against them. Jiang He. She wasn't that ruthless. A gentle reminder, aside from cash, other items could be exchanged for points. Not limited to gold and silver jewelry. Li Yuhua opened her eyes, noticing Jiang He's gesturing gaze, turning to see a protective talisman hanging from her son's chest. This talisman had been specially sought from a temple by her parents before her childbirth. It held sentimental value rather than monetary worth. Could it be that this too could be exchanged for points? Li Yuhua quickly understood, untying her son's talisman and placing on the points card. Ding! Congratulations to customer Chun Xianen for successfully recharging 100 points. Though a modest amount, it was sufficient to purchase a bottle of water. Li Yuhua was nearly overwhelmed with joy. Jiang He, thank you. Thank you. Son, we have water to drink. The little boy's face broke into a radiant smile as he was led aside by his mother, carefully sharing the water in a corner. Realizing that Jiang He was unyielding, the subsequent customers lined up to purchase items behaved obediently, exchanging their belongings for points without further antics. The water supply diminished rapidly. Within a mere 10 individuals, it was already sold out. The remaining customers, parched and with cracked lips, had not tasted clean water for several days. Unfortunately, the supermarket stock was limited, and they could only watch with envy as others gulped down refreshing water. Once the bread was sold out, Jiang He raised her megaphone once more. The Dawn supermarket will close today. Those who did not purchase items may return next time. I shall take my leave first to wait for your return to the Nanyang base. Amidst the collective sighs of regret, Jiang He pedaled her pink tricycle, disappearing at the end of the road. Host, you are remarkable. On the very first day of opening, you earned 700 points. The virtual supermarket is currently at level 1, with 20 product slots. Spending 1,000 points will unlock one item in the virtual supermarket. Hurry and unlock it. As Jiang He pedaled her tricycle with a weary heart, she opened the system panel and scrolled to the product slots. Out of the 20 squares, only the first 2, water and bread, were illuminated. The rest remained empty. At level 1, the supermarket could only unlock food items, and the higher the level, the more diverse the product categories available. Continuing to scroll down, she could see the upgrade conditions. To elevate the virtual supermarket to level 2, the following conditions must be met. 1. The Dawn supermarket must serve 500 customers. 2. 20 product slots must be illuminated. 3. 20,000 points. Note, the virtual supermarket and Dawn supermarket are bound together, and their levels synchronize. This means that once the virtual supermarket upgrades, Jiang He's Dawn supermarket will upgrade as well. All right, she would strive to improve the conditions as soon as possible. This tricycle was proving to be a slow mode of transport. Jiang He lightly tapped on the empty squares, and the screen promptly displayed a product interface. The variety of food was vast, though more than half remained locked, only to be revealed upon future upgrades. Jiang He selected 4 items from the first 2 rows. Instant noodles. 80 points, 8 treasure porridge. 80 points rice balls. 60 points tiger skin chicken feet. 50 points. Successfully unlocking these 4 items left her account with a balance of 700 points. Jiang He had pedaled for quite a while, but had not made much progress. Fortunately, her physique had changed. She no longer felt fatigue. Otherwise, she would have surely given up. System, I wish to eat tiger skin chicken feet. System, oh, how cold and indifferent. Jiang He sighed. I do not expect much from you. Let me see if there are any tasks available that would allow me to procure goods for the virtual supermarket. Host, your spirit of self-reliance is commendable. Jiang He narrowed her eyes. Enough with the pleasantries. Where are the tasks? Ahem, you wish for tasks, right? There are plenty. Task 1. Sign in at the highest rooftop of Nanyang Base and loudly shout the corresponding slogan. Reward, 2 minutes of procurement time. Task 2. Achieve a cumulative sales revenue of 20,000 points in the supermarket. Reward, 5 minutes of procurement time. Task 3. Sell 20 down jackets. Reward, for minutes of procurement time. None of these tasks could be completed in a short time frame. Jiang He pressed her lips together, her expression one of exasperation. System, in this scorching heat, you expect me to sell down jackets? You're simply making things difficult for me. I don't care. Give me a different task, preferably one that is easier. Tiger skin chicken feet were her absolute favorite. She hadn't had them in months. The system timidly replied, Host. The taskbar can only display 3 tasks simultaneously, and none can be skipped. Only upon completion will the next task refresh, which occurs once daily. Ahem, our current situation is a bit special. In addition to managing the supermarket, each system has been assigned extra KPIs. The products outside the supermarket are slow-moving goods from other worlds that have been in storage for a long time. The leaders want to recover their investments. Hence the imposition of such tasks. Keep it up, host. The system believes in you. Were it not for the generous benefits of this job, Jiang He would have certainly resigned, seeking a world to retire in. No, once this world ended, she would take a break, and when to return to work would depend on her mood. With this thought, she reluctantly accepted the additional KPIs. At the turtle pace of the human-powered tricycle, reaching the Nanyang base before nightfall was impossible. Spotting an abandoned gas station nearby, Jiang He decided to stop there for the night. As she parked her pink tricycle at the entrance and was about to step inside, she heard a man's greasy and flirtatious voice. Stop pretending. I've been following you all along. You're just here for food, right? You and your silly sister can entertain me for a night, and this biscuit will be yours. Be sensible. I don't want to play with corpses. Before Jiang He could take another step, a lackey stationed at the door noticed her. Boss, another pretty girl has come outside. I'll grab her for you to play with. Chapter 6. Overnight at the gas station at this juncture, Jiang He's countenance, yet unwashed, was begrimed and dusky, her features barely discernible. To deem her a beauty under such circumstances seemed a stretch, suggesting the men were indeed ravenous. Without waiting for the underlings to seize her, Jiang He proactively pushed open the door and entered. Her gaze swept across the interior, noting 2 young women huddled in a corner, their faces etched with fear. One was pinned to the ground by the tattooed man, her hair and garments disheveled. Jiang He's abrupt entrance caused the tattooed man to cease his actions, allowing the restrained woman to seize the opportunity to escape, trembling as she sought refuge with her sister in the corner. Brazenly meeting the lewd, repulsive gazes of the 4 or 5 men, Jiang He nonchalantly declared, This gas station is quite expansive. I find myself without lodging for the night and intend to stay here. I trust you gentlemen have no objections? The tattooed man scoffed derisively, his eyes raking over Jiang He as he approached her with a palpable curiosity. Of course not. My comrades are in want of female companionship. If you serve them well tonight, you shall be duly compensated. Given the disparity in physical strength between the sexes, women without means in the post-apocalyptic world were invariably relegated to a position of vulnerability. While these men's actions were reprehensible, they at least promised remuneration in the form of supplies. This meager gesture was enough to entice countless women to offer themselves willingly. It was a shade more scrupulous than those who sought to exploit without offering anything in return, but only marginally so. The two sisters were clearly being coerced. If these men possessed provisions, why not seek out those who were willing? Jiang He shook her head in refusal. That won't do. You're too noisy and would disrupt my rest. The tattooed man vigorously rubbed his lower lip, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Beauty, you possess quite the audacity. My brothers and I admire that in a woman. It adds zest. Hardly had he spoken when one of his underlings chimed in with impertinence. There is one deficiency, however. Her figure is rather gaunt. From afar, one might mistake her for a schoolboy, so thin as to be naught but bones. There's little to grasp. Jiang He's expression immediately darkened. She was acutely aware of her emaciated state, and such derision was intolerable. You're the schoolboy. Your entire family are schoolboys. She yearned to roll up her sleeves and personally thrash the man until his own mother would fail to recognize him. The system urgently interjected, "Host, remain calm. You cannot initiate violence against the inhabitants of this world. Otherwise, you will be struck by divine retribution." This was the most fundamental tenet for temporal travelers. Rumor had it that a traveler who had transmigrated to a patriarchal world, unable to endure the arrogant and presumptuous men, had lashed out in a moment of fury. Upon venting her anger, she was punished with a lightning strike. Her mission rewards and account assets were all expunged, and she was confined to a dark cell for a decade. Jiang He took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. It was not worth sacrificing everything for the sake of such a person. No matter, she could bide her time. As long as they struck first, it would not be her responsibility. If I refuse, what can you possibly do to me? I wager you can't defeat me. The tattooed man patted the handgun at his waist. Why would I bother fighting a woman? It would be simpler to just shoot you. Jiang He feigned terror, clutching her chest. Oh, I'm so scared. In this post-apocalyptic world, those who wielded firearms held a position of power, firmly entrenched at the upper echelons of the food chain. The tattooed man was not foolish. He perceived that Jiang He, despite her feigned fear, betrayed no genuine apprehension. He immediately grew wary, raising his gun and aiming it at her. You wretched woman, are you backed by someone? Jiang He slowly turned her head, glancing at the empty space behind her. Deliberately misunderstanding his meaning, she turned back, her face a mask of feigned alarm. No one's there. Don't frighten me. Upon witnessing this, the tattooed man grew even more suspicious. It was not unheard of to use women as bait to ambush and plunder. The other underlings also sensed that something was amiss, their eyes fixed warily on Jiang He. Boss, perhaps we should forego this for today. A woman wouldn't dare enter so brazenly unless there were many others waiting to ambush us and seize our supplies. The men exchanged uneasy glances. After a brief consultation, they fled the gas station as if pursued by demons, accelerating to top speed and leaving behind only a cloud of acrid exhaust fumes. Jiang He was rendered speechless. They'd been frightened off so easily. How anticlimactic. Turning around, she was met by two pairs of frightened eyes staring directly at her. I'm weary and intend to sleep. You may do as you please, but please refrain from making noise that would disturb my rest. With that, Jiang He produced a mattress from the system's inventory, leaned it against the wall, lay down, and covered herself with a thin air-conditioning quilt, assuming the air of a homeowner. Alas, each world is inferior to the last. The conditions this time are particularly harsh. Without even a dwelling to call my own, the system seemed to be brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Host, once the supermarket is upgraded, our circumstances will improve. This system will not allow you to remain a vagrant forever. Keep going. Charge. Enough charging. Silence your little mouth and allow me to get some sleep." In the months since the escape, Jiang He had rarely enjoyed a good night's rest. Danger lurked everywhere. Natural disasters were secondary. The most perilous threat was the internecine conflict among humans. A room that provided shelter from the elements, a soft and comfortable mattress, and a clean, refreshing quilt were luxuries beyond compare. As Jiang He drifted into slumber, the two sisters huddled in the corner, staring blankly at each other. They had not blinked. Yet this woman had conjured such a large mattress out of thin air. Good heavens, it must be at least 2 meters long. It could easily accommodate 3 people. Jiang He looked even more petite lying there alone. Tang Wan-yun mused inwardly, wondering what manner of extraordinary being she was, to be able to sleep so peacefully in such dire circumstances. Knowing that Jiang He harbored no ill intentions, the sisters leaned against the wall and also drifted off to a fitful sleep. Dawn broke. Jiang He opened her eyes as the system's familiar voice echoed in her mind. A new day full of vigor begins, host. Before it could finish, a clear, resonant female voice interrupted. Hello, big sister. Good morning. Jiang He sat up and saw a girl with pigtails waving her right hand and greeting her. Her eyes sparkled with childlike purity and innocence. At that moment, Tang Wanyun entered, scolding in a low voice. Tang Wanxing, have you forgotten what I told you again? You won't get anything to eat today. I hope you starve to death. After reprimanding her sister, she looked at Jiang He with a nervous expression. I'm sorry, my sister has mental problems and is like a 5-year-old child. She didn't mean to disturb you. After a pause, she continued, that tricycle outside, is it yours? Someone tried to steal it just now and fainted as soon as they touched it. Chapter 7. Arrival at the Nanyang base. Jiang He felt at ease leaving her small tricycle outside, secure in the knowledge that it was equipped with a protective shield. No one could move it but her. In her absence, if an ordinary person merely touched it, the shield would activate and deliver a mild electric shock, sufficient to incapacitate them for half an hour. Glancing at the man who lay unconscious beside the wheel, his face contorted in pain, she mused that perhaps a warning sign was in order to prevent harm to innocent bystanders. Thus, she instructed the system to create a wooden sign, which she affixed to the side of the tricycle. The sign bore 2 lines of bold red letters. My mother is out for a while, but will return soon. Do not touch. Those who do will face dire consequences. Having provided such a warning, she felt that if someone still dared to approach, the fault could not be laid at her feet. Setting off towards the Nanyang base, she pedaled her tricycle for approximately 3 to 6 hours, depending on the terrain. Just as she was leaving the gas station, a figure rushed towards her, blocking her path. Excuse me, are you headed to the base? Could you take us with you? Tang Wanxing asked earnestly. I can help you ride. Jiang He's eyes brightened at the suggestion. It was indeed a splendid idea. System, did you hear that? Can I allow someone else to assist me? Although pedaling the tricycle did not tire her, having a companion would certainly make the journey more pleasant. System, that is not permissible. This tricycle is solely for the host's use. No one else may operate it. Reluctantly, Jiang He declined the sister's request and continued on her way alone, laden with her burdens. Along the journey, hunger struck, and she consumed the bread she had saved from the previous day, paired with half a bottle of water. Since becoming a time traveler, this was the most meager meal she had experienced. Host, you are working hard pedaling the tricycle. The system chimed in to offer encouragement. It is not the labor that troubles me, but the fate that has befallen us, Jiang He replied, wiping the sweat from her brow. I sincerely suspect that it is you who have offended the higher-ups, resulting in our assignment to this world. The system fell silent for 2 seconds before responding. Dear host, upon the completion of this mission, you will be rewarded with a year of paid travel across all dimensions. You may visit any small world you desire, with no limit on the number of times within the designated time frame. Jiang He chose to ignore this statement, quickening her pace as she pedaled. Tiger skin and phoenix claws, I shall arrive shortly. Through her relentless effort, she and her tricycle reached the Nanyang base half an hour ahead of schedule. Following the cataclysmic disaster, no region had escaped unscathed. Various factions banded together to establish hundreds of bases of varying sizes. The Nanyang base was relatively substantial, fortified by military presence, and it maintained some semblance of order, making it a sought-after refuge for nearby survivors. The base was divided into 2 main areas, the civilian zone and the military zone. Civilians bore the brunt of all productive labor, primarily agriculture, receiving a ration of supplies every 3 days. To ensure smooth operation, controlling the population was imperative. Those wishing to enter the base faced stringent military scrutiny. Individuals aged 60 and above, or under 6 years old, were outright denied entry. However, exceptions were made for those possessing special talents, as the management was eager to welcome such individuals. As Jiang He pedaled her pink tricycle amidst the throng of survivors queuing to enter the base, she stood out conspicuously. After nearly 2 hours of waiting, it was finally her turn. A soldier, rifle in hand, scrutinized her with an impassive expression and commanded, "Step forward." Following his lead, she entered a glass-walled room where 3 doctors in white coats awaited her. The screening process resembled a physical examination but was conducted without machinery, merely a standard checkup. Jiang He, having no physical defects and falling within the acceptable age range, swiftly passed the assessment and successfully entered the Nanyang base. While other survivors hurried to the registration desk to collect their identification badges, which indicated their assigned residences, Jiang He made a beeline for the tallest building in the base, the military headquarters. Upon arrival, she found herself unable to even touch the door frame. As armed guards flanked the entrance, their vigilance palpable. Civilians passing by dared not meet the soldier's gaze and hurried past. Leaping off her tricycle, Jiang He scanned her surroundings and approached the most well-built soldier she could find. "Excuse me, could you do me a favor and let me up to the rooftop?" Qin Song, glancing down at her with a cold, unyielding gaze, remained silent, yet his refusal was unmistakable. Jiang He, fixated on reaching the rooftop for her urgent matter, pressed on. "I truly must access the rooftop for something critical. If you do not let me through, I may just have to force my way in, and if anyone gets hurt, it won't be my fault." Hearing her bold claim, one of the soldiers beside Qin Song could not help but chuckle. "You? Harm us?" The juxtaposition of the towering, muscular soldiers and the diminutive girl was comical, and anyone would question Jiang He's sanity upon hearing her words. However, after receiving a sharp glare from Qin Song, the soldier quickly reined in his laughter and admonished her sternly. "Who let this lunatic in? Step aside, or we will have you expelled from the base." Realizing that persuading them to grant her passage was futile, Jiang He resolved to pursue alternative methods to achieve her goal. "Look, an airplane." Her tactic of distraction, however, proved ineffectual against the highly trained soldiers. With a determined close of her eyes, Jiang He dashed towards the entrance. Qin Song raised his weapon and barked, "Halt, or I will fire." "If you wish to waste bullets, then by all means fire," she retorted, shoving aside the man blocking her path with little effort, sending him sprawling 2 meters away. A veritable display of superhuman strength. Qin Song furrowed his brow and aimed at her legs, squeezing the trigger. The shot rang out, yet astonishingly, the bullet vanished just before it could strike her, leaving not a mark upon her leg. Qin Song, usually composed and steady, widened his eyes in disbelief. With a series of gunshots echoing, the same phenomenon occurred repeatedly. Those who attempted to impede Jiang He were either flung aside or knocked down, becoming mere stepping stones in her path. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Song immediately activated his radio. "Alert! Alert! An unidentified individual has breached the military zone and is advancing towards the RO amidst a deafening roar." 2 silver-gray fighter jets streaked across the sky above the base, an unprecedented spectacle that stirred unease among the residents. Those toiling in the fields cast apprehensive glances towards the military headquarters, their tranquility threatened by the specter of a potential terrorist assault. Meanwhile, unwittingly cast as the villain, ascended the stairs to the 12th floor, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Behind her, a haphazard barricade of bodies lay piled against the walls, each figure a testament to her relentless advance. "Hustle, my dear host. Victory awaits." The system urged, its voice a relentless goad. Spurred by the promise of delectable tiger-skinned chicken claws, she pressed on, finally reaching the 18th floor rooftop. A phalanx of special forces awaited, their presence a formidable barrier. Snipers lurked in the distance, while overhead, fighter jets bristled with weaponry. The air crackled with tension, a palpable sense of impending conflict. A cacophony of voices boomed from the loudspeakers, demanding her surrender and the relinquishment of her arms. Momentarily bewildered, spread her hands in a gesture of innocence. "I have no weapons," she protested. Her nonchalant demeanor ignited a simmering frustration among the special forces, a collective urge to strike out against her insouciance. "Ahem, my dear host. Attend to your duties," the system interjected, reminding her of the task at hand. "Ah yes, the check-in," she exclaimed, her memory jogged. With a deliberate motion, she raised her right hand, a seemingly innocuous gesture that sent shockwaves through the ranks of Qin Song and his comrades. A fusillade of bullets erupted, a relentless storm of projectiles aimed at neutralizing the perceived threat. Yet, to the astonishment of all, the bullets vanished into thin air, leaving unscathed. News of this extraordinary phenomenon reached the higher echelons of command, initially met with skepticism until corroborated by the eyewitness accounts of numerous soldiers. As the collective astonishment reached its zenith, unleashed a resounding bellow. "Oh, ye forces of nature, imbued with arcane energies, grant me thy power." A collective murmur rippled through the ranks, a sense of déjà vu permeating the air. Was she about to undergo a transformation? Yet, the anticipated metamorphosis never materialized. Instead, a chime resonated, signaling the successful completion of her check-in and the acquisition of 2 minutes of shopping time. With a courteous bow and an apologetic smile, declared her intention to depart, her mission accomplished. However, as she turned to leave, she paused, her gaze lingering on the assembled soldiers. Their weapons, momentarily lowered, were swiftly raised once more, their vigilance renewed. "Might I avail myself of the elevator?" she inquired, seeking a reprieve from the arduous descent. However, her request was swiftly denied. Qin Song informing her of the commanding officer's desire to engage in conversation. With a dismissive wave, declined the invitation, citing urgent matters that demanded her immediate attention. Rejecting the prospect of retracing her steps, she strode towards the edge of the rooftop, leaping into the abyss with an audacious flourish. Her descent was swift and decisive, leaving her pursuers in a state of stunned disbelief. Peering over the edge, they beheld her astride a pink tricycle, pedaling away with carefree abandon. Her departure left a maelstrom of bewilderment and apprehension in its wake, prompting an immediate and clandestine investigation into her identity and capabilities. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the civilian district, reveled in her newfound bounty. System commenced the shopping spree, she exclaimed, her voice brimming with anticipation. With a familiar flash, she found herself once more before the virtual supermarket, its shelves now laden with an even greater assortment of goods. Her gaze immediately gravitated towards the coveted tiger-skin chicken claws. After tightening her shoelaces and performing a series of stretches, she launched into action. With lightning speed, she darted through the aisles, snatching up tiger-skin chicken claws, instant noodles, and ate treasure kanji with gleeful abandon. However, she soon encountered a limitation, her slender frame unable to accommodate the sheer volume of her acquisitions. Having learned from past experiences, she adopted a more measured approach, prioritizing stability over quantity. As the allotted time expired, she was ejected from the virtual supermarket, her purchases neatly arranged in the tricycle's cargo bed. A quick inventory revealed a haul of 24 bottles of water, 15 loaves of bread, 13 packages of instant noodles, 11 containers of 8 treasure kanji, 18 rice balls, and a staggering 99 packets of tiger skin chicken claws. Her satisfaction was palpable as she surveyed her spoils. However, as she prepared to indulge in a bowl of spicy beef noodles, she realized a crucial element was missing. "System, where can I procure hot water?" she inquired. The system responded with a proposition, offering access to a hot water station for a fee. Despite the hint of opportunism, reluctantly agreed, sacrificing a portion of her remaining points for the sake of her culinary desires. With the noodles steeping in hot water, she savored the moment, adding a handful of tiger skin chicken claws to the mix for an extra touch of indulgence. As she reveled in the gastronomic delight, the system seized the opportunity to remind her of her entrepreneurial aspirations. "My dear host, it is time to open the doors to the Dawn Supermarket. Let us strive together to build an empire of commerce." Chapter 9. The base opens a supermarket. The sight of a pink tricycle laden with supplies captivated the attention of all passers-by as it made its way down the street. At around 6 in the evening, coinciding with the end of the workday for many residents, they instinctively flocked towards the tricycle. Jiang He pedaled energetically while calling out, "Don't miss out, folks! The Dawn Supermarket is now open. Instant noodles, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, bread, crispy chicken feet, bottled water. Come and get your loyalty cards." Upon hearing this, the crowd gaped in disbelief. In a post-apocalyptic world, Someone was actually opening a supermarket selling water and food? It must be a hoax. Or the prices would be exorbitant. Boss, what do you mean by a loyalty card? How much are the bottled waters? Are they to be traded for oil? In this era, money had become as worthless as scrap paper, and the most precious commodities were water and various rare resources. Jiang He shook her head and declared, I don't want oil, nor do I need gold, silver, or precious gems. I will accept anything. Really? Can those things be exchanged for supplies? The crowd remained skeptical, and a weary-looking middle-aged man removed a gold ring from his finger and handed it to Jiang He. Boss, what can I get for this? Jiang He promptly issued him a loyalty card and placed the gold ring on the counter. Congratulations, customer Wang Hongba. You have successfully recharged 800 points. Each product on the tricycle was marked with a pink sign indicating its price. Wang Hongba, standing beside the tricycle, scanned the offerings with excitement, his heart racing at the thought of the treasures he could acquire with his 800 points. I want 4 bottles of water and 6 loaves of bread. Wang Hongba, a 35-year-old native of Nanyang, had managed to shield his elderly parents and children from being expelled from the base due to their status as indigenous residents. His childhood sweetheart had tragically perished in a natural disaster, leaving him to support his family of 5 solely through arduous labor in the fields. Each day, he worked tirelessly to procure meager supplies, his body worn down to the point of contemplating death. His family was the only reason he persevered. For the past month, Wang Hongba's strength had waned, and the returns from his labor had dwindled. His elderly parents, consuming so little food, were forced to remain in bed to conserve energy. He knew that if things continued this way, they would eventually perish from starvation. With no alternatives, he endured each day filled with pain and despair. Upon seeing the tricycle filled with food, he did not hesitate to offer his ring, though he had not truly expected it to yield anything. As he clutched the bread and water, it felt surreal, and tears of joy filled his eyes. He pinched his thigh to confirm it was not a dream. His parents would be saved. Thank you, boss, he exclaimed before hastily turning to run home. With Wang Hongba leading the charge, others swiftly followed suit, seeking to acquire loyalty cards from Jiang He. With each new customer, she would casually inquire, our supermarket also offers high-quality down jackets, originally priced at 200 points, now available for a mere 60 points. Would you like to purchase one? Sorry, boss, I don't need any clothes, and I don't have enough points, so I'll pass. The temperature in Nanyang had soared to 42 degrees Celsius, and only a fool would spend points on something unnecessary when they could buy bread or rice balls instead. In less than an hour, the tricycle supplies were entirely depleted, save for the 20 black down jackets, which remained untouched. Jiang He inwardly cursed the person responsible for these absurd sales targets. Who on earth would think to sell down jackets in this sweltering heat? With the goods unsold, Jiang He had no choice but to pedal around the base, hoping to find someone willing to take the jackets off her hands. Unfortunately, finding a buyer proved elusive, and to alleviate her boredom, she began to hum a tune. With iron hooves clattering, I traverse mountains and rivers. I truly wish to live for another 500 years. Before her song could conclude, a sweet voice interrupted from behind. Boss, I'll take all those down jackets. The enchanting melody abruptly ceased. Jiang He's eyes sparkled with hope. A potential buyer had appeared. The newcomer was a small girl, slightly shorter than Jiang He, clad in a light yellow puff dress, her hair styled in adorable twin buns. Yi Qingqing struggled to lift a bulging handbag that was clearly heavy. I need to get a loyalty card to purchase these jackets, right? If I don't have enough points, I can fetch more. As she opened the handbag, Jiang He was momentarily blinded by the gleam of gold. Her head instinctively turned aside. Inside were 3 large gold bars, a pure gold shirt, a gold mask, golden chocolates, and a gold crown. Such a collection would have been worth millions before the apocalypse. This girl was indeed a wealthy patron. It was no wonder she was eager to buy the jackets. Returning her gaze to the girl, Jiang He confirmed, yes, that will be more than sufficient. After processing the loyalty card, she converted the entire contents of the bag into over 40,000 points. Yi Qingqing exchanged a knowing glance with 2 bodyguards who promptly approached to collect the 20 down jackets. With sparkling eyes, she smiled at Jiang He, revealing 2 adorable dimples. Boss, will you be selling again tomorrow? I heard you have instant noodles. I missed out on buying some. With her amiable demeanor and the swift clearance of the jackets, Jiang He found herself growing fond of Yi Qingqing. Yes, but the quantity of items will be limited, so you'll need to arrive early to secure your purchases. While she appreciated the girl's charm, Jiang He remained steadfast in her policy of fairness. It was first come, first served, and no one would be allowed to jump the queue. Yi Qingqing was quite pleased with this response, unfazed by the lack of preferential treatment. All right, it's a deal. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. Congratulations, host. You have successfully entertained 100 customers. Confetti time. You have completed the down jacket sales task and gained 4 minutes of restock time. Today's revenue reached 11,690 points, with a current balance of 12,090 points, surpassing 5 figures. You are simply outstanding. Jiang He spent 5,000 points to acquire a hot water dispenser and unlocked 7 new products, leaving her with a meager balance of 90 points. The newly stocked items included ham sausage, 30 points, marinated eggs, 30 points, bear-shaped biscuits, only 1 piece per bag, 10 points, orange juice, 500 milliliters, 150 points, cola, 500 milliliters, 150 points, large chicken leg, 250 g, 200 points, milk, 250 milliliters, 100 points. As night fell, Jiang He began to ponder where she would rest for the night. Chapter 10 Museum Check-in. As with the previous day, Jiang He casually sought refuge in a dilapidated house, its walls drafty and devoid of windows, even more rudimentary than the nearby gas station. The experiences of the past 6 months had significantly diminished her expectations regarding the quality of life. In this shabby abode, she could manage to find solace for sleep. Once again, she lay upon a mattress, wrapped in a thin comforter. Within moments, she succumbed to a deep slumber, her breathing gradually steadying. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Jiang He awoke. She accessed the system interface to review her task list. Having completed 2 tasks the previous day, new ones had emerged. Task 1. Sell 30 military coats, each priced at 100 points. Reward: 5 minutes of restocking time. Task 2. Check in at the base museum and loudly proclaim the corresponding slogan. Reward: 1 minute of restocking time. Jiang He prepared a bowl of instant noodles, adding the 5 tiger skin chicken feet she had left from yesterday. After satisfying her hunger, she hopped on her tricycle and set off towards a museum. 20 minutes later, she stopped before a withered cornfield. Jiang He surveyed her surroundings, finding the expanse remarkably barren, with not a single building in sight. System: are you certain we haven't taken a wrong turn? Is the museum truly here? This system cannot be erroneous. The Nanyang City Museum is indeed located here, albeit the base has leveled the building and planted corn instead. The check-in point is situated in the middle of the cornfield. Host, please proceed further in. Jiang He abandoned her tricycle and pushed aside the corn leaves, trudging deeper into the field. System: have we arrived? Not yet. Walk another 100 meters to the left. Just a bit further, now shift to the right. The check-in location was indeed precise. After a considerable amount of effort, Jiang He finally reached the designated spot. Clearing her throat, she gripped the ground with her toes and shouted the task slogan. I am the best, I am the strongest. System: crash the wall for me. Should anyone dare to clip your wings, I shall obliterate their entire paradise. A few meters away, an elderly man guarding the cornfield brandished a pitchfork and rushed over. Who dares to steal my corn? Have you no fear of death? Where are your wings? I'll skewer you. Jiang He swiftly turned to see the glinting pitchfork barreling towards her, instinctively fleeing like a thief caught in the act. She pedaled furiously, her tricycle nearly smoking from the exertion, leaving the old man far behind. The check-in task was completed without incident, granting Jiang He an additional minute of restocking time, totaling 5 minutes. The supermarket now offered 13 items, and Jiang He ensured to collect a bit of each. Naturally, she prioritized water, bread, and tiger skin chicken feet, filling her tricycle to the brim with neatly organized goods. The hot water kettle was crammed, leaving no choice but to place it on the front seat. Meanwhile, a team led by Xia Huifeng struggled to reach the Nanyang base. The sun blazed mercilessly, causing Li Ting and the others to suffer sunburns, their skin reddened and peeling, resembling boiled shrimp. Had they not purchased water from Jiang He, it was likely half of their group would have succumbed to thirst along the way. Jiang Shuiwei, her feet aching, leaned heavily against Xiao Huifeng, barely able to move. He comforted her with a gentle pat on her hand. Yeah, hold on a bit longer. Once we enter the base, you can rest. Jiang He, her voice faint, replied, Brother Huifeng, I am so thirsty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Huifeng cautiously scanned their surroundings. His teammates were focused on the path ahead, oblivious to their exchange. He discreetly reached into his backpack and emerged with a bottle of clean mineral water. Jiang He tilted her head back, receiving a small sip, instantly feeling a wave of relief wash over her. She nestled her head against his arm, adopting a coy, dependent demeanor. Brother Huifeng, thank goodness you have space. No sooner had she uttered those words than Xiao Huifeng's brow furrowed. He swiftly covered her mouth with his hand, his tone unusually stern. Have you forgotten what I told you? Jiang He looked innocent, believing her voice had been low enough that no one else could hear. This secret was theirs alone, and she was convinced it would remain undisclosed. Realizing Xiao Huifeng was genuinely upset, she relented, gently licking his palm. Brother Huifeng, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I won't mention this again. Her ability to maintain her radiant appearance amidst the apocalypse was largely due to the unexpectedly acquired space from Xiao Huifeng. As they trudged along the perilous route, Jiang He often indulged in pickled beef noodles, duck necks, and chicken feet, occasionally treating herself to fruits for a vitamin boost. While Jiang He lacked water for washing her face or bathing, appearing as though she had scavenged from a trash bin, she still managed to wash occasionally, remaining the cleanest and most beautiful among the girls in the group. Jiang He tolerated Jiang He's prolonged presence in the team without resorting to harsh measures due to the stark contrast between them. Observing Jiang He's plight brought her immense satisfaction. What did it matter that Jiang He was the biological daughter of the Jiang family? In this apocalyptic world, she could easily crush her. Had she foreseen Jiang He's impending stroke of luck and the inexplicable acquisition of abundant resources, Jiang He would have eliminated her long before, denying her any chance to thrive. Over 40 individuals queued to enter the Nanyang base. After receiving their identification badges, smiles broke out across their faces. Entering the base meant an end to their tumultuous wandering and a semblance of security in their lives. Even within the confines of the base, their group remained united. Suddenly, one individual pointed not far off. Hey, isn't that Jiang He? Li Ting's eyes lit up. Jiang He hadn't deceived them. She had indeed arrived in Nanyang ahead of them. Moreover, her venture into the supermarket was serious. She had expanded her inventory beyond just water and bread. As her teammates were drawn to Jiang He, Xiao Huifeng felt a twinge of displeasure in his heart. In his capacity as leader, he issued a command. We should head to the dormitory. However, his words fell on deaf ears. Everyone was fixated on the food in Jiang He's pink tricycle. I still have points left. I want to see if there's anything I can afford. I missed out last time Jiang He sold things. This time, I must secure some mineral water. In a frenzy, the group rushed away. Jiang He pursed her lips, glaring at Jiang He, who was effortlessly serving customers while munching on a large chicken leg. She nudged Xiao Huifeng's arm. Brother Huifeng, look at her. Whatever foul means she used to acquire those goods, she really believes herself to be a savior, stealing all the limelight. Zhao Peng and the others, upon seeing Jiang He, disregarded their leader, rushing towards her like obedient hounds drawn by the scent of food. Chapter 11. Capture for research. Upon hearing Jiang He's words, Xiao Huifeng's expression grew increasingly grim. The Jiang He they were acquainted with was, without a doubt, a mere village girl, lacking in any discernible merit, often lost in her own musings. To label her as half-mad would not be an exaggeration. Yet now, she wielded an unfathomable amount of resources. Others could exchange trivial items for food with her, and she had become a savior in the eyes of many, almost divine in her presence. This was not how it should be. A person as lowly as Jiang He ought to remain forever mired in the mud, an unsightly rat. Clearly, something was amiss. Xiao Huifeng narrowed his eyes. As far as he knew, there was a military district at the Nanyang base, a formidable support that maintained good order within the compound. If they were to reveal Jiang He's enigmatic transformation to them, it might earn him recognition and leave a lasting impression on the base's leadership, thus facilitating his future endeavors within the base. Jiang He seemed to share this thought, and the two quickly agreed to head towards the military district. However, as newcomers, they were well aware that meeting the base's leaders was no easy feat. The military district was heavily guarded, with soldiers stationed at every corner, making it nearly impossible for even a fly to enter. Xia Huifeng held no illusions about being granted easy access to the building. After all, he was merely a small fry who had just arrived at the base, lacking any significant standing. The soldiers at the entrance, armed with rifles and wearing stern expressions, were clearly not inclined to engage in conversation, instilling a sense of trepidation. Summoning his courage, Xia Huifeng approached, striving to maintain a facade of calm. "Hello." Qin Song turned, his expression impassive, exuding an aura of authority that demanded respect. The military district was no place for idle chatter. Jiang He, her gaze fixed intently on his handsome face, blinked in surprise for a moment before softening her tone. "We have important matters to discuss. We need to report something to your leader. Could you kindly assist us?" Qin Song had encountered countless individuals at the military district, all claiming to have urgent business in hopes of obtaining supplies. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have dismissed them without a second thought. However, just the day prior, a mysterious girl with extraordinary powers had forcibly entered the military district, and even with considerable force, they had been unable to apprehend her. Cautiously, Qin Song cast a cold glance at the pair and uttered 3 terse words. "What is it?" Seizing the opportunity, Xia Huifeng pressed on. "There's a woman at the base who operates a tricycle to buy goods. We know her, and there's something peculiar about her." Upon hearing this, Qin Song raised an eyebrow, instantly recognizing who they were referring to. The base had sent personnel to investigate her just the afternoon prior. Yet, despite purchasing numerous items from her, they had found it difficult to engage her in conversation, let alone uncover her true nature. After a brief silence, Qin Song leaned down to use his radio, quietly consulting with his superiors. Unsurprisingly, he received a positive response. He then summoned another soldier to check the pair for any dangerous items. Upon confirming their safety, they were granted passage. As they entered the building, Xia Huifeng and Jiang He felt a wave of disbelief wash over them. They had not anticipated such ease in navigating the military district's stringent security protocols. The leaders, who were undoubtedly preoccupied with myriad responsibilities, would typically require a lengthy wait for audiences. A young soldier escorted them to the elevator, ultimately leading them to the 9th floor, the office of the commanding officer. Jiang He clung tightly to Xia Huifeng's arm, her excitement barely contained. This was the highest authority within the base. If their information proved useful, it could greatly benefit her brother-in-arms. Inside the office, Xie Jingshan stood before the floor-to-ceiling glass windows. Dressed in a crisp military uniform, his expression inscrutable. Responding to a knock at the door, he turned and said, "Come in." Moments later, Xia Huifeng and Jiang He entered the office. Upon seeing the middle-aged man seated on the mahogany sofa, they were momentarily taken aback by the powerful aura he exuded. "Please, have a seat," Xie Jingshan said, a slight smile gracing his lips as he gestured towards the sofa opposite him. Regaining their composure, Xia Huifeng and Jiang He took their seats. "Good day, sir. I am Xia Huifeng from Yunjiang City, 24 years of age." Xie Jingshan raised a hand, interrupting his lengthy self-introduction. "Let us get to the point. Who are you reporting?" Xia Huifeng swallowed the words he had prepared, but before he could respond, Jiang He interjected. "The woman who runs the supermarket at the base." Xie Jingshan appeared intrigued. "Oh, please elaborate." "The woman's name is Jiang He. She is quite the oddity. Previously, she was erratic and unremarkable, but now she seems to have acquired resources from unknown sources, being revered by a throng of admirers." As she spoke with conviction, Xie Jingshan nodded slightly. "Please provide more details about her." With the commanding officer listening intently, Jiang He's vanity surged, and she straightened her posture. Recounting Jiang He's upbringing in the countryside, her personality traits, and other relevant details. "She is a complete ingrate. We fled to this base from Yunjiang City, and my brother-in-arms saved her countless times along the way. Yet she possesses so many resources and never once considered repaying him." Jiang He was astute enough to omit any information that could be detrimental to her own standing, making no mention of her connection to Jiang He. in this new environment. She could not allow herself to be labeled as an imposter or a usurper. Jiang He's expression grew solemn as he lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. I understand the situation. You may return for now. Is that all? Shouldn't there be immediate orders to apprehend that creature? Jiang He? Jiang Shuiwei could hardly contain her impatience. She longed to see Jiang He suffer and disappear from her sight. Commander, when will you capture her for research? She must have mutated. It's imperative to study her condition. Jiang Shuiwei pressed eagerly. Xie Jingshan lifted his gaze, his tone flat. Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Sensing the tension in the air, Xia Huifeng quickly pulled Jiang Shuiwei behind him, signaling her to remain silent. Commander, we have shared all the information we possess. Should you require further details, we are at your service. With that, Jiang Shuiwei was pulled along as Xia Huifeng led her out. The man wore a displeased expression. He had lost the opportunity to voice his thoughts. Overshadowed by Jiang Shuiwei's eagerness. Realizing her misstep, Jiang Shuiwei quickly leaned closer to him, her demeanor shifting to one of allure. Brother, please don't be upset. I was too hasty just now. I didn't mean to steal your thunder. I promise I won't do it again. Her voice was sweet and enticing tonight. I shall make it up to you. How does that sound? Xia Huifeng swallowed hard, his hand instinctively reaching to grasp her curvaceous form, quelling some of the fire within him, though a deeper, more primal urge threatened to surface. In a husky whisper, he replied, I can't wait until tonight. Let's head to the dormitory now. Chapter 12. Exceptional value. 10 points for teddy bear cookies in the small plaza of the base. A long queue of hundreds of people stood silently, not a single voice raised in clamor. Li Ting and her companions were exceedingly fortunate when their turn arrived. The supermarket's goods had not yet been completely sold out. The sight of plump chicken drumsticks made Li Ting's mouth water uncontrollably. It had been months since she had tasted meat, and with her stomach barely full, the thought of indulging in such delicacies seemed utterly unattainable. Glancing at the price, which was 200 points, she quickly averted her gaze, reminding herself of her limitations. She scanned the offerings further down the line. Only ham sausages, marinated eggs, and small cookies fell within her financial reach. Among these, the teddy bear cookies presented the highest value, with a remaining balance of 40 points. She could procure 4 packets of cookies, whereas purchasing the other 2 options would only allow for a single item. A small bag of cookies would suffice for her daily sustenance. Tightening her belt for 3 days would not pose a significant challenge. She still had plenty of bottled water, and with careful rationing, her nourishment worries could be postponed for quite some time. Starting tomorrow, she would embark on her tasks at the base, accumulating supplies daily. Surely, life would improve. Filled with hope, Li Ting's eyes sparkled. Jiang He, where have you been assigned? When you have a moment, I would love to chat with you. If that's all right. Previously, Jiang He had been somewhat invisible in the queue, each person engrossed in their own affairs, with only Li Ting frequently engaging her in conversation to alleviate the monotony. Assigned to a dormitory? Jiang He paused, recalling that upon entering the base, the administrator had mentioned where to collect identification cards for dorm assignments. She had hurried to sign in on the rooftop, not paying much attention. Jiang He nodded. Of course we can talk, as long as I'm not too busy. However, I haven't received a dormitory assignment or an identification card yet. Li Ting promptly produced her identification card. I just collected mine. It's located in the hall less than 100 meters from the base entrance. Would you like me to escort you there? That's all right. I'll head over once I finish selling my items. You can go about your business. Jiang He was accustomed to solitary pursuits. If not for the system's peculiarities that had thrust her alone into this world, she would not have made any friends, just as in all her previous minor worlds. Nonetheless, having someone of her kind to converse with was rather pleasant, as prolonged interactions solely with the system could become rather tedious. Zhao Peng, standing behind Li Ting, spoke with an unmistakable lisp due to having lost 2 front teeth. Jiang He, that military coat looks quite impressive on you. It perfectly suits your robust demeanor. The military coat was priced higher than the down jacket from the previous day, and Jiang He had yet to sell a single one. She smiled wryly. Would you like to purchase one? I don't have enough points. I should focus on acquiring food first, Zhao Peng replied, with only a meager 20 points available. He bought 2 packets of teddy bear cookies and went with Li Ting towards the dormitory. The cheapest cookies were selling even faster than bottled water. Not everyone possessed valuable items. Even inexpensive jewelry could fetch only 10 points, which was already considered quite high. Those who managed to acquire points felt a sense of fulfillment. At the base, completing daily tasks typically earned one a meager ration of 10 milliliters of water and a small portion of dry provisions, which was barely sufficient. If one failed to secure a decent task, a day's work might yield only water or dry food, two options to choose from. However, overall, life at the base was certainly preferable to the uncertainties of hunger and exposure outside. The teddy bear cookies from Shuguang supermarket felt akin to a windfall, allowing them to enjoy a generous meal. Wang Hongbo returned home triumphantly the previous day, having provided his elderly parents with water and bread, significantly uplifting their spirits. This morning, they were even able to take a few steps. He and his two children rummaged through their home for an entire night, gathering all valuables into a single bag. Wang Hongbo cradled the bag protectively as he approached the plaza, wiping the sweat from his brow upon spotting the pink cart still present. A wave of relief washing over him. Upon learning that he had already obtained a points card, he realized he could deposit his gathered items without the anxiety of carrying them. A pair of gold earrings placed on the card vanished within seconds, akin to a magic trick. Though everyone was astonished, the prospect of securing food through this method overshadowed any curiosity about its workings. After all, questioning too much might deter the merchant from selling to them. Thus, it was wiser to purchase supplies without complicating matters. Wang Hongbo exchanged all the contents of his bag for points, ultimately amassing over 11,000 points. This was a distinct advantage for locals, as they could readily locate their belongings. In contrast, those who had migrated from afar had only brought essentials with them, forsaking their other possessions. What little they had could yield only a handful of points, leaving them unable to even buy a bottle of water. Many felt an urgent desire to return home and retrieve items of value. Seeing his balance, Wang Hongbo felt a sense of security wash over him. He circled the tricycle and purchased the last 5 bottles of water. With no means to heat instant noodles, he opted for 8 loaves of bread, 3 cans of 8 treasure porridge, and 2 rice balls. Thinking of his children, who were perpetually hungry and emaciated, he made the decision to splurge on 2 delectable chicken drumsticks with the points he had accrued. In gratitude for Jiang He's earnest efforts to promote the military coats. Despite their lack of sales, Wang Hongbo spent a lavish 100 points on a sturdy military coat. In total, he spent 1840 points. The sudden deduction of over 1,000 points caused him to frown. Although his point balance was still considerable, he had a family of 5 to support. If expenses continued to exceed income, they would inevitably return to a state of dire scarcity. Finally selling her first military coat, Jiang He felt nearly moved to tears, silently wishing for the well-being of good-hearted individuals. The previous day, the affluent patron Yi Qingqing had made her appearance at the supermarket, seizing the last 29 military coats. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards dressed in black, she had them bring a small cart to swiftly transport her spoils away. With a sweet smile and adorable dimples, Yi Qingqing addressed the owner. "Where are you residing now? Is it inconvenient for you to wash up? Such a lovely young lady. Yet your face is as dirty as if you just crawled out of the earth. I have hot water at my place. Would you care to join me for a bath?" Chapter 13. Watermelon and dormitory. If those words had escaped the lips of a man, Jiang He would undoubtedly have retaliated with a couple of punches. "Host, this is rather peculiar. Given the scarcity of water resources, why would a stranger invite you to shower? There must be some ulterior motive." Jiang He nodded in agreement, expressing her craving for fried buns. "System, will the supermarket have such delicacies after its upgrade?" The system fell silent, pondering whether the two were indeed discussing the same matter. Noticing Jiang He's lack of immediate rejection, Yi Qingqing felt a glimmer of hope and became even more enthusiastic. "Boss, not only can you shower here, but there's also air conditioning. Would you like some chilled watermelon or ice cream?" Her fervent recommendations resembled those of a kidnapper luring in a child. Was Jiang He such an easily deceived child? She promptly inquired, "Is the watermelon sweet?" In the common area of the base, there existed both affluent and impoverished districts. Yi Qingqing's opulent villa was clearly a residence for the wealthy. However, she seemed unfamiliar with the layout of her own mansion and needed assistance to guide Jiang He into the air-conditioned room. "Host, are you truly inclined to consume their offerings?" Jiang He scoffed lightly. "I haven't had watermelon in ages. Can I not indulge in this treat? If the supermarket had watermelon, I would need to come to someone else's house to enjoy it. Sigh, look at how other systems treat their hosts, providing them with sumptuous rewards, while I can't even enjoy a slice of fruit. System, you must strive harder." The system sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it, remaining shamefully silent. Just minutes after settling in the air-conditioned room, a bodyguard in black entered, presenting a platter of chilled watermelon. Jiang He, possessing an immunity to toxins, was unconcerned about any potential poison in the fruit. Her only concern was its sweetness. Selecting the ripest and largest piece, she took an enormous bite. The fresh juice instantly filling her mouth, the flesh tender and refreshingly cool. "Wow, your watermelon is truly delightful." Jiang He gave Yi Qingqing a thumbs up and, without hesitation, devoured the entire platter in a mere 5 minutes. One must seize opportunities when they arise. Yi Qingqing, seated across from Jiang He, observed her intently. As the watermelon pieces dwindled, Jiang He remained unfazed, causing Yi Qingqing's heart to sink. "Jiang boss, the bathroom is just outside. Would you like to shower now?" Jiang He, having just belched, waved her hand dismissively. Showering was far too private a matter to undertake in an entirely unfamiliar environment, especially if there were cameras installed. She was a person of morals and could not bring herself to engage in such indiscretions. "Miss Yi, I've finished my watermelon. I shall take my leave now." Before departing, Jiang He made sure to express her gratitude once more. "This is the sweetest watermelon I have ever tasted. Thank you for your hospitality, and I shall certainly visit again." As Jiang He left, Yi Qingqing struggled to maintain her smile, her expression souring the moment she was alone. She retrieved a walkie-talkie concealed at her waist and reported, "Mission failed. The drug had no effect on her. Not only did it fail, but I also lost an entire platter of watermelon transported from elsewhere." 2 seconds later, a voice responded, "Received." Continue to engage with her and strive to earn her trust. At the base's resident registration office, Jiang He managed to obtain her identification card just before closing. It was a simple wooden strip inscribed with her personal details: name, gender, age, and so forth. The final entry indicated her assigned dormitory address, Building 32. After mounting a small tricycle, Jiang He quickly arrived at the dormitory building, which had been transformed from an old residential complex. The walls were weathered and cracked, with some portions having deteriorated significantly, exposing the brickwork beneath, while an indescribable odor lingered in the air. This area lacked water and electricity, forcing residents to use the public latrines outside the dormitory. The accumulated waste was utilized as fertilizer for the fields. Once settled, Li Ting and her group made their way downstairs to the public restroom. While order within the base was less chaotic than outside, various small groups existed, with longtime residents often ostracizing and bullying newcomers. Thus, Xiao Huifeng and his companions chose to act collectively. Their original team would not simply dissolve upon arriving at the base. The restroom was rife with foul odors, and Zhang Shuiyue quickly finished her business, rushing outside while gasping for fresh air and muttering complaints. "What sort of dormitory is this? The conditions are utterly deplorable. It's hardly fit for human habitation." She and Xiao Huifeng were assigned a one-bedroom unit in the old complex, a mere 35 square meters, furnished only with a hard wooden bed. The walls and ceiling were covered in mold, the window glass shattered like a spider's web, posing a constant risk of collapse. Dissatisfied with everything, Jiang Shuiyue hoped the intelligence they provided to the base would soon yield results. If they succeeded, the base would surely upgrade their living conditions. She had heard rumors of an unoccupied, separate villa within the dormitory area, which she deemed quite appealing. In such a place, she and her brother Huifeng could enjoy their time together without the inconveniences of their current living situation, where even the slightest movement of the wooden bed creaked loudly, rendering any conversation audible to their neighbors. Standing with her hands on her hips, Jiang He suddenly caught sight of a flash of pink. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was Jiang He, along with her gaudy pink tricycle. Noticing Jiang He, Li Ting immediately approached her with a smile. Jiang He, have you received your identification card? Our group has been assigned to Building 9, so we can look out for one another. Were you assigned? Although Jiang He did not turn to look, her ears perked up, keenly eavesdropping on their conversation. Building 32, Jiang He replied. Li Ting and her group, being new arrivals, were unaware of the dormitory's dynamics. Upon hearing this, a passing long-time resident halted, astonished, and gazed at Jiang He. You cannot be serious. You were assigned to Building 32? Jiang He produced her identification card to confirm, nodding gently. Indeed, it is Building 32. The individual slapped their thigh, their expression filled with evident envy. Oh my, you are quite fortunate. Building 32 is a 2-story villa. It's spacious, and currently, you are the only resident. You won't have to squeeze into a small room like us, making everything inconvenient. Upon hearing this, Jiang He's expression soured significantly. She could not fathom why Jiang He was granted access to a residence she had coveted. Furthermore, she had already reported to the authorities. How was it that the base had yet to take action? Chapter 14. Volcanic crater check-in. Jiang He was filled with perplexity and was about to confront someone when she was abruptly restrained by Xiao Huifeng. Yeah, do not act impulsively. Xiao Huifeng, possessing a far sharper intellect, was acutely aware of Jiang He's extraordinary lethal prowess. Given their current capabilities, provoking her would be utterly futile. It was far wiser to wait quietly for the base's military forces to subdue her. When Jiang He received her identification tag, she was puzzled as to why it bore no room number. It turned out to be an entire villa. Regardless of whether it was a trap set by the base, Jiang He chose to accept the kindness. Residing in a large house had its merits. Villa 32 was located at the far end of an old community, necessitating a traverse across the entire area. After a quarter of an hour, Jiang He arrived at the front of an old villa on her bicycle. The spacious courtyard was barren, with a few snow cedars reduced to mere stumps. The villa, 2 stories high, boasted a unique European style, exuding elegance and grandeur. Yet, having been uninhabited for an extended period, the entire house emitted a chilling aura. System, please check for surveillance devices within. Jiang He had no qualms, except for the idea of being monitored incessantly. Cost, 500 points. Are you robbing points? The system showed no sign of embarrassment. Dear host, I occasionally need to earn a little extra. Fine, let us proceed with the 500 points. As soon as she finished speaking, the system began to hum a cheerful tune and swiftly scanned the corners of the villa. Report, there are a total of 10 rooms inside, each equipped with pinhole cameras. The entrance, living room, kitchen, and balcony have not been overlooked. Only the bathroom and toilet are unmonitored. A crackling sound followed. All cameras have been destroyed by this system. The host can now reside here with peace of mind. At that moment, in a surveillance room within the military district, Chen Ling watched in disbelief as multiple screens simultaneously went black. He couldn't help but curse. Damn, what the hell? How did she know there were cameras? And why did she disable them so precisely, leaving not a trace? The next instant, a black and white image suddenly flashed on the screen, with 4 prominent characters. Do not attempt to spy. Chen Ling rubbed his eyes, astonished that she could even hack into the military network. Could it be that he was truly seeing ghosts? Qin Song entered just in time to witness the burly man sitting on the ground in fright. Chen Ling, still shaken, looked up with a pale face. Captain, the mission has failed again. The revenue of Shuguang's supermarket today amounted to 2,360 points. After deducting the system inspection fee and adding yesterday's remaining balance, the account showed a total of 19,950 points. Jiang He, with her insatiable appetite, had made 5 large chicken legs, 2 buckets of instant noodles, 10 crispy chicken feet. For marinated eggs, 1 bottle of cola, 1 bottle of orange juice, and 1 bottle of milk in a single day. Thankfully, she did not need to invest capital for purchases. Otherwise, the supermarket would soon be devoured by her voraciousness. With only 7 slots left in the product column, Jiang He promptly spent 7,000 points to unlock everything. Self-heating hot pot, 250 points. Chocolate, 100 points. Beef jerky, 100 points. Spicy sour noodles, 120 points. Purple sweet potato and taro cake, 90 points. Chicken breast, 180 points. Sprite, 500 milliliters, 150 points. 2 upgrade conditions were already met. Now, she simply needed to wait for the number of customers served to reach 500. The villa, though spacious with numerous rooms, was not intended for long-term habitation by Jiang He. She randomly selected a room, but did not utilize the large bed. She opted to sleep on a mattress provided by the system. At 8:30 in the morning, Jiang He awoke naturally. The system promptly reported to her the completion of tasks and updates. 30 military coats had been sold, and the supermarket's cumulative revenue had reached 20,000 points. Congratulations. Host, you have earned an additional 10 minutes for restocking. Today, there were 3 new tasks. Task 1. Sell 50 thick, cold-resistant hats at 100 points each and 50 sets of specially designed self-heating clothing at 200 points each. Reward. 8 minutes of restocking time. Task 2. Achieve a cumulative revenue of 100,000 points at Shuguang Supermarket. Reward. 10 minutes of restocking time. Task 3. Check in at the volcanic crater in Sheep Village. Reward. 5 minutes of restocking time and 1 disaster warning message. Upon seeing the 2 items bundled with the supermarket goods, Jiang He felt no desire to comment and quietly prepared herself a bucket of instant noodles. Every time the supermarket opened, she would reserve breakfast for the next day. Crispy chicken feet, ham sausages, marinated eggs, everything went into the pot. A bucket of lavish instant noodles threatened to spill over, likely to tempt countless individuals. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang He strolled around the courtyard for a while to aid digestion before leisurely pedaling her tricycle toward the check-in location. Sheep Village was outside the jurisdiction of the Nanyang base. Upon exiting the base gates, the system suddenly proclaimed in a clear tone, "Exclusive system for the host. Personally providing navigation. There are many kilometers left to your destination. It is estimated that you will arrive in 2 hours and 49 minutes. Go on and push through." Without hesitation, Jiang He began pedaling. Feeling bored, she hummed a tune to pass the time. The windmill creaked and spun lazily, and the scenery surrounding her was dismal, the sky grim, the earth bleak, and the ground littered with repulsive, dead cockroaches. Holding your hand, holding my hand, today's little system, tomorrow's great misfortune. In the scorching heat of over 40 degrees, countless individuals trudged forward under the blazing sun, seeking refuge at the Nanyang base. The road to Sheep Village was exceedingly remote. The number of people visible along the sides dwindled until she was the sole traveler on the desolate country path. "Host, do you see that volcano ahead? Capture it." Jiang He slowly lifted her gaze. The dormant volcano was surrounded by lush vegetation, indistinguishable from an ordinary mountain. Without the system's prompt, she would never have recognized it as a volcano. Unable to pedal her tricycle up the slope, she had no choice but to leave it temporarily at the foot of the mountain. The volcano was not very high. Within an hour, Jiang He reached the summit. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully checked in, earning 5 minutes of restocking time. After a brief pause, the system's voice resounded once more. Host, do not be fooled by the apparent tranquility of this volcano. In 2 days, it will erupt suddenly, without warning. Jiang He frowned. The dormant volcano had been inactive for so long that nearby villagers likely believed it to be extinct. Little did they know that it would suddenly awaken with a vengeance. The system conveyed the disaster warning to her. Whether to disclose it remained at Jiang He's discretion. At the foot of the mountain, a group of men and women of all ages surrounded a pink tricycle. In the center of the crowd lay a young man, his eyes shut, uncertain if he was alive or dead. A woman in her 50s knelt beside him, wailing inconsolably, "Dongza, my son, please wake up. Do not frighten your mother. Who is the heartless one that parked the tricycle here? They cannot even touch it. They will surely face retribution." Chapter 15. Unfazed by the threat of theft? Why must you meddle with my perfectly fine vehicle, simply because its aesthetic appeals to you? Jiang He was utterly exasperated. The conspicuous warning emblazoned on the vehicle clearly indicated it was off-limits. Yet this individual seemed selectively blind, coveting her vibrant tricycle. At the sound of voices, An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The sudden appearance of a stranger instilled immediate wariness among the villagers of Mianyang. And that bizarre tricycle, this person was undoubtedly not ordinary. Zhang Shuang sprang to her feet, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang He, exclaiming, "So is you, this wretched girl, who harmed my son. Today, you shall pay for his life." Before she could act further, a middle-aged man swiftly intervened, lowering his voice to advise, "Right now, saving Dongzi is paramount. Everything else can wait until the child awakens." However, Zhang Shuang, like a rabid dog, lunged at anyone within reach. "Chao Songshan, are you taken with this little harlot? Wishing to take her home? Does seeing her in distress tug at your heartstrings?" At her words, Chao Songshan's brow furrowed, his demeanor turning serious. "Zhang Shuang, if you wish for us to save Dongzi, you must remain quiet." This man was evidently a person of significance in the village. His words carried weight, though spoken softly. They resonated with authority. The other villagers echoed his sentiment. "Zhang Shuang, your tongue is becoming increasingly reckless. If you continue this way, something dreadful will surely occur. Dongzi was such a well-behaved and understanding child. It is your poor upbringing that led to his folly. He is not illiterate. The vehicle clearly stated not to touch it. His misfortune is his own doing." Zhang Shuang's face turned a myriad of colors under their scrutiny. Unable to counter the chorus of voices, she begrudgingly swallowed her indignation and turned to tend to her precious son. There was a doctor in the village who promptly examined the man. Thankfully, there were no serious issues. He had merely fainted and would soon regain consciousness. Zhang Shuang breathed a sigh of relief, hurrying to have her son carried home to prevent him from overheating in the sun. Before departing, she shot a venomous glare at Jiang He, which only subsided after a warning from Chao Songshan, leading her to leave in a huff. Chao Songshan scrutinized Jiang He. Her face bore smudges, and she appeared young and frail, resembling an ordinary girl. Yet, inexplicably, he felt she emanated a unique aura that commanded respect. "Young lady, what brings you to our Mianyang village all alone?" With a smile, Jiang He replied, "I run a supermarket. I am in the business." "A supermarket?" Chao Songshan assumed she was referring to one from before the apocalypse. Just then, her clear voice rang again. "I operate the Dawn supermarket, selling a variety of items, including water and instant noodles. Would you like to purchase some?" A villager's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Did I hear that correctly? You sell water? Is it clean? Surely, you're not deceiving us?" Jiang He offered no elaborate explanations. "Wait for me for 15 minutes, and you shall see the truth." With that, she pedaled away on her tricycle. Jiang He could indeed procure supplies at her virtual supermarket, but she feared the villagers might mistake her sudden disappearance as witchcraft. It was wiser to find a secluded spot. Water was the most precious resource at present. She had already taken 3 trips, each time carrying dozens of bottles of mineral water. Once she cleared the shelves of water, the system would automatically restock. She had yet to try self-heating hot pots or spicy noodles, so she decided to grab a few of those as well. Among beverages, orange juice was her favorite, so she casually added a few bottles to her haul. In her previous trips, she had only a few minutes to gather supplies, rushing through each time. This time, with a full 15 minutes, Jiang He aimed to seize as much as possible. In the first 10 minutes, she gathered the best-selling items and those she favored. As the final 5 minutes approached, she began to sweep through the aisles, collecting anything in sight. Following the principle of proximity, she snatched up large chicken legs and chicken breasts, making several trips. The shopping cart, though seemingly small, possessed ample hidden space. Akin to a bottomless pit, no matter how much she loaded, it never filled. As time dwindled, Jiang He glanced at her petite frame, feeling increasingly dissatisfied. If only she could gain a bit more weight, her carrying capacity would expand significantly. Thus, she resolved to eat more, especially meat. In the final 3 seconds, Jiang He managed to grab 8 large chicken legs. Chao Songshan and his companions observed Jiang He vanish from view, a myriad of puzzled expressions adorning their faces. What was the meaning of this? Why did she leave so suddenly? Chao Tianshun snapped back to reality. "Dad, should we return, or do we wait here?" A mere child. Did he truly believe her words? Chao Songzhan kept his gaze fixed on the direction Jiang He had departed. 15 minutes is a small price to pay for potential gain. Even if nothing comes of it, we stand to lose nothing. In no time, the 15 minutes elapsed, and not a single figure appeared. Disappointment washed over Chao Songzhan as he shook his head. Let us return to work. Just as Chao Tianshun was about to turn away, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something pink. Upon closer inspection, he nearly leaped with excitement. "Dad, look!" She back, and she brought a cart full of goodies. At his exclamation, the group turned their heads. Not far away, the petite girl pedaled her incongruous pink tricycle, creating an oddly harmonious sight. The cart was brimming with food. Bottles of clear, pristine mineral water, various flavors of instant noodles, soft, golden bread, towering piles of spicy noodles, and succulent chicken legs. At that moment, Jiang He appeared as if bathed in radiance, destined to become one of the most unforgettable scenes in the villagers' lives. She had arrived, bringing supplies with her. Chao Songzhan felt a surge of excitement. He had known she was no ordinary individual. She was a benefactor to their village. Caught up in his enthusiasm, Chao Tianshun half-jokingly asked, "Little girl, with so many supplies, aren't you afraid of being robbed?" Jiang He smiled gently. "If I dare to bring them out, I certainly possess the means to protect them. Should you doubt it, feel free to test your luck." Gazing at her innocent, demure smile, an inexplicable chill traveled down Chao Tianshun's spine, causing his legs to weaken and his grin to freeze. Chao Songzhan, anxious, delivered a swift kick from behind. With a thud, Chao Tianshun fell to his knees. "What nonsense are you spouting? Hurry up and apologize to her." Chapter 16. The opening of a supermarket in Mianyang village. Chao Tianshun was taken aback, realizing he had spoken out of turn. "I apologize. I was jesting and had no intention of pilfering your merchandise." He bowed deeply, his demeanor genuinely contrite. Jiang He did not dwell on it and briefly delineated what could be exchanged for points before directing them to queue for their point cards. One villager, adorned with a silver necklace, promptly removed it, depositing it for 30 points. "Proprietress Jiang, what can I procure with these 30 points?" Jiang He gestured towards the tricycle. "Peruse the selection. Each item is labeled with its price." Chao Songzhan scrutinized the price tags, his eyes widening in astonishment. A mere silver necklace can yield 3 packets of bear-shaped biscuits, enough to sustain a person for several days. He felt as if he were in the throes of a dream. "Proprietress Jiang, our village is not far from here, and many more yearn to acquire your goods. Would you consider accompanying us back to the village?" The villager currently perusing the wares chimed in. "Proprietress Jiang, I possess several gold necklaces at home. I wish to accumulate more points to purchase water. Please accompany us back." He had been vacillating between purchasing bear-shaped biscuits, ham sausages, or marinated eggs. However, the village chief's suggestion was astute. If Jiang He were to bring her vehicle to their village, he would no longer be plagued by indecision. Jiang He had already intended to conduct business in the village and disseminate information. Upon hearing their entreaties, she readily agreed, mounting her tricycle and pedaling towards the village. Upon returning home, Chao Songzhan bellowed, "Mother of the children, quickly clear the flower pots from the yard. And your jewelry, you still possess it, correct?" Zhu Yuxia emerged from the house, bewildered. "What is amiss? Have marauders descended upon the village, necessitating the use of flower pots as weapons?" "Mother, refrain from questioning for now. Accompany us shortly, and you shall understand." Chao Tianshun scurried to his room, retrieving 5 large gold watches from the innermost recesses of his cabinet. Prior to the apocalypse, he had engaged in commerce in the city and amassed a considerable fortune, with a penchant for acquiring branded timepieces and footwear. Regrettably, he had only salvaged these 5 watches upon returning to his hometown, the remainder likely swept away by the deluge. 3 minutes later, the Chao family emerged, laden with bundles, carrying both essential and superfluous items. Jiang He parked her tricycle on the village committee's basketball court. Thanks to the advocacy of Chao Songzhan and others, an increasing number of villagers congregated to purchase goods. The Chao family arrived early, securing a position near the front of the queue. They simultaneously queued and replenished their point cards. The flower pots used for cultivating flowers were heirlooms, possessing a certain antiquity. Ding! Congratulations to customer Chow Tian-shun. Successful recharge of 1 point. Upon hearing the meager 1 point, Chow Tian-shun was rendered speechless. Father, not all old objects are antiques. In my great-grandfather's time, this item was only worth the price of a flower pot, and its value remains unchanged. Transporting it was arduous, yet it only yielded 1 point. Enough, cease berating your father. At least it yielded 1 point. Accumulate enough, and our family's 10 flower pots will amount to 10 points, sufficient to exchange for a packet of biscuits. Zhu Yuxia was radiant, still feeling as if she were floating on air, unable to suppress her elation. It is truly unbelievable that our village had been graced with such fortune. Mianyang village was a small hamlet. Following the apocalypse, some residents had emigrated, leaving approximately 200 inhabitants, nearly half of whom were elderly. Some villagers were even more ecstatic than Zhu Yuxia, their tears streaming down their faces, sobbing uncontrollably. I have always maintained that Mianyang village is a blessed land, spared from the severity of the calamities afflicting the outside world, where deaths occur daily. Now, a supermarket has even opened in our village. It is a manifestation of our ancestors' benevolence. Ancestral benevolence. Ancestral benevolence. As they spoke, a group of elderly men and women prostrated themselves, kowtowing with each step. Their actions were somewhat eccentric, but no one intervened. While selecting items, Chow Songshan's hands trembled uncontrollably. He was overcome with emotion. Although the villagers possessed more provisions than their urban counterparts, half a year had elapsed since the apocalypse, and their supplies were dwindling. They had exhausted the roots, bark, and leaves of the trees on the mountain. They could scarcely imagine that they would once again partake of normal sustenance. Prior to the apocalypse, Chow Songshan's family had enjoyed favorable circumstances, enabling them to exchange a considerable amount of goods for points compared to other villagers. The family of 3 collectively amassed 5-figure point balances on their cards. They jointly purchased 50 bottles of mineral water, 60 loaves of bread, and 60 rice balls, prioritizing discounted staples and water. Jiang He did not provide packaging. Those with numerous items were responsible for devising their own means of transporting them home. At the entrance of the village committee, Zhang Shuaying, accompanied by her recently awakened son, eagerly rushed to exchange goods for supplies. Son, your profligate wife is somewhat useful after all. The jewelry she purchased previously is now proving invaluable. Let us exchange for ample food to dispose of that pile of putrid meat. The villagers were familiar with one another. As Zhu Yuxiao passed by, she glanced at them and inquired, Zhang Shuaying, why are your daughter-in-law and granddaughter absent? Have you once again subjected them to such abuse that they are unable to venture outside? As I have repeatedly stated, a family must unite in times of adversity to thrive. Upon hearing this, a subtle glint of unease flickered in the old woman's eyes. Dongzi and I can purchase the items just as effectively. Zhou Xiangdong clutched the items in his hand, averting his gaze from Zhu Yuxia. Mother, let us hasten our departure, lest we arrive too late and find nothing remaining. The two hastened their pace, departing. Zhu Yuxiao watched their receding figures, sensing that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the exact nature of the incongruity. Ultimately, it was a matter concerning another family, and she could not meddle excessively. Zhang Shuaying and Zhou Xiangdong had not obtained point cards. When their turn arrived, the old woman ingratiated herself, speaking flattering words. Proprietress Jiang, I apologize. I was in the wrong earlier, and I misunderstood. Please do not hold my transgressions against this old woman. Kindly assist my son and me in acquiring 2 cards. Host, these 2 individuals emanate a peculiar odor, indicative of having consumed human flesh on multiple occasions. Jiang He raised her eyelids, her tone indifferent. I shall not conduct business with you. With that, she addressed the individuals queuing behind them. Next, Zhang Shuaying, carrying a bag of jewelry, had specifically come to purchase goods and was unlikely to be deterred by a mere utterance. She remained rooted to the spot, adamantly refusing to depart. Proprietress Jiang, it is unconventional for a merchant to operate in such a manner, turning away potential patrons. I have not committed any act of harm against you. On what grounds am I denied the opportunity to purchase goods? You must provide me with a legitimate justification. Having consumed human flesh, what would they possibly seek to purchase from her? Jiang He, exercising patience, curled the corners of her lips into a wry smile. Solely on the basis that I am the proprietor of this supermarket, and I find your presence objectionable. I have no desire to vend goods to you. What? Do you intend to devour me? Chapter 17. Supermarket upgrade. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Shuiying and Zhou Xiangdong stiffened simultaneously, their gazes wavering. Their clandestine actions had remained undiscovered in the village for so long. How could she possibly know? It must be mere coincidence. After soothing herself, Zhang Shuiying cast a pleading glance at the village chief, Chao Songshan. Boss Jiang, could you perhaps show some leniency? Before Chao Songshan could respond, he was abruptly interrupted by Jiang He's icy tone. No, it doesn't matter who speaks on their behalf. If you provoke my anger, I will leave with my supplies immediately. Her words silenced Chao Songshan, for he could not jeopardize the interests of the entire village for the sake of two individuals. You're a pathetic coward, Chao Songshan. You can't even help with this trivial matter. What good are you as a village chief? Zhang Shuiying's tirade echoed as she and Zhou Xiangdong were unceremoniously expelled from the village committee. In the aftermath, it became evident to the villagers that Boss Jiang was not to be trifled with. They became increasingly cautious in her presence, with even the loudest voices silenced. The limited stock at Shuwang Supermarket failed to meet the needs of the village's 200 residents, with half unable to procure anything. 3 Lei Feng hats and 2 sets of thermal clothing were sold, as usual with minimal sales. Once the food was completely sold out, Jiang He took to a tricycle with a loudspeaker, drawing all eyes upon her. Ahem, I have good news to announce. I will be staying overnight in Sheep Village, and tomorrow I will continue operating the supermarket here. Her declaration was met with an immediate chorus of cheers. Wonderful. Boss Jiang, you are truly a kind-hearted person. Please stay a few more days. We all welcome you. Jiang He responded with a mysterious smile. 1 day is already the limit. I do not wish to be reduced to ash by molten lava. At her words, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the meaning behind her statement. Chao Songshan felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, his brow furrowing in concern. Boss Jiang, how could there be lava in our village? Jiang He's melodious voice belied the dread her words instilled. 2 days from now, the volcano nearby will erupt, and I will certainly leave before then. Whether you believe me or not is of no concern to me. Having relayed the message, Jiang He felt she had done her due diligence. It was not her responsibility to force them to flee for their lives. Though troubled by the impending volcanic eruption, Chao Songshan did not forget to warmly host Jiang He, arranging for her the finest accommodations, a quaint little courtyard near the village committee. The house, while lacking the grandeur of the base's villa, possessed a rustic charm that Jiang He found quite agreeable. Dinner consisted of self-heating tomato beef hot pot, the sweet and tangy flavors delightful, with the tender beef melting in her mouth, making it impossible to stop eating. After enjoying the meal, Jiang He reviewed the day's earnings. The supermarket had amassed 720 points, with a total balance of 130. Congratulations, host. Shuwang Supermarket has successfully served 500 customers, fulfilling all upgrade conditions. Would you like to spend 20,000 points to upgrade? Yes. Excellent. 20,000 points have been deducted, and the supermarket has successfully upgraded to level 2. The virtual supermarkets area has expanded, and the daily living area is now unlocked. Please proceed to unlock the product section. As the supermarket reached level 2, a new vehicle replaced the old one. Please check your new transport. The small tricycle parked in the courtyard vanished in a flash. In less than 2 seconds, a charming pink van appeared in Jiang He's view. Approaching it, she noticed 5 bold characters on the back, the hope of the whole village. Upon opening the door, Jiang He was pleasantly surprised to discover an enchanting interior. Though the van appeared diminutive from the outside, the space within exceeded her expectations. The driver's area resembled that of a normal vehicle, but the back seat was enclosed, featuring a pink wooden door. As Jiang He pressed the handle and lifted the door, her eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, it's a foldable space. Behind the door lay a compact room of approximately 25 square meters, small yet fully equipped. To the right upon entering stood a creamy white wardrobe, filled with a variety of women's clothing suitable for all seasons. In the center of the room was a soft king-size bed, with a light pink plush carpet covering the floor. A cloud-shaped lazy sofa sat beside the bed. Beneath a small window, pulling back the white curtains revealed the outside world. The bathroom and toilet occupied a small corner, just adequate for Jiang He to move about comfortably. The system cleared its throat gently. "Dear host, are you satisfied with what you see?" Jiang He squinted her eyes. "What did you just call me?" After a moment of silence, the system quickly backtracked. "My dearest host, this system promised not to let you wander for long. This is the best arrangement I have secured for you. Would you like to tidy yourself up first? As the host of this system, you must not appear disheveled." Jiang He raised an eyebrow. "Am I disheveled? Perhaps just a bit?" Stepping into the bathroom, she faced a bright mirror that reflected a visage so grimy she could scarcely recognize her own features. Goodness, who is this little beggar? Having neglected her appearance for so long, Jiang He was taken aback. She had grown accustomed to smearing dirt on her face to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Even after the system arrived, she had retained this habit, neglecting her skincare. Indeed, she was looking a bit shabby. Now that she had the means, Jiang He was determined to clean herself thoroughly. She opened the wardrobe and randomly selected a floral dress before heading to the shower. The warm water cascaded from the showerhead, a long-lost sensation that caressed every cell in her body. As steam enveloped the bathroom, she looked in the mirror again. Her once dull complexion now appeared refreshed and charming, her dried black hair cascading over her shoulders. The little beggar had transformed into a lovely young woman. After enjoying a warm shower, sleepiness washed over her like a tide. Jiang He barely had time to inspect the upgraded virtual supermarket before she collapsed onto the bed for rest. Meow meow. In the dead of night, Jiang He was awakened by the sounds outside her window, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. She sprang out of bed and rushed outside, pinpointing the source of the commotion in the grass. Initially, she planned to teach it a lesson about the perils of humanity, only to find a dirty little orange cat peeking out from the dry grass. It was tethered by a chain around its neck, the other end attached to a stone larger than its own body. Struggling under the weight, it found it difficult to walk. The system murmured, "Anything that can be chained up is not to be trifled with. Who knows how many lives it bears on its back? Regardless of that, just look at its fluffy fur. How adorable. It's a long-haired orange cat, and once cleaned, it will surely be beautiful and delightful to pet." Host, your focus should be on the last 3 words. Jiang He unfastened the chain from the little cat's neck and led it back to the van. The orange cat offered no resistance, behaving quite obediently. It was so emaciated that its once fluffy fur resembled a tiny, wet mouse. With great patience, Jiang He dried its fur and gently used a hairdryer. Suddenly, the system spoke with great excitement. Chapter 18. Supply station. I surmise that the invisible unlocking condition of the magical shelf is the possession of an adorable pet by the host. Jiang He gently caressed the soft head of Little Orange. Its presence has unexpectedly aided her. After a moment of reflection, she furrowed her brow and inquired, "What is the purpose of the magical shelf?" The products on the magical shelf are not for sale to the public. They are exclusive benefits for the host, proving to be immensely beneficial for our operational tasks in this world. Prompted by the system's words, Jiang He became intrigued. She set Little Orange down and swiftly entered the virtual supermarket. Unlike ordinary shelves, the magical shelf was embedded in the wall as a complete screen at the entrance of the supermarket. Jiang He extended her finger and lightly touched the pitch-black screen, which instantly illuminated. An image appeared in the center, accompanied by explanatory text. Magical products are now available. New product, supply station. The supply station functions like a small, unmanned supermarket, allowing customers to shop independently. Upon purchasing the supply station, it can be established at any location, with the potential for upgrades to expand its area using points later on. Level 1 supply station can accommodate 3 different products, with a limit of 50 items per product per restock, and the display method is set by the host. Level 2 supply station can accommodate 8 different products, with a limit of 100 items per product. Level 3 supply station can accommodate 15 different products with a limit of 200 items per product. Jiang He glanced downward, noting that the selling price for the supply station was 880 10,000 points. Checking her balance revealed a significant shortfall. Indeed, the supply station is a wonderful asset. Yet at present, with the supplies she possessed insufficient to sell, there were no surplus goods to stock the supply station. At this stage, Jiang He needed to focus on completing tasks, procuring more supplies, and accumulating points. Upon accessing the virtual supermarket's system interface, she noticed 5 empty product slots in the food section, while the daily necessities section had only 2. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang He tapped a few times on the interface, unlocking all 8 product slots. Boxed meals, braised chicken leg, spicy 3-diced oyster sauce lettuce, 300 points. Marinated dishes, a box containing chicken feet, chicken gizzard, duck neck, duck frame, kelp, edamame, value pack, 350 points. Chocolate ice cream, 100 points. Toilet paper, 10 points per roll. Sanitary pads, 5 points per pad, 10 points for a pack of 10. Host, you have unlocked boxed meals and ice cream. You will need to purchase the corresponding facilities. Microwave, 10,000 points. Refrigerator, 20,000 points. Points are required for everything. The tens of thousands of points just earned had not even warmed in her hands before they were all destined to be spent. After deducting the 8,000 points for unlocking the products, her account balance stood at 33,130 points. After acquiring a microwave and refrigerator, Jiang He was left with a meager 3,130 points. Jiang He's shopping time was limited to 5 minutes. Yet the virtual supermarket had expanded from an initial area of 8 square meters to 16 square meters, severely testing her physical stamina. Entering the supermarket, Jiang He fully showcased her frenzied shopping routine, her eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as she swept through the aisles without wasting a second. As the 5-minute countdown concluded, the system alerted Jiang He. Host, Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong have sneaked into your yard. Look, there's a car, and it seems like the lights are still on. Zhou Xiangdong exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the pink van in the middle of the yard while holding a shovel. Just as he was about to approach for a closer look, Zhang Shuang grabbed his arm. Dongzi, have you forgotten a lesson from before? Did you not see the wooden sign beside the car? Zhou Xiangdong squinted. Having played too many games, his eyesight was not even as sharp as that of a 50-year-old woman. Once he finally saw clearly, a cold sweat broke out all over him. Didn't he, that Jiang, only have a broken tricycle? When did this van come into the village? Zhang Shuang observed for a while, but could not deduce anything. Just don't touch it. That car is definitely electrified, and if you touch it, you'll be knocked out. The painful sensation of electric shock was still fresh in Zhou Xiangdong's memory, immediately extinguishing any thoughts of approaching the van. Regardless of the vehicle, that Jiang girl must be asleep in this house. While she is in a deep slumber, we can swiftly take her down. Zhang Shuang's plan was flawless. The last time they had committed murder, they had employed the same tactic. If they succeeded once, they could succeed again. Taking advantage of her sleep, they would claim her life. Once Jiang He was gone, all her supplies would belong to them. They had no idea whether the volcanic eruption was real, but with the supplies in hand, they could leave the village and live anywhere they desired. With a creak, the door swung open, and 2 stealthy figures slipped into the living room. After searching 3 empty rooms in succession, Zhang Shuang's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably, and she contemplated checking the second floor. Suddenly, a clear female, the 2 individuals who were bound appeared ashen, their eyes barely open, vacant, and unfocused, as if they had been dead for 3 days. Having endured a night of torment akin to ants gnawing at their hearts, they were on the verge of death. Wishing for an end to their suffering, Jiang He had instructed the system to keep them alive, as a swift demise would have been too merciful. Each of them wore a placard around their necks. Husband who murdered his wife and daughter, worse than a beast. Flesh eater and blood drinker, with a rotten heart and lungs. What did this mean? Zhang Shuang and Zhou Xiangdong had killed their daughter-in-law and granddaughter, and even consumed their flesh? Remembering how she had inquired about the unfortunate mother and daughter with Zhang Shuang just yesterday, Zhu Yusha couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end and a chill run down her spine. Such individuals, capable of heartlessly murdering their own flesh and blood, would inevitably turn their malevolent intentions towards others. Marrying into their family and being born into it was an utter misfortune. Although this incident didn't directly affect them, the villagers couldn't conceal their outrage. Standing before the basketball hoop, they pointed fingers at the two, unleashing a torrent of verbal abuse. Exhausted from their tirade, they paused to join the queue to purchase items. The upgraded van featured a modified trunk. Upon opening the tailgate, a retractable rack could be fully extended and supported on the ground, forming a shelf that was 3 meters long, 2 meters high, and 1.5 meters wide. The space for merchandise was 4 to 5 times larger than that of the tricycle. Jiang He hadn't stocked up on a large quantity of goods this time, and the shelves weren't completely filled. The van side doors could be slid open or lifted upwards, transforming into a canopy that provided shelter from the elements. Jiang He opened the left side door, connecting the rear compartment with the folding space. The section where the seats had been removed now housed a hot water dispenser, a microwave oven, and a refrigerator. The lavish boxed meals tantalized everyone with their aroma. However, upon seeing the price of 300 points, they realized it was beyond their means. Wiping the saliva from their mouths, they continued to budget carefully, determined to stretch each point as far as possible. Compared to the box meals, bread and biscuits offered better value for their points. After all, once the points were depleted, they were truly gone, with no way to earn more. The box meals and braised dishes sold slowly, but Jiang He wasn't concerned. If they didn't sell, she could keep them for herself. At noon, Jiang He tearfully indulged in a boxed meal, 2 servings of braised dishes, and an ice-cold cola. This was the standard of living she deserved. Chao Songzhan had something to discuss with her and had been waiting patiently nearby. He hadn't expected the small-frame Jiang boss to have such a hearty appetite. Just when he thought she was finished, he saw her grab a bag of tiger-skin chicken feet and begin to devour them. Chao Songzhan immediately retracted his outstretched leg and squatted on the ground for another 10 minutes, counting as Jiang boss consumed 3 tiger-skin chicken feet, 2 sausages, a braised egg, and a handful of beef jerky. When his legs were numb, he saw her stand up and carry a scrawny orange cat from a van. Chao Songzhan seized the opportunity and approached her, calling out, "Boss Jiang." Jiang He took out chicken breast, tore it into small pieces, and placed it in front of the little orange cat. The cat buried its head in the food, purring contentedly like a tractor. Meow, meow, delicious, so fragrant. Chao Songzhan watched, feeling a sense of envy. Following Boss Jiang was truly advantageous. Even cats could eat meat. Wait, wasn't this old lady Zhao's cat? How is it still alive? Jiang He looked up and asked, "You recognize it?" Chao Songzhan nodded with a smile. Judging by the missing piece on its right ear, it must be old lady Zhao's Sangbiao. It used to fight with the village dogs, and its ear was bitten off. The dogs fared much worse, covered in bloody welts, with a limp that lasted for half a month. Sangbiao even killed someone's goose, which led old lady Zhao to tie it up. The system was ecstatic. I knew I was right. It may not have killed a chicken, but it definitely killed a goose. As if understanding Chao Songshan's words, the little orange cat raised its head, its round eyes glistening with a weak, pitiful, and helpless expression. Jiang He felt an urge to scratch its chin. I found it in the small courtyard. Did old lady Zhao abandon it? In the scarcity of the apocalypse, humans could barely sustain themselves. So abandoning pets was a common occurrence. Not exactly. Old lady Zhao passed away from a heart attack half a month ago. She was an elderly woman living alone, and this cat had been her companion for many years, almost like family. In the past 6 months of the apocalypse, she had been saving food from her own mouth to feed Sangbiao, allowing it to survive. After the old woman's death, the villagers hadn't seen it, assuming it was dead, having gone without food for half a month and still wearing an iron chain around its neck. It was a miracle that it had survived until now. Host, this world is different from the previous apocalypse you experienced. There are no zombies, but there will be mutated beasts, insects, and plants competing with humans for survival. This cat may have already begun to mutate, but it hasn't fully evolved, which is why it retains its original appearance. If it were in the wild, those ferocious mutated beasts would devour it. The system's sudden explanation made Jiang He realize that the situation was more complex than she had initially thought. Beep, beep, beep successfully detected a fail mutation in an animal, triggering the animal rearing space. Currently, it can accommodate 3 animals. 1 million points will upgrade it to level 2. Wasn't I supposed to run a supermarket? Why am I developing other businesses? Jiang He frowned. Asking me to be a zookeeper? Is that appropriate? Hee. Our goal is to earn the most points and reach the top of the leaderboard. So multiple businesses mean multiple streams of income. Host, you currently only have one animal. You can collect a few more. The conversation with the system took place in her mind. To outsiders, Jiang He appeared to be in a daze. Chao Songzhan cleared his throat and cautiously asked, Boss Jiang? What's wrong? Jiang He's sudden resurrection startled him, almost causing him to collapse. Chao Songzhan touched his pounding heart and forced a smile. Well, it's like this, Boss Jiang. I came to ask when you're leaving today. The people in our village want to follow you. Last night, he had convened a temporary village meeting for discussion. Ultimately, the minority yielded to the majority, and they decided to evacuate Mianyang village collectively. Going elsewhere was uncertain, but following Boss Jiang was different. At least they wouldn't have to worry about food. All the villagers agreed unanimously. Wherever Boss Jiang went, they would follow, becoming her devoted groupies. Chapter 20. Signing in at the commander's office this morning. The system refreshed the signing in task, and the designated location was the commander's office at Nanyang Base, compelling Jiang He to return to the base. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, she departed from Sheep Village, her pink van trailed by a long procession. Villagers rode tricycles, bicycles pulled carts, and pushed wheelbarrows. Anything with wheels was employed. With no gasoline available, all four-wheeled vehicles were abandoned in the village. At this time of day, the heat was at its peak. The earth felt like a steamer. Suffocating waves of heat surged relentlessly, making breathing particularly arduous. The temperature today was at least 50 degrees Celsius, leaving everyone too drained to hurry. Chao Songzhan wiped the sweat from his brow to prevent it from stinging his eyes, encouraging those who lagged behind. Everyone, just grit your teeth a little longer. We're almost there. Despite his efforts, a dozen people succumbed to the heat along the way, especially the elderly, who could not withstand the strain. Midway, a fierce argument erupted among the villagers. I cast the dissenting vote yesterday. That volcano hasn't stirred in over a century. How could it possibly erupt now? It's all your fault for insisting on relocating. Now look, some of us are dying on the road. My father died because of you. Given that half of the group consisted of the elderly, it was inevitable that some, in poor health, would perish during the relocation. Chao Songzhan not only had to endure the sweltering heat, but also served as a punching bag for villagers mourning their lost kin. Tomorrow the volcano will surely erupt. If it doesn't, I will pay for those who have died. He declared, Everyone, please stop arguing and conserve your strength for the journey. If anyone truly doubts me, feel free to turn back. I won't stop you. Having already traversed half the distance, few wish to return to Sheep Village. Supporters of Chao Songzhan still comprised the majority. The group fell silent. The village head was right. Their mutual grievances would only hinder their progress and waste their energy. A 10-year-old girl squatted beside an elderly woman, weeping uncontrollably. Grandma, let me help you up. The village head says we're almost there. She tugged desperately at the old woman's arm, but her small stature provided little strength to lift the exhausted elder. The old woman gently patted the girl's hand, her voice barely audible. Child, do not worry about me. I have reached the end of my journey. From here on, you must forge ahead on your own. Take good care of your points car, conserve it, and when you reach the base, work diligently. Should you encounter any issues, consult your village head. As she spoke, her consciousness began to fade, her lips moving silently. The village doctor approached, shaking his head in regret. Wenwen, your grandmother wishes for you to continue living. The main group cannot wait for anyone. You must not linger too long. Hurry along. Zhu Wen covered her face and wept, bidding a reluctant farewell to her grandmother before wiping her tears and quickly rejoining the procession. She could not betray her grandmother's hopes. She must strive to live on, carrying a part of her grandmother with her. The van traversed the path far more swiftly than the tricycles and carts. The journey to Sheep Village took nearly 3 hours, while the return to Nanyang Base was completed in just over an hour. As she passed through the base gates, Chao Songzhan and the others lagged considerably behind, their figures entirely out of sight. Each person has their fate. How many would ultimately enter Nanyang Base depended solely on their luck. As soon as Jiang He returned to the base, the military district received news. 3 minutes later, Yi Qingqing received a task from superiors to re-establish contact with Jiang He and earn her trust. She did not act immediately, instead waiting to see where Jiang He would set up the supermarket before heading to the destination. Suddenly, an urgent voice crackled through the intercom. Alert, alert! The target is heading towards the military district building. Meanwhile, the soldiers stationed at the building received the same news, their apprehension palpable. Just one person posed a threat far more formidable than 1,000 soldiers. Captain, what should we do? Qin Song asked, his expression tense as he surveyed his comrades. Let us observe her actions before deciding how to proceed. With a swift maneuver, Jiang He parked her pink van at the entrance of the military district. Hey there, handsome. Nice to see you again, she exclaimed, waving cheerfully at Qin Song, who remained composed, his gaze unwavering. Don't be nervous. I won't be going up at the rooftop this time. I merely wish to visit the commander's office, she added. Chun Ling stood astounded. Merely? The commander's office was not something one could treat so lightly. What? I can't go in? Jiang He feigned innocence, shrugging helplessly. I suppose I must reluctantly press on. Wait, Qin Song interjected. I consulted with my superiors. The commander is expecting you. I will escort you upstairs. Now, that is more like it. Forcing her to break in would waste time and severely strain the military district's resources. Ascending the stairs she had previously descended, Jiang He finally glimpsed the interior of the military district. In the hall, several heavy tanks were parked, and the glass cases lining the walls displayed an array of weaponry, revealing the formidable armament of the base. On the 9th floor at the commander's office, Qin Song knocked on the door. Commander, the person has arrived. Shortly after, Xie Jingshan personally opened the door, his gaze lingering on Jiang He for a moment before he stepped aside to invite her in. Boss Jiang, please enter. Upon stepping into the office, the system promptly chimed in. Host, you may now declare your presence. Glancing at Qin Song and Xie Jingshan behind her, Jiang He cleared her throat and proclaimed with vigor. The reeds are lush, and the white dew is like frost. What in the world? The two men at the entrance froze in surprise. What was she doing reciting poetry as soon as she entered? Was she about to perform an act of artistry? Xie Jingshan and Qin Song were utterly perplexed, but the next moment, Jiang He declared with formidable authority, those who align with me shall prosper. Those who oppose me shall perish. The expressions of the two men shifted, their vigilance heightening. Her words seemed to be a direct challenge. Had her true intentions finally been revealed? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully signed in. You have been granted 5 minutes of procurement time. Jiang He nodded with satisfaction, then unapologetically settled into a chair within the office, turning to face the door. You must have many questions for me. As fate would have it, I've come to this place today. Let us converse. Why are you standing there? Come and sit. Seeing her seemingly return to normalcy, as if nothing had transpired, Xie Jingshan's mind momentarily clouded. The last time that couple had come to report, they had said a great deal, yet at least one truth had emerged. Boss Jiang's demeanor and conduct were undoubtedly peculiar. Chapter 21. Collecting various small animals after Qin Song closed the office door behind him. He turned and returned to his post. His expression was oddly inscrutable, prompting Chun Ling to curiously inquire, what did she want in the commander's office? After a moment of silence, Qin Song's gaze deepened, and he softly uttered 2 words, reciting poetry. Inside the office, Xie Jingshan gradually regained his focus, filled with a multitude of questions, eager to ask. I would like to know where your supermarket supplies come from. Jiang He shook her head, responding, the secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Why are bullets ineffective against you? Has your body undergone a mutation? A spark of excitement lit up Xie Jingshan's eyes as he posed this question. If there truly were mutated humans, did it not imply that others might also awaken and gain similar abilities? Just like in the novels and films. With such powers, humanity's chances of survival in the apocalypse would be significantly enhanced. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged. Jiang He paused momentarily before adding, however, I can clarify one point. Humans do not mutate, but plants and animals can, and their aggressiveness is beyond estimation. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingshan's expression grew grave. The current natural disasters had already suffocated them. The emergence of mutated flora and fauna could lead to humanity's extinction. The mysterious power possessed by Jiang he compelled Jiang He to instinctively trust her words, and his mind began to contemplate how to adjust the base's future strategic deployments. After a few minutes of contemplation, Jiang He continued, I am merely an ordinary merchant, a small business owner, here to sell goods. I will not engage in actions that could harm the base, nor will I proactively attack its residents. Therefore, Commander Xie, you need not send anyone to monitor me any longer. Faced with such candidness, Jiang He awkwardly clenched his fists against his lips and cleared his throat. Jiang boss, I apologize for our previous misunderstandings. For the sake of the base's interests, we must gather your information to prevent hidden dangers. If I have offended you in any way, I ask for your forgiveness. I assure you that no one will disturb you again. With that, he approached the desk, opened a drawer, and retrieved a half-consumed bottle of mineral water. The packaging revealed it was from the Dawn supermarket. Jiang He placed the water on the table. His gaze sincere and earnest. Jiang boss, the base would like to discuss a collaboration with you. How much of this water do you have on hand? Name your price, and we will purchase it all. As the supermarket owner, Jiang He felt embarrassed to admit that she currently had no water to spare. The goods she received daily were sold just as quickly. I'm afraid our supermarket doesn't offer wholesale services at this time. If Commander Xie wishes to purchase water, you are welcome to visit once we open. Regarding the collaboration, Jiang He felt a profound sense of regret upon being declined, holding a 50% hope for success. If the base's resource reserves could be enriched, it would alleviate their survival pressures to the greatest extent. Jiang boss, do you have plans to leave the Nanyang base in the near future? Currently, no. I will remain here for a while longer. Upon hearing this, Jiang He's eyes brightened again. While they could not achieve a collaboration, having someone like Jiang He who could provide precious supplies, stay at the base was still a significant boon. Exiting the military district building, the soldiers on guard at the entrance regarded her with the same fear one might reserve for a ghost. As Jiang He glanced over, they quickly averted their eyes, anxious to avoid direct contact. Driving her pink van, she lowered the window and waved at them. Goodbye. Hope to see you again next time. You're always welcome at Dawn Supermarket. Watching the pink van drive away, Chunling turned his face and quietly asked, Has anyone here been to her supermarket? What do they sell? Someone immediately responded, down jackets and military coats. The black-clad bodyguards who had accompanied Yi Qingqing to the supermarket shared some tidbits. Chunling furrowed his brow. Who will buy such things in this sweltering heat? You'll find out if you go take a look, came the reply. Tomorrow. They were scheduled for half a day off after their shift, and Chunling, feeling intrigued, instantly made plans with his friends to visit Dawn's supermarket. Captain, are you going? He joked. That female boss has spoken to you twice. Perhaps she has taken a liking to you. Qin Song turned his head, his cold gaze piercing through him. Are you seeking death? Chunling felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively shrank back. Captain, I was just joking. Please pretend you didn't hear that. With 5 minutes allocated for inventory, Jiang He felt there was still time and decided to visit the virtual supermarket to restock. Driving her van around the base. The vehicle was equipped with a speaker and automatic recording capabilities, projecting her voice for hundreds of meters, continuously broadcasting. Recalling the vacant animal rearing space, Jiang He recorded a message, looping it as she drove, ensuring that most of the base's inhabitants could hear it. Ahem, collecting old and broken, non-aggressive dogs, puppies, medium dogs, large dogs. Any small animal still breathing is welcome. A conspicuous sign hung on the van. Dawn Supermarket, long-term collection of various small animals. Generous rewards, inquiries welcome. Now in the 7th month of the apocalypse, most pets and poultry had either starved or been turned into food. No household within the base could afford to keep animals that consumed their rations. The base had initially considered establishing a ranch, but with food shortages for humans. There was no grain available to feed livestock, and thus the plan was shelved. Not long after setting out, a large number of residents gathered around, primarily those seeking food, with only a handful inquiring about animal collection. Jiang He exited the van, opened the trunk, and set up a display stand with stability. Jiang boss, we haven't seen you around these past few days. We thought you had left the base. Jiang He smiled at the crowd. I just went out for a stroll. I returned today. Feel free to pick what you need. My goodness, Jiang boss, your supermarket even sells box meals now? The portions are quite generous. They could easily feed two. They had not had a proper meal of rice and dishes in at least 4 to 5 months, and excitement welled up, bringing tears to their eyes. Jiang boss, I would like a chicken leg meal. Sure, heating the box meal in the microwave requires an additional 3 points. Of course, you could choose not to heat it, though it won't taste as good. Those who could spend 300 points on a meal certainly wouldn't mind the extra 3 points. All right, please heat it up for me, Jiang boss. The base had its share of wealthy individuals, and box meals and marinated dishes were far more popular than those at Mutton Village. Fortunately, Jiang He had saved a boxed meal for herself. Otherwise, she would have had nothing to eat. Standing in line, Yi Qingqing felt particularly anxious. The closer she got to the van, the more nervous she became. When it was her turn, she shut her eyes, bent down, and bowed, her voice trembling slightly. Jiang boss, I am truly sorry. I deceived you. If you could forgive me, I would do anything you ask. Chapter 22. A united demise in her proximity, as Yi Qingqing leaned over. Jiang He felt the touch of her double bun hairstyle. It's quite all right. You were merely following directives, which led you to those actions. Upon hearing this absolution, Yi Qingqing straightened up with fervor, her spherical buns once again making contact with Jiang He. Proprietress Jiang, I knew you were a paragon of virtue, both beautiful and kind-hearted. Before she could complete her praise, Jiang He presented the unsold Ushanka hat and thermal garments. Would you be interested in acquiring these items? She inquired, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she fixed her gaze upon Yi Qingqing. After a moment of surprise, Yi Qingqing swiftly responded, nodding emphatically, yes, I'll take them all. The means to accrue points had been Yi Qingqing's own endeavor, granting her autonomy over their allocation. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the sales task, granting you 8 minutes for restocking. Yi Qingqing perused the shelves, having been preoccupied with task completion in recent days. She had not had the opportunity to thoroughly explore the Dawn supermarket. Spotting over a dozen packs of sanitary napkins on the far right shelf, Yi Qingqing was elated. The absence of sanitary napkins during menstruation had been a significant inconvenience. Currently, she resorted to makeshift cloth strips, which were unhygienic and uncomfortable. At a mere 5 points per pad, the supermarket's offerings were incredibly economical. Wishing to consider the needs of others, Yi Qingqing refrained from purchasing the entire stock, opting for 8 packs, sufficient for 3 months. She had previously overlooked the Dawn supermarket status as a treasure trove. The variety of goods was overwhelming, prompting Yi Qingqing to select a bit of everything. As an avid stockpiler, she found herself unable to resist the urge to accumulate. 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of instant noodles, 3 servings of 8 treasure kanji, 8 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, 3 self-heating hot pots, 1 lunchbox, 2 containers of marinated dishes, 5 braised chicken feet, 2 drumsticks, 2 packets of beef jerky for purple sweet potato and taro cakes, 3 bottles of ice cola, 3 bottles of ice Sprite, 2 bottles of orange juice, 1 chocolate ice cream, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 8 packs of sanitary napkins. The total expenditure amounted to 21,253 points. The Ushanka hat and thermal set constituted the bulk of the cost, but Yi Qingqing deemed it a worthwhile investment if it meant securing proprietress Zhang's forgiveness. Upon returning to her dormitory, she would undoubtedly recommend the Dawn supermarket to her roommates. Tang Wanyun and Tang Wanqing, the sister duo, had been in the Nanyang base for nearly 2 days. Given their limited labor capacity, they could only acquire a meager amount of food. They spent 18 hours of each day in a state of hunger. Tang Wanqing had been born with genetic anomalies, resulting in developmental delays and intellectual disabilities. Prior to the apocalypse, their family had enjoyed considerable financial stability, with Tang's parents investing millions in their younger daughter's medical care. Despite these efforts, medical technology could only maintain her 18-year-old mental capacity at the level of a 6-year-old. Without continued treatment, Tang Wanqing's cognitive abilities would likely deteriorate, potentially leading to complete mental regression, seizures, and life-threatening complications. Shortly after the onset of the apocalypse, Tang's parents sacrificed themselves to protect their daughters, perishing in a raging flood. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Tang Wanqing lived in her own world. Upon realizing that her mother was not returning the following day, She wept and refused to continue walking. For a fleeting moment, Tang Wanyan contemplated abandoning her intellectually disabled sister, believing that she would fare better alone than burdened by her dependent sibling. She recalled instances from her elementary school days when classmates ridiculed her for having a mentally challenged sister. Tang Wanyan felt ashamed and avoided her sister for an extended period. On one occasion, Tang Wanyan abandoned her, leaving her behind. As she walked, she was haunted by her parents' parting words, "Take care of your sister and survive." Tang Wanyan collapsed to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, overwhelmed by the malevolence of the post-apocalyptic world and unsure how to fulfill her parents' wishes. Tang Wanxing stumbled upon her, patting her back in an attempt to console her. "Sister, don't cry. Let's go find Mom and Dad." From that day forward, Tang Wanyan never again entertained the notion of abandoning her sister. She reframed their arduous survival in the apocalypse as a game to find their parents. The worst-case scenario, they would face a shared demise. Fortunately, they had persevered together until this day. The Dawn supermarket is open again. We need to hurry this time, otherwise, everything will be snatched up. The famished sisters trudged wearily along the road back to their dormitory. Upon hearing the passerby's words, Tang Wanxing's eyes lit up as she tugged on Tang Wanyan's sleeve. "Sister, supermarket." She recognized the supermarket as a place with an abundance of delicious food that could satiate their hunger. Initially skeptical, Tang Wanyan questioned the possibility of a functioning supermarket amidst the apocalypse. Observing the growing crowd heading in one direction, she hesitated before grabbing her sister's hand and joining the throng. Perhaps there was a bargain to be found. It wouldn't hurt to investigate. Tang Wanxing, with her keen eyesight, pointed excitedly towards the van, exclaiming, "It's the sister who saved us." She waved her hands frantically, greeting her repeatedly, oblivious to whether she was seen or heard. Passers-by cast bewildered glances at her, as if she were mentally deficient. Tang Wanyan, once embarrassed by such attention, had grown accustomed to it. She lowered her sister's hand, scolding her sternly. "Tang Wanxing, do you still want to buy food?" "Yes." "Then listen to me. If you disobey, don't follow me or call me sister." Tang Wanxing, successfully cowed, obediently trailed her sister, refraining from any further outbursts. Tang Wanyan led her sister to the back of the line before inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, do you know what they accept at the supermarket?" The man raised his point card for her to see. "First, you need to register with proprietress Jiang to obtain a card. They accept gold, silver, and jewelry in exchange for points. The supermarket has some affordable items, like the 10-point bear biscuits. I managed to snag 8 bags last time, which will last me a while if I'm careful. I heard they have new products today, but I don't know if there will be any left once our turn." The man continued to rave about the food sold at the supermarket. Tang Wanyan offered a few words of agreement before turning to remove the amulet hanging around her neck. Unveiling the red cloth pouch revealed a pure gold card. Each year, Tang's parents visited the temple, where their sole prayer was for their daughter's safety. Both she and her sister possessed such an amulet, which they had worn almost continuously since the day they received them. Currently, it was the only item they possessed that could be exchanged for points. Tang Wanxing hesitated to remove hers, protesting, "Sister, this is a gift from Mom and Dad. Do we have to give it away?" Chapter 23. Selling ice bags if you wish to starve, then keep wearing it. The dynamic between Tang Wanyan and her sister has always been one of stubbornness cloaked in tenderness. Gentleness is simply out of the question. Tang Wanxing pouted, but ultimately complied, carefully removing the talisman and cradling it in her hands like a cherished treasure. Upon spotting 2 familiar faces, Jiang He offered them a warm smile. "What a coincidence. We meet again." Tang Wanxing's face lit up with a radiant smile as she enthusiastically greeted, "Hello, sister. You haven't signed up for a points card, have you? Extend your hand and place it on this black box." Tang Wanxing was exceedingly eager, following Jiang He's every instruction. In no time, both of them were holding a sleek black card. The golden card placed atop, it vanished in an instant. Beep. Congratulations to customer Tang Wanxing for successfully recharging 500 points. Congratulations to customer Tang Wanyan for successfully recharging 500 points. Tang Wanxing gazed in wonder at her card. "Sister, where did the item go?" Without responding, Tang Wanyan seized her arm and steered her towards the shelves. "No time for that. Let's buy some food first." Her gaze swiftly landed on the teddy bear biscuits on the second shelf. With only 13 packets remaining, Tang Wanyin took them all. Tang Wanxing's eyes were drawn to a large chicken leg, saliva nearly escaping her lips. "Sister, can I have this?" Tang Wanyin shot her a sideways glance, gruffly replying no. "All right then," Tang Wanxing said, her shoulders drooping in disappointment. However, her eyes brightened once more at the sight of a meat floss bun. "Sister, can I have a small bun?" Clutching a heap of cookies, Tang Wanyin glanced at the bun's price and compared it with other items. "I'll take 6. Yay." Tang Wanyin quickly calculated the points in her mind. They definitely needed to buy water, but only 2 bottles of mineral water were left. They had 310 points remaining. After a moment's hesitation, she added 2 rice balls and 4 marinated eggs to her haul. At the checkout, Tang Wanxing lingered in front of the refrigerator, repeating, "Sister, there's ice cream inside." With her arms full of goods, Tang Wanyin chose not to tug her away this time and continued on her way. "You can keep staring. I'll head back to the dorm to finish all the small buns." Hearing this, Tang Wanxing's expression tightened, and she hurried after her. "Sister, I want to eat the small buns too." After the supermarket goods were sold out, Jiang He hopped in the bread truck and took a shower in her room. For dinner, she enjoyed a chicken leg bento and a bottle of chilled orange juice. "Host, you performed excellently today. You visited the virtual supermarket twice in one day, earning my commendation for your diligence. Today's sales amounted to 72,540 points, with an account balance of 75,670 points. The Lei Feng hat and warm clothing had all sold out, pushing the supermarket's total sales past 100,000, thus granting her an additional 18 minutes of restocking time. Jiang He wiped her mouth with a napkin and opened the system interface. The second-level virtual supermarket's food section consisted of 25 product slots, all unlocked. The daily necessities section was dismally sparse, containing only 2 solitary items. She reviewed the requirements for upgrading the virtual supermarket to level 3. 1. The Dawn supermarket must serve 2,000 customers. 2. Total sales must reach 1,000,000 points. 3. A payment of 990,000 points is required. Host, complete the daily tasks to unlock additional product slots. Speaking of tasks, Jiang He's eyes narrowed. System. Even if these KPIs were imposed from above, you should exercise some discretion. Should tomorrow's additional products be as haphazard as before, do not blame me for silencing you. The system trembled. I will try my best. Meow, meow, meow. Just as Jiang He exited the supermarket, a fuzzy little creature nudged against her ankle. The beast raising space could only be activated by gathering 3 failed mutant animals. So the little orange cat remained with her in her room. Jiang He bent down to scoop it up, ruffling its fur into a delightful mess. "Hang tight. I'll find you more companions soon." The next day, the task list updated punctually. Task 1. Sell 100 ice bags, priced at 300 points each. Reward. 5 minutes of restocking time. Task 2. Labor is glorious. Assist in harvesting corn for a minimum of 3 hours. Reward. 2 minutes of restocking time and unlock 1 daily necessities product slot. Task 3. Achieve total sales of 300,000 points. Reward. 5 minutes of restocking time and a supplementary restocking tool, valid for 10 minutes. Finally, the items for sale were not stagnant, albeit the pricing was somewhat elevated. Host. The ice bags can keep items cool for 24 hours. This price is quite reasonable. The ability to maintain cold for 24 hours truly was impressive. Jiang He gave a satisfied thumbs up. System, keep this momentum. I finally see you rising to the occasion. Due to severe drought, crops could not survive, prompting the base to expedite harvesting efforts, collecting whatever grain they could salvage. Considering the high daytime temperatures, working hours were adjusted to 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. and 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. By the time Jiang He arose, the morning labor had concluded, leaving her to return in the afternoon. After freshening up and spending some time with her little orange cat, she ventured to the virtual supermarket for restocking. She stretched her legs and back, performing some warm-up exercises. System, I'm ready. Okay, get set, and start the timer. Bento boxes sold remarkably well at the base, so Jiang He promptly ordered 50. The marinated dishes were flavorful, so she added a few more to her order. She also considered lower-priced items, gathering over 40 packets of teddy bear biscuits. After a busy 18 minutes, the supermarket was finally ready to open. The shelves overflowed with various products, instilling a sense of security in the waiting customers. Based on today's quantities, she was sure to secure some good items. Last night, Chun-Ling rummaged through his belongings, only to realize how utterly destitute he was. Besides a few sets of clothes and the rations issued by the base, he had nothing of value. When he visited the supermarket in the afternoon, he could only watch enviously as his brothers purchased delectable treats. When Qin Song joined them, he carried a bulging bag, clearly filled with numerous goodies. Chun-Ling approached, nearly burying his head in the bag. Gold earrings, gold necklaces, gold bracelets, gold chains, gold combs. Wait, Song-ge, where did you get all these women's accessories? Have you secretly gotten married? Qin Song was not particularly inclined to engage with him, but the other brothers, swayed by Chun-Ling's questions, bombarded him with gossip. Captain, who is your wife? Why haven't we met her? You promised to stay single together, yet you've gone and tied the knot in secret. Irritated by the incessant inquiries, Qin Song tugged at the corner of his mouth, his voice low and grave. These are for my future wife. Chapter 24. A familiar face. Chun-Ling and his companions suddenly realized that this was the hard-earned fortune accumulated by their captain before the apocalypse. Unfortunately, he had yet to wed, rendering the gold useless. Rubbing his hands together, Chun-Ling shamelessly asked, Captain, could you lend me a gold bracelet? I promise to return it once I find something during tomorrow's mission. As soldiers, they were divided into several small teams within the base, each varying in size, taking turns guarding the military district's building. Missions involved venturing outside to gather various supplies. In the past, while sweeping through buildings, they would discard gold and silver jewelry without a second thought, as such treasures were abundant in the deserted residential blocks. Chun-Ling was confident he could fill a large bag with treasures in no time. Qin Song, unconcerned with the matter, handed over the items to Chun-Ling, allowing him to choose what he wanted. They arrived at the Dawn supermarket, where the residents immediately recognized them as base soldiers and hesitated to make way for the imposing figures. Jiang He, with keen observation, noticed a commotion at the back of the line and raised her megaphone. Those in uniform at the back, yes, I'm speaking to you. Please form an orderly queue and refrain from cutting in. Having grown accustomed to preferential treatment at the base, standing in line among ordinary residents was a stark contrast for Chun-Ling and his comrades. This supermarket seems quite impressive. I wonder what treasures await, Chun-Ling murmured, reluctantly positioning himself at the end of the queue. Captain, what does it mean that the higher-ups have withdrawn their surveillance after speaking to the supermarket owner? Are they truly leaving her alone now? Chun-Ling inquired, only to receive a flat look from Qin Song, who had been nicknamed Wooden Head for his lack of insight. Talent acquisition, Qin Song succinctly replied. Upon catching sight of Jiang He's face, Chun-Ling was reminded of the day she forcefully entered the military district building, an experience that left him with a significant psychological scar. Terrorists can be considered talent? Chun-Ling wondered, but Qin Song remained silent, his gaze fixed ahead as they continued to wait patiently in line. As their turn approached, Chun-Ling finally understood what the Dawn supermarket had to offer, who told him that it only sold down jackets and military coats. As soldiers, they received more rations than ordinary citizens. Yet the supplies from the base mainly consisted of compressed dry food, which had become monotonous and tasteless. Occasionally, they would receive self-heating meals like meat fried rice or curry fried rice, which were decent but nothing to rave about. The Dawn supermarket, however, evoked a nostalgic feeling reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic days. Ice-cold cola fizzing with bubbles, generously portioned chicken rice boxes, ham sausages, marinated eggs, beef jerky. Chun-Ling's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of these long-lost foods. The flavors were locked away in the depths of his memory, and just seeing them made his mouth water. Embracing Qin Song's arm without a hint of embarrassment, he playfully pleaded, Captain, could you lend me a bit more gold? I beg you. Qin Song, repulsed, recoiled and tossed a bag at Chun-Ling's face. Take it yourself, if you come back for more. You and T have to go on tomorrow's mission. Excellent. Thank you, Captain. Chun-Ling eagerly extracted a pair of gold earrings and a necklace, charging a total of 1,000 points to his card. Approaching the refrigerator, he began a fervent shopping spree, ignoring the protests of his roommates behind him, who shouted, "Chun-Ling, you traitor! Don't take all the cola. Leave some for us." In the presence of delicious food, brotherhood seemed to fade away. If only his points were sufficient, he would not have stopped so soon. True to his role as captain, Qin Song remained composed and collected, purchasing 2 bottles of water, 3 loaves of bread, 2 cups of instant noodles, 1 meal box, 2 bottles of Sprite, 3 rolls of toilet paper, and 2 ice packs, all while still having a substantial balance left on his card. With 5 chilled colas in hand, Chun-Ling gleefully approached Jiang He, his face aglow. "Boss Jiang, I will never call you a terrorist again. You are a fairy, a princess on the run from Disney." Jiang He was oblivious to the fact that the base had labeled her a terrorist, having done nothing but casually stroll about the military rooftop. Li Tsong approached, nudging Chun-Ling's shoulder. "Hey fool, did you buy an ice pack?" "Ice pack? What is that?" Chun-Ling replied, bewildered. "It's a cooling pack that 1 tea melt for 24 hours. Buy 1, and you 1 tea be too hot to sleep tonight." Chun-Ling's eyes widened. In his rush for cola, he hadn't even considered such a thing. Hoping to borrow more to buy an ice pack to cool off, he turned around only to find that Qin Song had vanished without a trace. Stubbornly, he declared, "I have 5 bottles of cola. I can cuddle with him tonight and still manage to sleep." The cooling packs were selling like hotcakes, and anyone with a 4-digit balance on their points card quickly snatched one up. In this sweltering heat, having an ice pack felt akin to carrying around a portable refrigerator, providing them much-needed relief. The packs, second only to bottled water, were the second fastest-selling item of the day. Ding! 100 ice packs sold. Congratulations, host. You have earned a 5-minute restock period. The supermarket closes at 11. In the afternoon, after a well-deserved nap, Jiang He prepared to head to the cornfield for farm work. By 4:50, the residents assigned to the cornfield had formed an orderly line, gathering before the field. An erect, spirited elder stood at the front, sternly addressing the group. "This cornfield must be entirely harvested by 8 o'clock tonight, and the faster, the better. We cannot afford to lose to the neighboring field. I know many of you are newcomers, but you must stay alert and work efficiently. If I catch anyone slacking off, my pitchfork is not for show. Is that clear?" A chorus of voices responded, "Understood. Then form a line and come here to collect your sickles. Ready to work." The elder distributed sickles while warning them. "These sickles are for harvesting corn, not for fighting. If the patrol sees any trouble, expect to be met with consequences." Jiang He parked the bread truck in an open space, hurriedly joining the line to collect her sickle. The elder was swift in his distribution, but when it was Jiang He's turn, he abruptly halted, studying her face intently. "You look somewhat familiar," he remarked, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 25. The thief of corn. Upon seeing the pitchfork standing nearby, Jiang He instantly recalled the elderly gentleman, Run Tuesday. Her complexion remained unflustered, perhaps due to her commonplace appearance. The old man shook his head slowly. No. "A few days ago, a thief entered my cornfield, and I caught them red-handed. You are the one who stole the corn." Jiang He was taken aback, her jaw dropping at his keen observation. How could he recognize her? She hastily waved her hands in denial, exclaiming, I did not, please do not speak nonsense." The old man's gaze was piercing, fixated on her. I saw it clearly. The corn thief was as short and slender as you, with hair the same length. Jiang He gritted her teeth, maintaining a smile. It was indeed impressive that the old man remembered so vividly. Just as the two were at an impasse, Li Ting stepped forward. "Old Wang, Jiang, he could never steal corn. You must have heard about the New Dawn supermarket in the base. Jiang He is the owner, and she lacked for nothing. Why would she come here to steal corn?" Upon hearing this, Old Wang scrutinized Jiang He once more. He was aware of that supermarket, which sold even bottled water at a premium, quite lavish indeed. Yet, he had never been fortunate enough to visit, as it always seemed closed whenever he passed by. Old Wang began to doubt himself. Could he have been mistaken? Ahem, my apologies. I must have recognized the wrong person. Since you are the supermarket owner, why are you here? Jiang He balled her fists, speaking earnestly. Regardless, I am a member of the base, and with the current harvest season underway, I should contribute my share of effort. Well said, Old Wang exclaimed, his voice booming with admiration for Jiang He. If our base had more individuals like you, our future would undoubtedly prosper. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Jiang He replied, I am merely learning from you, Old Wang. Your sense of responsibility is commendable. In the crowd, Jiang Shuiwei watched the two exchange flattery with a cold gaze. What a shameless person, always seeking to steal the spotlight. So disingenuous and pretentious, despite having ample resources. She pretends to help harvest corn. She must have ulterior motives. Turning her head, she glanced at the handsome man beside her, a suspicion forming in her mind. Could it be that Jiang He is here for Brother Huaifeng? In this day and age, monogamy had nearly been abolished, with only a modicum of food required. Both men and women could indulge in the joys of multiple partners. Xiao Huaifeng was quite handsome, and with access to space and good rations. He stood out among men in the base. Within a mere week, no fewer than 10 women had attempted to seduce him, eager to engage in intimate relations. Jiang Shuiwei remained vigilant, almost inseparable from Xiao Huaifeng, akin to conjoined twins, preventing anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Even so, she felt an intense sense of insecurity, almost becoming obsessed with the notion that every woman in the world was vying for her man. Jiang Shuiwei clung to the man's arm, her voice soft and alluring. Brother Huaifeng, you must not look at Jiang He, not even a glance. Xiao Huaifeng chuckled lightly, pulling her into an embrace. Why would I gaze upon her when I have you, my darling? Hearing his sweet words, Jiang Shuiwei could not help but blush, rising on her toes to kiss him. Old Wang's eyes widened in fury as he pointed at the two, reprimanding. What are you doing? Is this cornfield a place for courting? Get back to work. If you don't finish by 8, you'll be staying here to harvest corn all night. Xiao Huaifeng discreetly pushed Jiang Shuiwei away, creating distance between them. Darling, let us focus on harvesting corn first. We can indulge in other matters later. The thought of their previous activities left Jiang Shuiwei blushing. All right, I will listen to you. As the system activated, Jiang He interrupted, pressing her hand to her chest. Wait, don't call me darling just yet. It makes me a bit nauseous. The system replied, sounding quite dejected. Oh, host, the 3-hour labor period has commenced. This system will oversee your progress. Only by meeting your labor goals will you receive rewards. You can do this. I believe in you. The implication was clear. No laziness would be tolerated. Jiang He stretched her muscles and began harvesting corn alongside Li Ting, starting from the edge of the field. Grasping several corn stalks, she swung the sickle, and with a gentle tug, the stalks were severed. After stacking the harvested stalks to the side, she continued with the next batch. Before long, her pile of corn stalks had grown into a small hill. Li Ting looked at her with admiration. Jiang He, you're so fast at harvesting corn. It's incredible. As a city dweller, she had never done farm work before, struggling to wield the sickle, unlike Jiang He, who seemed so effortless. Jiang He, her hands never ceasing, smiled back. I grew up in the countryside. I'm accustomed to this kind of work. In truth, her agricultural skills had been honed in another realm. Once upon a time, she had been assigned to a farming narrative, managing a farm and gradually mastering the various tasks. Meanwhile, Old Wang moved through the cornfield, supervising everyone. When he noticed someone struggling with the sickle, he approached to provide hands-on instruction. Oh dear, why are you so slow? Angle the blade against the corn stalk, apply force downward, and be swift. No, the blade is too high. There's corn below. Who do you intend to leave that for? I've shown you countless times. How can you still not understand? Do you have the brain of a pig? Jiang Shuiwei felt her face flush with embarrassment. Raised in luxury, she was wholly unaccustomed to such labor. She longed to seek assistance from Xiao Huaifeng, but Old Wang's watchful gaze prevented any small gestures. Seeing Jiang Shuiwei falter brought a smirk to Li Ting's lips as she lowered her head, stifling laughter. It was rumored that Old Wang was the father of a leader in the base, boasting decades of farming experience. Unwilling to remain idle at home, he insisted on overseeing the cornfield. Typically proud, Jiang Shuiwei now resembled a timid quail before Old Wang, too intimidated to raise her voice. Jiang He nodded thoughtfully, realizing why Old Wang commanded such authority. After observing Jiang Shuiwei make some progress, Old Wang finally moved on to inspect other areas. after assessing dozens of workers. His expression remained stern until he passed by Jiang He's designated section, where he finally broke into a satisfied smile. Special commendation for Comrade Jiang. Her corn yield surpasses that of 3 individuals combined. Everyone should learn from Comrade Jiang. As soon as he finished speaking, a woman's furious voice erupted from the opposite end of the cornfield. Xiaohui Feng, why are you holding her? How could you flirt with another woman behind my back? Chapter 26. Unlocking the flashlight and hot water bag, as Grandpa Wang instructed Jiang Shuwei. A woman nearby seized the opportunity to engage with Xiao Huifeng. Huifeng, your side skills are impressive. Could you teach me? Huifeng reveled in the admiration directed at him, his ego buoyed by such flattery. Without hesitation, he replied, sure. The others around them were engrossed in their own tasks, oblivious to the burgeoning closeness between the two. Huifeng, eager to share his knowledge, earnestly demonstrated the use of the scythe. I'll show you how it's done. It's quite simple. However, Song Lin harbored ulterior motives, her mind wandering while she feigned attentiveness. All right, now that you've seen it, give it a try. As Huifeng began to step away, Song Lin suddenly faltered, leaning against him. He did not shy away, enveloping her in his embrace, acutely aware of the soft contours pressed against his chest. Gazing down, he was met with a striking view that left him momentarily stunned. Song Lin lifted her face, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, my right leg just cramped up. Could you please let me lean on you for a moment? Huifeng smirked, yet before he could respond, Jiang Shuiwei approached. Upon witnessing the pair in such an intimate position, the anxiety that had been simmering within her erupted. Jiang Shuiwei, disregarding her image, yelled in a manner akin to a furious scold. Huifeng, taken aback by her unexpected outburst, quickly attempted to clarify. You've misunderstood. It's not what you think. Jiang Shuiwei was beyond reasoning, her finger jabbing towards their entwined hands. What is there to misunderstand? You are still holding her. Song Lin, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, withdrew from Huifeng's embrace, her steps unsteady. Shuiwei, you're truly mistaken. We haven't done anything. I just needed support because I felt unwell, she asserted. Jiang Shuiwei saw through her ruse, recognizing these tactics as ones she had employed in the past. What are you pretending for? You're clearly trying to seduce my brother Huifeng while I'm not around. Dream on. He would be interested in you. Song Lin sighed softly, her demeanor feigning submission. If you don't believe me, then let it be my fault. Please don't blame Huifeng. Shameless hussy, green tea bitch. Jiang Shuiwei seethed internally, her eyes glaring at the man beside her. Huifeng, do you trust me or her? Huifeng found her aggressive stance unsettling, his brows furrowing in confusion. Yeah, stop making a scene. He was bewildered by her sudden distrust. Previously even suspecting him of an affair with Jiang He, now she was accusing him like a madwoman. It was exhausting. One final word sent Jiang Shuiwei into a frenzy, pointing an accusatory finger at Song Lin. You seduced him, you wretched little harlot. Grandpa Wang swiftly arrived at the chaotic scene, his presence commanding attention. Silence. Do you all consider me dead? His voice resonated powerfully, cutting through the tension. Jiang Shuiwei immediately quieted, her anger momentarily forgotten as she recalled their location in the cornfield. With his hands clasped behind his back, his hawk-like gaze scrutinized each of their faces. You 3 will stay after 8 o'clock. You can leave only when the corn is fully harvested. Despite the relentless effort of over 100 workers, they failed to complete the harvest in 3 hours. The remaining corn would be overseen by Grandpa Wang, ensuring that Huifeng and the others worked through the night if necessary. Beep. Host, you are doing splendidly. You have exceeded the required labor output. Confetti for you. Given your diligence, the rewards for this task have been increased. You may unlock 2 daily necessities. After bidding farewell to Jiang He and Li Ting, she returned to the van. After a refreshing shower, she rubbed her flattened stomach, deciding to indulge in a lavish midnight snack. With most of her stock sold during the day and aided by ice packs, her profits exceeded 100,000, totaling 116,810 points, with an account balance of 192,480 points. At this rate, the supermarket's cumulative revenue would reach 300,000 by tomorrow. Jiang He was curious about what the replenishment tools might be. To prepare for her extravagant midnight feast, she visited the virtual supermarket to restock after unlocking the 2 daily necessities. The new items were a flashlight and a hot water bag. Don't question why Jiang He chose a hot water bag in the sweltering heat. It was simply one of the options presented by the system. The flashlight cost 50 points, while the hot water bag was priced 100 points. The flashlight, entirely black, was battery-operated, moderately sized, durable, and of exceptional quality, boasting a battery life of up to 60 hours. This meant that if used sparingly, it could last 2 months with just an hour of use each day. A remarkable value. The hot water bag came in 2 colors, pastel pink and muted green, with a small size of 550 milliliters and a large size of 1,100 milliliters, retaining heat for 24 hours and reusable, making 100 points quite reasonable. Jiang He navigated the virtual supermarket with the ease of a seasoned shopper, completing her purchases in just 7 minutes, primarily focusing on food while also adding some daily necessities. She grabbed 30 rolls of toilet paper, 50 packs of sanitary napkins due to higher demand, 10 flashlights, and 5 hot water bags. In her small room, a modest table comfortably accommodated her alone, though 2 would feel cramped. The lavish midnight feast spread across the table included chicken leg lunchboxes, marinated dishes, tiger skin chicken feet, chocolate, beef jerky, purple sweet potato, and yam cakes, and orange juice. Sang Biao had a generous portion of chicken breast and a bowl of clean water before him, and they both enjoyed their meal heartily. Meanwhile, Jiang Shuyue and Huifeng faced a more dismal situation. Having consumed little food, their stomachs empty while burdened with endless tasks, their labor far exceeding that of the production team's donkeys. Grandpa Wang, wielding a steel fork in one hand and a fan in the other, kept a watchful eye on the 3. Hurry up, no slacking off. The following day, Jiang He rose later than usual, opening her eyes to find it nearly 11 o'clock. Typically, at this hour, a crowd would already be gathered outside the van. As she opened the door to begin her business, she was met with an eerie emptiness. Not a soul was in sight. The temperature had risen again, the sun's rays piercing like countless sharp blades, burning the skin of anyone who dared step outside. Within the base, all residents remained confined to their dormitories, too fearful to venture out. Even those originally scheduled for outdoor tasks, like Qin Song and others, were forced to stay indoors, waiting for the heat to subside before resuming their duties. Chapter 27. Home Delivery, a warm reminder from the system. Dear host, the supermarket must operate at least once a day. If the operating frequency does not meet the standard, there will be a penalty. Jiang He, following the system's prompt, inquired, "What kind of penalty?" The answer was swift. All points will be deducted, leaving nothing for you. Initially contemplating a leisurely approach, Jiang He's mind was now solely focused on action. The hard-earned tens of thousands of points could not be surrendered to the system without a fight. Filled with determination, she realized that even if customers were unable to venture out due to the scorching weather, she could bring the supermarket directly to them. Selecting a random dormitory building, Jiang He parked her vehicle below and raised a loudspeaker. "Hello, anyone inside?" The oppressive heat rendered even indoor activities exhausting, leaving residents languishing on their beds. Despite their immobility, perspiration continued to drench them, making the wooden boards beneath them stick to their skin. The dormitory was enveloped in a lifeless atmosphere, devoid of vitality. Upon hearing the voice from below, Chao Tianshun was suddenly jolted awake, sitting up in bed. He resided on the 2nd floor and could see the pale van from his window. "Boss Jiang, is that really you?" "We're here." Gradually, voices echoed from the building above, home to nearly 200 residents. Most of the villagers who had relocated from Yinyang Village were accommodated here. "Is there anyone interested in purchasing? I have cooling patches, 20 points each, effective for 3 hours. Just call out your unit number, and I'll deliver them to you." The cooling patches were part of today's sales task, with a total of 500 available. Although their cooling effect was not as potent as ice packs, their lower price made them appealing. Considering the customer's weakened states, the door-to-door delivery was an act of thoughtful service. Where else could one find such a considerate and conscientious boss? Chao Tianshun lived alone, with neighbors Chao Songs Han and Zhu Yuxia. They hurriedly reported their unit number. "Boss Jiang, We deal like 30 cooling patches and 3 bottles of chilled cola. Following closely behind, another voice chimed in. Boss Jiang, I'm in 302 on the 3rd floor. I want 5 cooling patches, 1 bottle of Sprite, 1 bottle of mineral water, and 3 loaves of bread. Unit 108 wants 10 cooling patches, 1 bottle of cola, 1 bottle of orange juice, and 20 bags of Bear biscuits. After noting the requests of 10 customers, Jiang He promptly declared, I will deliver to these 10 households first. Please don't rush, and wait to report your unit numbers. The first delivery was to the Chao Songshan family of 3. All 3 were drenched, as if they had just emerged from the water. Boss Jiang, we can't thank you enough. If it weren't for your warning about the volcanic eruption, we might not have made it. Upon relocating to the Nanyang base, they learned that the volcano had indeed erupted, inundating the nearby land with scalding lava. Had they remained there, they would have been incinerated before they could even escape. Jiang He held up a bag. Your items are here. Please settle the points first. After Chao Tianshun completed the transaction, he eagerly tore open a cooling patch and applied it to his forehead. Instantly, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Much better. Previously, he had struggled to breathe amid the heat. Now, he finally felt able to take in air and sensed his body temperature returning to normal. After expressing gratitude, Chao Songshan promptly applied a cooling patch as well. You should put one on too. It feels amazing. It really wakes you up. Zhu Yuxia, after feeling the effects, immediately regretted not purchasing more patches. Uncertain of how long the extreme heat would persist, they resolved to stock up, if only to alleviate their discomfort. With a hint of embarrassment, Zhu Yuxia asked, Boss Jiang, could we buy an additional 30 cooling patches? Jiang He glanced at her notes. You still have 9 households after you. Once I finish delivering to them, I'll bring you more patches. All right. Thank you, Boss Jiang. After sipping a few gulps of chilled cola, Chao Tianshun felt revitalized. The dormitory lacked an elevator, so Jiang He ascended floor by floor, arriving at the 10th household on the 8th floor. She knocked on the door of Unit 808. Hello, I'm from Shuwang Supermarket. Your items have arrived. Please open the door. Faint footsteps approached the door, and soon, a gaunt woman emerged. She reached for the food in Jiang He's bag. Jiang He stepped back slightly, reminding her, where's your points card? You need to swipe it before I can hand over the items. Just then, a man's irate voice erupted from within. Li Yanfeng, does it take you this long to grab a drink? Are you trying to make me die of thirst? Jiang He furrowed her brow and pushed the door wide open, revealing a middle-aged man sprawled across the bed. You ordered 10 cooling patches, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 5 loaves of bread, totaling 800 points. The room fell silent for a moment. The man struggled to sit up, casting an impatient glance at the woman by the door. Where's the points card? Li Yanfeng clutched her damp clothing, avoiding his gaze. I don't have it. You lost it? How careless. As his temper flared, he grabbed a slipper and swung at her face. The sound echoed through the room. Each slap, Chapter 28. Sign in at the dormitory building. The commotion caused by room 808 was heard distinctly by the nearby households. Within this building, many individuals had accumulated no points at all and could only survive on the meager supplies provided by the base. They perked up their ears, knowing that a single meal might procure them food. They were certainly capable of that. Jiang He stood with her arms crossed, her tranquil gaze fixed intently upon him. Why not kneel and see what happens? Chun Tianpeng scrutinized her expression, yet he discerned nothing. Over the past 6 months of the apocalypse, he had knelt and begged on numerous occasions, but never before had he knelt before a girl so young. He was aware that Jiang He was the proprietor of the Dawn Supermarket, yet she appeared unremarkable, small and fragile, akin to a creature he could easily crush. To kneel or not to kneel? Chun Tianpeng wrestled with his thoughts for half a minute. Just as Jiang He announced her intent to leave, he gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and resolutely knelt upon the ground. A slight smile crept onto Jiang He's lips as she ambiguously stated, You've knelt, but why not bow your head as well? Chun Tianpeng pressed his tongue against his molars, suppressing his fury. He leaned forward, his forehead touching the cold concrete. Within 2 seconds, he raised his head, asking, Is that sufficient? Jiang He did not meet his eyes. Instead, she inspected her nails, noting they needed a trim. After a moment, she languidly replied, It seems I did not hear a sound. A bow lacking a sound lacks sincerity. Chun Tianping's face fluctuated between shades of green and white, yet for the sake of sustenance. He complied with Jiang He's demands and thudded his forehead against the ground once more. Before he could rise, he heard her airy voice again. Not enough. He struck his head against the ground again, the impact noticeably louder this time. Still not enough. After repeating this action 10 times, Chun Tianping's forehead was bloodied. Yet Jiang He remained casually indifferent. The realization dawned upon him. She was deliberately toying with him. This game of bowing was far from amusing, and Jiang He had anticipated it to drag on longer than this. To his dismay, his clarity of thought sharpened with each impact, and he soon recognized her intentions. Jiang He shrugged, feigning innocence. I am not a wishing well. I do not grant requests without reciprocity. After enduring such humiliation and sustaining an injury, he found himself with nothing to show for it. Enraged, Chun Tianping sprang to his feet, raising his hands, intent on tearing her apart. You wretched woman! Ding! The system detected an impending attack on the host. Would you like to initiate a punishment? As the man lunged towards her, Jiang He remained rooted in place, showing no inclination to evade. Even if punishment were not enacted, any external aggression posed no threat to her. Let us proceed with an electric shock, but keep the intensity moderate. Understood. Punishment executed. Chun Tianping's body convulsed violently as a powerful current coursed through him, akin to a swarm of needles piercing his flesh. Every cell in his body felt as though it were tearing apart, and his mind threatened to shatter under the unbearable pain, rendering him senseless within seconds. Li Yanfang, startled by the scene, trembled as she checked for his breath. Jiang He quickly reassured her, do not worry, he is still alive. This level of discomfort will not claim his life. However, he is now akin to a living corpse. In a world ravaged by the apocalypse, a paralyzed individual had little hope for survival unless someone was willing to care for him, providing sustenance and tending to his needs. Jiang He had little concern for how Li Yanfang would treat him. Her focus remained on continuing her business. In situations like today, possessing a storage space would greatly facilitate her transactions, allowing her to retrieve items directly from there rather than expending time running around, effectively rendering her supermarket porter. The system, attuned to her thoughts, promptly informed her a storage space will be available soon. Work diligently to earn points, and the supermarket will upgrade. With this foreknowledge, Jiang He felt a wave of relief. In sweltering heat, the cooling patches proved to be life-saving. Anyone with over 20 points in their account sought her out to purchase one. After distributing the last of the cooling patches in this dormitory building, she noted that only 50 remained in stock. She started the van, intending to relocate and continue her business. Suddenly, the system chimed, ding. Sign in, task refreshed. Proceed to the male dormitory of the Nanyang Base Military District and announce the corresponding sign-in slogan. Completing the task will grant you 5 minutes of procurement time. Jiang He paused momentarily. Sign in at the male dormitory? That seems inappropriate. The system bluntly countered, host, your expression does not reflect your thoughts. Suppressing a smile, Jiang He considered the military dormitory, filled with tall and handsome soldiers. Merely imagining it brought her delight. Well then, let us set off. The military dormitory was a fair distance from the civilian quarters, and the small van took nearly half an hour to arrive. The contrast between the two dormitory buildings was stark. The military quarters appeared newer, with both single and double rooms, offering ample space, unlike the dim and cramped civilian accommodations. Chun Ling, unable to procure cooling patches yesterday, was now desperately seeking them. Captain, open the door. I'm about to melt. Inside, Qin Song sat quietly on his bed, clutching a cooling patch in his right hand. The noise outside disrupted his peace, and after enduring it for 2 minutes, he finally allowed Chun Ling to enter. Upon entering, Chun Ling immediately pressed his face against the cooling patch, inadvertently brushing against Qin Song's hand. This awkward position would surely lead any onlooker to suspect a hidden intimacy between them. Qin Song, feeling disdain, released his grip and handed the cooling patch to Chun Ling. Take it quickly. Return it in an hour. The cooling patch could maintain its chill for 24 hours, but after a night's use, only about 2 hours remained. Chun Ling was nearly moved to tears. Captain, you're the best to me. We can share it. You hold one end, and I'll take the other. Qin Song shot him a look, silently urging him to comprehend the implications. Just as he was about to speak, Chunling caught sight of a pink object moving rapidly outside the window. Focusing intently, he quickly recognized it. "Hey, isn't that Boss Jiang's pink van? What brings it here?" Hearing this, Qin Song turned his gaze to the window, where a pink van was indeed driving past. Upon reaching the base of the building, the vehicle came to a halt. "Ding! You have arrived at the sign-in location." Host quickly announced the slogan, having honed her composure over the years. Jiang He had developed thick skin, yet when she received the slogan provided by the system, she experienced a fleeting moment of apprehension. Chapter 29. Who is the scoundrel? The system obediently activated the car's loudspeaker, and as Jiang He coughed lightly within the vehicle, the sound echoed throughout the entire building. "Host, as long as you remain unembarrassed, it is others who shall feel the awkwardness. Go for it. You're the finest." Jiang He closed her eyes, maintaining a smile, and recited the sign-in slogan. "It was you who wanted to part ways. If parting is what you desire, so be it." Her clear voice resonated through the loudspeaker into Qin Song's room. A simple line prompted Chunling to recall various melodramatic love stories. He glanced at Qin Song and speculated. Is Boss Jiang heartbroken, seeking to confront a scoundrel? With her remarkable qualities, an attractive appearance, ownership of a supermarket, and an abundance of resources, who would dare to break up with her? How ungrateful could one be? If I find out who has wounded Boss Jiang's heart, I shall certainly denounce him. Chunling insisted on dragging Qin Song along. "Captain, you must join me in this condemnation." Qin Song looked at him as if he were a fool. "Can't you tell this is a song?" Downstairs, Jiang He's voice continued to ring out. "Selim, my love, you are burdened with a guilty conscience." Chunling abruptly stood up in excitement. What on earth? That man actually scorned Boss Jiang, straddling two boats. Who possesses such audacity? He was eager to discover who it was. Continuing to listen, he hoped for more specific details about the scoundrel. In this building, there was hardly anyone he did not know. With just a hint of information, he could deduce the identity of the culprit. Love cannot be purchased at will. Chunling muttered along, and suddenly found the phrase quite catchy. "Hey, Captain, doesn't that sound a bit familiar?" Qin Song, expressionless. Finally, as she completed the phrase, Jiang He nearly broke into song. But she reconsidered. Not everyone was fortunate enough to hear her singing voice. The system remarked, "Indeed, every time the host opens her mouth, it is only I who suffers." Jiang He's tone suddenly became lively. "While love cannot be bought, we at Dawn Supermarket offer cooling patches to soothe your heart. Additionally, we have boxed meals, marinated dishes, beef jerky, ham, braised eggs, taro cakes, bread, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, orange juice, Sprite, and toilet paper. All available for home delivery." Chunling, still anticipating more details, was caught off guard by the supermarket advertisement. The mention of cooling patches made his eyes light up. "Brother, Sangha, I beg you, lend me some points." Chunling nearly fell to his knees. He and T slept well the previous night due to the heat, having consumed 4 bottles of chilled cola, resulting in a morning of stomach distress. Without the ice packs, he would have been utterly dazed from the heat. Qin Song ignored him and walked directly to the window, shouting outside. "Room 301, I need 10 cooling patches, 1 box meal, 1 flashlight." "Understood, coming right up." Just as before, the residents of the dormitory placed their orders, and Jiang He delivered them one by one. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, as she raised her hand to knock, the door swung open. Inside were 2 men, bare-chested, clad only in shorts that reached mid-thigh. Their muscular physiques were on full display, tall with long legs, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and tightly defined arms and abs, showcasing a perfectly sculpted physique that exuded vitality. The sight was somewhat overwhelming. Jiang He remained composed, handing over the items. "That'll be 550 points." Qin Song produced his points card and placed it on the black box. Ding. Balance updated. 550 points. Chunling placed the cooling patch on his neck and eagerly inquired. "Boss Jiang, who exactly is your ex among us? Were you down there to confront him or rekindle things?" He waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not trying to meddle. But he betrayed you. He is merely a scoundrel. Why would you want to sift through the trash? Wouldn't it be better to find someone who truly cares for you?" Jiang He was bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Have you never heard of love being transactional? He was like a simpleton, conjuring an image of her as a victim of a romantic tragedy. What was he thinking? Did she really need to seek a partner? With her and the system, she could manage everything quite well. Chun-Ling scratched his head, suddenly wide-eyed. He finally remembered that this was a popular song from over a decade ago. No wonder it rolled off the tongue so easily. Ha! Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Boss Jiang, please don't take offense. He had almost spilled the beans about their captain. Thankfully, he held his tongue. The military dormitory was filled with residents possessing points. And within an hour, the supermarket stock had been wiped out. Delivering the goods allowed for some casual conversation, but now with no one outside. Jiang He could only find herself bored in her room. Lunch was a lavish spread, and the sweltering heat did not affect her appetite in the slightest. Sang Biao, her pet, sat by the table, gazing at Jiang He with round eyes. It made her feel guilty to indulge without sharing, so she divided her food, giving him a morsel each time she ate. The system had verified that Sang Biao could consume human food without adverse effects, provided it was not in excess. Just like Jiang He, he adored the crispy chicken feet. Perhaps the flavor was simply irresistible, as they were tender and required little effort to chew. Jiang He reserved 5 crispy chicken feet for herself, offering one to Sang Biao, leaving the rest for herself. Simply snacking felt somewhat insufficient. System, I want a television. Snacks paired with a drama make for a perfect combination. The system politely declined. Dear host, only after the supermarket upgrade will your room be equipped with a computer, projector, and other facilities. Another upgrade wait. System, don't think I'm unaware. You have an extensive collection of dramas and films stored from the small worlds I've visited before, which you secretly watch while I sleep. Jiang He had discovered this one night when the system had forgotten to mute the volume while playing a historical palace drama. Having seen that series over 20 times, she could recognize which episode was playing just from the opening. Such treasures kept hidden for personal enjoyment. System, doesn't your conscience ache? Caught in the act. The system felt a twinge of guilt. That is a built-in light screen, which consumes a lot of energy. If I run out, I have to spend a significant amount of points to recharge. Thus, I cannot be accused of watching secretly. As it continued, its voice grew softer. Jiang He smiled, seizing the system's weak point. How about this? You show me the television, and I'll pay you points, allowing you to earn some extra income. What do you say? Chapter 30. Inventory Assistance Tools. The system hesitated, pondering whether there might be any tricks involved. Noticing the system's suspicion, Jiang He's smile gradually faded. Could they still coexist amicably? Was she truly the kind of host that would deceive the system? Host, how much can you offer? Jiang He held up 5 fingers. In 1 hour, 500 points. The system calculated, realizing that its display, when fully energized, could be utilized for an entire month. In the grand scheme, it was profitable. Though not substantial, even the legs of a fly are meat. Deal. I want to watch that palace drama. Skip directly to the episode where blood ties are revealed. The system eagerly responded, I know, it's episode 63. In the room, a white wall appeared, and the system projected the drama onto it. As the familiar music played, Jiang He suddenly felt the snacks on the table were insufficient. This episode was far too engaging to munch on just a few treats. Pausing the video, she declared, I'll go restock. All right. Upon completing the sign-in task and selling the cooling patches, Jiang He earned 10 minutes for inventory restocking. Host, the supermarket's cumulative revenue has surpassed 300,000 points. You get an additional 5 minutes for restocking. The inventory assistance tool is located in the virtual supermarket and is effective for 10 minutes. Please retrieve it. A flash of white light enveloped her as Jiang He arrived at the entrance of the virtual supermarket. A large pink orb completely obstructed the entrance. Pointing at the orb, she asked in bewilderment, Is this the assistance tool? What could a nearly 2-meter-high orb possibly do? Even a basket would suffice, as it could hold whatever was needed. She was a dung beetle, rolling a ball around. Cough, cough. Host, I apologize for the minor oversight. The assistance tool was delivered without being powered on. You'll need to activate it yourself. Jiang He approached the orb and spotted a glowing button. She extended her finger and pressed it. With a series of clicks and whirs, within 5 seconds, the orb transformed into a 1.9 meter tall pink robot. Greetings, Master. I am the robot Xiao Bao, and I am delighted to serve you. Jiang He had to tilt her head back to see it, her neck growing sore. This Xiao Bao certainly wasn't T-small at all. Hello, have you restocked before? Do you know how to operate it? Xiao Bao nodded mechanically. Master, I possess exceptional learning capabilities and will master it promptly. So it does not know how. Not to worry, it's quite simple. Just follow my instructions. Jiang He was eager to finish restocking and return to her snacks and drama. 15 minutes countdown begins. As the system's voice echoed, Jiang He sprinted into the virtual supermarket. The robot Xiao Bao followed closely behind. As Jiang He stretched out her arms, it mirrored her actions. Then, hands came together. Jiang He seized a dozen bottles of mineral water and dashed toward a shopping cart near the entrance, tossing them in with abandon. Turning back, her mouth formed a na shape in surprise. The towering height of Xiao Bao allowed it to gather nearly 50 buckets of instant noodles in one go. To put this in perspective, Jiang He could only manage a maximum of 8 buckets at a time. This assistance tool was remarkable. One Xiao Bao equaled 5 of her, making each restocking session a sweeping raid, clearing the shelves entirely. The emptied shelves would automatically restock, requiring little to no waiting in between. Xiao Bao, go grab the spiced chicken feet. Jiang He began directing it. Understood, Master. Xiao Bao strode directly to the shelf containing the spiced chicken feet, extending its long arm to swiftly acquire 200 pieces. Meanwhile, in their dormitory, Jiang Shuiwei and Xia Huifeng were sweltering in the heat. In the early days of the apocalypse, Xia Huifeng had collected ample supplies in his space, sufficient for several years of sustenance for both himself and Jiang Shuiwei. However, he had neglected to stock any cooling items. After a long night of harvesting corn, both were too exhausted to even converse and collapsed into sleep upon returning to their dormitory. Upon awakening, Xia Huifeng sensed something was amiss. The temperature had risen again. He quickly roused Jiang Shuiwei to prevent her from succumbing to the heat in her sleep. Jiang Shuiwei was deeply touched, tears streaming down her face. Brother Huifeng, I knew you still cared for me and loved me. Yesterday, I was in the wrong. Jealousy clouded my judgment, causing me to say such things. Please don't be angry with me. Xia Huifeng gently stroked her hair, finding her obedient demeanor pleasing. Yeah, I bear no grudge against you. However, you must not casually doubt my fidelity to you in the future. Do you not understand my feelings for you? Jiang Shuiwei nestled against him, her eyes brimming with affection. Yes, Brother Huifeng, I will heed your words. After embracing for less than half a minute, the heat became unbearable, and they instinctively released each other. Xia Huifeng had stored a considerable amount of water in his space. He had previously conducted an experiment, discovering that time within the space was suspended, and items placed inside would not spoil. Now, the only means of cooling off lay within the water stored in his space. However, given the preciousness of this resource, he hesitated to use it. Jiang Shuiwei, feeling for him, clenched her teeth and said, Brother Huifeng, please use the water to cool down. I'll be fine. I can endure it. Really? He asked, visibly reluctant. Jiang Shuiwei nodded earnestly. Brother Huifeng, water is far too precious. You should use it. Xia Huifeng harbored selfish thoughts. He felt pained at the prospect of using water for both of them. If he were to use it alone, he could fully accept it. Without further hesitation, he retrieved a large plastic bucket from his space and filled it with water. The water temperature was normal, but in the sweltering heat, it felt nearly like ice water. Xia Huifeng stepped into the bucket, squatting down to submerge himself. The heat was instantly warded off, and he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The water spilling over the edge pooled on the floor, quickly evaporating. Meanwhile, downstairs, Li Ting frowned. Was that just my imagination? Did I hear the sound of water? Surely it was just a figment of her mind. Who in their building had the luxury to spill water on the floor? After waiting a moment, she indeed heard no more water sounds. Li Ting pressed her ear against the wall. Though it provided little benefit, she felt it was better than nothing. She silently prayed, hoping to endure through the oppressive heat. Once the weather improved, she vowed to seek out items that could be exchanged for points. She longed for chilled soda, ice cream, and a taste of rice. In the virtual supermarket, with Xiao Bao's assistance, Jiang He busily loaded items, her smile widening with each passing moment. She could already envision the supermarket's revenue soaring to a marvelous figure the following day. Suddenly, the tall pink robot came to a halt, motionless. Jiang He approached and poked its armpit. Xiaobao, what is wrong? Don't scare me. How could I manage the supermarket without you? System. Chapter 31. A place of merriment, alas. Her cherished supplier, Little Treasure, only graced her with its presence for a mere 10 minutes before departing. A pity indeed. Fear not. Esteemed host, the system consoled. Little Treasure shall not be gone forever. By completing the requisite tasks in the future, you shall have the opportunity to summon it once more. But time is of the essence. Only 4 minutes and 21 seconds remain for your procurement endeavors. Seize the moment and continue your acquisition. Ah yes, Little Treasure may be gone, but she remains within the virtual supermarket. Gingerly, he steeled her resolve, determined not to squander a single second. She would strip the shelves bare, claiming every last item. This time, her acquisition surpassed all previous records. The shelves of Dawn Supermarket proved insufficient to contain her bounty, and the excess was consolidated within the supermarket's shopping cart. As items were purchased from the shelves, the system would replenish them from the cart. Upon the reappearance of its mistress, Imp pounced upon her, its meows incessant, as if drawn by the scent of treasures she bore. With a gentle stroke to its head, gingerly reassured it, there. Today, you shall feast upon 2 phoenix claws. But you must refrain from your caterwauling while I indulge in my televised entertainment. Imp seized the phoenix claws, darting nimbly to its abode, a square box fashioned from cardboard. Upon the small table lay an assortment of delicacies, braised dishes, jerky, chocolate, hard-boiled eggs, ham sausages, purple sweet potato, and taro mash, orange juice, and a seemingly endless supply of phoenix claws. As the music commenced, signaling the commencement of the grand drama, gingerly fixed her gaze upon the television screen, casually consuming a piece of jerky. Each strip was savored, its chewiness a delight. From afternoon until nightfall, the snacks upon the table were vanquished, leaving her satiated to the point of foregoing dinner. As the television was silenced, the system whispered a reminder, esteemed host. You have indulged for 6 hours, accruing a total of 3,000 points. Gingerly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, deduct them. The system rejoiced, its coffers swelling by 3,000 points. Overwhelmed by elation, it inadvertently voiced its innermost thoughts. I never anticipated that the esteemed host would be so conscientious. Gingerly, the very embodiment of the esteemed host, clutched her chest, feigning profound injury. Oh, system, she lamented, is this truly your perception of me? My heart aches to the point of asphyxiation, to the point of tears. The system froze, realizing its folly. How could it have forgotten to silence its thoughts once more? Esteemed host, I gingerly cast her gaze heavenward, sighing dramatically. I shall never love again. Had she been driven to madness by its words? The system pondered, ultimately settling upon a compensatory measure. With a pang of regret, it offered. Dearest host, I apologize. I have wronged you. To atone for my transgression, I shall return the 3,000 points. Consider the television view in my treat. Would this suffice? Gingerly swiftly regained her composure, lest the system reconsider its offer. Yes, without question. Transfer the funds forthwith. The system lamented its generosity, yet reasoned that her afternoon of entertainment justified the expense. As darkness descended, the temperature remained stubbornly high. The base's upper echelons were grateful that the crops had been harvested in advance. Had they delayed even a single day, the harvest would have rotted in the fields. In the throes of extreme heat, the entire base teetered on the brink of paralysis. Residents were confined to their dwellings, and even the upper echelons suffered, with few possessing the privilege of air conditioning. Within a villa in the military district, the base's sole haven of merriment thrived. The sounds of revelry, laughter, and music emanated from within, audible from a distance of 10 meters. The villa blazed with light, its central air conditioning system operating at full capacity, maintaining a comfortable indoor temperature. Within its walls, the horrors of the apocalypse seemed a distant memory. The living room resembled a dance floor, where a dozen bikini-clad beauties writhed to the rhythm of the music. At the center stood a slender man, clad in a white shirt and black trousers, his countenance framed by gold-rimmed spectacles. Were it not for the surrounding environment, he could easily be mistaken for a refined gentleman. The women, like wolves, fixated upon him. One, emboldened, entwined her arms around his neck. "Oh, Zhou, you are so wicked. While others suffer, you summon so many sisters to dance." Zhou Yinze stroked the woman's chin, exhaling a plume of smoke into her face. "Does this displease you?" "Pleased? I am ecstatic. This place is so comfortable, so cool." The woman batted her eyelashes coquettishly. "If Zhou were to grace my chambers tonight, I would be even more delighted." Zhou Yinze smiled faintly, his eyes devoid of warmth. He caressed her cheek. "Very well. I shall indulge you. I shall visit you later." After indulging for a while, Zhou Yinze grew weary. He retrieved a glass of wine and retreated to the sofa. A man approached, his face brimming with amusement. "Zhou, have you grown weary of these beauties?" Zhou Yinze sipped his wine, offering no reply. He craved stimulation in all its forms, and dalliances with women were but one avenue. Yet, with time, he found it all tiresome. The women who clung to him were driven by fear or a desire to please, none possessing the spark of challenge that ignited his desire. Utterly uninteresting, the man persisted. "There's a curious tale circulating within the base. I wonder if Zhou has heard of it. A woman of mysterious origins has established a supermarket within the base, selling water and food. For those who possess gold and silver, they can exchange it for supplies. The commoners are in a frenzy over the items within the supermarket." Zhou Yinze raised an eyebrow. He had been negotiating an arms deal and was unaware of this development. "Intriguing. I shall pay a visit in due course." The revelry within the villa persisted until the wee hours of the morning. The following day, the temperature continued to climb, surpassing the previous day's intensity. While Gingerly remained unaffected by the heat, she could perceive the shimmering waves rising from the pavement, distorting the surrounding landscape. Driving along the road, she felt as if her vision were failing. This morning, 2 tasks had materialized within the taskbar. Task 1, sell 30 ice mats, capable of maintaining coolness for 24 hours. Priced at 400 points. Reward, 3 minutes of shopping time. Task 2, recover 3 failed mutant creatures. Reward, 3 minutes of shopping time. Unlock a wondrous treasure. The daily check-in task had failed to materialize today, having acquired a vast quantity of goods. Gingerly set out early in her pink van to conduct business near the dormitory buildings. Overnight, those with weaker constitutions and without access to cooling devices had succumbed to the oppressive heat. Their bodies decomposed rapidly, the stench permeating the hallways. The scent of death served as a grim reminder of their comrades' demise, rendering the extreme heat even more unbearable. Upon awakening this morning, Wang Hongbo discovered his elderly parents had succumbed to the heat within their room. He covered his face, yearning to weep, yet unable to summon tears. His 2 children, the elder 7 and the younger 5, stared blankly at their lifeless grandparents, tears streaming down their faces, their sobs choked with grief. Chapter 32. The chilling met the oppressive heat rendered them breathless, and the children's sobs only intensified the suffocating atmosphere. Wang Hongbo, fearing for the children's well-being, hastily approached to soothe them. "Duo, Tong Tong, listen to your father. Cease your tears and conserve your strength. Soon, I shall bring you water, and you will feel a bit more comfortable." The children, obediently stifling their cries, gradually quieted. Tong Tong tilted her small face upwards and, in a frail voice, asked Daddy, "Will we sleep like Grandpa and Grandma and never wake up again? I don't want to be without you and my brother." Wang Hongbo felt a lump in his throat and his eyes grew misty, yet he fought back the tears. It was unfathomable to him that despite his good fortune, having discovered the Dawn supermarket and Mr. Jiang, and stockpiling ample supplies at home, his elderly parents had still passed away so soon. "Tong Tong, do not dwell on such thoughts. The temperature will soon drop. We must hold on a little longer," he reassured her, though the future remained an enigma. He could only offer these words of comfort to himself and the 2 children. "Daddy, I feel so hot, and I'm dizzy," Duo whimpered, his lips pale and breaths labored, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. "Daddy, I can't hold on any longer." The symptoms were unmistakable, a clear sign of heat exhaustion, and if not alleviated, it could escalate to heat stroke, endangering their lives. Wang Hongbo quickly retrieved a bottle of mineral water from the cupboard to quench the children's thirst. However, Even the water was warm in this sweltering heat, providing little relief. The children, displaying remarkable fortitude, suppressed their discomfort without complaint. Yet, if this continued, the loss of his children would extinguish Wang Hongbao's will to live. Perhaps, in this harsh apocalypse, self-liberation was the only viable choice. Just as despair enveloped Wang Hongbao, the sound of a car horn resonated from downstairs. Beep beep. A van had parked, and Jiang He activated a loudspeaker. Dawn Supermarket is delivering. Those in need, prepare your points. With the majority of the populace weakened, it will be a challenge to have them shout from their windows about their needs. Therefore, Jiang He decided to adopt a more personal approach, knocking on doors. Knock, knock, knock. As Wang Hongbao stumbled to the door, upon seeing Jiang He, the man who had just been holding back tears suddenly broke down. Jiang He beamed as she introduced. Dawn Supermarket has cooling mats for sale today, approximately 1 meter long and 50 centimeters wide, priced at 400 points each. Would you like to purchase one? Wang Hongbao felt a surge of relief. He was fortunate not to have exhausted his points. With the remaining balance, he could easily acquire 3 cooling mats. Mr. Jiang, does the supermarket have any chilled items? Jiang He nodded. Yes, we have cola, Sprite, orange juice, milk, and chocolate ice cream. What do you need? Wang Hongbao mentally calculated his points. He had stockpiled enough food for 5 people, which could sustain them for a considerable time after the passing of his parents. Though food was not in short supply, water was a necessity. 3 cooling mats, 6 bottles of water, 1 bottle of cola, 2 bottles of orange juice, and 3 bottles of milk. Jiang He promptly noted it down, marking it as 101 at the top of her list. All right, please hold on a moment. I will deliver it shortly. She then proceeded to knock on the door of Unit 102. After recording the needs of 10 households, Jiang He returned to the supermarket and packed all the listed items into a large plastic basket she had salvaged from the roadside, which was otherwise useless. Meow, meow, meow. Sang Biao stood by the window, scratching at the glass in an attempt to capture Jiang He's attention. Hearing the commotion, Jiang He turned her head and was instantly charmed by the sight of the adorable orange cat dancing in the room. Biao, do you want to come out to play? Meow, meow, meow. Sang Biao's meow rose an octave, its fluffy tail standing tall. In Jiang He's memory, the little one was typically a homebody. Yet Sang Biao seemed different, bold, and seemingly more inclined to frolic outdoors. System, can Sang Biao come out to play? She inquired. On such a hot day, the ground must be scorching for its paws. Not advisable. It is a genetically modified animal and lacks heat resistance, the system replied. With that, Jiang He had no choice but to deny her furry friend. Biao, once the weather improves, I will let you play outside. Watching her owner depart, Sang Biao's little tail drooped sadly. At the entrance of Unit 101, Wang Hongbao, burdened with a pile of items, expressed heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Without you, my children and I might not survive today. The 2 children, having not seen another soul in ages, stood timidly in the living room, their faces flushed with heat, evident red marks on their noses. Jiang He redirected her gaze, kindly advising, you should use the cooling mats for a while. Wait until your body temperature lowers before consuming chilled drinks. In your current state, drinking them directly could be harmful. All right, we will remember that. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Wang Hongbao spoke through gritted teeth, holding onto a fragile breath. Once the door closed, he felt utterly drained. He had no idea how to handle his parents' bodies. For now, he could only lock the door and defer the rest until the sweltering heat had passed. Though the cooling mats did not possess the frigid temperature of ice packs, their expansive surface provided a refreshing relief. Duo and Tong Tong, not quite tall enough, fit perfectly atop the mats. As they felt the coolness, the agony on their faces faded, their taut lips relaxing gradually. They lay on their backs for a while, then turned to lie on their stomachs. Slowly, the children began to regain their spirits, a sight that brought Wang Hongbao immense relief. He reached for the bottles of drinks, noticing they were no longer as cold. Duo, Tong Tong, come drink something. Do you prefer orange juice or milk? Choose for yourselves. Half an hour later, Jiang He finally arrived on the 2nd floor. After knocking on Unit 201 for 2 minutes without a response, she surmised that the occupants had likely passed away. She turned to Unit 202, her hand poised to knock when the door swung open. Hello, Dawn's supermarket. Before she could finish, a woman thrust an 8 or 9-year-old boy out of the room. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut behind them. In the corridor, Jiang He and the boy exchanged bewildered glances. What does this mean? In the next moment, the woman's voice echoed from within 202. Mr. Jiang, this child, ISNT mine. I don't know who left him at my doorstep. I can't care for him, so let him accompany you and help out. You have plenty of supplies in your supermarket. In Chapter 33, Moral Blackmail. Jiang He stood rooted to the spot, questioning if she appeared to be an utter fool. Unable to provide for their child, they sought to foist the responsibility upon her. Her establishment was a supermarket, not an orphanage. Madam of 202, the Aurora supermarket has no need for employees, nor will I be taking the child. If you have no intention of purchasing anything, I shall proceed to the next residence. As she turned to leave, the boy, who had remained silent until then, darted forward and clasped Jiang He's leg. Madam Jiang, my mother no longer wants me. I implore you to take me in. I am capable of performing various tasks. If you refuse, I shall surely starve. Prior to being thrust forward, he had been instructed to elicit pity from Madame Jiang by any means necessary. Should he find refuge in the Aurora supermarket, not only would he survive, but he could also pilfer food for his mother, ensuring an endless supply of water and bread. The boy, having been deprived of sustenance for an extended period, felt his head swimming, his strength waning. Jiang He effortlessly disengaged herself with a single step backward. She stooped slightly, her voice gentle yet firm. Little one, return whence you came. I am currently preoccupied. Should you persist in impeding my business, I shall be compelled to cast you out, leaving you to desiccate under the sun and hang as a deterrent at the supermarket entrance. Though her countenance bore a smile, her words sent shivers down the spine. Despite the sweltering heat, the boy was drenched in a cold sweat. He scurried back to 202, pounding frantically on the door. Mother, she refuses to provide me with food and even threatens to kill me. I do not wish to accompany her. I desire to return home. Mother, open the door. After a prolonged half-minute, the door of 202 creaked open, revealing a woman with a sallow, emaciated face. She pulled the child towards her and knelt on the ground. Madame Jiang, my husband has perished from the heat, leaving us with nothing to eat. My fate is of little consequence, but I cannot bear to watch my child die. My child is well-behaved and would not cause you any trouble. I beseech you to have mercy and allow him to subsist under your care. Jiang He, having already made her stance unequivocally clear, had no desire to engage further. She continued towards 203. However, the woman persisted relentlessly. Madame Jiang, are you truly so callous as to condemn us both to die before your very eyes? Jiang He's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her eyes gleaming with coldness. If you wish to perish with your child, that is your prerogative. Do not attempt to morally blackmail me. I am neither a bodhisattva nor a savior. Do not delude yourself into thinking that kneeling will elicit salvation. She had witnessed countless corpses on the first floor. Were those individuals not deserving of pity as well? Were she to succumb to such misplaced compassion and distribute her provisions gratuitously? Whence would she acquire the points necessary to procure more supplies? The supermarket's demise would not only result in her own punishment, but also the confinement of the system to the main system's confinement. Click! The door of 203 opened a crack. Jiang He refocused her thoughts and summoned a professional smile. Turning her head, she found no one in sight. Where is everyone? A feeble, languid voice seemed to emanate from beneath the floorboards. Madame Jiang, I am down here. Jiang He peered downwards and beheld a head emerging from within the residence. The man had exerted considerable effort to reach this point. After uttering a single sentence, he required a moment to recover before continuing. Madame Jiang, I require 3 bottles of water, 1 bottle of cola, and 5 loaves of bread. Wu Guangxing tremulously retrieved his points card. Since acquiring the card at the supermarket, he had consistently missed the opportune moments, only managing to purchase 2 packets of bear-shaped biscuits from the Aurora supermarket. The card, containing over 1,000 points, had remained largely unused. The supermarket has cooling mats today. 400 points each, only 1 remaining. Would you like to purchase it? Upon hearing the word cooling, Wu Guangxing's eyes lit up. Is it the kind of mat that lowers the temperature? It can maintain coolness for 24 hours. Yes. As Jiang He departed to retrieve the order from downstairs. The woman from apartment 202 approached Wu Guangxing. Sir, I am willing to be with you, to be yours from now on. Could you spare some food for my son and me? Wu Guangxing scrutinized her, displaying no interest. I have not been reduced to such straits. Sun Ying felt humiliated, her face alternating between crimson and pallor. She gritted her teeth and lowered her voice. As long as it does not result in death, I am willing to indulge in any proclivity you may have. Wu Guangxing, unwilling to expend the energy to converse with her, intended to crawl back into his residence. Observing the man's obvious mobility issues, Sun Ying's eyes glinted with a sinister light. If he refused to appreciate her generosity, she would not hesitate to resort to ruthless measures. She returned to 202, retrieved a stool, and unhesitatingly brought it down upon the man's head. Wu Guangxing grunted and immediately lost consciousness. 5 minutes later, Jiang He ascended the stairs with the supplies for 10 households, the mother and son from 202 still standing at the entrance. Ignoring them, she proceeded directly to 203, knocking repeatedly, but received no response from the occupant. He had been fine just moments ago. Could he have succumbed to the heat in a mere span of 10 minutes? As she pondered, the woman from 202 approached. Madam Jiang, now that he is gone, could you sell me the cooling mat? Jiang He turned to see her holding a points card. The cards issued by the Aurora supermarket were identical in appearance, making it impossible to discern any differences with the naked eye. If she possessed a points card, why had she not presented it earlier? Unless she had stolen or pilfered it. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang He could surmise what had transpired. She produced a black box, gesturing. If you wish to purchase something, place the card on this. Sun Ying was overjoyed, her eyes fixated on the food in Jiang He's basket, swallowing repeatedly. She hastily placed the card on the box, her heart pounding in anticipation of acquiring water and bread. In less than 2 seconds, the black box emitted a red light. Beep beep, the entire corridor reverberated with an ear-splitting alarm. Sun Ying paled in fright, instinctively recoiling. What was happening? Jiang He removed the card from the box, and the alarm ceased abruptly. The Aurora supermarket's points cards are for exclusive use by the cardholder. You're not the cardholder and cannot use the points inside. Sun Ying had never obtained a card and was unaware of this regulation. She had assumed that once acquired, the points would belong to her. Sun Ying's eyes burned with fury, unable to accept the sudden descent from paradise to hell. The merchandise in the supermarket is purchased with points. This card was given to me by someone else. Why can't I use the remaining points? If I take money to the supermarket to buy something, can the cashier refuse to sell it to me simply because the money was given to me by someone else? Chapter 34. Cooling down this example is aptly illustrated. Let us refrain from further references. I am the proprietor of Dawn's Supermarket, with complete authority over all operations within. The supermarket has a clear policy. The points card is designated for individual use and is non-transferable. Therefore, regardless of how one acquires their card, the right to use it is forfeited. As Jiang He attempted to leave with her supplies, Sun Ying's visage morphed into a terrifying snarl. Those were undeniably her belongings, and they must not be seized. Seizing a nearby stool, she aimed to strike Jiang He at the back of the head. A resident from room 204 screamed, "Jiang boss, watch out!" Jiang He, shielded by her protective barrier, remained unfazed by the impending assault, turning slowly to face Sun Ying. The latter's complexion went ashen, her eyes wide with fear. Hadn't she just struck Jiang He? Why was there no visible reaction or injury? A monster! She must be a monster. Sun Ying, paralyzed by terror, attempted to flee but found her legs too weak to support her. As she stumbled forward, she collapsed onto the ground. Host, what punishment shall we employ this time? Jiang He glanced at the boy beside her, who, upon making eye contact, hastily retreated into room 202. No punishment is necessary. Simply cast her outside to let her contemplate her foolishness under the sun. In an instant, Sun Ying vanished from sight, reappearing in the desolate expanse of the base's plaza. The scorching sun beat down mercilessly on her skin, each ray a searing reminder of her folly, leaving her gasping for breath. She fixed her gaze on the distant structures, believing salvation lay in reaching them. Yet the ground's temperature exceeded her expectations. As she attempted to crawl forward, she felt akin to meat sizzling on a grill, subjected to relentless torment. By the time she reached the building, her skin was already festering, her flesh torn. Whether she could survive now rested solely on fortune. As she passed room 203, faint sounds drifted from within. After waiting a moment, Jiang He saw Wu Guangxing struggle to open the door. Jiang, boss, my cooling mat, it's still here, right? His life was remarkably fortunate. Sun Ying, a mere woman, had not eaten in ages, her strength insufficient. Despite striking his head multiple times, she failed to end his life. Desperate for the cooling mat, Wu Guangxing summoned remarkable willpower, awakening just in time. Jiang He read Chapter 35. Teaming up to earn points. The products offered by Dawn Supermarket are undoubtedly of superior quality. However, one peculiar aspect remains a mystery. Why does Manager Jiang insist on selling out-of-season items? This left everyone puzzled, though no one dared to voice their curiosity. Surely, Manager Jiang has her reasons. Chao Tianshun chuckled awkwardly. Apologies, Manager Jiang, my points are somewhat insufficient. Once I manage to earn more, my family will surely support your business. Jiang He assumed he was merely being polite, unaware that he genuinely intended to earn points today. This morning, an intriguing rumor began circulating. Within the abandoned apartment buildings outside the base, countless pieces of jewelry lay waiting to be collected, enough to fill a sack. This news set the entire community abuzz. Given the dangers of venturing outside alone, residents eagerly sought companions to form teams, preparing food and water. And as soon as the base gate opened, they rushed out. After 3 in the afternoon, throngs of residents crowded at the base entrance, creating a scene of utter chaos. The guards promptly reported to their superiors, inquiring whether the residents could be allowed to exit freely today, as they had no labor tasks. This matter reached the office of Commander Jingshan, who decided to grant them passage. Let them go. A glimmer of hope is far better than a stagnant existence. He had learned that in this sweltering weather, numerous bases had witnessed over 100 suicides, as despair drove individuals to seek an end to their suffering in various tragic ways. A few extremists, desiring to end their lives, instigated riots within the base, leading to widespread disorder across many other bases. Yet, at Nanyang Base, hope lingered, largely due to the presence of Dawn Supermarket, which inspired a collective will to endure even the harshest trials. It seemed the light from the supermarket truly shone into the hearts of everyone. Considering the delectable offerings such as self-heating hot pot, spicy noodles, chicken rice, cola, and orange juice, it would indeed be a pity to perish now. Jingshan was recently informed that Manager Jiang had tirelessly traversed the community, selling supermarket goods even amidst the oppressive heat, enabling countless residents to survive these trying times. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he felt compelled to find an opportunity to personally express his thanks to her. At the base entrance, a soldier raised a loudspeaker and addressed the crowd. Those who wish to go outside must carry their identification tags. We will check them upon re-entry. Only with an ID can you prove you belong to Nanyang Base. The gate will be locked at 8 o'clock tonight, so please be mindful of the time to avoid being stranded outside. Upon hearing this, those without identification hurried back to their dormitories to retrieve them. Xia Huifeng had ample supplies in his space and was not particularly interested in earning points. However, the others in the team were keen on venturing out to gather points for essential provisions from the supermarket. As the team leader, he felt obligated to lead their collective effort. The heat outside was unbearable, causing sweat to pour from every pore after just a few steps. Jiang Shuiwei had little desire to venture out, but she needed to keep an eye on the other women. If her fiancé were to be snatched away, she wouldn't know where to lament her misfortune. Can't you all move faster? You're as slow as turtles. Jiang Shuiwei fanned herself with a piece of cardboard, eager to escape into the coolness of the building. But the pace of her team was dragging her down. Li Ting pressed her cracked lips together. Aware that her food supply was dwindling, she had only consumed a single biscuit over the past 2 days. Zhao Peng and his companions faced similar struggles, feeling both hungry and thirsty, with the scorching weather leaving them utterly drained. Like walking corpses, their pace inevitably slowed. In contrast, Jiang Shuiwei, benefiting from Xia Huifeng's provisions, enjoyed 3 hearty meals daily, and once the temperature dropped slightly, her spirits revived. Throughout the journey, she incessantly berated her companions. Li Ting couldn't help but feel puzzled. Despite never having visited the supermarket, Jiang He always had supplies on hand, appearing as if she wanted for nothing. Yet, she had seen the small backpacks carried by Xia Huifeng and Jiang He. Could they truly contain so much? Look at all the silver necklaces. A teammate's excited voice interrupted Li Ting's thoughts. With treasures to collect, she set her mind on the task, rushing forward. Amidst the throngs of people, she managed to grab a silver earring, likely worth several points, enough to purchase a packet of bear-shaped biscuits. The realization that valuable items could indeed be found outside invigorated the crowd. Within the base, military presence ensured a degree of order, preventing overt acts of violence and theft. However, outside the base, the absence of oversight could quickly turn hearts malevolent. Those in teams were somewhat safer, banding together. Potential robbers would think twice before challenging a group of dozens. Yet, for those who ventured alone, danger loomed large, and they might not even know how they met their demise. The Tang sisters, having no acquaintances in the base and being two women, struggled to find anyone willing to team up with them. Desperate, Tang Wanyan pleaded her case and finally joined a predominantly male group under the condition of sharing half of whatever they found. As they exited the base, they fell to the back of the line, lacking any advantage and forced to take a longer route to a less populated apartment building. Stopping at the entrance of a ground-floor courtyard, Tang Wanyun hesitated, unsure of what she had seen. The leading man, growing impatient, commanded Tang Wanyun, "You two search in there thoroughly and don't overlook any corners." With a forced smile, she replied, "All right, Brother Chun." As soon as they moved to another room, her expression shifted. Tang whinnying, "Did you heed my warnings before we left? If we're cast out of the team, we'll starve." Tang whinnying seemed oblivious to her sister's frustration, her gaze fixated on something unseen. "Sister, there are little chicks in there." Tang Wanyin furrowed her brow, scanning the courtyard for any sign of life, convinced her sister was imagining things. What chicks? At this hour, what living creatures could possibly remain? Tang Wanying's eyes sparkled as she pointed to a corner of the yard. Chicks that could be given to Manager Jiang, the right inside. It was common knowledge among the residents that Dawn's supermarket often accepted small animals for recycling. However, no one had ever discovered a living creature thus far. Her sister had always had a knack for sensing animals, having played with cats and dogs since childhood. If what she said were true, though Tang Wanyin was uncertain of the substantial rewards, she knew the supermarket would not be stingy with their promises. She quickly opened the courtyard gate, allowing Tang Wanying to enter first. "Sister, be gentle. Don't frighten the chicks. They must be very scared right now." Chapter 36. A wave of customers approaches Tang. Wanyin surveyed her surroundings, noting that no one had yet approached their direction. She slowed her pace to follow her sister closely, treading lightly toward the corner of the courtyard. There lay a flower bed, its plants long since uprooted, leaving only a thick pile of withered leaves. Suddenly, two leaves near the wall began to flutter slightly. "Cheep, cheep, cheep." The faint sound caused Tang Wanyin to widen her eyes involuntarily. There was indeed something hidden within. Tang Weinixing crouched before the flower bed, lowering her voice, little chick, we are good people and mean you no harm. Boss Jiang adores small animals. She is truly a wonderful person, and her supermarket has plenty of delicious food. Are you hungry? My sister and I will take you to Boss Jiang, where you can feast on meat every day." "Cheep, cheep." The chick emitted a soft sound that was barely discernible. Before long, a small yellow head poked through the leaves. It was covered in pale yellow fluff, no larger than a human palm, resembling a small tuft of cotton from a distance. The chick staggered towards Tang Weinixing, its delicate claws elongated and slender. Convinced that there was indeed a treasure here, Tang Wanyun remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Seeing the chick approach her sister playfully, she waved her hand and urged, "Quickly tuck it away. Don't let anyone else see." She had only promised to relinquish half of the gold and silver jewelry they found, but this little gem could not be shared. Tang Weinixing carefully cradled the chick and placed it in her clothing pocket, gently stroking its small head to soothe it. "Don't be afraid. Stay here quietly. Once my sister and I finish our tasks, we'll take you to the Dawn supermarket." On that day, Those venturing out to accumulate points returned largely successful. The empty bags they had set out with were now filled to the brim before nightfall. Although points could be directly converted through cards, most of them operated in teams, necessitating that the collected items be shared and bagged. Li Ting and Zhao Peng wore expressions of joy from their bountiful harvest. They could once again seek supplies from Jiang He. All their hard work today had proven worthwhile. Jiang Shuiwei feigned a casual demeanor while gathering half a bag of jewelry. Upon reaching the final spacious apartment, it was evident that the residents were affluent, boasting a dedicated dressing room of nearly 30 square meters. Upon entering the dressing room, they were greeted by a wall lined with designer handbags, flanked by clothes, shoes, and an assortment of accessories. Valuable jewelry was their primary target. Handbags, while fashionable, held little worth in points and took up considerable space, hence rarely collected by others. Jiang Shuiwei was the first to approach the vanity, stuffing skincare and makeup products into her bag. While others overlooked these non-edible items, she had no concern for food, but desperately needed luxurious skincare products. In a post-apocalyptic world, neglecting her appearance would soon transform her into an unappealing figure. Men were visual creatures. She had to maintain her beauty to keep Brother Huifeng enchanted and deter other temptresses. When they exited the apartment, it was already past 6 o'clock. Dare you hoard items? You and T be returning to the base today. Stay here with us, and we might consider sparing you too. Li Ting was startled by the man's furious reprimand, clutching her bag of jewelry tightly, fearful of theft. Following the sound, she saw two frail girls surrounded by a group of men who were closing in on them. Although she was unaware of the situation, it was clear the two girls were in grave danger. Li Ting felt sympathy but felt powerless to intervene. In such perilous times, safeguarding her own well-being was paramount. She could not afford to be a meddlesome bystander. Xia Huifeng cast a glance towards the commotion before shifting his gaze away. Everyone, keep close and hold on to your belongings. Don't fall behind. One by one, groups began to make their way toward the base. Tang Wanyan gripped her sister's hand tightly, never expecting anyone would come to their aid. They had initially hidden the chick well, but a man in the group, noticing Tang Weinixing's naivety and charm, attempted to take advantage of her. As Tang Weinixing struggled fiercely, the chick's head accidentally became visible, and the man seized the opportunity. The frightened chick clung tightly to Tang Weinixing's clothing, preventing it from being snatched away. The group they had joined consisted predominantly of men, who welcomed them in hopes of exploiting their vulnerability. Regardless of whether they surrendered half their findings, they would inevitably become playthings for these men. By the time Tang Wanyan realized this, it was too late. She regretted bringing her sister into this den of wolves. What could they do to escape? Must she witness her sister fall victim to these brutes? Tang Wanyan felt naive, believing that as long as they were together, they could thrive at the base. Yet they were inherently disadvantaged, lacking a support system or a reliable team, destined to be preyed upon. As the men drew ever closer, Tang Wanyan resolved to fight back with all her might. She opened her pocket and scattered a handful of jewelry into the air, shouting, "Gold! Gold!" The passers-by, initially indifferent, surged forward at the mention of treasure. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Wanyan grasped Tang Weinixing's hand and sprinted towards the base. At Dawn's supermarket, the bustling atmosphere of the morning had dwindled by afternoon, with customers becoming scarce. With little business to attend to, Jiang He opted to move a sofa outside, relaxing beneath the carport while munching on beef jerky and playing with the zombie dog. She fashioned a makeshift toy from a stick, entertaining the lively creature. "Host, please be advised, a significant wave of customers is approaching. Kindly prepare for their arrival." How many could there be? Jiang He turned her head, narrowing her eyes in astonishment at the throngs of people. The sheer number was overwhelming, stretching endlessly before her. Was this the entirety of the base's population? They surged forward as if released from prison, racing toward the Dawn supermarket, jostling one another in their eagerness to be first. A smile crept across Jiang He's lips. With so many potential customers, surely those 50 pairs of snow boots would sell. Welcome to Dawn's supermarket. The first to arrive was a bald man who, after dropping his snakeskin bag to the ground, panted heavily. "Boss Jiang, I want to get a membership card." Chapter 37. Acquiring a small animal, the resounding roar was filled with exuberance. Jiang He glanced at the customers queued behind, each sporting a smile and a rosy complexion. It appeared that everyone had accrued a significant amount of points this time. A large bag of items, all converted into points, would take at least a few minutes to process. The bald man meticulously extracted each item, leaving nothing unaccounted for. As he watched his points steadily increase, the smile on his face widened. After an arduous afternoon, he had amassed over 20,000 points. What a remarkable gain! Tears of joy welled up in his eyes. He was on the verge of kneeling, shouting, "Boss Jiang, you are my savior." Was someone seeking trouble? Beside him, the ominous figure of Sang Biao startled, leaping up, arching his back, and the hair on his body bristled. Had Jiang He not intervened, the bald man's face would have surely been scratched to shreds. Hurry up and choose your items. There are many others waiting behind. The bald man expressed his gratitude profusely before heading towards the supermarket shelves. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd, he purchased 22 bottles of mineral water in one go. The customers behind him silently lamented, "Oh no, we can't buy water again today." After buying the water and 15 loaves of bread, the bald man ceased his shopping. Although his points were still ample, he could not afford to squander them recklessly. What if an urgent situation arose that required points? Just like during the sweltering heat when the supermarket sold ice packs, cooling patches, and water, items that could be life-saving. How miserable it would be without points to purchase them. He was fortunate to have made it through this time, but the next calamity might not be so forgiving. "Boss Jiang, I'll take these." He paused, pointing at the snow boots on the shelf. "Are those cotton boots also from the supermarket?" Hearing the customer inquire, Jiang He's eyes lit up. She immediately retrieved a pair and showcased them. Indeed, these are self-heating snow boots, thickened and plush, a marvel of technology. Do you see this button? If you wish for them to heat up, just press it, and they will warm up rapidly with 3 adjustable heat levels. A long press turns it off, so there's no need to worry about wasting power. They can maintain warmth for up to 360 hours. Your feet will feel cozy. It's quite thoughtful. As for the price, Jiang He tactically paused, gesturing with her thumb and index finger. Not $9.98, not $888, just 88 points to take them home. The bald man was taken aback, contemplating in his heart how hard Boss Jiang was working to sell the boots. "All right, I'll take a pair." After all, it was just 88 points. He could not bear to disappoint Boss Jiang. Jiang He beamed. The supermarket had finally sold its first pair of shoes. In her mind, she conversed with the system. "See, these shabby items ultimately rely on my silver tongue to be sold. This is skill." The system replied, "You're impressive." Subsequent customers, having earned significant points the previous afternoon, had at least over 10,000 in their cards. The modest 88 points for the boots brought them joy, as it pleased Boss Jiang. Chao Tianshun, having exchanged over 60,000 points, was grinning like a fool, his mouth stretching to the back of his head. "Boss Jiang, I'm here to support the supermarket. Give me 3 pairs of snow boots, 1 for himself and 1 for each of his parents." Jiang He smiled at him. "I'm sorry, but the snow boots are already sold out." "So soon?" Chao Tianshun chuckled awkwardly. "I'll come again to support next time." By the time he arrived, the shelf had been nearly cleared, leaving only a few miscellaneous daily necessities. After a brief survey, he bought the remaining 3 rolls of tissue. Apart from that, he had no other gains. He silently vowed, "I must come early tomorrow to queue," though the supermarket was sold out. The line of customers applying for points cards stretched from the base plaza all the way to the entrance. Jiang He felt just as she had the day before. Physically unwearied but mentally drained, she repeatedly recited, "Place your hands on the box. Place your items on the card. Application successful. Welcome next time." Starting tomorrow, she would establish the supermarket's operating hours. Beyond that time, no one should expect her to work overtime, not even the system. The base would never set up streetlights. Once night fell, the plaza would be engulfed in darkness, with only the van illuminating the surroundings. Feeling hungry, Jiang He yearned to return to her room for dinner. So she raised her megaphone and announced, "The Dawn Supermarket is closing for today. Those who have not gotten their cards can come back tomorrow." Many of those in line had waited for half an hour to an hour. Upon hearing the announcement, they bore no complaints. What could they possibly grumble about? Should they blame the supermarket for offering quality goods at reasonable prices and thus enjoying booming business? Not all. If they couldn't get their cards today, they could always return tomorrow. After all, the Dawn supermarket would not vanish. Jiang He began to clear the shelves, preparing to indulge in her dinner. Sang Biao, for reasons unknown, emitted a woo-wah warning sound, remaining in a state of alertness. Following its gaze, Jiang He spotted two figures, leaning on each other as they limped through the dim light. Tang Wanqing's face was pale, holding an unfamiliar item, which she presented to Jiang He with shining eyes. Boss Jiang, a small animal. This is for you. The system immediately chimed in. Beep, beep, beep. After scanning, this chick like Sang Biao is classified as a fail mutation. Host, you must acquire it. Jiang He forced a professional smile. Where did you find this? Tang Wanyan gasped, struggling to speak, in a yard. To escape from those people. I threw out all the jewelry I had collected. This chick is all that remains for trading. Boss Jiang, if we hand this chick over to the supermarket, will there be any rewards? Upon my assessment, the recovery value of this small animal is 80,000 points. Jiang He glanced at the two, pondering whether to allocate the points to one card or split it between them. 80,000. Tang Wanyan had anticipated a generous reward, yet she was astounded that a mere chick could be worth such points. Her previously ashen face flushed with excitement. Let us split it. Following that, the system executed the transaction, retrieving the two card numbers from the user interface and transferring 40,000 points to each. Jiang He's account balance was instantly deducted by a substantial 80,000 points. It stung, but it was all right. As the system suggested, with these small animals around, she would eventually recoup her investment and earn more. Tang Wanqing reluctantly stroked the chick's body, eagerly asking, Boss Jiang, can I come to see at Aga Chapter 38? Bitter coffee having collected her points, Tang Wanyan left with her sister, content and satisfied. After a night of rest, they must arrive early the following day to stockpile supplies for their home. Meow meow, Sang Biao, in a fit of agitation, jumped up and down, seemingly ready to engage in a skirmish with the little yellow chick. Jiang He held her hand back, focusing intently on the creature. Sang Biao, cease your antics. This is your little chick friend, and you shall be cohabiting with it. You must treat it with kindness. To raise the chick, she needed to craft a separate nest, and tomorrow they would scavenge for materials to create one akin to Sang Biao's. Until then, the two must share space. With the van's doors securely closed, Jiang He returned to her room with the two little ones. When dinner time arrived, her meal consisted of a self-heating beef and tomato hot pot, a large chicken leg, several crispy chicken feet, and a chilled bottle of cola. Sang Biao received 2 pieces of chicken breast, 2 crispy chicken feet, and a bowl of mineral water, while the little yellow chick was given a piece of bread. Its petite stature allowed it to become full after consuming just half. Seated at her small table, Jiang He opened her hot pot, pouring the ingredients into a plastic container, which was brimming with food. After placing the heating pack at the bottom, she added water. During the wait, she glanced back to see the two little creatures in their dining area. Chaos reigned as the chick was cornered by Sang Biao, who was eyeing it menacingly. Sang Biao, you must understand, you are a 0-point creature, while it is worth 80,000 points. Do not let me witness you bullying it again. Otherwise, I shall confiscate your chicken feet. Sang Biao, fearing Jiang He more than anything, complied, obediently carrying the chicken breast to a corner to feast. The little yellow chick, after ensuring Sang Biao had moved far enough away, slowly approached the bread. The enticing aroma of food was irresistible, and it began to devour the bread voraciously, pecking out a large hole before nibbling on the surrounding crumbs. Jiang He felt as though she had 2 children in her care. Soon, she would be the kindergarten principal. Can I toss them into the beast-raising space now? Not yet. You must gather 3 small animals to unlock the beast-raising space. You already have 2 adorable companions. Just 1 more to go. Keep striving. Jiang He sighed. This endeavor relies solely on luck. After dinner, Jiang He decided to visit the virtual supermarket to work off her meal. Today, the inventory had been completely cleared, with sales totaling 195,460 points. After deducting the 80,000 spent on small animals, Her account boasted over 500,000 points. With continued effort, she aimed for an upgrade. Having sold 50 pairs of snow boots, she was granted 5 minutes of restocking time, unlocking a braised chicken wing meal combo, priced the same as the chicken leg meal at 300 points. It included braised chicken wings, minced sour beans, and stir-fried water spinach. Jiang He regretted having eaten dinner early. She should have come to unlock the food first. Chicken wings, her favorite. After little Bao entered hibernation, it reverted to a small ball, resting at the supermarket entrance. Each time Jiang He passed by, she would gently pat it and greet it. She pondered how long it would be until she could see little Bao again. She missed its tall, comforting presence. With a new method to earn points, the residents of the base had become more affluent, naturally increasing their purchasing power. During the 5-minute restocking period, Jiang He focused on mineral water and the meal combos, repeatedly transporting them outside. The following morning, Jiang He crafted a wooden sign clearly stating the operating hours of Dawn Supermarket: 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. This perfectly allotted 8 hours, with a 1-hour break for lunch. Once the supermarket stock was sold out, she would close early. Now, the residents knew precisely when to arrive and wait. That morning, a new sales task refreshed: sell 100 cups of bitter coffee, priced at 100 points each. The reward was 6 minutes of restocking time and the unlocking of a household item. After the task was issued, a pink thermal box appeared in Jiang He's room, containing 20 cups of coffee, emitting a refreshing chill. Life in the apocalypse was already bitter enough. Who desired further hardship? Jiang He began to fret over her KPI for the day. However, reality unfolded unexpectedly. The Chow family woke at dawn and waited outside the van for 3 hours, determined to secure their spot at the front. Upon hearing the van door open, Chow Tianshun perked up instantly. "Good morning, Boss Jiang." Jiang He nodded gently, "Good morning," as she manually pulled out the shell from the trunk and set them on the ground. 2 rows of empty shelves quickly filled with an array of goods. Chow Tianshun's eyes immediately zeroed in on the meal combos. The supermarket had new stock. After earning so many points yesterday, their family was determined to have meat today. "Welcome to Dawn Supermarket. Feel free to browse." As soon as Jiang He finished speaking, the Chow family rushed forward. Usually composed, Chow Songhan became impatient, joining in the excitement. They purchased 30 bottles of mineral water, 12 loaves of bread, 9 bottles of 8 treasure porridge, 3 braised chicken wing meal combos, 1 box of marinated dishes, 3 bottles of chilled cola, and 3 flashlights. The secondary supermarket was quite rudimentary, with only 2 shelves and no cash register. Jiang He stood beside the shelves with a black payment box, allowing customers to select their items before coming to her to check out. If the operating hours were long, she would bring out a sofa to rest. Chow Tianshun could hardly contain his excitement, eager to indulge in the chicken wings immediately. However, he knew he must first settle the points. The 3 meal combos needed an additional 9 points to heat. The microwave was spacious enough to heat all 3 meals simultaneously without issue. Chow Tianshun sniffed the air, catching a whiff of coffee. "Boss Jiang, is the supermarket selling coffee today?" Jiang He nodded, her hopes low as she replied, "1 cup is 100 points. Would you like one?" Items like military coats and snow boots could be set aside, but coffee was different. Once purchased, it must be consumed, or it would be a waste. The bitter scent did not appeal to her, but she knew it was a necessity for others. If sales proved challenging, she could consider bundling items. Buy coffee, receive another product, surely someone would be interested. However, Chow Tianshun's eyes sparkled at the thought of coffee. "It's a good thing. We barely slept last night, and we need to earn points outside. A cup of coffee will surely invigorate us. With renewed energy, climbing the stairs will be easier, allowing us to earn even more points." Indeed, that was the logic Jiang He had overlooked, focusing solely on her disdain for the bitter brew. Chapter 39. A favor. Chow Tianshun's family purchased 3 cups of coffee, and upon receiving them, they eagerly gulped them down. Had they opted for brewed coffee, they would have surely bought a few more. Jiang He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The coffee was sure to sell out quickly. Subsequently, without her needing to actively promote it, the coffee in the thermos diminished at a visibly rapid pace. Tang Wanyun, unable to sleep from excitement the previous night, woke her younger sister early to queue at the supermarket for groceries. The sun blazed fiercely, prompting everyone to take precautions against the heat, covering any exposed skin. To avoid encountering the men from yesterday, Tang Wanyun and Tang Wanxing concealed their faces with a tattered cloth, revealing only their eyes. Zhou Tao, along with his companions, wandered outside the queue, searching for the two women who had slipped from their grasp. Growing impatient, he could not fathom how they had evaded capture. In the Nanyang base, despite residing in the civilian district, Zhou Tao enjoyed the protection of military personnel, allowing him to exert dominance over the civilians. He was regarded as second to none in the area, and no one dared to challenge him. The newcomers, oblivious to the situation, foolishly associated with his group. Zhou Tao, visibly irritated, scolded his men for their incompetence in locating the women. Suddenly, a shorter man pointed towards the middle of the queue and exclaimed excitedly, "Tao Ge, could that be them?" Zhou Tao slapped him across the face, leaving a distinct red mark. "Are you directing me? Hurry and confirm for yourself." The man nodded submissively and hurried towards the queue, swiftly yanking the cloth from the heads of the two women. Upon recognizing their faces, he firmly grasped their arms. "Tao Ge, I found them. It's these two." Zhou Tao casually strolled over, a lewd grin creeping onto his face. "Keep running. Let us see where you can escape to now." He gestured for his men to take them away, determined to teach them a lesson for attempting to outsmart him. Tang Wanxing collided with one of the men, retaliating with a kick. "Let go of my sister. You're bad people. We want to go with you." Though she appeared mature, her spirit was that of a child, unaware of the power these individuals wielded or the consequences of her actions. To her, anyone who threatened her sister was an enemy, and she felt compelled to protect her. Zhou Tao found her defiance amusing, remarking to himself how feisty this little fool was. Tang Wanyun, believing that entering the base would deter such behavior, was disillusioned to find they remained undeterred by the patrolling soldiers. Grasping her sister's hand, she pulled her behind her. "This is a military base. If you dare to misbehave, I will summon the soldiers." Zhou Tao scoffed at her threat, smirking maliciously. "Go ahead and shout. Let us see if they listen to you or to me." He turned to his companions, ordering, "Enough chatter. Grab them and come with me." The two women struggled fiercely, causing a commotion among the customers in line. Jiang He, busy attending to other customers, was initially reluctant to intervene. However, the cries and shouts from the queue soon became unbearable. Unable to tolerate it any longer, she raised a loudspeaker and shouted, "What is with that group of men at the back? Are you looking for trouble? I'll warn you once. Release them immediately, or I will blacklist you." Zhou Tao, having suffered a setback, was unwilling to let them go easily. Yet, he felt a twinge of caution towards Jiang He and sent a subordinate to explain the situation. "Boss Jiang, we aren't looking for trouble. It's those two women who provoked Tao Ge. We'll take them and leave without disrupting your business." The subordinate wore an ingratiating smile as he recounted the events from the previous day. "We intended to escort them out of the base to earn some points, but they attempted to hoard valuable items for themselves. How could our boss tolerate that? They must pay the price." Jiang He was uncertain of who was right or wrong in this matter, nor did she wish to know. However, their behavior was disruptive within her supermarket, violating her regulations. "I'll say this only once. Anyone causing trouble in line will be blacklisted." Was my warning insufficient? She communicated with the system, ensuring all troublemakers were placed on the blacklist. "All right, you have been blacklisted." The subordinate was taken aback by Jiang He's resolute action. They had collected numerous pieces of jewelry, each worth thousands of points. Yet, they were now blacklisted before purchasing anything. He instinctively asked, "What about the points on our cards?" Jiang He replied coldly, "They have been destroyed and rendered void." "This is outrageous. That's tens of thousands of points down the drain." The subordinate grimaced in pain and hurried to report back to Zhou Tao. "Boss, it's bad. All our points have been swallowed by Boss Jiang. We wasted an entire afternoon." What was clearly an act of destruction in Zhou Tao's eyes morphed into a narrative of Jiang He targeting them out of greed. Zhou Tao's expression shifted. While being blacklisted personally was inconvenient, they could still have others assist them in shopping. However, the tens of thousands of points accumulated by him and his brothers were suddenly gone, prompting him to confront Jiang He directly. "Boss Jiang, Let us not make this complicated. We didn't mean any harm. It was just that those two women crossed the line, and I lost my temper. Wanting to teach them a lesson without realizing this is your territory. Jiang He lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a sidelong glance at him. The supermarket's rules are clear. Instigating trouble in line leads to blacklisting, and serious violations will result in electric punishment. How many points is your favor worth? Can I alter the rules just for you? Her voice was supple, yet carried an unmistakable chill, instilling fear. Zhou Tao, accustomed to intimidating others in the civilian district, had never before encountered someone who spoke to him in such a manner. He glanced at the shelves around him and then at his 7 or 8 companions, weighing the potential consequences of smashing her supermarket. Jiang He, uninterested in further discourse, signaled to the patrolling soldiers nearby. Several armed soldiers quickly approached. Jiang He pointed at Zhou Tao and his gang. They are disrupting my business and openly using violence, attempting to forcibly remove 2 patrons from the supermarket. Shouldn't they be apprehended and detained for 10 days or so? Zhou Tao listened to her report silently, his eyes filled with disdain. He had connections within the military district, and he was certain that they would not arrest him. However, the next moment, a soldier raised his voice at him. You lot, behave yourselves and come with us for questioning. Chapter 40. Old acquaintances, old enemies. The other subordinates instantly fell silent, crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. Zhou Tao remained unabashed, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding arrogance. Do you know who I am? I have connections above. Do you dare to arrest me? Before he could finish, a soldier pressed a cold gun against his forehead. Regardless of who you are, anyone causing a disturbance in the Dawn supermarket will face severe punishment. This is a notice personally issued by Chief Xie, and we must enforce it rigorously, no matter who Zhou Tao had in his corner. They could not surpass the authority of the chief. Even if Zhou Tao was brash, in the face of absolute force, he had no choice but to surrender. As he passed by the Tang sisters, a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. Don't think I will let you go just like this. Once I'm out, you will suffer even more. Being arrested was inconsequential. In less than half a day, he would be free again. The military district would undoubtedly assist him. Drive away those noisy flies. Jiang He smiled brightly and continued her business. Tang Wanyun had narrowly escaped danger, but was still anxious, worrying about Zhou Tao's potential retaliation and unsure of how to respond. Tang Wanqing, however, believed that the bad guys had been chased away by Jiang He and that no one would bully them anymore, her eyes sparkling with joy. She gently poked her sister's arm, cheerfully asking, Sister, can I have ice cream today? Tang Wanyun's expression darkened, her restless thoughts instantly dissipating with her sister's question. Zhou Tao and his gang had been taken away. They were temporarily safe, and their priority was to procure supplies. Everything else could wait. A chocolate ice cream cost 100 points, and considering their card had 80,000 points, she decided to fulfill her sister's wish, albeit only with 1 ice cream. Tang Wanqing's eyes lit up as she cheered, yay. Tang Wanyun quickly pulled her hand down, placing a finger to her lips in a gesture for silence. Keep it down. If we disturb Boss Jiang, we could get kicked out, and you'll never have ice cream again in this lifetime. Tang Wanqing covered her mouth, glancing nervously at Jiang He. Thankfully, Jiang He seemed unperturbed. She made a mental note to remember, no loud talking while waiting in line. With half of the coffee sold, Jiang He was in high spirits, her voice cheerful. Welcome to Dawn Supermarket. Feel free to select what you need. Tang Wanqing gazed at her, grinning as she softly expressed her gratitude. Boss Jiang, thank you for saving me and my sister just now. They were the bad guys, and you're a super good person. Jiang He, receiving the compliment, thought to herself, I'm not that kind-hearted. It was just a coincidence. Concerned that Jiang He might find her sister bothersome, Tang Wanyun swiftly pulled Tang Wanqing towards the shelves. Drawing from past experience, she decided that buying bread was the most cost-effective choice, as it could last several months without spoiling. Ignoring the disgruntled looks from other customers, Tang Wanyun bagged all 41 loaves of bread remaining on a shelf. She also grabbed 20 bottles of mineral water and 30 packs of bear biscuits. She dismissed any items costing over 200 points, focusing instead on essential supplies. Her gaze landed on sanitary pads. Dealing with menstruation without them was quite a hassle. Gritting her teeth, She picked up 4 packs, followed by 5 rolls of toilet paper, which would last them quite a while. Despite having 80,000 points, Tang Wanyin was still frugal, unwilling to waste even half a point, the only exception being allowing her sister to buy 1 ice cream. Tang Wanqing retrieved an ice cream from the freezer, only to notice her sister hadn't picked up anything. Curiously, she asked, "Sister, aren't you having any?" Tang Wanyin replied coldly, "I don't like that stuff." Tang Wanqing narrowed her eyes slightly, recalling the time her sister once deceived her with a stick, claiming it had magic that could turn anything into ice cream, allowing her to have an endless supply. "Sister, you're lying. When we were little, you used a stick to trick me into giving you my strawberry ice cream." Tang Wanyin was at a loss for words. "Did I really do such a foolish thing?" She coughed. "I'm saving points. We're only buying 1. If you keep talking, there will be none." After a brief silence, Tang Wanqing lifted her chocolate ice cream, her face beaming with joy. "We'll share it, half for each of us." In total, the sisters spent 860 points, which was quite frugal. Under the sweltering heat of over 40 degrees, the ice cream melted quickly, and within a minute, they had devoured it, taking turns with each delightful bite. Around 11 o'clock, the supermarket was completely sold out, leaving only 8 cups of bitter coffee. Li Ting and Zhao Peng, along with others, found themselves empty-handed. The sheer number of customers overwhelmed the supermarket supply. Jiang He, who had come with them, smirked, unable to resist taunting with such a meager selection. Can this really be called a supermarket? It's hardly enough to fill a gap in one's teeth. They should just rename it Dawn Convenience Store. Compared to the provisions in Huaifeng's space, Jiang He's daily offerings seemed pitifully scant. Li Ting frowned, casting an annoyed glance at her, which Jiang He caught. "What are you looking at? I didn't say anything wrong." In this group, Jiang He enjoyed the favor of their captain, Xia Huaifeng, and the members generally dared not retort. However, Li Ting could no longer tolerate her constant disparagement of Jiang He. "It's not that the supermarket has too few items, but that there are too many customers. Jiang He's supermarket sustains our entire team. How can you speak ill of her?" Nearby, Zhao Peng, missing a tooth, also chimed in. "Jiang He is our savior. Without the water from her supermarket, we would have long perished from thirst. If you don't appreciate what Dawn's supermarket has to offer, then don't queue up. If you're capable, don't dare touch any food sold by Jiang He when you're starving." If it weren't for Xia Huaifeng, Jiang He wouldn't have wanted to come along. The secret of their space had to remain hidden, and they needed to appear to possess legitimate supplies to avoid arousing suspicion. Xia Huaifeng pulled her close and whispered, "Yeah, everyone is currently supportive of Jiang He. Given the incident with the cosmetics, you've already drawn their ire. If you argue with them again, I won't be able to help you. Be good. And once we finish the card, I'll reward you." Yesterday, their team had gone out to earn points, and Jiang He was the only one who returned with half a bag of cosmetics and skincare products, wanting to share the value of those with everyone. If Xia Huaifeng hadn't intervened, she might have faced a mob. Upon hearing this, Jiang He immediately became docile, shooting Li Ting a fierce glare before falling silent. Many others were also there to apply for points cards, and after nearly 40 minutes of waiting, it was finally their turn. Jiang He raised an eyebrow. "Oh, isn't this an old acquaintance? System, are you sure they're not old enemies?" Xiao Huaifeng spoke first. "Jiang He, we're here to apply for cards." The familiar yet authoritative tone was quite recognizable to Jiang He. As her gaze swept over the two, she rested her chin on her hand, slowly remarking, "The flowers have wilted, yet you know to water them. The rain has ceased, yet you remember to carry an umbrella. Your backside is cold, yet you know to wear trousers. The supermarket has been open for so many days, and now you finally know to come for a card." Chapter 41. Refusal of card issuance. Upon arriving to apply for a card, Xia Huaifeng found himself inundated with irrelevant chatter, his brows furrowing in confusion. "What do you mean?" he inquired. "Literally what I said," Jiang He replied, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded the couple, a smile curving her lips. "The goods at Dawn Supermarket are reserved for those in need. Since the very first day of operation, you have been aware of our existence. Yet unlike Li Ting and the others, you never approached me for a points card, indicating that you are not lacking in resources for my supermarket. Now that you come to apply, it is too late. Having traversed the apocalypse for half a year, Jiang He had spent nearly 5 months in the company of this insufferable couple. She was keenly aware of their secret indulgences. After all, she was no fool. While other team members were gaunt and starving, they remained rosy-cheeked, leading everyone to mistakenly believe that Xia Huifeng possessed some extraordinary capability, hoarding ample supplies from the survivor base to sustain himself and Jiang Shuiwei. Jiang Shuiwei bit her cheek and tugged at Xia Huifeng's sleeve. "Brother Huifeng, let it go. If she doesn't want to issue a card, then so be it. I'm not particularly keen on it." Standing in line to apply was already a blow to her pride. Being turned away now meant she would never lower herself to seek Jiang He's favor again. Xia Huifeng, harboring disdain for Jiang He, felt utterly repulsed upon learning that the true daughter of the Jiang family was a village girl, raised in a remote mountain hamlet, unattractive and coarse. No matter how his family urged him to reconsider his choice of fiancée, he remained resolute in his commitment to Jiang Shuiwei. Faced with Jiang He's aloof and contemptuous demeanor, Xia Huifeng's male pride was bruised. He had once looked down upon her, but now found himself the target of mockery from this seemingly insignificant village girl. Without uttering another word, he placed an arm around Jiang Shuiwei's shoulders, his face a mask of anger, and turned to leave. Even without the card, he could find other means. He was not beholden to her. Li Ting, though surprised, found Jiang He's refusal entirely reasonable. Throughout their arduous journey, Jiang Shuiwei had never treated Jiang He with kindness, often uttering sharp and cruel remarks behind Xia Huifeng's back. As a mere observer, Li Ting could hardly tolerate it, let alone Jiang He herself. After enduring such humiliation, why should she sell her hard-earned supplies to them? With a smile exchanged between Li Ting, Zhao Peng, and Jiang He, the group departed. The system, perplexed, inquired, "Host, isn't it true that the goods at our supermarket can be purchased with points? Since what does card issuance depend on timing?" Jiang He replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I simply find those two insufferable and enjoy irking them a bit. Besides, it serves to sow seeds of doubt among the other team members. If they hadn't approached me, I might have forgotten about their existence altogether." Jiang Shuiwei was haughty and cruel, her mouth a fountain of foul language. In the past, when Jiang He had nothing to her name, she had chosen to remain silent, fearing swift retribution. It was as if Jiang Shuiwei were a rabid dog, needing to bark incessantly to find satisfaction. Xia Huifeng, though proclaiming himself a fair leader, allowed Jiang Shuiwei to bully others within the team, acting as her protector while displaying double standards. Neither of them were virtuous. Jiang He, preoccupied with managing the supermarket, had no time to engage with the foolish duo. However, if they insisted on lingering around her, her words would certainly not be kind. "Oh, I almost forgot. Host, add them to the blacklist. Anyone on the blacklist will not only be barred from shopping at the supermarket, but they will also be prohibited from even touching any products that leave Dawn Supermarket." Military District. Zhou Tao was forcibly confined in a small dark room, restlessly banging on the iron door. "Let me out. I want to see your team leader. Do you know who I am?" Yu Haven T even asked any questions before locking me up. "I'm telling you, you're finished. Don't expect to continue operating in the military district." The soldiers at the door, unable to endure his clamoring, summoned the team leader. The captain overseeing the military prison was a middle-aged man named Li Haobo, a longtime acquaintance of Zhou Tao. They had a beneficial relationship. Seeing Zhou Tao brought in, Li Haobo's eyes darkened with concern. "What happened? Who put him in here?" The soldier lowered his voice to explain. "Zhou Tao caused trouble at Dawn Supermarket, and Boss Jiang personally reported him. We had no choice but to bring him in." Li Haobo's heart sank. This was indeed a troublesome situation, entangled with Dawn Supermarket. Upon Zhou Tao's arrival, he relaxed, but after a long wait, no one came to unlock the door. He banged on the iron door again. "Captain Li, what's going on? Your men must be blind to have arrested me. Hurry, let me out." Li Haobo approached the door with a sigh. "Zhou Tao, you're not leaving today." The man in the dark room froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Captain Li, what do you mean by that?" "My superior is Zhou Xiao. With one word from him, the entire military district would tremble, let alone your little cell. A mere supermarket can't overshadow Zhou Xiao. Li Haobo rolled his eyes in annoyance, hidden from Zhou Tao's view. He truly doubted that such a figure would personally intervene in a matter of this trivial nature. Zhou Xiao was merely a distant relative, lacking significant military standing and only exerting influence in civilian areas. According to Commander Xia's orders, no one is allowed to create disturbances at Dawn Supermarket. You have become a typical example, a chicken in a lesson to scare the monkeys. If you were released, it would set a precedent for anyone to cause havoc at the supermarket, and I wouldn't be able to explain that to Commander Xia. Although Li Haobo had a good relationship with him, self-preservation was paramount. He had no desire to lose his position as captain of the prison and be relegated to farming in the civilian district. Zhou Tao, regaining his composure, spoke coldly. Captain Li, I have shown you much respect in the past, providing you with ample supplies. To turn your back on me at this critical moment seems rather ungrateful. There may still be room for negotiation in this situation. Li Haobo pondered for a moment, quickly formulating a plan. I will speak to Zhou Xiao's people. But as for the outcome, I cannot guarantee anything. In the office, Zhou Yinza, cigar in mouth, was engaged in discussions with several ministers from a base. Before the apocalypse, the Zhou family had established their roots abroad, collaborating with various factions and thriving as renowned arms dealers, amassing wealth sufficient to encircle the globe multiple times. With the onset of the disaster, conditions abroad had deteriorated far worse than at home. Seizing the opportunity, the Zhou family mobilized all resources to shift their arms dealings domestically. Zhou Yinza, the youngest son, liaised with the Nanyang military, supplying arms to neighboring bases. He had two elder brothers who had taken posts in different bases. Though Zhou Yinza did not manage the Nanyang base, his status was only slightly inferior to that of the commander. After the meeting, his subordinates entered to relay Li Haobo's message. Zhou Yinza raised an eyebrow, leisurely exhaling a puff of smoke. Dawn Supermarket again? This is the second time I've heard that name. It's time to pay a visit. Chapter 42. Assurance of character in the morning. After selling out the supermarket goods, Jiang He continued to process loyalty card for customers in the afternoon. By 6 o'clock, she promptly closed the shop. Stretching her limbs, she carried the pink thermos box back to her room, conveniently avoiding the need to scavenge for scraps. Perfect for her two chicks to nest in. Upon seeing the newly acquired, sturdy pink box, she found her previous makeshift cardboard nest rather unappealing. The little chick insisted on squeezing into the same box as its companion, and fortunately, their small size allowed ample space within the thermos box for both. Jiang He was too lazy to intervene, as long as they did not fight or come a harm. The well-being of the chicks was all that mattered. For dinner, she indulged in a braised chicken wing lunchbox. Within the ample serving, there were 5 juicy chicken wings. A generous portion indeed. Accompanying the wings were compartments filled with minced meat with sour green beans and water spinach, both overflowing. The enticing hue of the braised chicken wings made her mouth water even before she picked up her chopsticks. As she bit into a wing, the savory and sweet flavors burst on her palate, the meat tender and succulent, effortlessly separating from the bone with just a gentle bite. By the time she finished the substantial meal, her belly was pleasantly rounded. She opened the supermarket panel and unlocked wet wipes in the daily necessities section. A pack containing 100 sheets, costing 20 points. Today, she concluded her sales with a total of 24,600 points earned. Compared to the previous day, her earnings had significantly dwindled. This decrease was primarily due to a lack of tasks, leaving her with no alternative means to acquire replenishment time. For several consecutive days, there had been no sign-in tasks, compelling her to rely solely on completing sales tasks to gain a little time for virtual supermarket restocking. Perhaps her complaints bore fruit. For the next day, upon awakening, the system informed her that 2 tasks had refreshed. Task 1. Sign in on the rooftop of Building 39 in the military district and shout the corresponding slogan. Reward: 8 minutes of replenishment time. Unlock 1 food item. Task 2. Sell 100 pairs of windproof, cold-resistant, thickened wool gloves, priced at 40 points. 100 pairs of ultra-thick, warm, thermal wool socks, priced at 20 points. Reward: 5 minutes of replenishment time. Jiang He paused at the sign-in address. This villa must be private. Would it be considered trespassing if she entered without permission? The system responded nonchalantly. My dear host, it's the apocalypse. What does it matter if you trespass? Call the police? They just arrest you? Jiang He nodded, realizing the absurdity. This was indeed the apocalypse. What place was off limits for her? Having already breached the military rooftop, entering a villa rooftop seemed trivial. Checking the time, it was 7:48 a.m. After freshening up, it was already 8 o'clock. Outside the van, a crowd gathered, eagerly awaiting the supermarket's opening. Hearing the horn, the crowd jolted up from the ground in surprise. Was the supermarket opening early today? Not wanting to keep so many people waiting in vain, Jiang He rolled down the window and called out, "Dear customers, the Dawn supermarket is not opening here today. You need not wait." As for where the supermarket would be when it opened at 9, she herself was uncertain. Her mobile supermarket could operate anywhere she pleased. Upon finishing her announcement, Jiang He closed the window and, following the system's navigation, set off towards the sign-in location. Watching the van drive away, the customers were momentarily stunned. What had they previously said? The Dawn supermarket was just at the base. It wouldn't run away. Now, wasn't it leaving? Once they regained their senses, the eager residents hastily pursued her. "Jiang boss, where are you going?" "Wait for us, Jiang boss. How can we survive without you?" "Take us with you, Jiang boss." Jiang He drove swiftly, her demeanor cool and composed, leaving them in a cloud of exhaust as she turned a corner and vanished from sight. Thankfully, the folding space was unaffected by the speed of the vehicle. Otherwise, the little chick and the other might have been nauseated. Passing by the military dormitory buildings and driving further in led to the villa area. The villa Jiang He had previously visited with Yi Qingqing was located in this vicinity. Many onlookers caught sight of the pink van zipping past, racing towards an unknown destination. What was Jiang boss in such a hurry for? However, it was not impatience that drove Jiang He. Rather, it had been a while since she had a sign-in task, and she felt a flicker of excitement. 10 minutes later, the van halted at Building 39. Stepping out, Jiang He gazed at the opulent villa before her mouth agape in awe. The expansive area visible was entirely part of the villa grounds. The main structure of the villa was grand and magnificent, capable of accommodating 200 people without issue. It was replete with all manner of amenities, each corner exuding an air of luxury, as if she were standing in a lavish palace. The villa's owner was none other than Wang. It was hard to imagine the joy she would feel living within such grandeur. The system's voice echoed softly. "My dear host, are you dissatisfied with your little room now?" Jiang He blinked and looked around. "I wonder if this door grants access to the villa." The abrupt shift in topic did not deceive the system. "My dear host, your room will only grow larger in the future. It will not be too inferior to this place." Jiang He nodded absently. All right, I believe you." The system retorted, "How dismissive." The lavish villa was so expansive that Jiang He struggled to locate an entrance. The perimeter was surrounded by a fence topped with barbed wire. Who were they trying to keep out? Jiang He attempted to climb the fence, but her short legs failed her, and she abandoned the effort. "Well, it seems they could keep her out. Who are you? What are you sneaking around for?" A burly man emerged from behind the fence, a firearm in hand, his face marked with rough features, glaring menacingly at Jiang He. Finally spotting someone, Jiang He hurriedly approached, politely inquiring, "Big brother, is this villa yours? I have an urgent matter and need to access the rooftop. Could you grant me a favor?" The man's gaze flickered. If only he were the villa's owner. This villa belonged to Zhou Xiao, and no unauthorized persons were allowed inside. "Before I lose my temper, you should leave quickly." Considering that she was somewhat polite, he decided to let her off this time. Jiang He, however, did not take his kindness to heart and pressed on. "Is Zhou Xiao home? Could you call him out? I need to speak with him." The burly man's thick brows furrowed, his tone menacing. "Get lost. Zhou Xiao is not someone you can meet." With no means of communication, Jiang He sighed in resignation. She would have to seek another way. The front yard of the villa had many small gates, but as she tried each one, they were all locked. This was unproductive. Time was slipping away, and she had no progress to show. She needed to open the supermarket by 9 and conduct business. Rushing back to the van, Jiang He activated the loudspeaker. "Zhou Xiao, are you there? Can you hear me? Please come and open the door. I have something very important to discuss and need to use your rooftop. Rest assured, I will not cause any damage, nor am I a terrorist. I am the owner of Dawn Supermarket. Just ask Chief Xie, and you'll know my character is assured." Chapter 43. Living by the Sea. Longing for home within the villa, Zhou Yinjia lay asleep in his room, having endured an all-nighter the previous day, barely 2 hours of slumber. Voices echoed around him, calling out, "Young Master Zhou, young Master Zhou, what's this? Has his great-grandfather and great-grandmother finally come to fetch him?" Startled awake from a nightmarish reverie, Zhou Yinjia discerned that the cacophony stemmed from outside the villa. His serpentine, icy gaze narrowed slightly as he retrieved a handgun, emanating an aura of lethal intent as he strode towards the source of the disturbance. Am I supporting this rabble to do nothing? The bodyguards and servants within the villa fell silent, cowering in the corners, fearful that the next victim of Zhou's wrath might be themselves. There's a ruckus outside, and you do nothing to quell it. A burly man approached, his voice taut with tension, reporting to young Master Zhou. The one causing the commotion outside is Boss Jiang from Dawn Supermarket. Zhou Yinjia smirked coldly. Dawn Supermarket, I hadn't sought her out, yet she has come to me first. Women residing in other rooms hurried over, their voices laced with concern. Young Master, do not be angered. It's merely a supermarket owner. Let the bodyguards handle it. Indeed, young Master, do not let her upset you. These women, each more exquisite than the last, have been bestowed upon him, kept within the confines of the villa, largely unaware of the world beyond and its unfolding events. Zhou Yinjia's anger simmered, his visage frigid enough to freeze. He brandished his firearm, firing several rounds into the ceiling. Silence. With that command, he advanced toward the door, his demeanor radiating a ferocious intensity. Inside her mind, Jiang He began a countdown. If 5 minutes elapsed without someone opening the door, she would have to resort to more drastic measures, ramming her car through it. With a yawn, she peered up and spotted a tall, lean man emerging from the villa, clad in silk pajamas, appearing as though he had just risen from slumber. How could he sleep at a time like this in such a dire world? Rolling down her window, she tentatively called out, "Young Master Zhou?" Zhou Yinjia glanced at the pink van before turning his attention to the woman inside. Her hair was styled in a loose bun, wispy strands framing her delicate face, her eyes bright and untainted by the devastation surrounding them. A rare beauty, albeit with a physique less impressive when compared to the women in his villa, like comparing an orange to a pineapple. Irritated by the man's dismissive gaze, she challenged him. "So you young Master Zhou? I require access to your rooftop." Zhou Yinjia chuckled at her audacity, simultaneously finding her amusing yet regretting the thought of ending her life. "What if I deny you entry? Then I must apologize in advance. I've breached military rooftops before, so yours should pose little challenge." As Jiang He revved the engine of her van, only 22 minutes remained until 9 o'clock. She maneuvered the vehicle backward, and with a swift motion, the pink van shot forth like a cannonball, the acceleration potent. With a resounding crash, the iron gate was obliterated, landing perilously close to Zhou Yinjia's feet. Jiang He leaped from the van, instinctively adopting a runner's stance. Having honed her speed in virtual supermarkets, she dashed past him like an untamed stallion. Upon entering the villa's expansive first floor, she was taken aback by its sheer size. Everywhere she looked, doors loomed, with no staircase in sight. "System, navigate me." "Understood. Proceed straight for 200 meters. Zhou Yinjia was utterly bewildered. What had just transpired? Someone had audaciously breached his front door and invaded his villa. Right under his nose? How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. Summoning several bodyguards, he made his way to the rooftop to discover the woman's intentions. After navigating a series of twists and turns, they finally located the staircase leading to the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, he found Jiang He nearly losing control of her vehicle, teetering on the edge of a vast swimming pool. In stark contrast to the dire conditions in the civilian sector, where individuals perished from thirst, this pool sparkled with clean, clear water, a playground for the villa's inhabitants. "Ah, my homeland by the sea, where I was nurtured. Seeing you brings me a sense of home," she proclaimed dramatically, her voice echoing across the rooftop. Zhou Yinjia observed her performance with an inscrutable expression. Was she truly a lunatic? Had she crashed through his door merely to gaze upon the pool and reminisce about her past? A serious bodyguard interjected, "Young Master, it seems Boss Jiang once resided by the sea. Perhaps she is simply nostalgic. Zhou Yinjia shot him a piercing glance. He was not deaf. This peculiar and enigmatic woman was indeed baffling. Sign in successful. You have unlocked 8 minutes of shopping time and caramel-flavored sunflower seeds. Turning around, Jiang He was met by a row of astonished bodyguards in black attire. Out of courtesy, she nodded slightly. Pardon my intrusion, but I must be off if there is nothing else. Zhou Yinjia's gaze remained fixed upon her, his emotions unreadable. Wait, you've damaged my door. How shall we settle this? Strictly speaking, Jiang He believed she bore no fault in this incident. She had politely inquired multiple times to gain entry, yet they remained obstinately silent. However, recognizing the reality of having damaged someone as property, her conscience compelled her to make amends. She rummaged through her pockets and produced an unopened packet of bear-shaped biscuits. Tossing it toward him, she said, "Here, consider this compensation." Zhou Yinjia caught it flawlessly, the blue wrapping fitting snugly in his palm. Upon tearing it open, he revealed a thick cookie in the shape of a bear, an amusing sight as he raised it with both hands. To an ordinary person, such biscuits were a precious commodity, and here she was, offering them as recompense. What sincerity! As the pink van departed the villa, the burly bodyguard rushed over, anxiously inquiring, "Young master, Boss Jiang has fled in her vehicle. Should we pursue?" Zhou Yinjia tucked the biscuits away and cast him a sidelong glance. She is already compensated. What need is there to chase after her? As the van exited the villa compound, Jiang He prepared to make a scene, declaring, "Step right up, don't miss out on Dawn Supermarket, where a plethora of delectable options await your selection." Chapter 44. Escape from suffering with the presence of a pink minibus, a symbol so iconic. There was no need for Jiang He to call out. Customers immediately rushed over to form a queue. A girl exclaimed with excitement, "Oh my goodness, Mom! I'm so lucky to have stumbled upon the Dawn Supermarket just as it opened." She visited the supermarket daily, but rarely managed to purchase anything. She had long been craving the supermarket's self-heating hot pots, boxed meals, instant noodles, marinated dishes, and spicy sour rice noodles. The adorable girl made Jiang He unconsciously smile. "You are the first customer today. You may proceed to select your items," Jiang He announced. Jiang He stood before the dazzling array of goods, feeling wealthier than ever before, momentarily at a loss for what to choose. The fear of choice gripped her. Forget it, I'll just take a little of everything. After all, her brother earned points, and her card was not lacking in them. She grabbed 6 boxes of self-heating hot pots, 3 portions each of boxed meals and marinated dishes, 10 packets of instant noodles and spicy sour rice noodles, 20 loaves of bread, 15 bottles of mineral water, 3 bottles of cola, and 6 cartons of milk. She also needed to buy some daily necessities: 5 rolls of toilet paper, 5 packs of wet wipes, 6 packs of sanitary napkins, and 2 flashlights. After hastily selecting everything, she realized she couldn't carry it all. She laboriously moved her bounty to Jiang He and, with an embarrassed expression, asked, "Boss Jiang, I can't carry all of this by myself. May I take some now and return for the rest later? You can leave it here, but I cannot guarantee that it won't get lost," Jiang He replied. The Dawn Supermarket did not offer storage services, and Jiang He had no obligation to safeguard items. If it was too much to carry, she would suggest that the customer purchase less or find another way. Jiang He glanced at the items on the ground, unwilling to abandon any of them. Each was a treasure to her. Having finally struck a stroke of good fortune, she resolutely refused to let it slip away. "Boss Jiang, please calculate the points for me. I want all of this." Jiang He devised a clever plan. Knowing her brother would surely come looking for her since she had been gone for so long, he could help her carry everything home. With a giggle, she opened a packet of instant noodles, paid 20 points, and went to fetch hot water. After a 3-minute wait, she could no longer contain her excitement and lifted the lid. The steaming aroma enveloped her, prompting her to hurriedly grab a fork and devour her meal. Without a table, she stood while eating, yet it did not diminish her enjoyment. Jiang He was like a living advertisement, and the other customers, enticed by the scent, could hardly resist. Buy instant noodles, yes. Jiang He had stocked over 50 packets of instant noodles, and within 5 minutes they were all sold out. Woolen gloves and socks, however, remained largely unsold. Fortunately, customers with points were willing to purchase a pair or two out of consideration for Jiang He's efforts, as they saw how hard she was trying to promote her goods. Gradually, the items sold, and within 2 days, they would be gone. Half an hour later, Jiang He's brother indeed arrived. He was a man in his 30s, initially appearing quite stern. Jiang He, what are you doing? You come here to buy things without informing the family? Don't you know how worried Mom and I were? Ignoring his harsh tone, Jiang He pointed at the goods and daily necessities on the ground. Brother, look, I bought so many good things. She pouted slightly, feeling a bit aggrieved. It's because I bought too much and can't carry it all that I'm waiting for you. Zhang Feng then noticed the precious items at his sister's feet, things that were usually hard to come by. His tone softened. Let us go home. Mom must be anxious alone. The siblings each carried a pile of items as they left the Dawn supermarket. In the middle of the queue, Li Yanfang wrapped her face tightly, almost wishing to bury her head in her chest, appearing timid as if afraid of being recognized. Jiang He maintained a welcoming smile, eagerly greeting customers. Hello. Welcome to Dawn Supermarket. If you have a points card, you can directly select your items. If not, please come to me to apply. Li Yanfang's eyes were fixed on the ground, her voice barely audible. I don't have a card. Jiang He frowned slightly. What did you say? Please speak up. The system's voice chimed in. She said she doesn't have a card. The system's tone was irritating. Seeing the other person hesitant to look up, Jiang He grew impatient. If you want to buy something, do so openly. Don't waste time. Li Yanfang trembled, her hands shaking as she removed the covering from her head, revealing her face. I'm sorry, Boss Jiang. After stuttering for a while, she still couldn't articulate her thoughts. Upon recognizing her, Jiang He immediately understood and picked up the black box. Would you like to apply for a card? Li Yanfang quickly lifted her head, her eyes shining with a hint of disbelief. Can I really apply? Jiang He replied, You haven't offended me, nor are you on the supermarket's blacklist. Why should you apply? Upon hearing this, Li Yanfang lowered her head again, still haunted by past events that made her feel breathless. The man. Jiang He interrupted her. Though you are married, the one who offended me is him, not you. I will not take out my anger on the innocent. However, if you wish to buy something from the supermarket to take back to him. Upon hearing this, Li Yanfang shook her head vigorously. I want He is already dead. That day, Chun Tianpeng had been electrocuted and, after a long while, awoke, becoming a vegetable as Jiang He had described. His entire body was paralyzed, with only his murky eyes able to move. Li Yanfang, having suffered years of domestic violence, had been suppressed to the point of not knowing how to resist. She dragged the man back to bed, completely exhausted, collapsing on the floor, unable to lift her hands. Suddenly, she detected a foul odor. Chun Tianpeng had lost control of his bladder and soiled the bed. He could not speak, only emitting incoherent sounds. Even in his paralyzed state, he still treated Li Yanfang like a slave, his eyes filled with menace, demanding that she change his clothes. Li Yanfang, as if awakening from A.D. Chapter 45, the arrival of a wealthy benefactor, Li Yanfang released her clammy palms, her face illuminating with a smile that she had not worn in ages. The lifeless depths of her eyes sparkled with newfound hope, brimming with gratitude and anticipation. Thank you, Boss Jiang, she murmured. She had obtained a points card and converted all her belongings into points. Ding! Congratulations. User Li Yanfang successfully recharged 1,000 points. As she moved toward the shelves, she felt as though she were in a dream. She had escaped the clutches of that man and managed to survive in this apocalyptic world on her own, something she had never dared to imagine before. The supermarket stock was dwindling, and Li Yanfang purchased 3 bottles of water, 2 loaves of bread, 2 rice balls, and 3 bags of teddy bear biscuits, totaling 570 points. To her astonishment, nearly half of her points remained. What a bargain! She vowed to earn more points. By around 10 o'clock, the supermarket had sold out of all its goods. Customers who had left empty-handed sighed in disappointment. Is that all? I envy those who were at the front of the line. I always seem to be the unlucky one. I'm so hungry and thirsty. I could endure it, but seeing them eat so well makes it worse. Sigh, let's save our energy and go lie down. That way, I won't think about it as much. I'll come early tomorrow to see if I can snag something. Even a pack of biscuits would satisfy me. The system gently reminded, Dear host, you still have 8 minutes of restocking time available. Jiang He suddenly recalled and raised a loudspeaker. Everyone, please don't rush to leave. A new batch of goods will arrive shortly. If you need something, you can wait for 8 minutes. It won't take too long. As her words fell, the dozen or so customers at the front beamed with excitement, their eyes sparkling. Ah, is there still more? We will wait, no matter how long it takes. Yes. Boss Jiang, we are willing to wait. All right, wait here. I will step away for a moment and return shortly. Jiang Wu set down the loudspeaker and entered the bread truck, swiftly transitioning into the virtual supermarket. Recently, the demand for flashlights had surged, and during restocking, she had taken 3 trips, acquiring 100 flashlights. Chocolates and beef jerky were in limited supply. The essentials remained bottled water and bread, so she aimed to stock up on those. She also decided to bring a few packs of the newly unlocked sunflower seeds to crack open. Before Jiang He could return, the previously empty shelves were suddenly laden with various products, causing the residents to rub their eyes in disbelief. What had just happened? Where had all these items come from? They had not even blinked, yet the goods appeared out of thin air. The Dawn supermarket was indeed magical, with its restocking process resembling a conjuring trick. When Jiang He emerged, the system had completely replenished the stock. All right, the Dawn supermarket is back in business. Come and choose your items. She settled onto the couch, leisurely munching on sunflower seeds while waiting for customers to check out. When it was Yi Qingqing's turn, she remained in shock, unable to respond. Boss Jiang, how do you manage to restock from a distance? Is there some mechanism inside the shelves? Curious to know. Yi Qingqing's cheeks flushed, her round face resembling a ripe apple. I am. Jiang He smiled innocently, a subtle dimple appearing on her cheek. Knowing too much could lead to unfortunate consequences, you know. Are you certain you still wish to hear? Yi Qingqing suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, shaking her head vigorously. No, I don't want to hear. She hurried to the shelves, taking deep breaths. Although Boss Jiang wore an innocent expression, she could be genuinely terrifying. Having not visited the supermarket for a few days, Yi Qingqing had shared her previous stockpile with her roommates, which had mostly been consumed. This time, she had come with her friends to replenish her supplies. The bread and box meals were far tastier than the rations issued by the base. They simply couldn't get enough. Due to the first-come, first-served policy at Dawn Supermarket, only one customer was allowed to select products at a time. However, if a family or group wished to browse together, Jiang He would not obstruct them. The two friends trailed behind Yi Qingqing, appearing as if they had never encountered such a scene before. Wow, this is just like the supermarkets before the apocalypse. Who is this Boss Jiang? She is incredible. Feeling a mix of trepidation and amusement, Yi Qingqing smiled bitterly. Some things are better left unknown. He Tian leaned closer, whispering, Qingqing, I just saw gloves and wool socks over there. Are those also from the supermarket? Yi Qingqing stole a glance at Jiang He, noticing she was distracted. She turned back and whispered so that only the 3 of them could hear. Boss Jiang often sells items that no one else wants. Since we're here, we must support her. We can split the gloves and socks among us. Let's buy them all. All right, I agree. I concur. The 3 girls nearly emptied the shelves, becoming prime points collectors. They gathered 3 boxes of braised chicken wing meals, 3 boxes of marinated dishes, 25 instant noodles, 8 self-heating hot pots, 10 packets of spicy sour noodles, 9 bottles of 8 treasure porridge, 10 loaves of bread, 20 tiger skin chicken feet, 10 rice balls, 20 each of ham sausage and marinated eggs, 6 large chicken legs, 10 purple sweet potato cakes, 8 chocolate bars, and 12 bags of beef jerky. They also collected 20 bottles of mineral water, 9 bottles each of cola, orange juice, and Sprite, as well as 12 rolls of toilet paper, 20 packs of sanitary napkins, and 24 packs of wet wipes. The total expenditure exceeded 20,000 points. With so many items, it took several trips to transport everything. Yi Qingqing, beaming with joy, pointed to the gloves and socks at the back. Boss Jiang, we want all of those as well. Let us calculate the points together. This is the arrival of a wealthy benefactor. Jiang He suppressed a smile, marveling at the unexpected fortune that had come her way. She had anticipated selling out by tomorrow, but this delightful surprise had exceeded her expectations. Ding! Selling task completed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 5 minutes of restocking time. Jiang He handed the gloves and socks to them, her smile radiant. We welcome your next visit. Her words were heartfelt, She genuinely wished for their return. She intended to save the 5 minutes of restocking time for the following day. The system's daily tasks were unpredictable. If tomorrow's tasks were not immediately achievable, it would create an awkward situation. She needed to ensure a safety net. Without goods, the supermarket could not operate, and all the points she had painstakingly earned could be taken by the system. She must protect her points. Meanwhile, in the base's jail cell, Zhou Tao lay helplessly on the ground, having gone without food for a day and a night, occasionally shouting, "Let me out! Where's Captain Li? Bring him to see me." Li Haobo had yet to appear. He was preoccupied with his own matters and had not received precise news from Zhou's side. That morning, the base finally announced Zhou Tao's execution. Upon learning the verdict, Li Haobo was somewhat taken aback. In person, the prison door was kicked open, instantly rousing Zhou Tao, who stood up weakly. A sliver of bright light pierced through the opening in the door, shielding his eyes, unaccustomed to the light after so long. Zhou Tao squinted to see Li Haobo standing at the entrance. As if seeing a savior, he excitedly grasped the bars. "Captain Li, what's happening? Am I getting out?" Li Haobo slowly shook his head, sighing, "Zhou Tao, you've truly crossed a line this time." Zhou Tao's heart sank, and he broke out in a cold sweat. "What the hell do you mean? Young Master Zhou is my cousin, a legitimate blood relative. How could he abandon me?" He reached through the bars, attempting to grab Li Haobo's collar, but the latter evaded him. "The keys, where are the keys? Open the door. I need to find young Master Zhou." Brushing dust from his shoulder, Li Haobo spoke with regret. "Little brother, I'd like to let you out. After all, we've had many pleasant collaborations. However, the base has issued a decree. The good news is your life has been spared." Zhou Tao's voice was strained. "And the bad news? You're being exiled to the mines, permanently barred from returning to Nanyang base." With that, Li Haobo offered a few words of consolation. "Look on the bright side. At least you're alive. I won't be rough. Cooperate and go with them." Zhou Tao's face paled. Those sent to the mines never emerged alive. The work was arduous and perilous, and only the disabled were released, only to face certain death outside. "Captain Li, please help me. I can't go to the mines. Speak to young Master Zhou. Tell him the Dawn supermarket owner is framing me, disregarding his authority. He'll save me. He, who once swaggered through the base on Zhou Yinja's coattails, never imagined such a downfall. It's all that bitch from Dawn Supermarket's fault. I was just arresting a couple of people, not even vandalizing the store, and she had me imprisoned. It's unjust. I've already relayed the message to young Master Zhou, but he won't vouch for you. What can I do? Given our friendship, I've done all I can. Don't make things difficult. Just get on the truck to the mines." Li Haobo has signaled his men to open the door. Zhou Tao, having regained his composure, surprisingly cooperated without resistance. 2 soldiers escorted him onto the vehicle bound for the nearest mine. Having closed the supermarket, Jiang He intended to find a secluded spot in the countryside to let Sang Biao and Bo Wan roam freely. A cornfield immediately came to mind, offering ample space for her chickens to frolic. Driving along, she hummed a cheerful tune. "Riding my beloved little car, I'll never be stuck in traffic." Inside the SUV, Zhou Tao, his eyes filled with malice, glared at every passing figure. Suddenly, spotting a pink van, his lifeless eyes ignited with hatred, and he seethed with rage. Taking advantage of the driver's inattention, Zhou Tao swiftly lunged forward, violently jerking the steering wheel. The tires screeched against the pavement as the SUV veered off course, hurtling directly towards the pink van. Jiang He felt a slight jolt and glanced in the rearview mirror. To her astonishment, a military green SUV was maniacally ramming her vehicle. Fortunately, the van's protective shield would mitigate any damage. "Who in the base is so reckless as to hit my little pink car?" "Host, that's Zhou Tao, and there are 2 innocent soldiers in the car." Hearing this, Jiang He abandoned the notion of engaging the SUV. "In this situation, can I punish him?" "Affirmative. He harbored murderous intent towards you, seeking to crush you." As Jiang He's hand hovered over the steering wheel, contemplating the appropriate punishment, a sharp gunshot echoed from behind. Zhou Tao was shot dead with a single bullet to the head. The SUV screeched to a halt, ceasing its erratic movements. In the rearview mirror, Jiang He could see the SUV's window stained crimson, the mangled figure slowly collapsing. A swift and decisive end, too painless, too easy for him. Cornfield, or rather, What was once a cornfield, devoid of corn, it was now a desolate expanse of withered stalks and cracked earth, parched and barren. Jiang He parked the car and released the two creatures into the open field. Have fun, but don't wander too far. As she spoke, a resonant voice echoed from nearby. Who's there? What are you doing? It sounded familiar. Jiang He turned to see a gleaming pitchfork, glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Wait, the cornfield has no corn. Why is Grandpa Wang still guarding it? The sprightly old man approached, lowering his pitchfork upon recognizing her. Meow, meow. Cheep, cheep. Mommy, this place is huge. So much fun. The two little ones began a game of hide-and-seek in the field. But one disappeared under the broad leaves, while Sang Biao scratched and pecked, becoming increasingly frantic. His movements clumsy and uncoordinated. Grandpa Wang, who had not seen small animals in a long time, was fascinated, observing them intently. That little orange one is so adorable. I want to touch it. He restrained himself, clearing his throat. Did you bring them? Jiang He nodded. Yes. Is it all right to let the chickens run around here? Of course, their droppings will fertilize the soil, helping the corn grow taller next year. Grandpa Wang's eyes lit up at the mention of corn. Following his lead, Jiang He inquired, Grandpa Wang, wasn't the corn harvested? Why are you still guarding this field? I have nothing else to do at home, so I come to turn over the soil. As if remembering something, Grandpa Wang reached into his pocket and pulled out an object. As luck would have it, I found this while turning over the soil. Do you think it could be exchanged for points? I like to get a point card for myself. It was a cup of indeterminate color, encrusted with dirt. Its shape quite peculiar. Jiang He took it and consulted the system. System, analyze this. Is it from Shang Dynasty or the Zhou Dynasty? After a moment, the system responded with excitement. Beep, beep. Host, you have struck gold. This is a genuine antique, a wine vessel from the Midwestern Zhou period, worth hundreds of millions before the apocalypse. The cornfield used to be a museum, so it's not surprising to find such a valuable item. Collecting a rare antique grants you a chance to win a grand prize. Jiang He promptly produced a black box and issued Grandpa Wang a points card. Chapter 47. The temperature-controlled tent Grandfather Wang truly lives up to his name, exuding a charm that resonates with the common folk. Grandfather Wang. The items at the supermarket have sold out today. You can come back tomorrow with your loyalty card to shop. He chuckled, his face crinkling into a warm smile. It was astonishing that a mere cup could be exchanged for over 100,000 points. I shall return to the fields and unearth more such treasures. With that, Grandfather Wang grasped his pitchfork and headed off into the earth. Jiang He watched his retreating figure, her eyes crinkling in delight. Dig deeper, and may you find more treasures. Allowing me to draw from the grand prize pool multiple times. Host, this place was once a museum. Are you not intrigued enough to dig as well? The system's voice brimmed with barely concealed excitement. Acquiring a precious antique would yield me a small commission. More is indeed better, Jiang He mused. Her brow slightly furrowed as she spoke earnestly. System, your greed knows no bounds. As a benevolent supermarket owner, how could I compete with my customers for points? Their survival in this post-apocalyptic world is challenging. Should I not allow them to earn a bit more? The system retorted silently. Clearly, it is mere laziness masquerading as altruism. Jiang He sneezed and narrowed her eyes, a chilling tone creeping into her voice. System, have you insulted me? The system vehemently denied. I did not. Do not wrongfully accuse good system. As she observed the lively interaction between the zombie beast and the 800, Jiang He returned to her room to draw her super prize. System, how do I begin? All right. In the next moment, a vibrant, colorful spinning wheel materialized beside her bed. The circular wheel displayed 7 hues, each segment representing a reward. Red, a supply station orange, 30 minutes of restocking time yellow, a feast of fish green, a banquet of crab cyan, a seafood feast blue, 50 temperature-controlled tents purple, a little helper robot. The red and orange segments were the smallest, barely the width of 2 fingers, while the yellow, green, and cyan segments were considerably larger. Host, there are darts over there. Once the wheel spins, you may throw darts to win prizes. After acquiring the darts, Jiang He voiced her curiosity. System, what does the purple segment signify? Little helper is the virtual supermarket robot. If you hit purple, the little helper will be yours. You can assign it tasks such as restocking, cleaning, or grooming the zombie beast. However, your supermarket must reach level 5 or above for the robot to assist with restocking. The little helper was permitted to enter the virtual supermarket with you due to your successful completion of tasks. Jiang He's eyes sparkled as she nodded. This reward was indeed enticing. Regardless of which color she hit, she would be pleased, though landing the supply station would be the pinnacle of success. After all, a supply station was valued at 880,000 points. With a breath on the dart, she flicked her wrist and sent it soaring. The wheel spun rapidly, taking nearly 2 minutes to come to a standstill. The system enthusiastically proclaimed, "Congratulations, host. You have won 50 temperature-controlled tents." How wonderful! Knowing Jiang, he would be curious about the tents. The system quickly presented a sample. The tent was already assembled, boasting a blue exterior standing at 1.3 meters tall, 2 meters long, and 1.5 meters wide. The interior space was ample enough for 2 individuals, and with a little squeezing, 3 could fit, and even 5 could manage in a pinch, given that survivors in this world were often as thin as reeds. The tent maintained a consistent temperature of 21 degrees, providing utmost comfort regardless of external conditions. Such a tent would be invaluable in extreme weather, whether blistering heat or biting cold. Its marketability would surely be tremendous. She could anticipate a substantial profit tomorrow. With time to spare, Jiang He entered the virtual supermarket to prepare for the next day's stock. Today's sales totaled 78,260 points, bringing the cumulative earnings of Dawn's supermarket to 802,689 points. Before entering the virtual supermarket, she playfully patted the pink orb. "Little helper, just wait. I will surely draw you into my possession." The zombie beast and the 800 had developed a camaraderie, growing increasingly harmonious in their interactions. After completing her stock, Jiang He exited the van to find the zombie beast cradling the 800, tenderly grooming its feathers. As night fell, she called the two back in for dinner. Time to eat. Upon hearing the words dinner, the zombie beast sprang up like a coiled spring. The 800, roused from slumber, was taken by surprise and tumbled to the ground, dazed and confused. The 800 lamented, all the camaraderie and moments spent this afternoon, ultimately wasted. The following day, temperatures dipped slightly, providing a much more pleasant atmosphere for those outdoors, their faces displaying signs of vitality. Ding! Today's sales task has refreshed. Sell 100 sturdy umbrellas, priced at 400 points. Reward, 5 minutes of restocking time. Additionally, temperature-controlled tents are priced at 5,000 points each. Note that rewards will not count towards the supermarket's cumulative earnings. 5,000 for one tent? Jiang He was taken aback. This was the most expensive item since the supermarket's inception. Yet, given the tent's remarkable features, it was indeed worth such a price. Regardless of the cost, it would certainly be buyers. At 9 o'clock, Jiang He found a suitable spot and parked to open her supermarket. She placed the tent sample next to the shelves, showcasing it from all angles to the customers. Li Ting and her companions stumbled upon the pink van just minutes after leaving their dormitory. Rushing forward to claim the prime spot, Li Ting beamed with excitement, pointing at the blue tent and curiously asking, "Jiang He, what is that?" During her introduction, Jiang He deliberately amplified her voice so that everyone present could hear. Dawn's supermarket proudly presents 50 temperature-controlled tents. Do not be fooled by its ordinary appearance. Its capabilities are beyond imagination. What to do in extreme heat or cold? Purchase this tent, and you can discard your air conditioning and fans. Simply enter this tent and enjoy a constant, comfortable temperature of 21 degrees. Constructed from unique materials, it is waterproof, electric-proof, and radiation-proof, capable of withstanding even the fiercest typhoon. Its quality is exceptional. At just 5,000 points, it is a genuine bargain, fair for all. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively widened their eyes, pausing in astonishment before engaging in hushed conversations. In extreme heat, if I had a temperature-controlled tent, I wouldn't have to endure such suffering. I nearly succumbed to the heat. While temperatures were gradually cooling, who could guarantee that conditions would remain stable? I must purchase one to take home. The enthusiasm for purchasing tents surged among the crowd. But Li Ting and her group hesitated. They could indeed muster 5,000 points, but buying the tent would leave them with little to spend on other essentials. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Li Ting's mind. The tent seems quite spacious. Why don't we pool our points together to buy it? Chapter 48. The unyielding umbrella. Zhao Peng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he found the proposed solution feasible. By pooling their resources, two individuals would only need to contribute 500 points each, while three could manage with just over 600 points. In this post-apocalyptic world, who cared about the size of their sleeping quarters? A comfortable spot to lie down was more than sufficient. Residing in a temperature-controlled tent promised restful nights. Li Ting's teammates were equally convinced of the practicality of this plan and began seeking others to share the cost. With a blush creeping to his ears, Zhao Peng tugged at Li Ting's sleeve and whispered, "How about we share a room?" Li Ting, taken aback by his boldness, turned to find Jiang He casually snacking on sunflower seeds, observing them with a curious gaze. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, "What are you saying?" Zhao Peng, feeling it was time for him to be more assertive, decided to be direct. "I like you, and I believe you like me too. Let's take this opportunity to make things official. What do you think?" Seeing her hesitation, the glimmer in his eyes began to fade. "Is it because I have no front teeth and my words come out awkwardly?" Li Ting quickly shook her head. "No, I've never thought that." She simply felt overwhelmed. After being single for over 20 years and finally realizing her feelings, the prospect of cohabitation was daunting. However, she soon reconsidered. Meeting someone who stirred her heart in such dire times was a rare gift. Her face was aflame, fingers gripping the hem of her shirt. "All right, let us buy a tent together." Since they were already embarking on this journey, there was no need for further hesitation. Zhao Peng's face glowed with joy. "Then I'll use my card. You can keep your points." Jiang He, witnessing their budding romance, felt like a golden single aristocrat caught in their display. Ding. Balance credited. 5,000 points. Please remember to set up the tent yourselves once you receive it. For any after-sales issues, feel free to consult me. The pair received a vacuum-sealed bag containing 6 essential components of the tent. After securing their accommodation, Li Ting and Zhao Peng proceeded to the shelves for additional shopping. They were the first to arrive at the supermarket, where the abundance of goods was overwhelming. Aligned in their frugal mindset, they deliberately chose affordable and practical items. Ignoring snacks altogether, 30 bottles of mineral water, 30 loaves of bread, 30 bags of teddy bear biscuits, 2 flashlights, 10 rolls of toilet paper, and 5 packs of sanitary napkins. As they finalized their selections, Zhao Peng hesitated. "How about we get a box meal to celebrate this significant day?" Li Ting's face flushed again at the thought of indulging. "All right," she acquiesced. Zhao Peng, elated, quickly retrieved a box of braised chicken wings, Li Ting's favorite. Their total expenditure amounted to 5,850 points. Since they couldn't carry everything in one go, Zhao Peng suggested that Li Ting wait while he made a few trips back to transport their purchases. Before long, 20 tents had been sold. The system urgently reminded host, "You forgot to promote our umbrella." "Oh, no rush. Let us wait a bit longer." With the temperature-controlled tents available, who would want to buy a regular umbrella? Once the initial rush had passed, the time to promote the unyielding umbrella would arise. Many customers short on points, like Zhao Peng and Li Ting, sought trustworthy partners for their tent purchases, as disputes over shared assets could lead to complications. Zhou Yinjia instructed his subordinates to keep an eye on the Dawn supermarket, ready to signal him the moment it opened. Upon receiving word, he drove over, only to find a long queue already formed. Irritated, he frowned at the inconvenience. Armed, he descended to assert his presence. A nearby subordinate hesitantly reminded him, "Young Master Zhou, the supermarket has a strict policy against cutting in line. Violators will be blacklisted." Zhou Yinjia could hardly fathom that even in a post-apocalyptic world, such absurd regulations persisted. "Am I not exempt?" His subordinate, speaking cautiously, replied, "Boss Jiang enforces this rule uniformly." Zhou Yinjia's gaze shifted towards the window, spotting a pink van swallowed by the crowd. He methodically caressed the trigger of his gun, his voice low and languid. "Fine, let's play along." As he stepped out of the armored vehicle, he immediately captured the attention of onlookers. Dressed in a white t-shirt and black cargo pants, His broad shoulders and narrow waist complemented the elegance of his long fingers, which held a slender cigarette. His striking features exuded a wild allure. Those capable of driving such a vehicle could only belong to the military. Passers-by quickly averted their gazes, hurrying past. Wearing sunglasses, Zhou Yinzhe stood out among the scruffy residents. The air around him almost palpable with tension. No one dared to breathe loudly in his presence. 50 tents swiftly sold out. In Jiang He felt a surge of delight as her earnings soared to 250,000 points, an unexpectedly gratifying windfall. However, she remained focused on her work. She unfurled an unyielding umbrella above her head and proclaimed, "Attention! For those who missed out on the temperature-controlled tents, the Dawn Supermarket proudly presents a new product, the unyielding umbrella. Just look at its material, and you'll understand its resilience. It's no exaggeration to say it's sturdier than bulletproof helmets or vests. This umbrella not only shields you from sun and rain, but can even withstand bullets." Zhou Yinzhe, feigning indifference, suddenly lifted his gaze and stepped out from the queue. Words alone lack persuasion. "I have a firearm here and can gladly test the umbrella's durability for free." He was confident that everything in the supermarket was of the highest quality. Recognizing him instantly, Jiang He remained unflustered. She would certainly not refuse a free demonstration involving bullets. A live demonstration would undoubtedly enhance the sales pitch. "All right, I'll hold it. You can fire directly at me." Zhou Yinzhe's enchanting eyes momentarily faltered. Did she not fear that the bullet might stray and harm her? Jiang He held the umbrella before her, waiting for the gunfire. When silence lingered, she tilted the umbrella to reveal her radiant face. "What's wrong? Can't you aim properly at such a close distance?" Provoked, Zhou Yinzhe, especially by her, hesitated no longer. For the first time, he raised his gun without any intent to kill, though a faint aura of menace lingered in his demeanor. Bang! The bullet whizzed through the air, striking the canopy, causing Jiang He to involuntarily step back. The onlookers, positioned at the front, witnessed the spectacle most clearly, erupting in awe. Wow! The bullet hit the umbrella, yet there's not a single mark on it. Incredible! This umbrella could serve as a formidable weapon. Chapter 49. Would you like me to break your bones? Zhou Yinzhe, who had just personally discharged a firearm, stood frozen for 2 seconds before processing the situation. The bulletproof gear from the military could not compare in strength and durability to this umbrella. Thus, his curiosity about Jiang He deepened significantly. Who exactly was she to possess such extraordinary items? The Chow family had previously stockpiled sufficient supplies, yet they still visited daily in hopes of fortuitously acquiring more. For one could never have too many resources. The three of them stood there, mouths agape in astonishment. After swallowing hard, Chow Tianshun regained his voice. "Boss Jiang, how many points does such an umbrella cost? It must be quite expensive." The astonishing sales efficacy was something Jiang He had not anticipated. Clearing her throat, she exaggeratedly declared, "Listen carefully, everyone. The price of the Ironbone umbrella is a flat rate of just 400 points. You heard correctly, 400 points to take it home. Stocks are limited, and it's first come, first served. Once they're gone, they're gone. So what are you waiting for? Hurry and buy. Though the umbrella may not be as grand as a temperature-controlled tent, it was undeniably affordable and practical. The enthusiasm for purchasing this time even exceeded previous occasions. Without hesitation, Chow Tianshun stepped forward. "Boss Jiang, we'll take 3. Their household was now well stocked with food, but they lacked defensive weapons. The Ironbone umbrella not only boasted superb defensive capabilities, but also possessed strong offensive potential. Anyone who dared to confront them would be met with a piercing thrust from the umbrella. 100 umbrellas sold even faster than Jiang He had anticipated, their popularity rivaling that of the temperature-controlled tents. Zhou Yinzhe, patiently enduring a half-hour wait, finally found himself at the front of the line. Prior to his arrival, he had already familiarized himself with the supermarket's protocol. One must first obtain a points card and load points onto it to purchase items. Clutching the black card in his hand, Zhou Yinzhe smirked, his voice laced with playful suggestion. "I've done you a great favor. Shouldn't you offer me a discount?" Jiang He smiled politely yet coldly. "Would you like me to break your bones instead?" Nevertheless, She was a civilized and courteous shopkeeper and felt the need to remain tactful with her customers. That's not possible. You yourself stated it was a free service. She emphasized the word free, knowing Zhou lived in an expansive villa and likely wouldn't be so stingy. Zhou Yinza's expression darkened. He was typically generous with women, and no one had ever accused him of being miserly. Yet, facing the same person repeatedly in a position of disadvantage, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed. The shelves were nearly bare, and Zhou Yinza casually scanned the remaining items. His gaze landed on a bag of bear-shaped biscuits identical to those in his pocket, and he paused. Removing his sunglasses, he focused on the pink price tag that read, 10 points per bag. Glancing over, he noted chocolate for 100 points, beef jerky for 180, chicken breast for 300, and box meals for 300. The bear biscuits were the cheapest items in the entire Dawn supermarket. Leaning against the shelf, Jiang He leisurely munched on sunflower seeds when she suddenly sensed a wave of low pressure approaching. Turning to look, she found Zhou Yinza staring at her with an inscrutable expression, holding a handkerchief for which the outline of 2 bare ears was faintly visible. Suddenly, with a forceful motion of his right hand, the entire cute bear collapsed into a pile of crumbs. Poor little bear, Jiang He thought. What is wrong with this man? Is he out of his mind? The system chimed in, divine gold. Setting down her sunflower seeds, Jiang He frowned and called out, "Hey, wasting food will get you blacklisted. Your current behavior is extremely dangerous." Before she could finish, Zhou Yinza, right before her eyes, shoved all the broken biscuits into his mouth, leaving not a single crumb behind. Jiang He sighed and decided to let it go. The system chimed again, divine gold. Zhou Yinza maintained a stern expression as he purchased all 13 bags of bear biscuits. At the checkout, Jiang He casually inquired, "Is that all you need?" Zhou Yinza clenched his jaw and replied tersely, "No need." "Ah, it seems this man has a peculiar fondness for bear biscuits, particularly enjoying crushing them before consuming." Dawn Supermarket had opened today near the dormitories of the common folk, and Xia Huifeng stood not far off, observing intently. The armored vehicle, a symbol of power, had recently become one of his primary objectives. After gaining a foothold, Xia Huifeng, convinced of his status as the chosen one, was unwilling to remain at the bottom as a powerless civilian. While the apocalypse was hell for others, he saw it as his opportunity to make his mark. To shatter the class divide, his first step was to establish connections with a military district. He had previously met with a high-ranking official, but there had been no follow-up, leading him to believe it was a lost cause. Ultimately, he would have to rely on his own efforts. Xia Huifeng observed Zhou Yinza as he entered the supermarket, noting every change in expression. Zhou appeared quite interested in Jiang He, yet something seemed to suddenly upset him. Having tried to align himself with power twice, he was forced to use Jiang He as a decoy. Xia Huifeng found himself torn between feeling fortunate and feeling unlucky. Upon reaching the armored vehicle, Zhou Yinza was immediately greeted by someone opening the door. He tossed the 13 bags of bear biscuits into the back seat, 2 of which bounced beneath the seat due to his forceful throw. A nearby subordinate started to retrieve them, but was met with a sharp reprimand from Zhou Yinza. "Did I tell you to pick those up?" The subordinate trembled, afraid to make another move, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Huifeng approached with a gentle smile. "Young Master Zhou, I know a great deal about Jiang He. Would you be interested in hearing?" Meanwhile, Jiang He was too preoccupied with accumulating points to notice Xia Huifeng's interaction with Zhou Yinza. By 1:30 in the afternoon, all 100 ironbone umbrellas had been sold, effortlessly netting her an impressive 40,000 points. Jiang He hummed a cheerful tune as she pushed the cart towards the vehicle. Suddenly, a spherical object fell at her feet with a thud, startling her. "What on earth is that?" The system chimed in. "Host, this is Xia Shui, and he is Xia Yu, and I am. Let hail." Jiang He looked up to see hailstones the size of goose eggs plummeting from the sky, crashing heavily onto the ground, trees, and heads alike. The hailstorm descended so abruptly that many did not have time to flee, suffering severe injuries. Chao Tianshun reacted swiftly, holding up an umbrella while urging Chao Songshan and Zhu Yuxia, "Mom and Dad, it's hailing. Quickly, open the umbrella." The silver umbrella felt remarkably light in hand, its thin canopy effectively shielding them from the massive hailstones. "Phew, That 400 points was well spent. It proved immensely useful almost immediately. Had they not had the umbrella, they would have ended up like those who failed to reach shelter, injured by the hail. With extra space beneath the umbrella, Chao Tianshun called out to passers-by, "Hey brother, come take cover from the hail." The man, astonished by Chao Tianshun's relaxed demeanor under the umbrella, replied, "Where did you get that umbrella? It's incredible." Chao Tianshun proudly puffed out his chest. "I bought it at Dawn's supermarket, but it's already sold out now. You can't get one." Chapter 50. The cataclysmic hailstorm. The colossal hailstorm struck without warning, persisting for a full 2 hours without respite. The number of residents who perished on the spot is estimated to exceed 100. A handful of customers sought refuge beside a van, and as Jiang He found herself unable to close the door, she opted to leave it ajar to provide them some shelter. Several residents, armed with sturdy umbrellas, passed by her. It must be said, these umbrellas serve a rather practical purpose. The system hesitated before revealing the truth. In fact, these ironclad umbrellas were specifically designed for hailstorms. However, due to the rarity of such weather phenomena on that planet, they remained unsold, their price prohibitive. Jiang He mused, what a thoroughly invigorating development. Without any hail, who would be inclined to buy them? As dusk approached, the enormous hail showed no signs of abating, blanketing the ground with a layer of snow-white pebbles. Wishing to rest, Jiang He drove the customers back to their dormitory. The van, unaffected by the road conditions, bulldozed through the hail, pushing it aside like a bulldozer. Those who had been injured and lay on the ground were rescued by the base's soldiers, but could only receive rudimentary bandaging, lacking the means for further treatment. The medical resources at the base were limited, and all supplies were prioritized for the military personnel. Consequently, many civilians were desperately vying for a chance to enter the military district. Xia Huifeng was among them. After striking up a conversation with Zhou Yinze, he rode in an armored vehicle to the villa district. Upon witnessing the opulent grandeur of the luxurious estate, his resolve to join the base's management strengthened. Zhou Yinze casually selected a meeting room and instructed a servant to brew 2 cups of tea, once a pampered scion before the apocalypse. Xia Huifeng felt dwarfed in comparison to the Zhou family. The inherent superiority and imposing presence of Zhou Yinze were qualities he could not compete with. Sitting face to face, he felt inexplicably diminished. However, as he acclimated to the atmosphere, Xia Huifeng regained his confidence. He was no ordinary individual. He was exceptional and deserved to survey the world from a higher vantage point. When the doors swung open, a servant clad in a revealing maid outfit entered, placing the tea before Xia Huifeng. Unbeknownst to her, the angle at which she bent over offered an unrestrained view of her alluring figure. Xia Huifeng hastily averted his gaze, fixating on the tea, taking a sip. Noticing his fleeting distraction, Zhou Yinze chuckled softly, swirling his teacup nonchalantly before inquiring, "What is your relationship with Jiang He?" Finally returning to the crux of the matter, Xia Huifeng confidently recited the answer he had prepared. "Zhou Xiao, to be candid, we were on the verge of marriage." At this, Zhou Yinze raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard a jest. "You?" Xia Huifeng clenched his fists, striving to overlook the disdain woven through the man's words. "However, I am now her brother-in-law." Zhou Yinze laughed derisively, remarking on the complexity of this relationship. Subsequently, Xia Huifeng unraveled the intricacies of their connection. Though many details were omitted, particularly his previous disdain for Jiang He and how Jiang Shuiwei often used her as a punching bag, every word he uttered was tailored to serve his interests. Upon concluding, Zhou Yinze keenly sensed an incongruity but could not pinpoint it immediately. "By your account, Jiang He ought to regard you as a benefactor. Since the onset of the calamity, she has been under your protection as captain, enabling her safe arrival at the Nanyang base, which led to her subsequent fortunes." Xia Huifeng modestly smiled. "I cannot claim the title of benefactor. I merely lent a hand. As she is the sister of my fiancé." "Very well. I comprehend." Zhou Yinze nodded thoughtfully, beckoning a bodyguard at the door. "Bring them out to entertain. We have esteemed guests today and must extend our proper hospitality." The bodyguard, glancing at the unfamiliar man in the room, quickly grasped the situation. "Understood, Zhou Xiao." Xiao Huifeng remained oblivious to the implications of entertain until he entered the living room, greeted by a bevy of alluring women clad in bikinis. He swallowed hard, diverting his gaze immediately. "Zhou Xiao, what is your intention?" Zhou Yinza clapped a hand on his shoulder, his eyes glinting with mischief. "You shall not return tonight. Stay in the villa. Once you've had your fill of fun, these beauties are yours to choose from, and we can continue the evening in your room." Xiao Huifeng stiffened his neck, declining. "I have a fiancé." Zhou Yinza burst into laughter, laced with evident mockery. "Do you truly believe that? The inherent flaws of man. Who is ever free from temptation? A fiancé is merely a relic of the pre-apocalypse era. In this new world, who still adheres to monogamy. Not just men, but women of power also keep numerous handsome companions at home, living like deities." The phrase power and influence momentarily unsettled Xiao Huifeng. In this apocalyptic reality, the abundance of women or men signified a certain status. Zhou Yinza raised his hand, and lively music erupted, sending the villa into a vibrant frenzy. Indulgence and revelry ensued. Xiao Huifeng no longer suppressed himself. He sipped fine wine and savored premium cigars, his eyes wide open to the enchanting forms surrounding him. The desires of man magnified and were unleashed in that moment. The tension that usually gripped him finally relaxed. This was the life of the elite, no matter the cost. He would ascend to such heights. Nevertheless, Xiao Huifeng remained vigilant, drinking but never fully succumbing to inebriation, as he retired to his room. He steadfastly declined the advances of the women Zhou Yinza had sent his way. His personal space must remain undiscovered by others. Solitude was his safest refuge. The immense hailstorm lasted throughout the night, and upon rising the next day, residents discovered a sudden drop in temperature. Within 2 days, they had transitioned from sweltering heat to winter's chill. Yesterday's 30-degree weather plummeted to a mere 5 or 6 degrees. Yet, most of those who had sought refuge at the base lacked sufficient winter clothing. In 5 or 6 degrees, they shivered in short sleeves and shorts, enduring the cold. Yi Qingqing had initially purchased military coats and down jackets from the Dawn supermarket, securing a wealth of winter resources. She kept a few for herself and generously distributed the rest among her dormitory and team companions. Donned in woolen gloves and socks, wrapped in a thick down jacket, she felt utterly warm, nearly moved to tears. "Oh, I shall never again criticize the merchandise sold by Boss Jiang. Every item at Dawn supermarket is invaluable." Jiang He too found it curious. Not long ago, she had fretted daily over her extra KPIs. Selling thick winter coats during the sweltering summer had seemed a torment. Yet, before long, the temperature had plummeted. Those unsold items had now become necessities. The umbrellas she sold yesterday had barely left the shelf before the hail began to fall. Could there be a connection? A warning? A portent of the next calamity? The system, as if having held its breath for an eternity, promptly interjected. Chapter 51. The trailblazer, sensing something amiss, Jiang He's countenance darkened, and she arched an eyebrow, querying, "Guess? System, how much are you concealing from me? Are we not the quintessential duo? You harbor secrets from me? I am profoundly disheartened. The partnership warrants reconsideration. Seeking another system is not beyond contemplation." Her rapid-fire delivery preempted any interjection from a system, which could only await her conclusion before hastening to explain. "My cherished host, I yearn to divulge it. But the main system forbade it, stipulating that the host must gradually unravel it independently." Jiang He. "Very well. The main system possesses a modicum of conscience, albeit issuing supplementary KPIs and occasional eccentricities. However, the majority of unsaleable items are aligned with the sequence of cataclysms, alleviating her future sales anxieties." Jiang He accessed the panel, scrutinizing the day's objectives. The daily check-in remained unrefreshed, with only the sales mission active. Vend 100 princess-style down jackets, each priced at 300 points. Reward: 8 minutes of restocking time, unlocking 1 daily necessity. Selling down jackets in winter is effortlessly simple. Upon beholding the samples adorning the sofa, Jiang He's vision momentarily blurred. To elaborate, they are indeed down jackets. However, is the fluorescent hue not excessively garish? Crimson, viridian, violet. A kaleidoscopic array. A frilly ruff encircles the shoulders, while the chest is emblazoned with grandiose peonies, plum blossoms, and camellias. The skirt is veiled in lace, encrusted with shimmering sequins, and the waistband is adorned with an ostentatious bow. The amalgamation of these elements is aesthetically jarring. Previously oblivious, Jiang He now conceded that the items in the sales missions were indeed unsaleable. Where could one possibly vend such wares? Only the inhabitants of the apocalypse would be indiscriminate. The system remained remarkably optimistic. My precious host, fret not. Extreme kitsch is the new chic. As long as we remain unfazed, others will bear the embarrassment. Consider the silver lining. They are at the very least down jackets, providing warmth when worn. After a night-long barrage of hailstones, the pink van was submerged to its midpoint, with only the roof visible. A profusion of hailstones obstructed the dormitory's entrances, trapping the residents within. Another day of door-to-door delivery. Jiang He ignited the engine, forcibly displacing the surrounding ice formations, navigating through a landscape of meter-high hailstones. Within the base, all facilities were suspended, and military personnel were dispatched to clear the thoroughfares. Armored vehicles, troop carriers, and trucks were all deployed. However, despite the engine's strained roar, they progressed a mere dozen meters. The resistance from the hailstones was formidable, rendering the vehicle's pace slower than that of the elderly crossing the street. Chun-Ling extended half his torso from the window, wielding an iron shovel to laboriously clear the hailstones surrounding the vehicle. After protracted exertion, his arms verged on collapse, yet their vehicle had advanced only half a meter. Captain, at this rate, will we be toiling through the night? Chun-Ling gasped, his countenance reflecting utter despair. He would sooner engage in combat with adversaries than endure the task of shoveling hailstones. Qin Song, gripping the steering wheel, upon witnessing the sluggish progress, also procured a tool and joined his comrade in the clearing efforts. The external temperature is frigid. Relying on natural melting will result in the starvation and dehydration of a significant portion of our base's populace. We must expedite the opening of a path to minimize losses. Upon hearing these words, Chun-Ling and the other team members redoubled their efforts. After half an hour of labor, they were startled by cacophony emanating from the vicinity. The din resembled the unleashing of a dragon, threatening to obliterate everything in its path. Chun-Ling's expression hardened, and his right hand instinctively gravitated toward his firearm. Captain, could it be that the marauders are seizing the opportunity to infiltrate our base? In contrast, Qin Song remained composed. They are unlikely to be so audacious in broad daylight. Boom! A pink blur whizzed past their vehicle. Its velocity was such that Qin Song and his comrades could only discern a nebulous afterimage. Chun-Ling was struck squarely on the forehead by a projectile hailstone, resulting in a rapidly swelling bump. He clutched his head, his eyes nearly emitting flames. When tarnation was that? If I apprehend the perpetrator, I shall flay them alive. Qin Song turned, answering his query in a measured tone. Presumably, it was Madame Jiang's van. She is the sole proprietor of a pink vehicle within the base. An awkward silence permeated the atmosphere. Chun-Ling lowered his hand, emitting a dry chuckle, his speech faltering. It's not particularly painful. I was unaware it was Madame Jiang. My previous statements are null and void. Pretend you did not hear them, and refrain from relaying them to Madame Jiang's ears. Were Madame Jiang to discover his desire to flay her alive, he could bid farewell to the succulent drumsticks from the supermarket. Chun-Ling straightened, gazing in the direction of Madame Jiang's departure. It was then that he espied a path that had been singularly carved out. He could not suppress an expletive. I'll be damned. Is Madame Jiang a veritable snowplow on wheels? The areas traversed by her vehicle have been transformed into unobstructed thoroughfares. He ecstatically exclaimed, Captain, we need not toil through the night. Madame Jiang is the trailblazer. Jiang He, in a frenzy of vehicular velocity, arrived at the base of a dormitory, oblivious to her inadvertent assault on an individual. Alighting from a van, laden with the repulsively garish down jackets, Jiang He harbored but one aspiration, that the supermarket would expedite its upgrade. With a personal space, she would be spared these incessant commutes. The stairwell was crammed with hailstones, leaving no crevice unoccupied. System, is there means of removing them? Regrettably, no. Before Jiang He could interject, the system hastened to add, however, assistance will soon be forthcoming. Scarcely had the words left its virtual lips when a military green armored vehicle, following the path carved by Jiang He, slowly approached. Chunling, sporting a prominent bump on his cranium, greeted her effusively. Madame Jiang, long time no see. After the vehicle came to a halt, Qin Song and his retinue disembarked. Chunling gestured toward the garments in Jiang He's grasp, inquiring with curiosity, Madame Jiang, are these the supermarket's latest offerings? They appear rather distinctive. Jiang He, observing the tools in their hands, offered a slight nod. Indeed, each is priced at 300 points. Would you care to acquire one? Her eyes shone brightly, akin to starlit autumn waters, rendering it difficult to decline her offer. Chunling sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Madame Jiang, please accept our apologies. We are currently executing a mission and are prohibited from making personal purchases. Fearing a misunderstanding, he vehemently elaborated, it is a regulation of the armed forces. Violations result in confinement. We harbor no aversion to these down jackets due to their aesthetic deficiencies, nor do we find them rustic or vulgar. Chunling nudged his teammate beside him, desperately signaling him with his eyes. Am I correct, Song? Li Tsong sidled away, disinclined to acknowledge his association with this simpleton. Chapter 52. Calamity from above, behind the armored vehicle. A small excavator approached, evidently tasked with clearing the hail from the dormitory building. Jiang He did not engage in petty disputes like Chunling, as the appearance of the down jackets was evident to anyone with eyes. She stepped aside, patiently awaiting the excavator to carve a path. On the upper floors, someone heard the commotion, opened a window, and caught sight of the delivery van from Dawn's supermarket. Exclaiming with delight, Boss Jiang is here to open a supermarket. His enthusiastic shout prompted the residents in the building to rush to the windows for confirmation. Upon seeing that it was indeed Boss Jiang, they hurriedly grabbed their loyalty cards and rushed to the first floor. Finally, they would have the chance to purchase supplies from the supermarket. As more and more people descended, they congested the staircase between the first and second floors. Given the situation, Jiang He decided against delivering goods personally. Instead, she would pull out the shelves and await her customers. Tang Wanqing leaned against the window, recognizing familiar figures, and quickly ran to her bed to nudge her sister Tang Wanyan, who was still asleep, exclaiming, Sister, Boss Jiang is here. The two sisters, fearful of retaliation from Zhou Tao and his group, remained obediently in their dormitory except for necessary trips to the restroom. Lacking warm clothing and blankets, they had been jolted awake by the cold last night and had huddled together for warmth, managing to sleep for only 3 to 4 hours. Upon hearing the name Jiang, Tang Wanyun groggily opened her eyes, quickly realizing the situation and leaping from her bed. Let us go buy something. Outside was even colder than indoors. Clad in short sleeves and ice silk wide-leg pants, the sisters trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering. As the excavator cleared away half of the hail, a gap was opened, and people began to squeeze through. Eager to procure supplies, nobody wanted to miss out on the supermarket's offerings. Jiang He stood beside the shelves, smiling warmly. Welcome to Dawn's supermarket. We have new products today. Would you care to take a look? The first in line was a middle-aged man dressed in shorts and flip-flops, rubbing his hands together and stamping his feet for warmth. Boss Jiang, I'd like to buy a down jacket. Jiang He displayed several samples, her tone gentle. What color do you prefer? Seeing the 7 garments lined up like a vibrant rainbow, the man hesitated. Are there no other styles? Yet in the face of the cold, he could not afford to be choosy. Just give me any. Jiang He selected a blue jacket for him, reminiscent of Princess Elsa's gown, shimmering and dreamlike. As the man felt the jacket, fluffy, soft, comfortable, and warm, he overlooked its appearance and acknowledged its quality. He quickly donned the jacket, wrapping himself in its warmth. The sight of the jacket on him was somewhat comical, yet no one would mock him. In the depths of winter, acquiring thick clothing was a blessing. The pallor of his face began to regain some color. He moved to the shelves to continue shopping, quickly grabbing a hot water bottle, 10 bottles of mineral water, 10 loaves of bread, 3 self-heating hot pots, and 3 packs of instant noodles. In cold weather, one must indulge in something warm. After selecting everything, The man approached the checkout. Boss Jiang, how do you use this hot water bottle? Jiang He took the hot water bottle and elaborated. Buying our hot water bottle in winter is a wise choice. It holds 550 milliliters, and you can fill it with hot water at the station for the same price as mineral water, requiring an additional 100 loyalty points. Its unique material ensures it retains heat for up to 12 hours, and the water can even be consumed once it cools. Truly a two-in-one bargain. Upon hearing this, the man felt it was indeed a great deal. It served both as a source of warmth and drinking water, and 100 loyalty points were quite reasonable. Customers in line behind him stretched their necks, inspired by their conversation. They too intended to purchase a hot water bottle, thus saving on one bottle of mineral water. Almost every customer at the supermarket had acquired a down jacket. No one could predict whether the temperature would plummet again the next day, so stocking up on winter provisions was prudent to avoid the biting cold. Unlike the sweltering heat, where one could be caught unprepared, that would be intolerable. Upon seeing so many beautiful garments, Tang Wanqing's eyes widened in excitement, while Tang Wanyan was nearly shaken out of her wits by her sister's enthusiasm. Sister, I want that blue dress. I love Princess Elsa. She was likely the only one among the crowd who genuinely adored these fluorescent down jackets. Sister, you should wear red. It's festive and lovely, Tang Wanyan replied. Well, if you like it, that's what matters. She was primarily concerned with warmth, indifferent to color or style. When it was their turn, Tang Wanqing was particularly eager, unable to conceal her excitement. Boss Jiang, my sister and I would like one blue dress and one red dress. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Wanyan added from behind, Boss Jiang, let's get 2 red ones and 2 blue ones. The days were bearable with a down jacket to shield against the wind, but the temperature drop at night made it easy to catch a cold without blankets. As ordinary citizens, they could hardly hope for medicine to treat illness. Spending a few hundred loyalty points to buy 2 down jackets to use as blankets was far more sensible than succumbing to sickness. They also purchased 2 hot water bottles, filling them with hot water to hold close. The warmth was simply delightful. Tang Wanqing radiated happiness, especially when her sister bought her instant noodles, which she could enjoy after soaking for a few minutes. With the change in weather, the customer shopping preferences shifted as well. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and boxed meals became the most sought-after items. Hot water bottles were flying off the shelves, and Jiang He realized she had understocked. Next time, she would order more. While she conducted her business, Qin Song and his team continued their efforts, making their way along the dormitory building. An hour later, the queue in front of the supermarket had vanished, and only 4 or 5 down jackets remained unsold on the shelves. Jiang He prepared to move to the next dormitory building, determined to sell out all her stock. Suddenly, a delivery van sped past, clearing a wide, straight path. Chun Ling instinctively covered his head with his arms, relieved not to be struck by hail this time. Surely, such misfortune could not befall him twice. In comparison to the route Jiang He had opened, the results of their hour of labor seemed almost futile. Captain, shall we continue to follow Boss Jiang and pick up any leftovers? One of his team members suggested, but Qin Song remained silent as he took the driver's seat. Steering the vehicle onto the newly cleared road and tailing Jiang He to another dormitory building. The excavator followed closely, continuing to dig and clear the hail from the hallways, liberating the residents within. As Jiang He busily ran her supermarket, calamity struck from above. A body was hurled from a window, and the arc of its descent appeared to be aimed directly at her. Chapter 53. An assassination attempt as Chun Ling pivoted. His gaze was met with the ghastly pallor of a corpse plummeting towards Boss Jiang's crown. His eyes widened, and he inhaled sharply, seized by trepidation. Could it be that Boss Jiang was about to be crushed to death? What reckless reprobate dared to plot against Boss Jiang? His beloved chicken drumstick, could disaster befall it? It was his last vestige of hope in this apocalyptic world. Chun Ling abandoned his belongings, intent on rescuing Boss Jiang. But another individual reacted even more swiftly. Qin Song's eyes, dark and brooding, registered the peril, and he instinctively darted towards Jiang He. However, the distance between them was too great. Before he could reach her, the corpse descended with alarming velocity, poised to strike Jiang He's head. Boss Jiang, look out! Everyone present held their breath. If Boss Jiang were to perish, From whom would they acquire such affordable supplies? Jiang He, oblivious to the impending danger, only became aware when she felt a pressure descending upon her. A nefarious attempt was underway. The corpse, a mere 5 centimeters from impact, was repelled by an unseen force, landing with a thud at Jiang He's feet. The onlookers were dumbfounded by this surreal spectacle. What had Boss Jiang done to cause the corpse to ricochet? More importantly, Boss Jiang was unharmed, and the Dawn supermarket was secure. Qin Song, momentarily stunned, recalled that this young woman was impervious to bullets, a divine being. This paltry assassination attempt was inconsequential to her. Chun Ling, too, regained his composure. His prior anxieties were unfounded. Who could harm the formidable Boss Jiang? The scene had been so jarring that he had momentarily forgotten Boss Jiang's extraordinary nature. Although Jiang He was unscathed, she was incensed by the incident. Chun Ling approached, offering solace. Boss Jiang, are you all right? Who has the audacity to attack you? I didn't see which floor the corpse was thrown from, but rest assured, we will unmask the perpetrator. The corpse lay supine, the vacant eyes of a woman in her 40s staring lifelessly. Jiang He found the face vaguely familiar, but she encountered so many people daily that it was difficult to recall them all. System, which floor did the assailant occupy? 7th floor, 705. With newfound certainty, Jiang He turned to Chun Ling and declared, the corpse was launched from 705. The base commander had decreed that the Dawn supermarket, vital to the base's survival, must be protected at all costs. Qin Song cast a glance at Chun Ling, and with a chilling tone, commanded, go apprehend the culprit. Inside room 705. A boy huddled in a corner, his arms wrapped around his knees, a manic grin playing on his lips. Mother, I have avenged you at last. Your death was not in vain. Someone will accompany you. Bang, bang, bang. The violent pounding on the door jolted the boy back to reality. Panic contorted his features, his body tensed, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. Impossible, they couldn't have found me so quickly. He had chosen his moment carefully, casting the corpse when the crowd was preoccupied with the evil woman, and no one was watching him. The boy buried his head in his knees, desperately trying to ignore the clamor. It must be an illusion. I must have misheard. Crash. Chun Ling, having rammed the door 7 or 8 times, finally breached the entrance. He raised his weapon, surveying the scene. A putrid stench assaulted his nostrils, nearly causing him to vomit. The room was in disarray, the floor littered with refuse, barely allowing a place to stand. He spotted a boy, no older than 10, and demanded, did you throw something out the window? The boy looked up, a sinister smile slowly spreading across his face. She deserved to die. She deserved it for refusing to help. 10 minutes later, Jiang He confronted the one who had attempted to assassinate her. It was a child. Why aren't you dead yet? You should be dead. Seeing her unharmed, the boy was on the verge of collapse, writhing and struggling to strangle her. But Chun Ling held his arms firmly behind his back, rendering him powerless. Jiang He finally recalled where she had seen the deceased woman. The woman operated a mobile supermarket, well stocked with supplies. People often approached her, feigning destitution, hoping for free handouts. This mother and son were among them. The woman, hobbled by a disabled right leg, struggled to care for her 13-year-old son. The base had suspended labor assignments, depriving them of their sole source of sustenance. Desperate, they saw earning credits as their only recourse. But the woman's physical condition was prohibitive, and she refused to send her young son out to face the dangers. After much deliberation, she decided to appeal to Jiang He. The woman knelt before the van, begging Jiang He to spare them some food. Jiang He, unmoved, dismissed them with harsh words. She neither knew nor cared what became of them afterward. The boy stared at her, his eyes filled with loathing, his voice hoarse with hysteria. You refuse to help us and cause my mother's death. I will kill you. After failing to obtain food, his mother was forced to prostitute herself to older men, enduring abuse and degradation, only to receive meager rations. Unwilling to see his mother suffer any longer, he took her life to end her torment. He had planned to take his own life, but unexpectedly, the Dawn supermarket had opened near their dormitory. The boy seized the opportunity for revenge, but his plan had failed, leaving the evil woman unscathed. Seeing his unrepentant rage, Jiang He shook her head and sighed. You are mistaken. The one who killed your mother was not me. but the cataclysm, the apocalypse. The Dawn Supermarket is offering you a chance at survival. All you need is gold and silver to trade for food. In this disaster, life hangs by a thread. I am not a deity, and I cannot control the fate of humanity. Host, should I initiate punishment? Jiang He paused, then shook her head, turned him over to the base. Qin Song and the others witnessed the incident. The base will impose the appropriate penalty. At 11:30 p.m., the supermarket's goods were sold out, generating 58,620 credits, leaving only 70,000 credits until the million credit goal was achieved. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sales task. You have earned 8 minutes of restocking time and unlocked the daily necessities, heating pads. After closing the supermarket, Jiang He retired to her room. The system cheered her on. We're doing splendidly, host. Tomorrow, we should be able to upgrade the supermarket. Chapter 54. Thermally regulated heating blanket after dinner. Jiang He ventured into the virtual supermarket to procure supplies. She selected 100 hot water bottles and 500 instant heat packs. Each heat pack only required 10 points, providing instant warmth for 6 hours. This remarkably valuable item would undoubtedly be the target of enthusiastic customers. Instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, spicy sour noodles, chicken leg lunchboxes, and braised chicken wing lunchboxes were the key items on Jiang He's shopping list. However, she opted for minimal quantities of soft drinks, orange juice, Sprite, and chocolate ice cream. Nevertheless, Jiang He's body temperature remained unaffected by external conditions, allowing her to indulge in these treats, and she brought home 3 ice creams, primarily for her own enjoyment. The system remarked, "The supermarket has not collapsed under the weight of consumption. It is merely fortunate." Thanks to the diligent efforts of the soldiers from the military district, along with Jiang He's assistance, a well-connected road was cleared at the base. Although hail accumulated into mountains, it did not impede the residents' mobility. The roads outside the base remained filled with hail, preventing anyone from venturing out to earn points, leaving them somewhat anxious. They worried about depleting their points while confined to the base, fearing a return to the days of insufficient sustenance. With the temperature already below freezing, the urgency to purchase winter supplies was palpable. Early in the morning, customers began to queue outside the van. Ding! Today's sales task has been refreshed. Sell 100 thermally regulated heating blankets at a price of 888 points and 200 down blankets at a price of 88 points. Reward: 8 minutes of restocking time and various medications. Jiang He stretched lazily and then proceeded to wash up. For breakfast, she had 2 rice balls, a large chicken leg, and a bottle of milk. Sang Biao and Ba Wan snuggled together in the insulated box, their heads touching, creating a heartwarming scene. Jiang He did not wake the 2 little ones, but placed their breakfast in a bowl before heading out to work. By 8:55 a.m., the queue outside the supermarket had already become interminable. Wang Hongba, fortunate today, secured the 5th position in line. He felt grateful for having purchased a military coat at Dawn Supermarket, but regretted not acquiring a few more. His 2 children lacked warm clothing and had caught cold from the cold yesterday. As a native resident of the base, his family should have been equipped with clothing for all seasons. However, with a large family and a period of dire poverty, he had donated the unused clothes to the base in exchange for 3 days' worth of food for his family of 5. Now, with the temperature dropping, his home was ill-prepared, and Wang Hongba was increasingly worried, having barely slept through the night, anxiously awaiting the supermarket's opening. It was one thing for him to endure the cold, but if his children fell ill, it would be a grave concern. Before the opening, Jiang He picked up the microphone and introduced the 2 types of blankets available today. Ladies and gentlemen, Dawn Supermarket presents new products: thermally regulated heating blankets and standard down blankets. Both are the same size and thickness, measuring 2 meters wide and 2.3 meters long. The thermally regulated heating blanket operates similarly to the previous heating tents. Once you lie beneath it, you need not worry about warmth, as it automatically generates heat, maintaining a comfortable temperature throughout the night for a restful sleep. Priced at 888 points. The standard down blanket lacks this feature, thus priced more affordably at 88 points. Wang Hongba's eyes lit up. The only blanket his children had for the night was a thin, tattered air conditioning blanket. Without the military coat, his children might have fallen ill by now. Other customers, like him, displayed uncontainable excitement on their faces. Furthermore, Dawn's supermarket offered hot water bottles and heat packs, essential winter warmers that customers could purchase as needed. Having finished her announcement, Jiang He skillfully pulled out the shelves from behind the van. Watching the four people ahead carry off a thermally regulated blanket, Wang Hongbo felt a twinge of uncertainty. Initially, he had intended to conserve points by purchasing 2 standard down blankets and a few heat packs and hot water bottles. However, buying the thermally regulated blanket seemed more economical. Although the price of the heating blanket was 10 times that of the standard one, it would reduce the need for additional warming supplies. One self-heating blanket could suffice for all his needs, couldn't it? Wang Hongbo slapped his forehead. He had been so focused on saving points that he had overlooked the future expenses. Moreover, if he missed this opportunity, he might never find the heating blanket again. Resolutely, he decided that the 888 points for the blanket must be spent. Jin boss, I'll take 1 thermally regulated heating blanket. Certainly. Please swipe your card first. As his card was placed on the black box, within 2 seconds, a beep confirmed the transaction. Their sentiments diverged. Jiang He exclaimed, "Ah, the delightful chime. I've just earned over 800 points. Wang Hongbo sighed, "Alas, nearly 1,000 points gone from my card. It stings." He approached the shelf, contemplating, and picked up a cherry blossom pink hot water bottle, knowing his daughter would surely adore its color. Having purchased the heating blanket, 1 hot water bottle sufficed. As long as the supermarket remained open, customers could access hot water, alleviating any concerns about its utility. A customer could collect hot water up to twice a day, including for instant noodles, making it a highly cost-effective option. The heat packs were priced similarly to the Little Bear biscuits, which was quite reasonable. But Wang Hongbo did not buy many, opting for just 10, as Tong Tong and Duo Duo usually stayed indoors, wrapped in blankets, rendering the heat packs less necessary. Wang Hongbo also gathered other supplies: 3 bottles of mineral water, 6 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, and 5 rolls of toilet paper, carrying his items to checkout. The total expenditure, including the heating blanket, amounted to 2098 points. Wang Hongbo breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the points he had earned previously, leaving him with over 10,000 remaining. If he could endure, he should manage to get through this seemingly endless winter. By afternoon, all 300 blankets had been sold. Grandpa Wang approached with a vigorous stride, wielding a steel fork, an invincible figure in his own right. "Jian boss, has the supermarket sold out? Alas, I'm truly unfortunate. After such effort to come here, I found nothing left." Jian He could not help but laugh. For some reason, every time she saw Grandpa Wang, he exuded a humorous aura. "Grandpa Wang, it's already 1:30. If you wish to buy something, you ought to arrive earlier next time, at least in the morning." At this hour, the supermarket's food and daily necessities had long been snatched away without a trace. "I still have a few blankets left. Would you like to buy one?" "Show me. Having come this far, I must bring something home." Grandpa Wang felt the softness of the thermally regulated blanket. Its texture was incredibly pleasant. Listening to Jiang He's description, he nearly dropped his jaw in astonishment. "You mean this thing can generate heat by itself? If one sleeps alone without a partner, it still works?" Jiang He. This question sounds rather peculiar. Chapter 55. The nephew when customers pose their inquiries. Jiang He would diligently respond to their concerns. "Old Wang," he explained, "the temperature-regulating heated blanket works the same whether 2 people or just 1 person uses it. It generates warmth on its own. As long as there is someone present, it will produce heat." "Oh." Old Wang's eyes widened in realization. "Isn't that tailor-made for me? At my age, no matter how many blankets I pile on, my hands and feet remain as cold as ice, and sometimes I even wake up frozen. With this blanket, I'm sure I can sleep soundly until dawn." After a moment of excitement, he remembered to ask, "Jiang boss, how many points for this blanket?" Jiang He gestured with his thumb and index finger. 888. "Wow, that's quite affordable." Old Wang quickly pulled out his card, exuding an air of extravagance. "I'll take 2. One for my dear nephew as well." "Certainly." The temperature-regulating blanket was packed in a vacuum-sealed bag, taking up little space and easily transportable. Old Wang, with a steel fork in one hand and 2 blankets in the other, ambled towards the villa district. After nearly an hour's walk, he arrived at an opulent villa. The bodyguard at the entrance immediately nodded and bowed, showing great respect. Old Wang, why didn't you let us know you were coming? We could have sent a car to pick you up. It's quite a trek to walk all this way. Not to worry, just treating it as exercise, Old Wang replied, peering into the villa. Is my nephew home? The bodyguard smiled broadly and nodded. Yes, he is. We've had guests in the villa these past couple of days, and young Master Zhou is personally entertaining them. Old Wang had little interest in Zhou Yinja as guests. They were merely a bunch of dubious friends, creating a chaotic atmosphere unworthy of consideration. All right, then I'll go find him. As Old Wang entered the villa, the bodyguard couldn't help but reflect. They say nephews resemble their uncles, but compared to Old Wang's affable demeanor, young Master Zhou's temperament was worlds apart. One was down to earth, the other aloof. Xiao Huifeng had stayed in the villa for 2 nights, and each time he expressed a desire to leave, Zhou Yinja would conjure various reasons to keep him. To this day, he remained unclear about Zhou Yinja's intentions. While there were claims of wanting to promote him, no position had been offered. Conversely, if he truly had no interest in promotion, why provide such lavish accommodations and delightful hospitality? Just that very afternoon, they had dined on abalone, lobster, bird's nest, and caviar, all delicacies that a commoner could only dream of. He hadn't returned home in 2 days and was concerned about Yeya. Before leaving, he had assured her that he was undertaking something of great importance and had left sufficient supplies, so everything should be fine. Nephew, a familiar voice called from the living room. Xiao Huifeng instinctively turned to see an unexpected figure. Old Wang, the guardian of the cornfields? He recalled hearing residents mention Old Wang's connections with the base leadership, but he had dismissed it at the time. Was that nephew directed at young Master Zhou? Zhou Yinja descended from the 2nd floor, and, upon seeing Old Wang, his expression transformed into one of warmth, his smile reaching his eyes. Old man, what brings you here today? Did you walk all this way again? I can't stand your cars. I prefer walking, Old Wang replied casually, propping the steel fork against the wall as he approached with the blankets. I just visited Dawn Supermarket and discovered something wonderful. I bought 2, especially for you. Upon hearing Dawn Supermarket, Zhou Yinja raised an eyebrow and glanced at the blanket in Old Wang's hands. Wasn't that just a simple blanket? He had plenty in his villa. Old Wang beamed with pride and elaborated, don't be fooled by its plain appearance. Jiang Boss calls it a temperature-regulating heated blanket. No electricity or anything required. It generates heat all on its own, no matter how frigid it gets outside. Just using this blanket is sufficient. You won't have to worry about catching a chill at night. It's not just perfect for us older folks, but also for you. Zhou Yinja chuckled, intrigued. How is it suitable for me? I'm not feeble. Now that the weather has turned colder, you can use it at night without needing to run the air conditioning. Saving on electricity. Old Wang, being Zhou Yinja's dear uncle, had grown up in the countryside and had always been frugal, disapproving of his nephew's extravagant ways. In the past, the heat would necessitate air conditioning just to feel comfortable, but now there was a substitute. Why not save? All right, I'll give it a try tonight and see how it works, Zhou Yinja said with a nonchalant grin. He then added, old man, did you ask the supermarket owner if I could return the points if the blanket doesn't perform well? Old Wang shot him a disapproving glance, picked up the steel fork, and playfully tapped his calf. Let me tell you, Jiang Boss is a principled, kind-hearted, and hard-working young lady. The last time she helped with the corn harvest, she didn't take credit for it. She simply stepped in to assist without seeking recognition. She's nothing like the women you keep in your villa. Don't be tempted by her beauty and think to pursue her. That blanket only costs a little over 800 points. It's hardly worth your trouble. If you dare to give that girl a hard time, don't expect me to call you my nephew again. In the spacious living room, only his admonitions echoed. Xiao Huifeng was startled by Old Wang's sudden action. Wouldn't young Master Zhou be upset? The Zhou family was in the arms business, and as their wealth grew, they garnered many enemies. Fearing that adversaries might kidnap their children, Zhou Yinja had remained in the country until the age of 18, living with his uncle's family. After spending 13 years in a small village, he was finally brought abroad to manage the family business alongside his brothers. Zhou Yinja wasn't particularly close to his parents, but he shared a strong bond with his uncle. As a mischievous child, he had often faced discipline, and he was accustomed to it. Old Wang moderated his strength, not wanting to strike too hard. He merely sought to issue a warning. His concerns were not just for Jiang Boss's character, but also because her ability to run a supermarket in the base and offer such unique items indicated a significant background. Old Wang worried that his nephew might attract unwanted attention, ultimately leading to his own misfortune. Zhou Yinjia was unfazed by the world, save for the fear of his uncle, who had raised him. The rest of the family, including his biological father, was solely driven by self-interest, willing to forsake even their own daughters for profit. In this world, only his uncle genuinely cared for him without ulterior motives. With a languid demeanor, Zhou Yinjia softly conceded, "I was just joking. I never intended to cause trouble." Hearing this, Old Wang finally relaxed. His gaze shifted to another figure in the living room. "Nephew, is this the guest you've been entertaining for 2 days?" Chapter 56. Securing cold and fever medication the day of the corn harvest was marred by some unpleasantness. Despite his discomfort, Xiao Huifeng greeted him, "Uncle Wang. Long time no see. How have you been?" Recalling his entanglement with 2 women in the cornfield, Uncle Wang was less than welcoming. However, out of consideration for his great-nephew's guest, he offered a perfunctory, "Not bad." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Huifeng broached the subject once more. "Zhou Xiao, I haven't been home in 2 days. If I don't return today, my family will worry." Upon hearing this, Uncle Wang cast a dubious glance at his great-nephew. "Why are you detaining him?" Despite his reservations, he understood the concern families feel when a loved one is away for too long. Zhou Yinjia shrugged, asserting his right. "I'm not detaining him. I offer good food, good drink, and good times. Some people want to come in, and I won't let them. At worst, I'll bring his family over to live with us. The more, the merrier." These words stirred a flicker of excitement within Xiao Huifeng. How wonderful it would be if Ye could join him at the villa. Uncle Wang had no words for him. So many outsiders in a perfectly good home, wasting water and electricity. He couldn't fathom the purpose. He had been such a fine young man as a child, but he had grown into a crooked tree. He wondered what exactly he had experienced during those years abroad. Xiao Huifeng was successfully released and left the villa without delay. Uncle Wang scrutinized his great-nephew. Then the departing Xiao Huifeng, his brow furrowed in concern. "Yinzi, be honest with me. Are you fond of men?" A man of the old guard. With conservative views, he had hesitated for a long time before uttering those words. Zhou Yinjia's face darkened. Anyone else who dared ask such a question would have been shot dead. "Old man, what are you thinking? I'm as straight as an arrow, attracted to women. If you're worried, move in with me. Stop running around in the fields every day. It's not as if I can't afford to take care of you." Upon his return from abroad, he had wanted to bring his uncle to live with him, but the old man had stubbornly refused. Uncle Wang waved his hand dismissively, making no attempt to conceal his disapproval. "I'd rather live a few more years." His great-nephew had learned nothing good abroad, only wickedness. With so many women in the villa, and his penchant for extravagance, his old heart couldn't withstand the shock of witnessing anything too stimulating. It was better to live apart to live longer. At 3 in the afternoon, all 300 quilts were finally sold. As Jiang He prepared to pack up the shelves, she saw Qin Song, clad in military attire. Approaching her, "Boss Jiang, the base's verdict on Xiao Chenlin is in. He will be banished from Nanyang and sent to the northern mines, where he will spend the rest of his life mining. Chief Xie asked me to inquire about your opinion." So many people had died in the apocalypse that labor was in short supply in places like the mines. Those who committed offenses at the base were not executed unless the situation was particularly grave, threatening the safety of the residents. Generally, offenders were not put to death, but were sent to various mines to serve as labor. Jiang He understood the base's rationale. Rather than let those people die, it was better to exploit their remaining value. The mines were guarded by armed forces, making escape virtually impossible. "I have no objections. Let be so." Qin Song nodded, acknowledging her response, and prepared to leave. Suddenly remembering something important, Jiang He called out to him, "Captain Qin, wait a moment." The man paused, turning around to inquire with his eyes, "Is there something else?" Jiang He smiled faintly, her countenance both sweet and endearing. Yet the words she spoke sent a chill down the spine. "The extreme cold is coming soon. It would be best if the base prepared in advance." After a moment of stunned silence, Qin Song suppressed a shock and asked, "Boss Jiang, what is the basis for your statement about the extreme cold? Where did you receive this information?" Jiang He shrugged. "There is no basis. The information is personal. Just relay my words to Chief Xie verbatim. And whether you believe it or not is up to you. With the solemnity of a seasoned cadre, Qin Song nodded gravely. Very well. Leaving the Dawn supermarket, he immediately returned to the military headquarters. Chen Ling, encountering him, had barely uttered captain before he saw a figure hurrying away. He frowned, scratching his head. What urgent matter could have made the captain run so fast? Ninth floor, chief's office. Xie Jingshan was disassembling a gun, his movements exceptionally skilled. Seeing the normally composed Qin Song burst in without knocking, he tensed and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Is there something else from Boss Jiang?" "Chief, Boss Jiang has no objections to the verdict," Qin Song said, his face grave, his voice tinged with urgency. But she said the extreme cold is coming soon and asked the base to prepare in advance. Upon hearing this, Xie Jingshan felt a chill run through him. The extreme heat had just passed, and after a brief respite, he had already planned for the base to resume cultivation when a severe hailstorm struck them off guard. Now, with the hail barely melted, they were being informed that extreme cold was imminent. The relentless natural disasters offered them no respite. A strange silence descended upon the office. After a long pause, Qin Song asked, "Chief, should we heed Boss Jiang's words and prepare in advance?" In his view, there was an 80% chance that this was true, but Xie Jingshan was 100% certain that Jiang He's words would come to pass. "Do you remember the volcanic eruption near Mianyang village some time ago?" Qin Song nodded slightly, not understanding the connection between the two. The villagers of Mianyang village were able to relocate the entire village a day in advance, seeking refuge with our Nanyang base, thanks to a message from Boss Jiang. She predicted the day the volcano would erupt, saving the lives of more than 200 people in their village. Although Xie Jingshan was not in the civilian area, he had many informants there, so he was almost fully aware of what was happening there. Qin Song was shocked, his hair standing on end. The extreme cold was really coming. Notify all ministers and captains to come to the meeting room for a meeting to discuss the countermeasures for the extreme cold. This meeting would likely last until midnight. The news shook the entire military region. Ding, congratulations, host, for completing the sales task. You have gained 8 minutes of restocking time, 30 packs of cold medicine, 30 packs of antipyretic analgesics, 30 packs of cough medicine. Ding, today's turnover totals 143,860 points. And the balance of the host account is 149,630 points. Ding, the cumulative turnover of the supermarket has reached 1 million, and more than 2,000 guests have been served, meeting the upgrade conditions. Please confirm whether to deduct 990,000 points to upgrade the supermarket to level 3. Chapter 57. The supermarket ascends to level 3. Jiang He eagerly awaited the supermarket's upgrade, her anticipation palpable as she nodded vigorously yes. With a beep, 990,000 points were deducted, and the supermarket successfully ascended to level 3. The virtual supermarket's area doubled, unlocking the fruit section, along with the ability to stock 10 food items, 5 daily necessities, and 5 types of fruit. The exterior of Dawn's supermarket transformed, tripling in size, while inside, cash registers and surveillance equipment were unlocked, along with a set of dining tables and chairs. The personal space was successfully unlocked, although it could not be utilized within the virtual supermarket. However, it was connected to the system, and Jiang He could sense it with her mind. The space, though modest at 8 square meters with a height of 3 meters, was ample for her current needs. With the supermarket's upgrade, the space would also expand, alleviating any concerns about future shortages. Opening the system panel, Jiang He unlocked 20 product slots, costing a total of 20,000 points. In the food section, fresh meat buns, 30 points each, glutinous rice dumplings, 15 points each, original soy milk, 50 points per cup, starch sausages, 30 points each, roasted duck, 300 points each, potato chips, 50 points per bag, squid strips, 60 points per bag, mixed noodles, 80 points per box, rice noodles, 80 points per bucket, meat dumplings, 50 points per bag. In the daily necessities section, shampoo, 40 points per bottle, body wash, 50 points per bottle, milk fleece blanket, 100 points each, lighter, 50 points each, cotton slippers, 50 points per pair. In the fruits section, watermelon, 200 points each, pineapple, 60 points each, oranges, 10 points each, strawberries, 10 points each, lychee, 10 points each. Host, you have unlocked roasted duck and starch sausage. But you need to purchase the corresponding facilities the system noted. Roasted duck rack, 5,000 points. Sausage grill, 3,000 points. Jiang He glanced at her account balance. After the upgrade, her points had dwindled to just under 140,000. All right, let's buy them. Having already spent 990,000 points, the additional 8,000 seemed trivial. Purchase the roasted duck rack and sausage grill, she confirmed, and they were placed within the supermarket. Jiang He stepped into the virtual supermarket, noticing the spacious entrance. From left to right, there were the daily necessities section, food section, and fruit section. Host, due to the increase in supermarket products, I have unlocked a dedicated shopping basket for you, which will expedite your restocking process, the system chimed. Jiang He turned her gaze to see a pink shopping basket at the entrance, medium-sized, measuring 43 centimeters in length, 33 centimeters in width, and 23 centimeters in height. Although the basket would save her considerable time, she still had to be selective during restocking. Water, food, and warm supplies were currently in high demand, while other items could be added leisurely. The starch sausages, buns, dumplings, and roasted duck were all bagged for her convenience. Unable to resist, she added a few more roasted ducks to her haul. After finishing her shopping, Jiang He returned to her small room, nearly mistaking it for another place. The decor and layout had completely transformed. It was no longer a single room, but a suite with a study. The overall area had quadrupled, now measuring a full 100 square meters. Sang Biao Bawan, where are you? Jiang He searched for the pink insulated box, worried that the room upgrade might have caused the two little ones to vanish. That was unacceptable. Her 80,000 points had yet to recoup their cost. Meow, meow. A faint sound emanated from the study. Jiang He opened the door to reveal an enormous bookshelf, housing an estimated 400 to 500 books. She squinted, her eyes catching a provocative title, The Substitute Ex-Wife, the Wolfish CEO's Nightly Indulgence. Jiang He gasped, intrigued to discover how the indulgence unfolded. Meow, meow, meow. The weak cries continued. Right, she had come to find the two little ones and almost forgot her purpose. In the corner of the study, Sang Biao and Ba Wan huddled in their box, their furs standing on end as if they had just experienced something terrifying. Jiang He quickly inquired, System, are they in any danger? I heard that cats can go into shock and might die. No, they were simply startled by the room's transformation. Give them a moment to recover and provide some food and water, the system reassured her. Jiang He breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, her 80,000 points were safe, and her little ones were alive. Gently stroking their heads, she retrieved chicken breast and bread, placing them in a nearby bowl, and filled their water bowl with clean water. The study featured not only the grand bookshelf, but also a desk against the right wall, equipped with a desktop computer. Host, I've already downloaded various movies, television shows, and animations onto your computer, tailored to your preferences, just like the books on the shelf. The system's tone rose slightly, as if it were eager for praise. Jiang He clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with sincerity. System, you are the best I have ever encountered. I shall never speak of wanting to change systems again. Having such a thoughtful and attentive system is a blessing I must have earned over 3 lifetimes. The system beamed for a moment before recalling something. Host, I am your initial system. You have never bound with another. How can you be certain I am the best? Oh, don't mind the details. When I say you are the best, you simply are. Jiang He waved her hand dismissively and approached the eagerly awaited computer. She opened a light-hearted drama, retrieving a self-heating hot pot from her space, enjoying the delicious meal while watching. After finishing their food, Sang Biao and Ba Wan appeared much more spirited, adapting to their new home as they dashed gleefully between the living room and study, reveling in their playtime. As night enveloped the world, snowflakes danced from the dark sky, and the temperature dropped silently. Many residents without blankets were awakened in the middle of the night, sneezing and coughing, their breaths seeming to freeze, unable to return to slumber. After a long, trying night, Morning arrived at 7 o'clock, and the base's announcements resonated throughout every corner for the first time. Attention, attention, residents. Please be aware that extreme cold weather is imminent. To ensure everyone's safety, the base will distribute necessary supplies based on your points. Please bring your identification tags and line up at the military district building to collect your supplies. Upon hearing the announcement, Li Ting's complexion turned ashen. Zhao Peng. The next disaster is extreme cold. I dread to think how many will perish this time. Zhao Peng wrapped his arm around her shoulder, sighing. We've only been at the base for half a month, and we've earned too few points to even exchange for a single piece of clothing. For each task completed at the base, residents received a small amount of food along with a certain number of points. Fewer completed tasks meant fewer points. Thankfully, they had purchased a temperature-controlled tent from Jiang He and stocked up on supplies, ensuring they would not go hungry or freeze. Chapter 58. A bit embarrassed despite their insufficient points, the two decided to head towards the military district building to assess the situation. As they stepped outside, they found the streets packed with people. The hail had yet to melt, leaving only one passable route, which was inevitably congested with a large group collecting supplies. At that moment, Jiang He was seated at the dining table, savoring meat buns and sipping soy milk. Ding! Today's mission has been refreshed. Proceed to check-in outside the military district building and loudly proclaim the corresponding slogan. Rewards, 10 minutes of procurement time. Sell 100 scarves, priced at 50 points each, and 200 warm masks, priced at 30 points each. Additional reward, 5 minutes of procurement time with various medicines. After finishing her breakfast, Jiang He entered the driver's cabin. With a previously compact seat had expanded considerably. The pink van had transformed into a pink box truck, roughly twice its original size. Jiang He glanced outside, realizing the road was entirely blocked. No matter, she would simply find an alternate route. The truck roared to life, swiftly plunging into the mound of hail. In front of the military district building, residents were lined up in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, isn't that Jiang Boss's vehicle? Are your eyes deceiving you? Jiang Boss drives a van. That's a truck, totally different." No sooner had the words left their lips than Jiang He emerged from the vehicle, leaving everyone astonished. It truly was Jiang Boss. When had she changed vehicles? Just yesterday. It had not been this one. The nearby residents quickly gathered around, their anticipation palpable. "Jiang Boss, are you here to open the supermarket? Can we shop now?" "Not yet. It's not time. The supermarket opens at 9, and it's only 8:40. I need to complete the check-in task first. ISNT this the area outside the building? I'm here, so why can't I check in?" "Not here. You must first ascend the stairs to the entrance." Today, all residents of the base were mobilized to collect supplies, with the armed forces dispatched by the military district being 3 times their usual number. At the building's entrance stood 4 or 5 rows of armed soldiers, with patrols scattered around, strictly maintaining order and exuding an intimidating presence. No one dared to step onto the stairs, except for Jiang He. She boldly ascended 2 steps and swiftly reached the glass doors. The soldiers glanced at her, then nonchalantly withdrew their gaze, allowing her to enter the military district building without obstruction. Chun Ling jogged over, warmly inquiring, "Jiang Boss, are you here to see the commander? I could take you up." Jiang He stood in the middle of the entrance, and the system chimed with a notification. Ding! The host has arrived at the check-in location. Proclaim the slogan to proceed with check-in. She waved at Chun Ling, saying, "I'm not here to see anyone. You needn't mind me. Please continue your patrol." Chun Ling found her response a bit odd, but didn't press further. As he stepped away, he was startled by a sudden noise from behind. Jiang He, wielding a loudspeaker, let her voice echo throughout the military district building. "How shall I let you encounter me in my most beautiful moment? For this, I have prayed before the Buddha for 500 years. Chun Ling turned back, his ears slightly reddening. "Huh? Jiang Boss, are you speaking to me? This sounds like a confession. It's rather embarrassing." Interrupted in her recitation, Jiang He shot him a glance, her eyes dark and mysterious. "Please do not disturb me." Chun Ling quickly silenced himself, remaining utterly still as he listened to her continue. Jiang He helplessly repeated the previous lines, falling to the ground behind you. "My friend, those are not petals. It is my withering heart. The residents collecting supplies were left speechless. The soldiers exchanged confused glances. What was Jiang Boss doing? Was she here to perform poetry? After her heart-wrenching declaration, an enveloping silence fell over the crowd. Jiang He, undeterred by the attention, seamlessly transitioned to announce, Dawn Supermarket is about to open. Those wishing to purchase supplies, please come and line up. The once-dazed crowd snapped back to reality, rushing towards the truck. At the military district building's entrance, only Chun-Ling remained, bewildered in the chilly wind. He thought it absurd that he had felt Jiang Boss might have been confessing to him. Jiang He had yet to witness the upgraded supermarket, and for a moment, she even struggled to locate the entrance. Host, the Dawn Supermarket has undergone comprehensive renovations. It is now equipped with automated systems. Simply press the switch to transform into a supermarket. The switch was a separate button device that could be held in hand, initially placed in the storage compartment of the car door. Jiang He retrieved it and promptly pressed the button. In the next instant, the truck began to morph. 3 doors swung open simultaneously, and the bottom tires folded inward. As the 8-square-meter cargo area settled firmly on the ground, the floors swiftly extended outward, doubling in size before halting. With the foundation set, 3 rows of double-sided shelves appeared in the center of the supermarket, with a cashier's counter positioned near the driver's cabin, accompanied by a roast duck rack and a sausage grill. A refrigerator, microwave, and hot water station were placed adjacent to the sausage grill, each approximately twice their previous size. A cramped corner barely accommodated a set of tables and chairs. 2 surveillance cameras were installed at the front and back, capturing the entire supermarket without any blind spots. From the outside, it resembled an ordinary supermarket before the apocalypse. The miraculous transformation left not only the customers astonished, but also Jiang He in a state of disbelief. The first-tier supermarket was merely a tricycle's cargo compartment. The second tier required manual shelving. By the time it reached the third tier, it was akin to riding a rocket, seamlessly transforming into a fully-fledged supermarket. This supermarket was astonishing. No, it was she who was extraordinary. Host, please retrieve your jaw. The supermarkets of the future will not only expand in size, but also rise higher with second, third, and even fourth floors. This is merely its initial form. Do not be overly astonished. Regaining her composure, Jiang He stepped behind the cashier's counter and began to welcome customers. Welcome to Dawn Supermarket. Please come in and let me know what you wish to purchase. Wu Guangxing stood in shock for a moment before finally processing the situation. Having spent the night without a blanket, he had caught a cold, feeling weak and lightheaded. After witnessing such a remarkable magic, his mind was even more muddled. Having long known that Jiang Boss was no ordinary person, Wu Guangxing did not inquire further. He mustered a smile and greeted her. Good morning, Jiang Boss. The cooling mat I bought from you last time truly saved my life. I've heard that extreme cold is imminent. Do you have any products to recommend? In these tumultuous times, trust was hard to come by, and having survived a near-death experience, he placed his faith solely in Jiang Boss. Jiang He smiled gently. The supermarket has freshly arrived with scarves, masks, blankets, and cotton slippers, all at reasonable prices. You can purchase them to keep warm. Additionally, we have hot water bottles and warm packs on the shelves. Both are excellent winter essentials. From the sound of your voice, it seems you are unwell. There are medicines over there. Feel free to purchase what you need. Chapter 59. Roast Duck. Wu Guangxing was momentarily stunned. Boss Zhang's attentiveness was remarkable, even noticing his illness. He had never encountered a supermarket owner as compassionate, considerate, and kind-hearted as her. After expressing his gratitude, Wu Guangxing began to search for medicine on the shelves. The fever medication was a powdered form, priced an incredibly affordable 200 points per packet. In this post-apocalyptic world, acquiring medicine was a daunting task, and ordinary folks like them could hardly dream of obtaining any supplies from the base. However, at Dawn Supermarket, endless possibilities awaited everyone. Those who once belonged to the lowest echelons of society could now procure clean water, high-quality food, and fill their stomachs. Moreover, affordable medicines were available for their selection. Wu Guangxing blinked his weary eyes and picked up a packet of fever medicine, glancing at the instructions printed on the back. It was to be taken 3 times a day after meals. Nearby, cold medicine and cough syrup were priced at 180 and 150 points, respectively. With the arrival of the harsh winter, temperatures would only continue to drop. Stocking up on various medications was undoubtedly prudent. He purchased 6 packets of fever medicine, 3 packets of cold medicine, and 3 packets of cough syrup. Having always possessed good immunity, he believed that 3 doses of the fever medicine would restore his temperature to normal. The rest would be saved for emergencies. His gaze drifted to the left shelf, where fragrant fruits tempted him. Wu Guangxing couldn't help but swallow. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not tasted such delights. Strawberries and lychees were astonishingly being sold individually, each for just 10 points. His eyes sparkled, although he needed to reserve points for other supplies. Buying one to satisfy his cravings was well within his means. After a brief hesitation, he reached for the most luscious strawberry. Continuing forward, Wu Guangxing collected 6 bottles of water, 10 loaves of bread, 3 rice balls, 5 bags of bear-shaped biscuits, 2 rolls of toilet paper, a hot water bag, 20 heat packs, 2 blankets, and a pair of cotton slippers. At the cash register, he also requested 2 scarves and 2 thermal masks. Ultimately, he spent over 4,000 points. After returning these items to his dormitory, he would need to come back and queue for more supplies. He had accumulated a considerable amount of points, enough to collect winter essentials like warm clothing and sturdy footwear from the base. The 3 types of medicine sold out quickly. Upon hearing that the supermarket had fever and cold medicine available, customers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. Boss Jiang did not treat them as outsiders. She was willing to part with such precious medication. After wiping their tears, they took home several packets of cold and fever medicine. Those who could not purchase any wore expressions of despair. Boss Jiang, will the supermarket continue to sell medicine in the future? Jiang He smiled and nodded, yes indeed. After completing today's selling tasks, she would receive additional medicines. Having seen the system interface, she knew that when the virtual supermarket upgraded to a higher level, it would unlock a medical supplies section. With her assurance, the customers felt relieved. If they unexpectedly fell ill in the future, they would not be left waiting for death at home. For the past few days, they had been waiting outside the supermarket, hoping to stock up on essential medicines before the extreme cold set in. Yi Qingqing was on a day off today and had not been assigned any tasks. Accompanying her friend to the military district building, she happened to notice that Dawn's supermarket was nearby. Without hesitation, she left her friend behind and rushed to queue for goods. Upon seeing the revitalized supermarket, her eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. She was momentarily stunned. It had only been 2 days since her last visit. How had it transformed so drastically? The last time, there had only been a simple row of shelves, but now there were cash registers, surveillance cameras, and tables and chairs. The improvements were nothing short of remarkable. Yi Qingqing sniffed, catching the rich aroma of meat. She tiptoed, trying to peer into the supermarket. To her astonishment, there were roast ducks. Behind transparent glass, 2 rows of golden, crispy roast ducks rotated slowly. Yi Qingqing's mouth watered incessantly. Who could have imagined that in this post-apocalyptic world, she would have a chance to enjoy roast duck? Counting, she saw there were still 8 people ahead of her in line. She fervently prayed in her heart, please, please, leave 1 roast duck for me. The cash register was a long, square table. To the left was a black box for checkout, and to the right was a computer. Much like in her study, it was filled with numerous downloaded movies and television shows. From now on, while guarding the supermarket, Jiang He would never feel bored again. She had placed a stash of snacks under the table, preparing to binge-watch a grand palace drama from start to finish. After waiting in line for what felt like an eternity, Yi Qingqing dashed into the supermarket and excitedly pointed at the roast duck rack, asking breathlessly, Boss Jiang, is a roast duck ready? Can I eat it right away? The sweet little girl transformed into a determined figure, resembling a bandit in her fervor for the duck. Jiang He paused for a moment before chuckling and replied, you can eat it directly. Yi Qingqing quickly made her way over and discovered a hot dog machine beside her. After grabbing a roast duck and 2 sausages, she approached the cash register again and inquired, Boss Jiang, may I use the table at the back? Jiang He shifted her gaze from the computer screen and nodded, yes, that's a table specifically for customers. However, you must finish shopping and complete payment before you can eat at the table. Dining time is limited to 40 minutes. If you exceed that, you will receive a warning the first time, and the second time, you'll be blacklisted. Yi Qingqing cherished the opportunity to shop at Dawn Supermarket. Being blacklisted was simply not an option. Continuing to explore the supermarket, she was instantly drawn to the fresh fruits. Eating just roast duck might become monotonous, so she decided to add some watermelon, pineapple, oranges, strawberries, and lychees for variety. She picked up a large watermelon, 10 strawberries, and 10 lychees, 2 pineapples, and 5 oranges. She practically gathered every new item in the supermarket. 3 meat buns, 3 xiaomai, 2 bags of potato chips, 3 bags of squid strips, 2 boxes of mixed noodles. 4 buckets of rice noodles, and 5 bags of meat dumplings filled her cart. The shampoo provided by the base was of poor quality and had a strange smell. So Yi Qingqing bought 2 bottles of gardenia-scented shampoo and a bottle of refreshing lemon-scented body wash. Though she didn't lack winter supplies, she picked up 3 hot water bags, keeping 1 for herself and bringing the other 2 for her roommates. With only 3 heat packs left, she wanted to stock up, but there was no place to buy more. After checking out at Jiang He's register, she spent over 2,500 points. She had arrived late, and with the limited stock, she could have purchased more if she had come earlier. The tables and chairs at the back of the supermarket were designed for 4, but now only Yi Qingqing occupied one. She chose a seat facing the aisle. All her food was laid out on the table, while other supplies were placed at her feet. Unable to contain her cravings, Yi Qingqing immediately picked up the entire roast duck and began to devour it without a care for her image. Chapter 60. The thief Tang Wanqing donned a blue princess dress and a down jacket, standing out in the crowd alongside her sister Tang Wanyan, who wore red. She blinked her large eyes, fixated on the direction of Yi Qingqing. Sister, what is that beautiful sister eating? It smells so good. Tang Wanyan turned her head, admonishing her. Don't look, it's something we cannot afford. Tang Wanqing gazed at her with longing in her eyes. Sister, I want. Anticipating her sister's next words, Tang Wanyan swiftly silenced her. No, you do not. Tang Wanyan had meticulously planned their remaining points. For food, they would choose inexpensive items that could fill them up. They would not touch meat or snacks. With only 4 down jackets to survive the winter, they could barely manage the ordinary drop in temperature. However, the base's broadcast had warned of impending extreme cold. Thus, they needed to stockpile additional warm supplies. Glancing at the meager offerings on the shelves, Tang Wanyan felt the situation was dire. It might not even be their turn before all the items in the supermarket were bought out. There had been too many people earlier. She had pulled her sister through the throng for what felt like an eternity before finally joining the queue. As she had suspected, after accommodating 5 customers, the supermarket's shelves were completely emptied. Furrowing her brow, Tang Wanyan felt anxious, unsure whether the extreme cold would arrive tomorrow or the day after. Their resources for winter were alarmingly scant, and the risk of freezing to death loomed large. Tang Wanyan grasped her sister's hand and turned away, dejected. At the checkout counter, Jiang He paused her television show, gazing at the queue outside, and called out with a loudspeaker, "Please wait a moment. The supermarket will be restocking shortly." As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Wanqing excitedly tugged at her sister's hand. Sister, we don't have to leave. There will be new roast duck soon. Accidentally voicing her thoughts, she quickly covered her mouth, fearing her sister's reprimand, and hastily added, Sister, I absolutely did not wish for roast duck. When Tang Wanyan turned back, she lost her balance and stumbled back a couple steps. The man behind her, Chao Tianshun, was stepped on 3 or 4 times. However, the girl's weight was so light that it hardly hurt. I'm sorry, I truly didn't mean to. Noticing several footprints on a man's shoe, Tang Wanyan hurriedly bent to apologize. Living in the base with her sister, she could not afford to offend anyone and had long since become accustomed to being humble, hoping the other party would not cause them trouble. Seeing her sister apologize, Tang Wanqing quickly mimicked her, bowing deeply and sincerely saying, Brother, I'm sorry. Chao Tianshun could see that the two were quite nervous. He lifted his foot, brushed off his shoe, and casually replied, It's fine. I'm not hurt, and you don't need to bow so deeply. Relieved by his nonchalance, Tang Wanyan let out a breath. Suddenly, a man's hand reached out toward her. Tang Wanyan reacted instinctively, quickly dodging aside and looking up at him in fright. She had encountered similar situations many times. But this was at the entrance of the Shuguang supermarket. How could he dare to act indecently in public? Chao Tianshun held his right hand in the air, not advancing any closer. "Miss, you dropped your card." Upon noticing the points card in his hand, Tang Wanyun's face flushed crimson. She swiftly retrieved her card, lowering her head in gratitude. Although it had been a misunderstanding, she remained cautious, refraining from further conversation, as if there were a virus behind her, staying close to her sister. 10 minutes passed before Jiang He emerged from the virtual supermarket and returned to the checkout counter. The first customer can now enter to shop. This restock was even more plentiful than before, and Jiang He adjusted the inventory based on the latest customer demands, bringing in a large supply of warm items. Hot water bottles, hand warmers, blankets, and cotton shoes filled 2 layers of shelves. When the Tang sisters entered the supermarket, the shelves were still stocked. Tang Wanyun felt her heart race. Today, she could not afford to be frugal with her points. It was best to gather everything at once. She took charge of selecting items, while Tang Wanqing was responsible for transporting them to the checkout for Jiang He to tally. Having previously purchased 2 hot water bottles, Tang Wanyun deemed it insufficient for the extreme cold, so she added 4 more. 1 for hands, 1 for the stomach, 1 for knees, and 1 for feet, perfectly arranged. 100 hand warmers, 6 blankets, 2 pairs of cotton shoes, 4 scarves, and 4 war masks. She truly spent extravagantly, reflecting her fear of succumbing to the extreme cold. No one could predict how long the bitter chill would last. Thus, it was imperative to stockpile as much food as possible. 10 bottles of mineral water, 25 loaves of bread, and 15 rice balls. Noticing her sister's crinkled face, as if she had been mistreated, Tang Wanyun clicked her tongue in annoyance. "Go pick out a fruit you like from that section. I will buy it for you." Although they hadn't had the 300-point roast duck, a 10-point fruit would be sufficient to please a naive child. Tang Wanqing's face instantly brightened as she skipped over to the fruit shelf. "Sister, these fruits all look delicious." Tang Wanyun's tone turned stern. "You can only choose one." The flickering ember of excitement within Tang Wanqing was swiftly extinguished. "Oh, fine." She compared the 3 fruits, each 10 points, and selected the largest orange, cradling it like a treasure in her hands. After swiping her points card, Tang Wanyun instructed her sister to sit in the supermarket and guard their supplies while she made a trip back to their dormitory to fetch more. Chao Tianxuan's family had hoarded significantly more winter supplies, 3 times that of the Tang sisters. With their larger family and 2 strong men, they bound their goods with a rope and hoisted them over their shoulders, effortlessly transporting everything home in one go without the need for multiple trips. The next customer was a slender middle-aged man wearing an oversized sweatshirt, both ill-fitting and baggy, with his hands tucked into the sleeves. He surveyed the supermarket, his gaze subtly gliding over 2 surveillance cameras. Without a glance at the checkout counter, he proceeded inside. Jiang He furrowed her brow and called out, "Have you obtained a points card? You must register for one before you can select items." The man paused, silently returning to the checkout counter, and, following Jiang He's instructions, registered for a points card without uttering a single word throughout the process. Jiang He cast a curious glance at his retreating figure before returning to her computer, resuming her show. After a while, the system suddenly announced urgently, Chapter 61. Do not speak to strangers. Jiang He suddenly stood up and scanned the surroundings with a fierce gaze. "Who dares to steal from me?" Her eyes swept over Yi Qingqing, who was blissfully indulging in food, and Tang Wanqing, who was foolishly conversing with an orange. Finally landing on a frail man in front of the shelf. He had his back to the cash register, his head bowed low, and his hands were fidgeting rapidly as he stealthily concealed biscuits within his clothing. Jiang He stealthily approached him from behind and coldly uttered, "Put it back." The man's shoulders trembled violently for a moment before he quickly composed himself. He turned around, palms open in a gesture of innocence, saying, "Boss Jiang, I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't taken anything." His voice was awkward, as if he seldom spoke, and his expression was untroubled, showing no signs of guilt. Were it not for the system's confirmation, Jiang He might have believed his fabrications. "The supermarket has surveillance. Do you think you could deny it?" Wang Han, unperturbed, was a seasoned thief before the apocalypse, possessing his own set of skills. Even with cameras around, he was confident that no footage would capture his thievery. Moreover, this supermarket had an eerie quality. Once an item was removed from the shelf, it would automatically replenish, leaving no trace of his theft. Wang Han stepped outside to face the throngs of customers. "Everyone, please help me out here. I came to this supermarket, got a membership card, and didn't buy anything. Yet the owner accuses me of stealing. There's not even a shred of evidence. How can they casually slander an innocent person? This must be a black market establishment." The anxious customers waiting to purchase supplies looked bewildered. What is happening? They wondered. "I don't know, but I unconditionally stand with Boss Jiang." Yi Qingqing took a couple of bites of roast duck and a piece of fruit to let it settle. The roast duck was delicious, but too much could be a bit overwhelming. Suddenly, she heard someone say that Shuguang's supermarket was a black market. Yi Qingqing tore off a piece of paper and wiped the grease from her mouth and hands. With a piercing gaze, she approached. "There's a simple way to find out if you stole something." Wang Han shrugged nonchalantly. "Go ahead." Turning to Jiang He, Yi Qingqing softened her tone. "Boss Jiang, may I act a little violently in the supermarket? I promise I won't damage any prop." Chapter 62. Purchase restrictions. Taking a deep breath, Tang Wanyun reminded herself not to stoop to the level of fools. Tang Wanqing, do not delude yourself into thinking you can forge genuine friendships here. In this apocalyptic world, sincerity is a mere illusion, surrounded by beasts that devour without a trace. I may overlook this transgression this time, but should I discover another, I will unceremoniously cast you aside to meet your own demise. Even if you lie before me in agony, I will not spare you a glance. She understood that her sister's intellect was limited. No amount of reasoning would penetrate her understanding. Only threats held any weight. Tang Wanqing quickly wept, promising never to repeat her mistakes. In the midst of her sobs, she trembled and asked, "Sister, when will we find Mom and Dad? I'm so scared they might be eaten by others." Tang Wanyun paused, then averted her gaze, her tone devoid of emotion. "I don't know." Tang Wanqing hung her head, wishing that their parents would encounter someone as benevolent as Boss Jiang, sparing them from daily hunger. Tang Wanyun looked up at the overcast sky, a faint sorrow flickering in her eyes. Surely, they were somewhere in this world, living a blissful and joyous life. After a brief moment of sadness, she steeled herself. In this harsh reality, there was no room for such futile emotions. The priority was survival. "Let us go home and eat," she declared. The sisters worked together to transport their remaining supplies back to their dormitory. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the sales task. You have earned 5 minutes of restocking time, along with 50 packages of cold medicine and 50 packages of fever-reducing medicine." The goods were sold out, and the supermarket was preparing to close. Jiang He pressed a switch, and with a click, the 3 car doors sealed shut, the compartment contracting until it returned to its original form. The entire process astonished the onlookers. Boss Jiang's supermarket was truly remarkable, almost reminiscent of something from a movie, like Transformers. A bold hypothesis brewed in the minds of the customers. Could Boss Jiang be an extraterrestrial? Such extraordinary abilities could only stem from another planet, perhaps. After being labeled a terrorist, Jiang He was now whimsically deemed an alien. Upon hearing this, she could only chuckle, realizing that she indeed was not from this earth, making the claim not entirely unfounded. Returning to her room, Jiang He savored her chicken leg lunchbox, and a decision began to crystallize in her mind. "System, please assist me in installing 2 prominent electronic screens within the supermarket." "Certainly, but it will require a small amount of points." Jiang He anticipated the response, pursing her lips to inquire, "How much?" The system meekly replied, 1,500. "My dear host, why do you slash the price by half so casually?" Jiang He, still unaware of the system's tendencies, thought 2 screens should not cost 1,000 points. 600, no more. Deal. In less than 2 minutes, the system set up the screens. Jiang He could input text via the system interface, and it would display on screens. The next day, as the supermarket opened, the queued customers were greeted by 2 enormous electronic screens. Black backgrounds with red lettering made the messages visible from afar. The first screen outlined the rules of the Dawn supermarket. 1. No cutting in line. fighting, or instigating trouble while queuing. Violators will be blacklisted. 2. Theft or damage of supermarket goods will result in blacklisting and an electric shock penalty. 3. Use of force within the supermarket is prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted and face arbitrary penalties with a 99 risk of death. 4. Dining time is limited to 40 minutes. Exceeding this will result in a warning for the first offense, blacklisting for the second, and electric shock for noncompliance. 5. Dawn Supermarket continuously recycles various small animals with generous rewards. Inquiries welcome with the owner. 6. Items other than money can be exchanged for points. Specific values will be determined by machine assessment. Note: items of special significance will yield more points than ordinary items. 7. Reselling goods purchased at the supermarket is strictly forbidden. Violators will be blacklisted. 8. Waste of any supermarket resources is prohibited. Violators will be blacklisted. In severe cases will incur electric shock penalties. 9. All rules are established by the owner. For inquiries, please challenge the owner directly. Next to it, the words purchase restrictions cause the crowd to widen their eyes in astonishment. Dawn Supermarket's restricted items today included bottled water, bread, 8 treasure porridge, rice balls, and cotton shoes. Limited to 1 portion per person per day. Fresh meat buns, glutinous rice dumplings, spicy sour noodles, rice noodles, instant noodles, mixed noodles, hot water bags, and blankets. Limited to 2 portions per person per day. Teddy bear cookies, cold medicine, and fever-reducing medicine. Limited to 3 bags per person per day. Sanitary napkins. Limited to 3 packs per person per day. Heat packs. Limited to 10 pieces per person per day. Other items had no purchase limits. Jiang He had contemplated purchase restrictions long before, but had not implemented them until now. After witnessing the scarcity of resources at the base and the desperate queues at the supermarket, she realized how difficult it was for so many to endure the harsh winter. The supermarket's mission was to serve the disaster-stricken populace, enabling more individuals to survive in this apocalypse. Thus, she resolved to impose purchase limits on essential supplies to ensure a more equitable distribution of resources. Those with ample points could purchase other unlimited items, while those with fewer points would not need to worry about finding only expensive goods when their turn arrived. Upon seeing the purchase restrictions, the majority of residents raised their hands in approval. Boss Jiang, this is a splendid idea. The restrictions are marvelous. This way, my chances of buying goods at the supermarket each day have greatly increased. Those at the back of the line couldn't contain their excitement. I can finally buy water today. Every time I reached the front, it was sold out. Thank you, Boss Jiang. I thought I'd come too late today and miss out on supplies. I'm relieved the boss implemented purchase restrictions. I want to return home empty-handed to face my wife's wrath. Today's sales mission was to sell 100 pairs of heated insoles, priced at 40 points each. Once the task was announced, Jiang He added to the electronic screen, heated insoles limited to 1 pair per person. Customers entered with beaming smiles, greeted Jiang He, and began selecting their supplies. Those with sufficient points purchased the restricted essential items before hoarding unlimited goods. At the checkout, a polite customer inquired Boss Jiang, "Will Dawn Supermarket still be open during extreme cold weather?" Jiang He nodded, a smile gracing her lips. "Of course. If you can't leave your dormitory, I will even deliver to your door." As her words faded, the customer closed their eyes, clasped their hands, and repeatedly murmured the same phrase. Building B, Block 3, Room 608. Building B, Block 3, Room 608. Building B, Block 3, Room 608. Chapter 63. Heated insoles muttering to himself. He suddenly opened his eyes, his hands contorted into several peculiar gestures, as if attempting to exorcise her. Chanting incantations and performing rituals, where did this master come from? Jiang He extended her hand, waving it before the man. "Hey there, are you all right? You can't just go mad in my supermarket." The man concluded his ritual and sheepishly grinned. "Boss Jiang, no need to mind me. I was just repeating my dormitory address a few times. Try to transmit the information to you via brainwaves. Perhaps when you deliver the goods, it might suddenly come to you." Jiang He. So this person's bewildering antics were an attempt at brainwashing her. What did he just say? Building 3, which district? Building C? Jiang He moved her car yesterday, and the supermarket was still situated near the military district building today. Nearby was a queue of people collecting supplies, bustling with activity. Grandpa Wang had accumulated enough points to receive 2 cotton jackets, a quilt, 2 pairs of thermal shoes, and 2 sets of autumn wear. His home already had a temperature-regulating quilt, so he exchanged the quilt for 3 sets of autumn clothing. His nephew, who disliked wearing thermal pants, would receive a delivery shortly, and Wang would insist he wear them. Wang bundled up his items securely with rope, hanging them on his steel fork. At that moment, the conversation between 2 individuals nearby caught his attention. "Let me tell you, my feet are the warmest part of my body right now." "Me too. The cold starts from the feet, and that saying holds true. As long as your feet are warm, you won't feel cold." Wang, feeling his own feet, found them already frozen and numb. He glanced down at the ordinary sneakers they wore, not even thermal shoes. Then he looked at his fuzzy slippers, which were only warm for a brief moment after putting them on, but would grow cold with the external temperature within hours. Curious, Wang approached the 2 young fellows. "How is it that your feet are so warm with just those sneakers?" The young man paused for a moment, then stood tall and replied proudly, "Because we have heated insoles from Wang's supermarket. These insoles even have a switch. You can turn them off when not in use. And they provide heat for up to 300 hours. If used sparingly, they can last a month." I heard the supermarket previously sold heated snow boots, which are similar in function, but of course, the snow boots would be warmer. It's a pity I didn't know about the extreme cold that would follow. Otherwise, I would have definitely snagged a pair. The more Wang listened, the more excited he became. Heated insoles were just like a temperature-regulating quilt, perfectly tailored for him. "Excuse me, could you tell me where the supermarket is today? I would like to buy a pair too." The young man enthusiastically pointed the way. "Just around that corner, where the crowd is the largest." Wang looked up and saw a small truck obscured by the throng of people, unable to discern what was in the back. He recognized Jiang He's van, which looked different from this one. He and T thought about Wang's supermarket when he saw it earlier. It turned out Jiang had changed vehicles. Wang was acutely aware of how scarce the supermarket's supplies were, fearing he might miss out on the insoles. So he hurried towards it. "Excuse me, coming through. My steel fork isn't very polite." Upon seeing the sharp fork, the residents instinctively stepped aside to make way for him. In the meantime, during a break from watching a drama, Jiang He glanced outside. By chance, something caught her eye. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was Grandpa Wang, once again wielding his steel fork as he strolled about. The supermarket had no walls on 3 sides, with one side partially blocked by an electronic screen, allowing customers outside to see inside clearly. Wang's gaze was fixated on the shelves of instant noodles, of which there were many varieties: spicy beef, fragrant pork rib, golden broth with fatty beef, old hen soup, and sauerkraut beef. Shuyinza held countless luxurious provisions, including abalone, bird's nest, sea cucumber, and various meats, allowing Wang to choose whatever he desired, except for instant noodles. Wang was unaccustomed to the delicacies of mountain treasures and ocean treats. He craved this simple fare. Wang's supermarket was precisely the kind of store he loved before the apocalypse, well-stocked and diverse, with a little more space. It would have been even more enjoyable to browse. Originally intending to buy insoles, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful discovery. "Welcome to Wang's supermarket. Grandpa Wang, you arrived quite early today. There are still many good items available. Before selecting, make sure to check the information on the electronic screen. Some items are limited in purchase quantity." Wang followed Jiang He's finger and squinted at the screen, which clearly stated that instant noodles were limited to 2 tubs per person. Wang frowned slightly. He had been hoping to get one of each flavor. This posed a bit of challenge. Standing in front of the shelves, Wang felt conflicted, remembering the many people waiting outside. He closed his eyes and randomly picked 2 tubs, braised beef and old hen soup. "All right, these 2 will do." Wang then wandered to another shelf. He had a nephew in a leadership position at the base who lacked for nothing, receiving daily deliveries of fine goods. Finally, he selected a few of his favorite items: 2 meat buns, 3 rice dumplings, 2 bags of potato chips, and 2 tubs of rice noodles. When he reached the roast duck stand, he paused. His nephew had loved roast duck as a child, always clamoring to go into town to buy one. After spending his points, Wang carried the tubs of instant noodles to the hot water station. At the top was a card swiping area. Placing his points card that would dispense hot water, costing 20 points each time. One tub wasn't enough, so Wang decided to soak both. After 2 trips, he finally brought the 2 tubs to the dining table. While waiting for the noodles to cook, he quickly slipped off his shoes and inserted the heated insoles. Jiang He observed this scene with a sense of familiarity. Before Wang, at least 20 customers had directly removed their shoes in the supermarket to use the insoles. Thankfully, the supermarket was well ventilated. Had it been a closed space with someone having foot odor, she would have been suffocated. Wang ate swiftly, the springy noodles deliciously fragrant. Nearly closing his eyes in delight, he devoured the noodles, not even leaving a drop of broth behind, gulping it all down. As he departed, Wang diligently gathered his trash, using his sleeve to wipe the table until it was spotless. Jiang He appreciated such conscientious and tidy customers, though it wasn't necessary to use his clothing for cleaning. She had paper available for that. Chapter 64. The chance to win a grand prize due to today's purchase limitations. The consumption of goods at the supermarket has noticeably slowed. The supermarket remained open until 2:30 in the afternoon, at which point all items were sold out. The number of guests served today was 2 to 3 times that of usual. Ding! The sales task has been completed, granting 6 minutes of restocking time and unlocking mashed potato noodles. Jiang He opened the system panel to check on the supermarket status and was pleasantly surprised to discover that all facilities within could be freely rearranged. This meant she could modify the layout and decor of the supermarket at her whim. Upon clicking the checkout counter, a detailed interface immediately appeared. Checkout counter. Operational, there are 3 interchangeable styles and 5 selectable colors. However, unlocking new styles and colors requires a certain number of points. Changing the style of one facility would inevitably necessitate changes to the others. After some contemplation, Jiang He decided that the current fresh pastoral style was still new to her, and she would consider redecorating only when she grew tired of it. Noticing a plus sign behind the supermarket facilities, Jiang He curiously clicked it. Level 3 supermarket can additionally configure the following facilities. 1 air conditioner for 20,000 points, 1 floor cleaning robot for 20,000 points, 1 automatic recycling bin for 8,000 points, 1 collapsible shopping cart for 5,000 points, and 1 potted plant for 3,000 points. With today's earnings, Jiang He's account balance exceeded 178,000 points. These devices were undoubtedly necessary for the supermarket, especially the floor cleaning robot, which would save her considerable effort. System. Can this floor cleaning robot also wipe tables? With dining tables in the supermarket, many guests would linger to eat, and despite her best efforts, stains would inevitably be left behind, requiring Jiang He to clean up manually. System. Dear host, the floor cleaning robot is a sweeping and mopping combination. Just place it on the table, and it will automatically clean the stains. All right, then I shall purchase it. Acquire them all. Ding. 56,000 points have been deducted. Host, would you like to arrange the positions of these facilities yourself? Of course. After spending so many points, I certainly desire some experiential engagement. Jiang He meticulously operated the system interface. The air conditioner was positioned centrally on the ceiling, the shopping cart by the entrance, the garbage bin to the right of the dining table, and the floor cleaning robot and potted plant beside the checkout counter. Having completed the arrangements, she decided it was time for dinner. Suddenly, the system excitedly chimed in. Ding, ding, ding. Good news, host. The supermarket has received an antique. A customer has deposited a Tang Sankai into the points card. Congratulations, host. You have earned a chance to draw a grand prize. Jiang He's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow, she had another chance to win little treasure. Before long, the grand prize will reappear in the room. Last time, she had drawn a temperature-controlled tent, and the blue segment had been replaced with another reward, a portal. Jiang He took aim at the purple segment labeled Little Treasure with a dart. Just as she was about to throw, the wheel began spinning rapidly, causing her vision to blur. All right then, the system certainly afforded her no opportunity for cheating. Unable to find her target, Jiang He randomly tossed the dart at the center of the wheel. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The grand prize will gradually came to a halt. Her heart raced with anticipation. Purple, purple. Host, you have hit the yellow segment. Congratulations. You have won a full fish feast. It has been placed in your personal space. Please enjoy. Upon seeing the dart land in the yellow segment, Jiang He pouted. Fish to eat was acceptable. But when she looked into her personal space, she was astonished. This was not just acceptable. It was extraordinary. Plates of dishes were meticulously arranged in a dense array, enough to trigger her fear of clusters. Surely, there must be hundreds of dishes here. Indeed, host, the full fish feast reward includes 500 dishes. The system confirmed. As it is a grand prize draw, how could the rewards not be generous? 500? That would be enough to last her a year. System. Can I sell these to customers? Although the fish dishes were delicious, they took up too much space. It would be prudent to sell some for additional points. These dishes belong to you, host. You may handle them as you wish, but please ensure the pricing is reasonable. If the prices are deemed excessive by the main system, points will be deducted. Being able to sell is good. As for the price, I shall set it comparable to roasted duck. Dinner, of course, consisted of fish. Jiang He retrieved a plate of braised base, steaming and exuding a rich aroma. Time stood still in her personal space. Anything placed inside would not spoil or decay. The dishes remained hot regardless of how long they were kept. Meow, meow, meow. Seeing the fish, Sang Biao became immediately excited, pawing at Jiang He's pant leg and meowing incessantly. What is that? It's fish that everyone loves. I want to eat it. Hurry and put it in my mouth. Bao flitted about, running back and forth by the dining table. I'm hungry too. I want to eat. I want to eat. Jiang He was at a loss for words. Whether one or two, they both seemed like starving ghosts reincarnated. She hadn't even started her meal yet, and they were already clamoring. Through gritted teeth, Jiang He said, "Fine, I'll get you something to eat. Whatever you consume now, you shall repay me with labor later." After rummaging through her space, she prepared a plate of small yellow croakers, prepared in a light manner suitable for little felines like them. Although Baowan's mouth was small, its appetite was substantial. With a thud, Jiang He placed a plate of small fish in front of it. "Make sure you finish it all. No wasting." Sang Biao devoured the fish with satisfied growls, while Baowan quickly gulped down the small fish, 2 bites for each one. It must be said, the dishes awarded by the system were truly delectable. With sincere admiration, Jiang He asked, "System, who is the chef behind these dishes? I would like to befriend them." "I'm not quite sure. The dishes are transmitted from the main system. All right, once I complete the tasks in this world, I shall inquire further and see if I can snag a meal or two." Another day passed, and the temperature at the base had dropped to -15 degrees. The extreme cold was drawing near. The frigid weather proved too harsh for those customers who had been waiting outside the supermarket since dawn. They could only endure for a maximum of half an hour. Beyond that, they would surely freeze into popsicles. Welcome to Dawn's Supermarket. The first to enter was a couple accompanied by their young daughter. Upon stepping inside Dawn's Supermarket, the woman abruptly halted, her eyes wide as she turned to her husband. "Honey, do you feel that? The temperature inside the supermarket is quite comfortable, unlike outside. It can't just be my imagination, can it?" Her husband took a step back, the biting chill once again enveloping him. Returning to the supermarket, he was met with a warmth akin to spring. He looked at his wife in astonishment, tightly grasping her hand. "You see, the supermarket is equipped with air conditioning." Chapter 65. Steamed grouper Shunjia gazed upward, noticing a pristine white central air conditioning unit affixed to the supermarket's ceiling emanating warmth. She marveled. It's quite astonishing how this warmth remains confined within the supermarket's boundaries, despite the absence of walls on 3 sides. Jiang He merely smiled, for an intangible barrier existed, segregating the supermarket from the external world. A nearby little girl, clad in a thick down jacket and a charming cartoon hat adorned with 2 brown antlers, possessed a cherubic face that spoke of familial care. She surveyed her surroundings with curiosity before pointing a small hand toward the electronic display high above. "Mommy, fish, fish." 5-year-old Yin Yin, already acquainted with numerous characters, grew animated upon catching sight of braised fish emblazoned on the screen. Simultaneously, Shun Jia and Ji Yuan directed their attention to the electronic display. The upper portion showcased the limited purchase items for the day, while the lower segment resembled a restaurant menu. Dawn Supermarket's featured items for today: braised fish, water-boiled fish, diced chili fish head, sweet and sour carp, sour soup fish, tofu fish, squirrel-shaped mandarin fish, braised beltfish, steamed grouper, garlic beer braised fish. Each dish ranged from 200 to 400 points. Xinjia found it rather unexpected. Was this not a supermarket? How could it offer such an array of dishes, all of which were fish? No wonder Yan Yan's excitement had reached a fever pitch. She had spotted something she adored. During her pregnancy, Xinjia had developed an insatiable craving for fish. As her daughter grew, she inherited this fondness. Proprietor Jiang, where are these dishes located? Without hesitation, Jiang He fabricated. They're in the boxes beneath the cashier. After redeeming the points, you can either dine here or take them away. Would you care for an order? Each dish is meticulously prepared by a master chef, a veritable culinary delight that you won't find elsewhere. Xinjia nodded in agreement. In this post-apocalyptic world, Dawn's Supermarket was likely the only establishment of its kind. She lowered her gaze to her daughter. Yin Yin, tell proprietor Jiang what you'd like to eat. Having been confined indoors for an extended period, Yin Yin, once exuberant, now appeared somewhat timid. Clutching her mother's hand, she furtively glanced at Jiang He. This lady seemed amiable, her smile gentle and lovely. Summoning her courage, she chirpily declared, I want braised fish. The little girl, swathed in layers of clothing, possessed an exquisite, doll-like appearance. Jiang He was utterly charmed, her voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. All right, just one order? Anything else? System, host, I find you unrecognizable. A sudden shift in demeanor. Jiang He mentally rolled her eyes at the system. You, a cold and detached entity, couldn't possibly comprehend the charm of a human infant. Xinjia paused before adding, Proprietor Jiang, please add a steamed grouper as well. We'll dine here. She preferred fish with minimal bones. Ji Yuan deferred to his wife and child, content to partake in whatever they chose. His role was to ensure nothing went to waste. Jiang He nodded. Very well. Feel free to continue browsing while I prepare your order. Their attire suggested their family enjoyed a comfortable life, undoubtedly affiliated with the military district. Prior to the cataclysm, Ji Yuan served as a special forces soldier. Following the disaster, he escorted his wife and daughter to Nanyang, where they were stationed. Due to the calamity, the rest of their family was scattered across various bases, their reunion unlikely. The base treated soldiers reasonably well, but the distributed rations were unpalatable. Occasionally, upon completing a significant mission, he would receive a pack of cream-filled biscuits as a reward, which he would bring home for his daughter to enjoy. During the extreme heat, Ji Yuan nearly lost his wife and child, but they persevered. Had they not, he questioned the purpose of his continued existence. Later, Ji Yuan learned of Dawn's Supermarket, whose proprietor had rescued hundreds of residents with cooling supplies during the heat wave. He mused that had he prepared for the extreme heat, his wife and daughter might have suffered less. Ji Yuan had long desired to visit Dawn's Supermarket for essential supplies, but his continuous shifts delayed his visit until today. Stepping inside, he was immediately struck by the sheer novelty. Only a few high-ranking officials in Nanyang Base could afford air conditioning. With the exception of vital military structures, the base lacked electricity. He wondered how Dawn Supermarket generated its power. Daddy, carry me. I want to see up there. Pulled by his daughter's tug, Ji Yuan snapped back to reality, bending to lift her into his arms. The uppermost shelf displayed chocolate, ham sausages, marinated eggs, and beef jerky. Yin Yan's eyes widened with delight, and she giggled, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. Mommy, I love all these things. Xinjia smiled adoringly. All right, we'll get them for you. Having been unable to provide their daughter with a joyful childhood, the couple felt guilty. Now that they had the means, they were determined to fulfill her desires. Since snacks were unlimited, Xinjia grabbed 15 chocolates, 10 packs of beef jerky, 15 ham sausages, and 12 marinated eggs. She also selected some fruits, 40 strawberries, 40 lychees, 20 oranges, and a pineapple. Had the temperature not been low, Xinjia would have hesitated to purchase so much fruit, as it would have spoiled overnight during the previous heat wave. Ji Yuan carried his daughter while pushing the shopping cart, and Xinjia diligently filled it. Jiang He watched the family, feeling that the shopping cart had been a worthwhile investment. Reaching the beverage aisle, Xinjia's eyes lit up. Honey, Yin needs plenty of milk while she's growing. Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. Yes, take all of them. I can carry it. Having points was liberating. Jiang He neglected the television, focusing on their shopping spree. 6 hot water bottles, 6 blankets, 30 heat packs, 9 bags of koala biscuits. They purchased the maximum quantity of all limited items. Fortunately, the purchase limits prevented them from emptying the supermarket. Upon their return to the cashier, Jiang He suggested, "We have new thermal blankets today. Would you like to buy one? It's about the same size as a regular blanket, costs 300 points, doesn't require electricity, and heats up automatically when you press the switch. It lasts for 150 hours and is limited to 1 per person." Without hesitation, Shunjia responded, "Great, 3, please." After they swiped their card and spent over 20,000 points, Jiang He retrieved the braised pork and steamed grouper from the spatial dimension and placed them on the table. "Enjoy your meal." After uttering those words, Jiang He felt as though she were a waitress in a restaurant. Chapter 66. Mashed potato noodles on the electronic display. The dishes braised fish and steamed grouper were replaced with shallot braised yellow croaker and spicy fish fillets. The family of 3 spent half an hour dining, and before leaving, they tidied up the table, discarding their refuse into the nearby trash bin. In less than 2 seconds, the contents of the bin were decomposed, vanishing without a trace. Ji Yuan was momentarily stunned. The supermarket was indeed filled with wonders. Little Yin only knew that the braised fish was exceptionally delicious. She was quite full from her meal, oblivious to the complex thoughts of adults. Patting her round belly, she clutched Shunjia's hand, blinking her big eyes and whining, "Mommy, I really love Shuwan Supermarket. Can we come here to play every day?" Upon hearing this, Shunjia couldn't help but chuckle, pinching her little nose. "It's been quite cold lately. Let's wait until the weather improves before we come back to play, all right?" Yin sighed helplessly. "Fine." By noon, Jiang He filled a bucket with hot water to soak some mashed potato noodles, accompanied by spicy chopped pepper fish pieces. After enjoying a few bites of fish, she wandered to the fruit shelf and grabbed a handful of strawberries. Since the upgrade, the supermarket now boasted comfortable seating and computers for her entertainment. For the past few days, Jiang He had been having her lunch directly at the checkout counter. Essentially, during the lunch hour, the supermarket remained open for business. She merely needed to sit there and collect points, feeling too lazy to return to her room. By working an extra hour at noon, she could leave early in the afternoon. Old Wang, fixated on the instant noodles from the supermarket, had no appetite for lunch today. However, with snow falling outside and the ground slippery, Zhou Yinzhe was concerned about him slipping and insisted on accompanying him. Old Wang, not wanting to trouble his grandnephew, resisted at his doorstep. "I'm quite fit. As long as I have something to hold on to while walking, I won't fall. You should go about your own business." Zhou Yinzhe, with a stern face and a lazy tone, replied, "Stubborn old man, if you keep resisting, you won't get your instant noodles today. I'll have the bodyguards keep an eye on you, so you can't go anywhere." He found it perplexing. After all, what was so appealing about that so-called low-end junk food? Old Wang was well aware that Zhou Yinzhe could indeed do such a thing, so he reluctantly acquiesced. "Have you worn the thermal pants I gave you?" Zhou Yinzhe assisted him into the car, his tone somewhat dismissive. "Of course I have. It's well below 0 today. If I didn't wear them, I'd defreeze to death." Old Wang smiled with satisfaction. "You're young and healthy now, thinking you can endure the cold. Dress lightly if you must. But when you get old and have chronic leg pain, it will be too late." Zhou Yinzhe fiddled with his cigarette pack. Having heard this lecture so many times that his ears were nearly calloused, he typically let it go in one ear and out the other. If he didn't interrupt the old man, he would go on endlessly. At Shuguang's supermarket, Jiang He was munching on sunflower seeds, her eyes glued to the computer screen. The drama was reaching its climax, and she was so engrossed that she was completely immersed in the tense atmosphere of the show. The system loudly reminded her, "Host, your noodles are ready. If soaked too long, the texture won't be as good." Jiang He suddenly snapped back to reality, remembering she still had a bucket of noodles to eat. Lifting the lid, an enticing aroma wafted toward her. The hot broth had been absorbed by the noodles, and after stirring with a plastic fork for a moment, each strand was coated in velvety mashed potatoes. The consistency was slightly sticky, with the smooth texture of the mashed potatoes complementing the delicate rice noodles, creating an irresistible, fragrant, and spicy flavor. Having consumed half, Jiang He stood to ring up a customer and noticed 2 figures entering the store. Old Wang and That Zhou Yinjia? It was a combination she had never anticipated. Suddenly, she recalled the gossip Li Ting had shared with her. Old Wang was the father of a certain base leader. Could they possibly be related by blood? Yet, the discrepancy was too vast. One was surnamed Wang, the other Zhou. It didn't quite add up. Sensing her confusion, Old Wang cheerfully introduced, Jiang boss, this is my grandnephew. He came with me today to buy some food. Jiang He nodded, realizing, oh, so he's your uncle. That made sense. Old Wang glanced curiously at the checkout counter and inquired, Jiang boss, what are you eating? Jiang He lifted her bowl for a closer look. Mashed potato noodles, a new dish the supermarket just introduced today. It's quite tasty. You should try a bucket. Old Wang beamed with delight. All right, I'll have this. Mashed potato noodles plus a bucket of instant noodles. After saying this, he clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward the sparsely filled shelves. Zhou Yinjia followed closely, instinctively wanting to devour all the little bear biscuits he spotted. Upon noticing, Old Wang swiftly swatted away his greedy hands. Yinzi, what are you doing? Didn't you see the screen over there? The little bear biscuits are limited shopping items. Each person can buy a maximum of 3 bags. If you violate the supermarket's rules, I can't stop Jiang boss from shocking you. Zhou Yinjia had noticed the 2 additional electronic screens in the supermarket upon entering, but hadn't paid them much attention. Now, scanning quickly, he saw the words shock repeated several times. When did this ridiculous rule come about? Although he grumbled internally, he restrained himself and only took 3 bags of little bear biscuits. Zhou Yinjia poked Old Wang's shoulder. Old man, do you want some biscuits? Old Wang chuckled. I never would have guessed you liked such little snacks. They're so cute. They seem like something you would have loved as a child. Zhou Yinjia didn't want to explain. If it weren't for the ridiculous limit, he would have devoured every bag he saw. Just tell me whether you want to buy them or not. Observing a glimpse of his childhood self in Zhou Yinjia, Old Wang couldn't help but smile. Bye. My share is yours. Just moments ago, he had been reluctant for his grandnephew to tag along, but while buying instant noodles, Old Wang realized having an extra person was rather delightful. His grandnephew didn't care for instant noodles. The 2 buckets he had were surely his to keep. However, Zhou Yinjia had a knack for defying expectations. He clutched 2 buckets of braised, beef-flavored instant noodles tightly to his chest. Old Wang was taken aback. Didn't you say you didn't like instant noodles? Old man, these are all low-end junk food. Just let me eat them. Zhou Yinjia sidestepped, evading Old Wang's reaching hand. Eating too much junk food isn't good for your health. You should eat less. I'm young. I can handle it. He carried his items to the checkout counter. Jiang He was calculating points when she suddenly heard Zhou Yinjia quietly ask, Did you really almost marry Xiao Huifeng? Jiang He replied, Huh? Who on earth is spreading such rumors about me? Chapter 67. The desire to see them perish. Observing her reaction, Zhou Yinjia discerned the answer. A cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Xiao Huifeng himself had informed me, and he recounted many tales of your past. Jiang He's countenance turned darker than the bottom of a pot. Her teeth clenched as she spat out a few words. He's talking nonsense. Suddenly recalling that they were in a supermarket, and, as the proprietor, she needed to maintain decorum, she cleared her throat. He's merely speaking frivolously. I have no connection with him whatsoever. Zhou Yinjia nodded slowly, understood. Nearby, Old Wang stood with a peculiar expression fixed on his nephew, as if attempting to bore a hole through him with his gaze. After preparing instant noodles, he finally could not restrain his curiosity. Yinjia, you're concerned for Boss Jiang's marital status. What's your intention? Zhou Yinjia bit into a strawberry, responding nonchalantly, guess. Old Wang expressed his reluctance to guess, contemplating the urge to jab him with a steel fork, wishing to twist his head off and kick it like a ball. He wrinkled his brow in disdain, remarking bluntly, You are undeserving of Boss Jiang. If you genuinely have such intentions, it would be better to abandon them at once. Zhou Yinjia's gaze darkened, though he was amused by the old man's outburst. Who is your own nephew here? What flaw do I possess? If it's looks, I have them. If it's resources, I have those too. There are plenty who wish to marry me. Ah, you possess everything except for face. Old Wang was a man of truth, sparing no feelings for his nephew. I call it being fair, not biased. Your material conditions are commendable, but Boss Jiang runs a large supermarket. What could you possibly lack in resources? And you, indulging in reckless romantic entanglements, embracing various women, the number of which you cannot even count. Zhou Yinze rubbed his nose, clarifying, those were gifts from others. It was merely for amusement. Old Wang Shamaglair, enjoy your games, but don't drag boss Jiang into it. Zhou Yinze remained silent. He had never intended to pursue anything serious. His interest was merely piqued. Even the notion of allowing Xiao Huifeng and his fiancée, Yi, to reside in a villa was simply for his amusement, akin to playing with a dog. Few things and people could capture his interest, and when they did, he felt an uncontrollable urge to delve deeper. Old man, rest assured, I shall never marry, nor will I have children. Upon hearing this, Old Wang paused in his noodle slurping. Oh no, did I inadvertently wound my nephew's pride with my words? Yinze, in truth, you are not entirely without merit. At least you are filial. Zhou Yinze offered a self-deprecating smile. If my father were to hear that, he would likely laugh his head off. Enough, don't try to persuade me. I've held this belief since I was 20, and it's not a notion born of the apocalypse. If I can live alone, I shall. If not, so be it. In the biting cold of -10 degrees, many residents huddled indoors, hesitant to venture outside. The absence of medication made even a slight chill a potential harbinger of illness. The current state of affairs mirrored the backward medical practices of ancient times, where mere cold could prove fatal. Unless one was on the brink of starvation, the risk of stepping out to the supermarket was not worth it. For families like Old Wang's, a noble household, they could travel with a chauffeur, entirely insulated from the concerns of catching a chill. The snow continued to fall heavily, with the supermarket remaining open until 5 o'clock. Jiang He anticipated that soon she would need to prepare for home deliveries. Fortunately, she had unlocked her portable space, greatly facilitating her tasks. Ding! Today's sales task has been completed, granting you 5 minutes of restocking time. 50 packets of cold medicine, 50 packets of fever reducers, and 50 packets of cough syrup. Just as Jiang He was about to speak, the system chimed in again. Ding, ding, ding. Host, you have received a temporary task. Build a snowman at a designated location within 20 minutes. Reward, a random restocking tool, effective for 15 minutes. Ahem, dear host. This snowman must be photographed and submitted to the main system, so please perform diligently. I know, it's the annual snowman building competition hosted by the main system, in which all hosts participate, culminating in a year-end ranking. Jiang He recalled her first participation in the contest, where she had won a creativity award, much to the system's delight, prompting it to perform 100 backflips. The reason for its joy was clear. When the host won, the system received a commission. The designated location was in an empty garden villa in the Villa District, a 30-minute drive away. Love cannot be bought at will. Jiang He hummed a tune while driving smoothly over the snowy terrain. Not far ahead, at the intersection, Jiang Shuiwei ran forward, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Huifeng hurriedly chased after her, grabbing her shoulder. Yeah, let me explain. I've never been with those women. They are all associated with Zhou. How could I possibly touch them? With tears in her eyes, Jiang Shuiwei choked out. Then tell me, where does the fragrance on you come from? The man's gaze flickered, and he hesitated to respond. Jiang Shuiwei pushed his hand away, retreating several steps, her heart aching. I knew you were deceiving me, Xiao Huifeng. You have betrayed me. She turned and continued running towards the civilian district. Jiang, he was driving normally when she honked twice, only to have a figure suddenly dart into the road, startling her into an emergency stop. Fortunately, the small truck performed well, halting just a meter away from Jiang Shuiwei, preventing any casualties. Lowering her window, Jiang He couldn't help but yell, if you want to die, do it far away. Don't die in front of my car. It's bad luck. Just as her words fell, Xiao Huifeng rushed over, pulling Jiang Shuiwei into his embrace. Yeah, thank goodness you're okay. You scared me to death. Jiang Shuiwei buried her face in his chest, trembling with anxiety. I almost got hit by a car. Amidst the swirling snow, the young couple embraced tenderly, sharing their heartfelt confessions. To an outsider, it might have seemed like a scene from a Korean drama. Should there be an appropriate background score? Jiang He gritted her teeth, her hands tightly gripping the steering wheel. She regretted stopping just now. System, I wish to see them perish. Calm down, host. You still need to build that snowman. In front of the small truck, Xiao Huifeng cradled his beloved's face, speaking in a tone meant only for them. Yeah. Zhou is involved in arms dealing. If I can procure weapons to store in the space, I need to rely on others for advancement. Then, I will take you away from here, just the two of us, to establish a new base. I shall be the base leader, and you will be the base leader's wife. Jiang Shui's tears transformed into a smile. So, you were merely playing the game, trying to gain Zhou's trust by mingling with those women, right? Chapter 68. The snowman trick. What was Jili Gulu saying? Jiang He was perplexed. If there were vital matters to discuss, why not do so indoors instead of standing in the snow by the roadside? Honking the horn, she feared that the sight of the two about to kiss would induce her to regurgitate her lunch. Let's go back. You mustn't misunderstand me again. My feelings for you are more genuine than pearls. Xiao Huifeng grasped Jiang Shui's hand and moved to the roadside, intending to retrace their steps. At that moment, a small truck sped past them, splattering snow melt all over, soaking their clothes and chilling them to the bone, making them shiver uncontrollably. Jiang Shui, trembling, pointed at the departing pink truck and complained, "Brother Huifeng, look at her, it must have been intentional." Inside the driver's seat, Jiang He burst into laughter at the sight of the drenched pair. The system couldn't help but interject, "Host, your laughter resembles that of a movie villain." Jiang He shrugged, "Well, if I'm a villain, so be it. I'm in a bad mood. I might not win the snowman contest." When it came to commissions, the system quickly reversed its stance. "Dear host, your laughter is more melodious than a siren's song. Please laugh more. I relish it." As they ventured deeper into the villa area, human presence dwindled, and the final few villas were eerily desolate. After disembarking, Jiang He entered a garden villa where no foot had trod, and the snow in the yard was pristine, perfect for rolling snowballs and crafting a snowman. Recalling the judges from the main system, who favored a cuter aesthetic, she decided to create an adorable little chubby bear. "Go for it, host. You're the best. The annual snowman contest champion is undoubtedly you." The system cheered like it had been invigorated. Jiang He rolled 2 snowballs for the bear's body, placing the larger one below and the smaller atop. Next came the details: a small hat for the bear's head, ears peeking out, chubby arms, and short, round legs. With the body complete, it lacked some accessories. The system generously provided a pink scarf and a box of paint. Jiang He crafted the bear's features by hand, painting black eyes, a pink nose, and rosy ears, completing it just as the timer hit 20 minutes. Done. System, please take a photo. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the snowman task and received a random supply tool. Jiang He's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Is it Xiaobao? The tall one, 9 meters? No, host. It's it. Confused, Jiang He turned, only to see her freshly built snowman blink its black eyes and take a step forward with its plump legs. What? A trick snowman? Cough, cough, host. This is your new supply tool, the bear. What? Jiang He was still reeling from the shock of the trick snowman when the grim news hit. Yes, host. You heard correctly. A minute ago, the bear was merely a snowman, but it has now been transformed into a robot, endowed with a learning consciousness like Xiaobao. Jiang He struggled to comprehend. So, does this mean the main system has taken it? Indeed, the main system finds the bear's design exceedingly charming. Currently, there are no robots of its kind. They plan to trial it in this world. If successful, they will replicate the design for use in other worlds. Wait, Jiang He felt something amiss. Shouldn't the copyright for the snowman I crafted belong to me? If the main system intends to use it, shouldn't they seek my authorization and provide me compensation? Host, there's currently only one bear robot. Mass production has not begun, so copyright issues are not relevant at this stage. The system was offline for 2 minutes before returning. Good news. The main system has declared that the bear can become your exclusive robot. After assisting with supplies, it will not be reclaimed. Host, from now on, you're the owner of a robot. There's no need to worry about royalties. Once the bear robot passes inspection, the main system will credit points to your account. Jiang He nodded. All right, if points are involved, then everything is negotiable. Subsequently, she brought the bear into the virtual supermarket. Host, are you ready? The countdown is about to commence. Jiang He. She was prepared, but she wondered if the bear was ready. System, can't the bear speak? Why doesn't it respond when I ask it anything? Host, here's the situation. The robots produced by the main system are classified into upgradable and non-upgradable versions. The bear is an upgradable version, with an initial level significantly lower than Xiaobao. It must learn and gain experience to advance. Currently, it is akin to an infant. Oh, so it's a nurturing type of robot. Jiang He assumed a starting position, and the bear mimicked her, its short legs taking a step forward, its little arms swaying back and forth. System, we can begin. All right, 5-minute countdown, go. As the supermarket gates opened, Jiang He dashed towards the shelves with her shopping basket, while the bear struggled to keep up, its short legs lagging behind. Regretting her design choices for the bear's short limbs, she realized it could only carry 4 bottles of water at a time. Darn it, if only I had made its arms a bit longer. However, having a robot to assist was still better than none. Bear, just focus on carrying the bottled water. You need to worry about anything else. After much gesturing and explaining, she finally conveyed her meaning to the bear. The chubby bear paused, then nodded its head, resuming its task of fetching the water. 3, 2, 1, countdown complete. As the system's voice faded, both the girl and the bear were instantly ejected from the virtual supermarket. Jiang He counted the supplies, realizing the bear's efficiency was roughly 1/10 of her own and 1/5 of Xiaobao's. What did the main system see in the bear? Was it its cuteness? Turning, Jiang He admired her creation. The bear's round body, sparkling eyes, and rosy cheeks made it irresistibly adorable. All right, I'll forgive its shortcomings since it's my own creation. Jiang He believed that watching captivating dramas was the best shortcut to mastering a language. That night, she invited the bear to join her in watching a palace drama, engrossed until 11 o'clock. Chapter 69, The Bear Bully. The little bear's eyes sparkled like the black pearls in a bubble tea, gleaming with an innocent yet clear foolishness. Though it could not comprehend television dramas, it imitated Jiang He, sitting upright on the chair with unwavering focus on the computer screen. Hearing its owner's laughter, its chubby little legs swung back and forth in the air unconsciously. As bedtime approached, Jiang He shut down the computer and prepared to take a shower. System. Robots don't require rest, do they? Theoretically, yes, but a robot's every action is powered by internal energy. As long as it is powered on, it continuously consumes energy, which seems rather wasteful. My suggestion is that, in the absence of scheduled tasks, the host could set a sleep mode for the little bear to conserve points. Jiang He paused. Do I have to spend points to buy energy? Indeed, the little bear is now your exclusive robot, and you must take responsibility for it. Jiang He's mind began to race with calculations. The little bear is essentially her employee. It seems reasonable to allocate points as its salary. How many points for energy? A fully charged robot has 100 energy units, with each unit costing 300 points. Without sleep mode, it would consume around 4 energy units in a day. If it sleeps, it would only use 3. Thus, the little bear's monthly salary would amount to approximately 30,000 points. Compared to the assistance it provides, this sum is negligible. Jiang He found it quite worthwhile and opened the system panel to set a sleep schedule for the little bear, synchronizing it with her own bedtime. From 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., with the sleeping location on the living room sofa. Both Sang Biao and Bawan also resided in the living room, and the arrival of the big fellow piqued their curiosity. Cautiously, they hid by the side of the sofa, observing in secret. When the little bear remained still throughout the night, Sang Biao and Bawan finally lowered their guard and resumed their playful antics on the sofa. Eventually, exhausted from their play, Sang Biao curled up in a circle and slept on the little bear's round belly for the night. At 7 a.m., the little bear powered on promptly, sitting up abruptly from the sofa. Sang Biao, who had stayed up late, was still in deep slumber, eyes closed as its body levitated into the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc in the center of the living room. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Bawan scampered over, taking tiny steps, bobbing its head. Brother Biao, are you all right? Are you all right? Sang Biao, dazed, fell to the ground, and once it recovered from its shock, it raised its head and howled, meow. Help! There's a bear bullying me. Jiang He had just awakened when she heard the commotion outside her room. What is happening? Were they fighting? Hadn't they been getting along well? She quickly donned her clothes, eager to investigate the ruckus. Upon opening the door, she found Sang Biao and Ba, one huddled tightly together on the floor, glaring at the little bear on the sofa, grumbling. What on earth happened? The little bear turned its gaze towards Jiang He, its slightly upturned mouth moving as it emitted a soft, adorable voice. Meow. Jiang He's forehead twitched. She never expected that her little bear robot would utter a sound. Attempting to mimic a meow could have developed a cognitive misalignment. Believing itself to be like saying meow, Jiang He gently patted its round head, hoping to correct its erroneous notion. Bear, you are not. The little bear tilted its head, its eyes vacant. Meow. Jiang He, this would be a challenge to rectify. Although your name is Little Bear, you're not a bear. You are a robot. You will be greeting customers at the supermarket, so you must learn human language, not feline sounds. The little bear tilted its head in the other direction. Meow. Jiang He. Well, it seems it would take some time to correct this. Perhaps it should interact more with humans as breakfast time arrived. Sang Biao shook off the earlier gloom and waited eagerly with Bawan at their food bowl, eyes wide with anticipation for their owner to serve their meal. The little bear stood neatly in line with them, obediently taking its place at the end. Jiang He placed food into each bowl. Your chicken breast, your yellow croaker, your bread, and your little fish. When it came to the little bear, her hands were empty. Pausing for a moment, the little bear extended its short arm, opening its paw, devoid of fingers. Meow. Its expression was pitiful, akin to a child in kindergarten, watching as others enjoyed snacks while it had none. Jiang He felt a pang of sympathy. System. Can robots consume human food? Negative. They can only consume energy. Since she had taken in several of them, she could not favor one over the others. The little bear started with 100 energy units and had just consumed one. Without hesitation, Jiang He instructed the system to deduct points to purchase one energy unit for the little bear. Host, the energy marketplace offers a variety of flavors to choose from. For instance, lime, strawberry, blueberry, orange original flavor costs 300 points. Flavored options cost 350 points. Jiang He was speechless. Can robots even taste flavors? It sounded like a consumer trap. Yes, flavored energy stimulates the robot's emotions, making them feel pleasure. Jiang He resolved to make rational purchases, avoiding unnecessary extravagance. She opted for the original flavor. Based on the little bear's performance today, she would decide whether to provide it with additional meals. The temperature today plummeted to over -20 degrees. The entire base appeared frozen, blanketed in frost, enveloped in an eerie silence. Jiang He opened the car door. Outside, only a handful of customers awaited, a stark contrast to the usual bustling crowd. Even with fewer customers, Jiang He maintained normal operations. Pressing the switch, the Dawn supermarket stood out as the most conspicuous structure amidst the snowy landscape. The first customer, bundled in numerous thin garments, appeared unprepared for the cold, shivering to the point of being unable to speak. Upon entering the supermarket and experiencing the warm air, their body gradually thawed. The young man removed his mask, revealing a handsome face marked by deep-set features, his eyes reflecting an unexpected gloom that contradicted his sunny exterior. Boss, may I go in and select some items? His voice was deep and hoarse, sounding more like an aged elder than a 17 or 18-year-old. Jiang He hesitated momentarily. Yes, but please be mindful of the purchasing limits. The young man nodded, carefully observing the electronic screen behind him to identify which items were limited before striding towards the shelves. Outside, 6 more customers braved the biting wind, which lashed at their skin like knives. One customer, unable to endure it any longer, mustered the courage to approach the supermarket entrance and asked, Boss Jiang, may we come and wait? Chapter 70. Do you accept small dogs? With the suggestion, others quickly chimed in. Boss Jiang, we promise to remain quiet inside. It's far too cold outside, and I fear I might freeze to death before my turn comes. Waiting outside was indeed unbearable. The aisle in front of the cash register was spacious enough for them to stand. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang He consented to the customer's request. Very well, you may come in. Those who ventured out in such weather were generally driven by desperation. Without purchasing supplies, they might face starvation or freezing the following day. The 5 customers expressed their gratitude profusely, feeling rejuvenated in the supermarket's warm embrace. In pursuit of his sister, Jiang He had gone without food for 2 days. He had scoured the entire civilian district but found no trace of her. The only possibility was that she had been captured by that man and taken to the military district. However, as an ordinary civilian with no connections, he lacked the privilege to enter the military district in search of her. When he attempted to force his way in, he narrowly escaped being shot by the soldiers at the entrance. The man who had taken his sister wielded considerable power, and with his meager strength, Jiang He could never hope to contend with him. The base had strict regulations prohibiting the coercion of others for relations. Yet, within the civilian district lurked a group of inhumane brutes, sycophants to certain minor leaders of the military district. Secretly, they preyed upon young and beautiful men and women, employing various means to incapacitate those they coveted, delivering them to the beds of those leaders. Jiang He's sister, with her exceptional beauty and gentle demeanor, could not escape their clutches, even when she attempted to disguise herself. Jiang He harbored not only hatred for those who harmed his sister, but also loathed his own helplessness. In this apocalyptic world, order had crumbled. Without strength, one was merely a target for bullying. Coming to terms with his grim reality, Jiang He held onto his singular hope. He must find a way to become a member of the military district. Only then could he seek out his sister and avenge her. The requirements for civilians wishing to enter the military district were exceedingly stringent. First and foremost was the age restriction. One had to be between 16 and 20 years old, with specific height and weight standards. If one met these criteria, they would then undergo various physical tests. Success in these assessments would grant them formal entry into the military district. Among these requirements, Jiang He only failed the weight and physical tests. Having gone without food and water, achieving the necessary fitness levels seemed an insurmountable challenge. However, fortune smiled upon him. Perhaps the heavens took pity on his plight, as he stumbled upon a small item that allowed him to accumulate over 100,000 points. With sufficient food, he could undertake targeted training, and perhaps he might indeed be chosen for the military district. Exhausted and famished, Jiang He yearned for a warm meal. He hoarded the limited shopping supplies, taking as many non-perishable items as he could. He collected instant hot pot meals, chicken legs, sausages, marinated eggs, milk, chocolate, and chicken breasts. As he pushed his shopping cart to the checkout, he pointed to a coat hanging behind the cash register and inquired, "Boss Jiang, is that the fuzzy coat advertised on the screen?" It looked somewhat familiar, resembling a snow camouflage outfit from a certain game. A long white, furry coat that appeared quite warm. Jiang He took the coat down and endorsed it. Indeed, this fuzzy coat is only 200 points. It's exceptionally practical for keeping warm in the cold. It's the most considerate companion in extreme weather. Young man, would you like to have one? Without hesitation, Jiang He nodded. Yes. He was in dire need of winter clothing. What he wore were merely summer shirts and short sleeves. Layered together, they appeared bulky, yet offered no wind protection. The biting cold nearly left him dazed. After completing his purchase, Jiang He did not leave immediately. He heated a box of braised chicken wings and took it to a table at the back of the supermarket to eat. Other customers also gradually made their selections. Thanks to the supermarket's air conditioning, they, like Jiang He, chose to stay and finish their meals before departing. Once the dining customers had left, Jiang He called over a small bear to teach it how to clean the tables. The first step was to place the robotic vacuum on the table. The second step was to take the vacuum down. If it couldn't team master even this, Jiang He would begin to doubt whether the bear was indeed a clever one. After demonstrating, she stepped aside. "Now, little bear, you try." After a brief pause, the bear slowly approached and mimicked Jiang He's actions with considerable accuracy. Its arms were somewhat short, making it appear clumsy as it leaned down to reach the vacuum, but managed to complete the task without major issues. Jiang He patted its shoulder and decided on a method of encouragement. "Well done, little bear. I have great faith in you. From now on, you will handle the table cleaning." Though the bear struggled to comprehend her words, it understood human expressions. Its owner was praising it. Meow. It would strive to do its best. With few customers visiting the supermarket that day, Jiang He intended to operate only in the morning and commence home deliveries in the afternoon. Amidst the snowstorm, Jiang He, clad in the fuzzy coat, blended seamlessly with his surroundings. If someone in the distance aimed a gun at him, they would struggle to locate him even with a scope. With a cart full of supplies and a heart brimming with hope, he was determined to enter the military district and avenge his sister. As he contemplated his future plans, he unexpectedly collided with a figure. Jiang He instinctively took 2 steps back and looked down to find a girl, no older than 13 or 14, clad in a tattered brown cotton coat. Her face was flushed from the cold, her lips tinged with purple, and something bulky was concealed beneath her garment. "Brother, did you just come from a Dawn supermarket?" Jiang He responded with a soft mm. The girl eagerly continued, "Where's the Dawn supermarket today? Could you please point me in the right direction? I beg you." Her voice was laced with desperation, evoking memories of his own humble pleas to the soldiers at the gates while searching for his sister. His lips moved, and he raised his hand to point in the direction he had just come from. "That way. Thank you, thank you." With a clear direction, the girl no longer wandered aimlessly like a headless fly in the snow. Though she wore a cotton coat, it was tattered, and some areas let the wind through. Had she not encountered a kind-hearted soul to guide her, she would soon have frozen into an ice sculpture on her quest to find the Dawn supermarket. Upon spotting the pink delivery truck, the girl mustered all her strength, quickening her pace through the icy terrain, stumbling toward the Dawn supermarket. "Boss, do you accept small dogs?" Chapter 71. Activating the beast-raising space. As the girl stepped into the supermarket and uttered those words, she suddenly fainted at the checkout counter. Jiang He stood there, bewildered. What is wrong with her? Is she dead? System. No, she merely fainted from the cold. The air conditioning in the supermarket caused her to lose consciousness. But she will awaken after a short while. A faint whimper emerged from beneath the girl. Jiang He stepped away from the counter and gently lifted the girl, only to discover a fluffy little dog tumble out from her clothing. Its fur was a beautiful shade of gray, resembling a young Alaskan Malamute. The puppy sounded weak and struggled to stand, its limbs trembling. Jiang He's eyes sparkled. A third small creature had arrived. The puppy's owner lay unconscious, and if she were a nefarious supermarket owner, she could easily take the puppy back to her room, saving a considerable amount of points. However, Jiang He was a conscientious proprietor. She would never keep what her customers brought in for herself. The rightful reward must be given. 20 minutes later, the girl stirred, her eyes fluttering open. As she surveyed the myriad of products around her, a moment of confusion washed over her, leaving her utterly perplexed. Had she died and ascended to paradise? "Little sister, do you feel any better?" Jiang He bent down and waved her hand in front of her. "Are you here to return the puppy to the supermarket?" The puppy? Upon hearing those words, Wenli instantly regained her senses, recalling the events that transpired before she fainted. In the 3rd month of the apocalypse, only she and her grandmother remained, relying on each other for survival. They completed simple tasks at the base, receiving meager supplies, and managed to endure thus far. As the weather turned colder, her grandmother had given her the only warm clothing they possessed, wearing only a thin jacket herself. This morning, Wenli had called for her grandmother to wake up, but no matter how she tried, she couldn't rouse her, her body burning like a furnace. Concerned for her grandmother's well-being, Wenli took her points card, hoping for a stroke of luck at the Dawn supermarket. Previously, the lines had been too long, and they had only managed to snatch a bottle of mineral water and 3 bags of bear-shaped biscuits. Though their food supply was scant, it was a significant improvement, allowing them to eat a little each day and stave off starvation. With just over 100 points left on her card, Wenli had given up on other supplies, hoping only to buy medicine and a few warm packs to help her grandmother break the fever. What she anticipated was that shortly after leaving her home, she would stumble upon a nearly lifeless puppy. Fearing the pup would succumb to the cold, Wenli quickly tucked it into her clothing, using her body to provide warmth. After wandering for a long time, she still couldn't find the Dawn supermarket. In a moment of despair, she was fortunate enough to encounter a kind-hearted brother who pointed her in the right direction, enabling her to arrive here alive. After a few minutes of recovery, she stood up, gazing earnestly at Jiang He. "Jiang boss, does the supermarket accept puppies?" She only knew that the Dawn supermarket accepted small animals, but was he sure if such a tiny puppy would qualify? Jiang He smiled and nodded. "Of course we do. This one is worth 100,000 points." "How many points?" Wenli's mouth fell open in disbelief, momentarily questioning whether she had misheard. Did she truly hear at 10,000? Seeing her stunned expression, Jiang He teased, "What is wrong? Is that too little?" Wenli snapped back to reality. hastily shaking her head to clarify. No, it's not too little. The puppy was originally found by her, so any points she earned would be pure profit. Jiang He smiled softly. The 100,000 points have already been credited to your card. Go ahead and select your supplies. In the span of just 2 minutes. Her meager 100-plus points transformed her into a wealthy individual with a fortune of 100,000 points. Wenli felt as though she were dreaming. But the thought of her ill grandmother left her no time to indulge in fantasies. She needed to purchase supplies and return home quickly. She first grabbed 3 packets of cold medicine and 3 packets of fever-reducing medication, followed by other essentials, a bottle of mineral water, a loaf of bread, a rice ball, 3 bags of bear-shaped biscuits, 6 large chicken legs, 15 strawberries, 15 lychees, and 8 oranges. She also picked up 2 hot water bottles, 2 blankets, a pair of cotton shoes, 3 packs of sanitary napkins, 5 rolls of toilet paper, 10 warm packs, a lighter, and a flashlight. Upon seeing the stacked boxes of meals, Wenli licked her cracked lips. She and her grandmother hadn't eaten rice in a long while. After a brief hesitation, she decided to take 1 chicken leg meal and 1 braised chicken wing meal. If she hurried, she could conceal the meals in her clothing and hopefully return home while they were still warm. After swiftly selecting her items, Wenli bought an oversized fluffy coat that hung long on her frame, trailing on the ground. Though it was ill-fitting, it enveloped her warmly, preventing the cold wind from penetrating. She filled both hot water bottles with steaming water, tightened the lids, and tucked them into her clothing. Lacking a large bag, she used the blankets to carry the remaining supplies, fashioning them into 2 large backpacks, one slung over each shoulder. Before departing, Wenli crouched down, smiling as she stroked the puppy's fluffy fur. Thank you, little puppy. Goodbye. For the rest of her life, she would remember that it was a little dog and a kind-hearted brother who had saved her and her grandmother. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gathered 3 small animals, earning 3 minutes of restocking time and unlocking a wondrous treasure. The beast raising space has been successfully activated. With no customers in the supermarket, Jiang He opened the beast raising space to inspect the environment within. Before her lay a serene little grove, vibrant with flowers and lush greenery. Accompanied by the melodious chirping of birds and fragrant blossoms, the air refreshingly invigorating. 3 sturdy trees stood by a babbling brook, their bases hollowed out, each adorned with a delicately carved wooden door, resembling quaint little cabins. It was peculiar that despite the absence of wood in their lower halves, these trees flourished abundantly. The system promptly explained, Host, these small cabins are the homes for your 3 small animals. The design prioritizes aesthetics. The system intentionally crafted these wooden houses to blend harmoniously into the environment. In reality, these trees are artificial, crafted to appear remarkably lifelike. Jiang He understood, glancing at the clear brook nearby. Compared to a conventional doghouse, the wooden cabins indeed complemented the surroundings far better. The beast-raising space was an entirely different realm, brimming with vitality and vigor, with a vast expanse of grassland beyond the little grove. The creatures would undoubtedly revel in it. System. The small cabins are equipped with sleeping areas for the animals, feeding troughs, and even toilets. Animal waste will be automatically disposed of, requiring no effort from the host. Your only responsibility is to provide food for the little creatures, which can be sourced from the supermarket or purchased as meal packages. Chapter 72. A white-haired creature at the door until noon. There were hardly any customers at the supermarket. The merchandise that Jiang had stocked yesterday remained largely unsold. She closed the supermarket and retreated to her room to address her lunch. The 3 little ones, Sang Biao, Ba Wan, and Shi Wan, were placed in her pet-rearing space, frolicking freely on the grass. Feeling rather lethargic today, Jiang He opted to use 300 points to purchase 3 meal sets for them instead of preparing lunch herself. After her meal, she entered the virtual supermarket, standing before the magical shelf. Beneath the supply station, a newly unlocked item caught her eye, a magical pill specifically designed for animals that had failed to mutate. It promised results in 3 days. Although the effects on each animal might vary, they generally lean towards positive outcomes. Once their health stabilized, these little creatures would be ready to work and earn points. The price of a single pill was set at 330,000 points, sending a chill through Jiang He's heart. This meant that after acquiring Ba Wan and the others, she would need to invest a substantial amount more to send them to work. The system cautiously interjected, "Host, this price is not considered exorbitant. They will earn back multiples in the future." Jiang He forced a smile. "You said the same when I spent 80,000 points to acquire them." After a moment of discontent, Jiang He soon came to terms with the situation. She could view this as a long-term investment. Once they began working, she could simply relax and accumulate points. "Host, you need not rush to purchase the magical pill just yet. You can save points for upgrading the supermarket or acquiring the supply station. Once the mutated beasts appear, then you can send them to work." The greatest utility of these little creatures lies in dealing with mutated beasts. It is unnecessary to make them consume the pill at this moment. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Jiang He randomly selected another dormitory building to deliver goods and promote products. Finding the fluffy coat cumbersome to hold, she decided to wear it instead, making it easier to showcase to potential customers. Upon arriving at the first unit, she knocked several times without receiving a response. "Hello, this is Dawn Supermarket, delivering goods. Do you need any supplies?" After waiting for 2 minutes, footsteps echoed from within. The building was equipped with a peephole, and a little boy brought a stool to stand on and peek outside. The next moment, he shouted, "Mom, there's a white-haired creature at the door." The term white-haired creature reverberated throughout the hallway. Jiang He maintained a smile, though she thought there's no need to be that loud. "It's a bit rude. You know," the system remarked. "Host, there's something I'm unsure if I should say." Jiang He rolled her eyes. "If it's uncertain, then don't say it." Inside the room, a woman clutched a lukewarm hot water bag, curled beneath a thin air-conditioned blanket, sleeping soundly. The little boy, bundled like a dumpling in his oversized adult coat, exclaimed again, "Mom, it's a white-haired creature." Jiang He could hear every word clearly from outside, her lips twitching in amusement. "Ahem, I am from Dawn Supermarket. Do you require any supplies?" "Huh, Dawn Supermarket?" The woman, Zhong Man, immediately shook off her drowsiness and hurriedly got out of bed. Upon opening the door, she paused, realizing that the figure clad in white fur was likely Jiang, the owner of the supermarket. The fluffy coat, accompanied by a large hat, obscured half of her face. Jiang He removed her hat, smiling as she greeted the customers. "Hi there, what can I help you with today?" Recalling her son's earlier exclamations, Zhong Man felt a rush of embarrassment. "I apologize, Jiang boss. My son has poor eyesight and didn't recognize you." Jiang He chuckled. "No worries, my outfit is indeed quite white, and furry, and peculiar." Despite trying to suppress the system as commentary, Jiang He was self-aware enough to recognize that such attire might only be flattering on someone tall. Her son's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pointed behind Jiang He. "Mom, there's an adorable little bear over there." Zhong Man glanced back, thinking, "Isn't that just a snowman? Why does it blink as if it were alive?" Humans naturally harbor fear of the unknown. Jiang He quickly introduced, "This is our supermarket's little bear robot, and also my assistant." Knowing it was a product of Dawn Supermarket, Zhong Man's initial trepidation dissipated instantly. A cold breeze swept through, causing her to rub her arms, which were covered in goosebumps. She asked, "Jiang boss, does the supermarket still have blankets and heating pads?" "Certainly. Today, we haven't had many customers yet, so we haven't sold out of anything." As she spoke, Jiang He tugged at her coat. "If you're in need of warm clothing, I recommend this fluffy coat. It may not look remarkable, but the insulation is exceptionally thick, keeping you wonderfully warm. It's only 200 points, with a limit of 1 per person. With such frigid conditions, who would care about fashion?" Zhong Man's eyes lit up, and she promptly ordered 2 of the fluffy coats. She then purchased mineral water, bread, bear biscuits, heating pads, blankets, cold medicine, and fever reducers. Remembering the now cold hot water bag on her bed, Zhong Man hesitantly inquired, "Jiang boss, may I have a bag of hot water?" Jiang had stored the hot water station, microwave, and supplies in her space. "Of course, just bring me the hot water bag, and I'll fill it for you." Zhong Man returned to her room and carefully poured the lukewarm water from the hot water bag into an empty mineral water bottle. As she filled the container, Jiang He took the opportunity to produce the requested items. The way she seemed to conjure an assortment of goods left Zhong Man utterly astonished. Has Jiang boss brought the entire supermarket with her? Yet, with supplies in hand, the rest mattered little. Even if Jiang He were an alien. As long as she could ensure survival for herself and her son, that would make her a kind-hearted alien indeed. Having completed the delivery to this dormitory, Jiang He had sold a quarter of the supermarket's goods. The little bear followed closely at her side, sparking much curiosity among the customers. With its endearing appearance, it garnered unanimous affection. Some even inquired if they could purchase the bear robot. Jiang He promptly declined. This was her own creation, and no matter how desperate she was for points, selling her beloved creation was out of the question. Upon arriving at the next building, the little bear had already learned to knock. Knock, knock, knock. Its chubby little hands tapped against the door several times. Who is it? A man's voice called from inside. Jiang He inquired from the other side of the door. I am from Dawn Supermarket. Do you need to purchase supplies? Another Dawn Supermarket? The man snapped. You've taken everything I had. What more do you want? If you provoke me further, I'll take you on myself. Chapter 73. They're not human? What did he just say? Another one? Jiang He furrowed her brow, surprised that someone would dare to impersonate the Dawn Supermarket. This dormitory building lacked peepholes, making it impossible to verify their claims. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired, Didn't you mention that all your belongings were stolen? If I were a fraud, why would I return to rob someone who has nothing left? The man hesitated, acknowledging the logic in her words. However, the recent deception made him wary. Could you recite the Dawn Supermarket greeting? Jiang He cleared her throat and adopted her most professional smile. Welcome to Dawn Supermarket. Feel free to browse and select what you need. The door creaked open, revealing a glimpse of white hair. Hong Liang instinctively tried to shut it, but upon seeing Jiang He's face, he relented. Boss Jiang, it's really you. The man appeared gaunt, clad only in thermal underwear, his bare feet reddened by the cold. The room was in disarray, a testament to the recent ransacking. Boss Jiang, they are not human. Hong Liang lamented, tears welling up as he recounted his ordeal. Jiang He stood at the doorway, observing the chaos with sympathy. Perhaps you should purchase some footwear first? Hong Liang nodded, realizing the oversight. Yes. My points card is still hidden in a secure location. He rummaged in his pocket, retrieving the card and purchasing a pair of cotton shoes, along with other essential supplies. With his home stripped bare, he was unsure how he would have endured the extreme cold without Jiang He's timely arrival. After tidying up the room, stacking the newly acquired supplies neatly by the bed, Hong Liang's eyes welled up with tears that instantly froze in the frigid air. He pulled up a small stool for Jiang He and recounted the morning's events with gritted teeth. Boss Jiang, you wouldn't believe how unscrupulous they were. Around 7 or 8 in the morning, I was sound asleep when I heard a knock. A woman's voice claimed to be delivering from Dawn Supermarket. Foolishly, I opened the door without hesitation. There she was, wearing a mask that obscured her face. Before I could speak, 4 or 5 men rushed in and knocked me unconscious. When I awoke, everything was gone. They probably spare my thermals because they seemed too thin. Hong Liang chuckled weakly, oblivious to the fact that his clothing, purchased from Dawn Supermarket, was self-heating and warmer than a down jacket. He had accumulated a considerable number of points before the extreme cold, and, out of loyalty, he had purchased surplus items from Jiang He. Hats, snow boots, wool gloves, wool socks. I had it all. Damn it, it makes me so angry. All those good things, stolen by those thugs. The coordinated attack left him no chance to resist. Hong Liang asserted, Boss Jiang, I'm certain they'll target others. Meanwhile, a group of shadowy figures lurked in the dilapidated district. The leader, clad in a black padded-down jacket, a Leifeng hat, a thick scarf, a thermal mask, and heated snow boots, was accompanied by 5 others, all similarly bundled up in stolen attire. Their successful free shopping spree had yielded a substantial amount of supplies from 3 households, but their greed remained insatiable. Robbing is much easier than waiting in line at Dawn Supermarket, one remarked. 2 hours in line, and sometimes you get nothing. The leader's eyes gleamed. I recall that several people in this building purchased insulated tents. If we can seize one, along with their supplies, we won't have to worry about surviving the extreme cold. The others eagerly concurred. We're with you, Xingji. In a cramped room, a blue tent occupied most of the space. Inside, Li Ting and Zhao Peng cautiously rationed their food supply. Breakfast consisted of half a piece of bread, lunch a rice ball, and dinner a small piece of bread. or nothing at all if they weren't hungry. Frugality was a habit, and they dared not overindulge, knowing they only needed enough to sustain themselves while lying down. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed on the door. Li Ting and Zhao Peng exchanged wary glances, straining to hear the sounds outside. Dawn Supermarket, home delivery. A woman's voice called out, muffled by the tent. Jiang He is delivering here, Zhao Peng exclaimed, quickly donning warm clothing and emerging from the tent. Do you want to buy supplies? The woman's voice repeated. Li Ting's smile faltered as she grabbed Zhao Peng's arm. That's not Jiang He's voice. Zhao Peng frowned and called out, stop knocking. Who are you? We haven't seen you at Dawn Supermarket. The woman paused before calmly explaining. Boss Jiang is too busy today, so she asked me to help. It's normal that you haven't seen me. Zhao Peng turned to Li Ting for guidance. Xiao Ting, should we open the door? Li Ting hesitated. If it were Jiang He, she would open it without question, but the stranger's claim felt dubious. If you don't want supplies, I'll go to another house. The supermarket has a lot of goods, so don't regret it if you miss out. The woman had used the same tactic twice already, with considerable success. The residents, fearing they would miss out on supplies, had rushed to open the door, falling into their trap. The woman counted to 5, and, as expected, she heard footsteps approaching the door. Chapter 74. Apprehending the marauder's suspicion gnawed at Li Ting as her hand hovered over the doorknob, indecisive about opening the door. Where is Jiang He? Are you acquainted with her? Why are you delivering goods for her? The woman's countenance betrayed a hint of impatience. Yet she feigned a smile as she responded, Boss Jiang is delivering to another building. It was a chance encounter. She saw me, a lone woman on the verge of freezing, and took pity on me, granting me some points to assist her with deliveries. Li Ting's skepticism deepened with each word, her brow furrowing in disbelief. You're prevaricating. Jiang He would never trust a stranger so readily. She runs a supermarket, not a charitable institution. Offering you points? Don't be absurd. Li Ting felt a surge of relief that she hadn't opened the door, contemplating the potential consequences. Are you attempting to use the Dawn Supermarket as a facade to pilfer our supplies? Let me warn you, incurring Jiang He's wrath will bring misfortune upon you. Great misfortune. A fortnight prior, upon the supermarket's inauguration, individuals within their cohort who attempted to pilfer items were instantly reduced to charred remains. The sheer force of that terrifying power sent shivers down her spine, even now. Despite her intentions being exposed, the woman remained unfazed. The base is vast, and that supermarket proprietor is neither omniscient nor omnipresent. It's improbable she could identify us among thousands of residents. They had contemplated the possibility of detection, but never feared apprehension. The woman emitted a chilling chuckle. Believe what you will. I shall proceed to the next residence. Before she could finish speaking, a female voice, amplified by a loudspeaker, reverberated from outside the dormitory. Attention, residents. The following is a friendly reminder from Dawn Supermarket. If someone knocks on your door claiming to be from Dawn Supermarket, verify their identity before cautiously opening the door. Individuals within the base have fallen victim to imposters, losing all their possessions to these marauders. Dawn Supermarket has only one proprietor, with no other human employees. Do not open the door to anyone unfamiliar. Dawn Supermarket assumes no responsibility for the consequences of disregarding this warning. Attention, residents. Jiang He had recorded this message, driving around the base, broadcasting it on a loop. A subtle smile graced Li Ting's lips, as if to say, I knew it. Huh? Still feigning innocence? Just wait until Jiang He gets her hands on you. The dormitory walls offered scant soundproofing, and Li Ting and Zhao Peng bellowed towards the exterior. Thieves! Thieves! A woman is impersonating Dawn Supermarket, perpetrating fraud in our building. Do not trust her. Which floor is this reprobate on? I'll grab my implements and come to assist. Li Ting strained her voice. 5th floor. She hasn't left yet. She's still attempting to deceive people after being exposed. Seeing this, the woman's composed facade finally crumbled, revealing a flicker of panic. She glanced around, but the men who had been lurking in the shadows were nowhere to be seen. Damn it, they abandoned me. Footsteps echoed from the stairwell, followed by the click of doors opening. The woman dared not linger any longer. She tightened her hat and swiftly descended the stairs. With her spatial dimension at her disposal, Jiang He's delivery speed was unparalleled. By 5 o'clock, All the supermarket's goods had been dispensed. She drove her pink van, meandering through the base's various sectors, intent on ensuring that those miscreants exploiting Dawn's supermarket's reputation had nowhere to hide. Thieves! Thieves! A considerable commotion erupted from the southeast direction. The van executed a swift drift, reversing its course. Upon rounding the intersection, they saw a woman fleeing from the dormitory in disarray, pursued by a stream of residents wielding shovels and clubs. Indeed, she had become an object of universal animosity. Jiang He surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the woman must have accomplices. A tempest of snowflakes swirled in the air, forming a white curtain that obscured vision. She squinted and finally discerned several suspicious figures lurking on a narrow path. Jiang He accelerated, pursuing them, repeatedly honking the horn. Beep, beep, beep. One of the men glanced back, his legs instantly turning to jelly. Brother Xing, it's the Dawn supermarket van. What should we do? Humans are bipedal, incapable of outpacing a vehicle. Lai Yongxing ceased running, composed himself, and approached the van, preemptively striking. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket still have merchandise for sale today? We've been searching for the supermarket for ages, hoping to purchase supplies. We never expected to encounter you here. The system chuckled. No wonder he conceived the Dawn supermarket scam. His composure is remarkable. He's quite the thespian, feigning innocence flawlessly. Observing their panting and gasping, Jiang He found it amusing. Is that so? If you wanted to buy supplies, why did you flee upon seeing my van? The man regarded her, offering a seemingly sincere explanation. The snowfall was intense, and we couldn't see clearly. We mistook it for those thieves chasing us, attempting to steal our supplies. Didn't Boss Zhang's loudspeaker announce the presence of thieves in the base? We're just being cautious. Not only was he putting on an act, but he was also engaging in the pot, calling the kettle black. Brother Xing, save me. Please, save me. The woman, driven by an overwhelming desire for survival, sprinted towards them, crying out for help upon seeing her comrades. If she couldn't escape, she would drag them down with her. The words he had just uttered were now a resounding slap in the face. Lai Yongxing's face contorted with rage, his eyes practically emitting sparks. Damn it. This vile woman is too slow and now wants to implicate us? Not a chance. Seizing the opportunity, Lai Yongxing spotted a narrow path to the left and darted into it. He was masked, and no one knew his true appearance. If he could escape this time, no one would be able to find him. Moreover, the path was only wide enough for one person, so if he was fast enough, they wouldn't be able to catch up. But the plan was too optimistic, and the reality was cruel. Jiang He nonchalantly stated, System, add them all to the blacklist. Affirmative. Those blacklisted would be electrocuted if they attempted to seize the supermarket's goods. The next moment, Lai Yongxing felt as if his entire body was enveloped in an electric grid, with powerful currents coursing through every cell, inflicting excruciating pain that made him feel like he was about to explode. Before he could flee, everything went dark, and he lost consciousness. The others met the same fate, collapsing to the ground within seconds. Jiang He drove away, satisfied. Even if these individuals weren't electrocuted to death, they would freeze to death if left there overnight. Ding! Host has completed today's sales mission, gaining 8 minutes of restocking time and unlocking crab roe noodles. Today's turnover is 65,984 points. Account balance is 139,190 points. DD. The conditions for the supermarket to upgrade to level 4 have been refreshed. Host can check it yourself. Chapter 75. Extreme cold weather. Karaoke downstairs. The pink van casually parked in an empty space, and Jiang He opened the system interface, sliding to the supermarket details. The supermarket needed to level up to level 4, requiring the following conditions. 1. Accumulated sales of 3 million points at Dawn Supermarket 2. Ownership of a small animal for work 3. Ownership of a supply station 4. Costing 1. 2 million points. Indeed, as one progresses, the upgrading conditions become increasingly stringent. Set aside the other 3 conditions for now. The primary focus must be on accumulating points to purchase a supply station. However, the goods she procured daily were merely sufficient for sale in the supermarket. If she acquired another supply station to distribute the resources, wouldn't the supermarket lack inventory? Do not fret over that, dear host, the system reassured. Purchasing a supply station will grant an increment in restocking time. A level 1 supply station provides an additional 2 minutes of restocking time each day. Jiang He exclaimed, so, once I buy the supply station, I will have 2 extra minutes of restocking time each day upon waking? Indeed. All right then, spending 880,000 points on the supply station seems worthwhile. She was determined to earn vigorously, and feared not the acquisition of a mere supply station. With renewed zeal, she glanced outside at the gloomy sky. It was the end of her workday. She would thus transform her ambition into appetite. With Sang Biao and the others absent, the house felt eerily quiet, particularly when the little bear unexpectedly let out a meow, nearly startling Jiang He into a heart attack. During her brief 1-hour lunch break, the solitude was bearable. Yet, dinner required a bit more liveliness. Jiang He retrieved the 3 little ones from the beast-raising space. Having spent the afternoon there, the lethargic 10,000 had become vivacious. This clearly indicated that the environment within the space was immensely beneficial for the little creatures. She rapped on the bowl. Ahem. Dinner is served. Sang Biao and Ba Wan were the most eager eaters, quickly locating their bowls and gazing up at their owner in anticipation. 10,000, in a state of confusion, merely followed behind them. At the dining table, the little ones lined up in an orderly fashion. From left to right, Sang Biao, Ba Wan, Little Bear, 10,000. The supplies were dwindling, and the 100-point package offered by the system consisted solely of grain, dog food, and chicken feed. All 3 little ones relished the meal, especially 10,000, who licked the bowl clean. Jiang He purchased the package for them and added a few more side dishes. Little Bear had performed admirably today, accompanying her with deliveries, and his chubby legs were nearly running thin. With a grand gesture, she generously bought a portion of orange-flavored energy for Little Bear. System confirmed, 350 points deducted. Little Bear's energy is tangible, resembling a translucent orange gem. A curious Jiang He inquired, System, may I have a taste of this gem? Dear host, this energy stone is exceedingly hard. It is not advisable to try it, lest you risk damaging your teeth. Then it's of no concern. Jiang He observed Little Bear's reaction as it bit into the energy stone, the corners of its mouth lifting with delight. The crunching sound was irresistible. She could hardly contain her excitement. Little Bear, with its adorable munching, was doubly charming. The additional 50 points seemed scarcely a consumption trap. At the very least, Little Bear was genuinely pleased by the delicious food. Henceforth, she resolved to purchase different flavors for him daily as a reward for his hard work. A full belly equates to a diligent worker. After a brief 20-minute respite, Jiang He took Little Bear to the virtual supermarket to restock. With a previous experience in mind, Little Bear's actions were markedly swifter this time. Though its legs were short, it was remarkably agile. In no time, it had delivered 4 bottles of mineral water to the shopping cart at the entrance. Jiang He assigned Little Bear the task of transporting water while she handled other items. Within 8 minutes of restocking time, Little Bear managed to procure over 100 bottles of water, which could earn over 10,000 points upon sale. Given that Little Bear's daily food expenses were around 1,000, who would not commend such an employee for its remarkable cost-effectiveness? Upon exiting the virtual supermarket, Jiang He collected several bags of snacks and settled in her study to continue watching her show. Little Bear sat obediently beside her, occasionally letting out a soft meow. Jiang He sighed, troubled that despite the plethora of words spoken around it, Little Bear had only learned to mimic Sang Biao as one phrase. However, what would be done with one's own creation? She could not scold it. She would have to teach it gradually. Before retiring to bed, Jiang He returned Sang Biao and the others to the beast-raising space, planning to summon them out whenever boredom struck. The following day, the Nanyang base officially succumbed to extreme cold. Residents were reluctant to extend their hands from beneath the covers, for the weather was so frigid that exposed skin would lose sensation in an instant, and each breath felt akin to swallowing knives. Jiang He felt no change in temperature. Clad in a dark knitted dress with a black coat over it, together with Little Bear, they formed the duo known as the Black and White Duo. Beep. Today's tasks have been refreshed. Task 1. Sell 50 barbecue-type heaters. Priced at 666 points. Reward. 5 minutes of restocking time and various medicines. Task 2. Sign in at buildings 1 through 10 in Zone F of the base and shout out the corresponding slogans. Reward. 15 minutes of restocking time and unlock a type of fruit. Jiang He paused for 2 seconds. System, did you perhaps say too much? Why must I sign in at so many places? The system recounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No mistake, indeed you must sign in at these locations. While the number of sign-in locations had increased slightly, the rewards for restocking time had also grown. Dear host, you are remarkably capable. I believe you will successfully complete the tasks. Jiang He. Her throat suddenly fell dry. Since she needed to sign in at Zone F, she resolved to drive directly there. The roads outside had turned into an ice rink, and the blizzard intensified, with numerous trees snapped by the wind lining the roadside. Under normal circumstances, a standard vehicle would struggle to navigate such treacherous terrain. However, with a press of the accelerator, Jiang He sped forward, clearing all obstacles in her path. The pink van transformed into a road-clearing master, obliterating every hindrance. In less than half an hour, Jiang He arrived at the civilian dormitory in Zone F. Beep, beep, beep. You have arrived at the sign-in location for Building 1 in Zone F. You may now shout your slogan. The slogan appeared on the system interface. A song Jiang He was well acquainted with, requiring no preparation as she opened her mouth to sing. Look at the iron hooves clanging, traversing the vast rivers and mountains. I truly wish to live for another 500 years. The residents inside the building stared in disbelief. Is this for real? It's extreme cold weather. And someone is downstairs singing karaoke? Chapter 76. The barbecue-type heater. As the melody concluded, Jiang He took a sip of water, noticing the bear's eager gaze. She patted the bear's shoulder, reassuringly saying, "No need to envy. Once you master the human language, I shall teach you to sing, and you will excel at it. System, that may not be necessary." After completing her check-in at Building 1, Jiang He disembarked from the vehicle and made her way toward the dormitory. The little bear followed closely behind, its footsteps echoing softly. Room 309 on the 3rd floor. Tang Wanqing was bundled in a thick down jacket, swaddled in 2 blankets. Her neck wrapped in a soft scarf, and a double layer of warm masks shielding her face. Despite her extensive layering, she still trembled from the biting cold. The frigid air seemed to penetrate through the fabric, seeping into her very bones and rendering her limbs numb. Tang Wanqing blinked, feeling as though her eyelids had stiffened. She spoke dully, "Sister, I think I've frozen my brain." Tang Wanyan turned her head slowly, her expression devoid of emotion. "You were foolish to begin with." She had underestimated the severity of the extreme cold. It was a different beast from the ordinary winter chill, akin to being cast into an ice cellar where no amount of clothing seemed sufficient. Only with a source of warmth could one hope to find solace. They had purchased 6 hot water bags from the supermarket, which provided warmth for 24 hours, allowing both to feel somewhat comfortable. As the water cooled, the temperature dropped even further, leaving them reliant on heat packs to survive the frigid nights. They adhered 2 packs to their feet, 1 to their knees, and another to their lower backs. Each night, they consumed 4 heat packs, totaling 8 between them. During the day, they could not forego the heat packs. It was simply unbearable without them. The 100 heat packs they had stockpiled would not last long. Rumor had it that the Dawn supermarket had previously sold insulated tents, heated blankets, and thermal snow boots. Those fortunate enough to acquire such items must be incredibly blessed now. Seeing her sister shivering so violently that the bed shook, Tang Wanyan furrowed her brow, her voice hoarse and dry. Xingxing used 2 heat packs. Tang Wanqing gazed longingly at the stack of heat packs on the table, but remained motionless, cautiously inquiring, "Sister, will you use them? I'm not as cold as you." Tang Wanqing shook her head. "Then, I want to use them either." She did not wish to be warm alone while letting her sister suffer in the cold. Moreover, her sister had mentioned that their supply of heat packs was dwindling, and they needed to conserve them. "Sister, did you hear someone singing outside just now?" Tang Wanyan, having had a restless night, remained in a daze and had not noticed any commotion outside. No, perhaps it was just someone upstairs looking for entertainment. Tang Wanqing whispered, "No." It sounded a bit like Boss Jiang's voice, but I've never heard her sing, so I'm not certain. Knock, knock, knock. Dawn supermarket. Delivery at your door. Tang Wanyan, eyes widened in surprise. Oh my goodness, speak of the devil. Sister, it really is Boss Jiang. I'll go open the door. Tang Wanqing tightened her blanket around herself and hurried to the door. Jiang. Upon seeing a small white bear, she opened her mouth in astonishment. Hello there. The bear met her gaze, responding with a soft meow. Hello. Tang Wanqing furrowed her brow in confusion. Are you a small bear or a small one? How can a bear sound just like a small one? The bear blinked its eyes and replied, meow. I don't understand. Tang Wanqing's eyes lit up. I know. You're both a bear and a small one, so you must be a big bear, right? Meow, Jiang He. How could such a conversation unfold between a person and a bear, existing on entirely different wavelengths yet still managing to communicate? It was utterly absurd. Her slippers muffling her steps, her pupils constricting in disbelief. Oh my goodness, who let this snowman out? Tang Wanqing quickly corrected her. Sister, it's not a snowman. It's a big bear. Tang Wanyin twitched the corners of her mouth. Had she never seen a big bear before? What kind of bear had rosy cheeks? Was the world insane, or was she the one losing her mind? Before the sisters could bicker further, Jiang He smiled and introduced, this is Little Bear, my robotic assistant, and an employee of Dawn's supermarket. Upon hearing this, Tang Wanyun sighed in relief. Ah, so it's a robot. Very well, I'm not going insane. This world is just a touch eccentric. Tang Wanyun forced a stiff smile. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket have any warming devices today? Indeed. Jiang He produced a lavish golden heater, placing it at her doorstep. This is the newly released barbecue-type heater. It serves dual purposes for grilling and heating, complete with a grilling plate and net. Except for the base, all 5 sides can be used for heating. Each side has an adjustable temperature button, making it energy efficient and cost-effective. Tang Wanyun's muscles quivered in excitement, her eyes gleaming with delight. Boss Jiang, how many points does this cost? Jiang He held up 6 fingers. Not expensive. It's only 666 points for one. Excellent. We'll buy one. Tang Wanyun exclaimed, nearly biting her tongue in her haste. Wait, I haven't finished speaking. The 666 points is the purchase price, but once the heater's energy is depleted, you'll need to swipe points to buy more energy. A full charge lasts for 72 hours, and each recharge costs 88 points. Jiang He pointed to the square slot beneath the base. Charging is simple. Just insert the points card into this slot and wait 2 seconds to fully charge it. At first, Tang Wanyun had resolved that even if the heater required thousands of points, she would purchase it. Its price of just over 600 was well within their budget, and the subsequent recharges could also be managed. Swayed by the allure of the heater, Tang Wanyun felt herself sway slightly. No problem, Boss Jiang. We'll take it. Jiang He retrieved a black box for payment. Very well. Do you need any other supplies? I can also provide hot water. At this, Tang Wanqing hurried back to fetch the hot water bag. They also stocked up on 20 heat packs, 3 bags of bear-shaped cookies, 2 bottles of water, and 2 loaves of bread. Tang Wanyun craved something warm to eat and added 4 meat buns and 4 xiaomai to their haul. Carrying the heater back to their room, Tang Wanyun gently adjusted the temperature dial to the highest setting. The heater sprang to life, casting a warm yellow glow that illuminated their rosy cheeks. In an effort to conserve energy, Tang Wanyun initially lit only 2 sides. However, feeling that the room still lacked warmth, she ignited the remaining 3 sides. The sisters nestled beside the petite heater, holding meat buns in their hands. They took bites, and the rich, savory broth burst in their mouths. A gentle golden glow enveloped Tang Wanqing as she smiled, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sister, it's so warm. I won't freeze my brain anymore. Tang Wanyun wore a similarly satisfied expression, relieved that for the foreseeable future, they would no longer suffer from the cold. She hoped the extreme weather would conclude before they exhausted their points. Chapter 77. Grapes and cilantro noodles as the sun sets. The air is filled with the sweet scent of grapes, while cilantro noodles tantalize the senses. Tang Wanqing lifted her head slightly, whispering, Sister, do you hear someone singing? Tang Wanyun, taken aback, momentarily forgot to breathe as a mouthful of meat bun lodged in her throat. This time, she indeed heard it. Judging by the direction of the voice, it seemed to be coming from Building 2. Moreover, with such a resounding voice, it could only belong to Boss Jiang. In the entire Nanyang base, who else could sing with such vigor? Upon reaching the fourth dormitory building, the supermarket's goods had already been depleted. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the selling task and earned 5 minutes of restocking time, along with 30 packets of cold medicine, 30 packets of fever medicine, and 30 packets of cough syrup. There is still a significant portion of the sign-in tasks left, so keep it up. With renewed determination, Jiang He efficiently completed the remaining 7 sign-in points. Building 5, who is tapping at my window. Building 6, who brought you to my side. But that round bright moon, the bright moon. Building 7, who is singing, warming the loneliness. Building 8, who whispers in my ear. Love will never change. Building 9, whose heart, left alone. Building 10, who brings the call of the ancients. Residents of Zone F listened to the songs all morning, each one familiar, and couldn't help but hum along to Jiang He's rhythm. The bitter cold seemed a little more bearable. Ding! The sign-in task has been completed, granting you an additional 15 minutes of restocking time and unlocking grapes. Ding, ding, ding. Host, a new task has emerged. Deliver warmth to 100 guests to earn rewards. 5 minutes of restocking time and unlock 1 food item. Wow. So many tasks today. Tomorrow will surely bring great profits. Jiang He was pleasantly surprised. What does delivering warmth entail? It involves providing guests with hot water. Many guests have purchased hot water bags from the supermarket. However, due to the lack of hot water to exchange, they have been set aside. Hurry and deliver warmth to increase the usage rate of the hot water bags. Products from the system are exceptionally high grade. Even a simple hot water bag is equipped with a detector. Upon opening the map, she noted numerous red and green dots in the vicinity. The red dots represented idle hot water bags, while the green dots indicated those in normal use. The warmth delivery task was essentially targeted. Jiang He wouldn't need to knock on every door, as the map made it clear which households were in need of hot water. Chao Tianshun waited anxiously at home, having heard Boss Jiang's voice but not seeing her deliver the goods. Just when he thought hope was lost, he heard a knock on the door around 3 in the afternoon. Boss Jiang, you finally made it. Upon opening the door, Chao Tianshun was momentarily bewildered. Who piled a snowman on my doorstep? It's blocking the way. Jiang He raised her hand and said, I did. Chao Tianshun's expression changed in an instant as he gazed intently at the little bear. No wonder it looked so adorable, round and plump, with big eyes, a pink nose, and a pink mouth. It must be a creation from Enhua. Meow. The little bear moved its short arms, catching Chao Tianshun off guard, causing him to leap back 2 meters. Oh my goodness. Zhu Yuxia, wrapped in a blanket, approached. What are you shouting for? Jiang He waved to the guests. Shuguang Supermarket is here to deliver warmth. This is our supermarket's robotic employee, the little bear. Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuxia rolled her eyes at her son. You got scared by a robot. No wonder you still can't find a wife. When trouble arises, you only know to shout for your mother. Why not call your father? Chao Tianshun, 1,000 points of damage. The family of 3 stood before Jiang He, glancing at the little bear and then at her. Boss Jiang, does the supermarket still have any supplies left? Jiang He smiled. I'm sorry, all supermarket goods have been sold out today. However, I have hot water. You must need it, right? The 3 nodded in unison. Absolutely. Although we stocked up on many heating pads, hot water bottles are still essential for sleeping at night. Heating pads only last for 6 hours, and we often wake up frozen before dawn. Hot water bottles, on the other hand, can keep warmth for a full 24 hours. They hurriedly emptied the cold water from their hot water bottles, took out their points cards, and approached Jiang He to fill the bottles. It cost 100 points each. For this warmth delivery task, the system granted full access to the hot water station. During the delivery of warmth, guests could refill their hot water as many times as needed. Chao Tianshun's family had a total of 12 hot water bottles, filling them all to the brim, costing them 200 points. In this frigid weather, preserving life was the priority. The points spent were worth it. After all, the cooled water could still be consumed directly. All things considered, they were still ahead. Jiang He followed the map to deliver warmth until the end of her shift at 6 in the evening. Just from delivering hot water, she earned over 20,000 points. Coupled with the sales of heating stoves, the supermarket's revenue for the day surpassed 100,000 points. She was one step closer to acquiring the supply station. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. earning 5 minutes of restocking time and unlocking cilantro noodles. Jiang He. As a cilantro enthusiast, I must have a bowl of cilantro noodles for dinner. Having completed 3 tasks in one day, she now possessed 20 minutes of restocking time. At that moment, if only she had a little treasure, it would be perfect. The little bear was delightful, but a little treasure's longer legs and arms would be even more advantageous. The countdown continued uninterrupted. She and the little bear had to maintain high efficiency and uninterrupted restocking for 20 minutes. Before entering the virtual supermarket, Jiang He strategized her focus for restocking. The little bear was responsible for mineral water, bread, and bear biscuits, while her main focus would be on heating pads, hot water bottles, blankets, and cotton shoes. Next came instant noodles, rice balls, 8 treasure porridge, meat buns, and xiaomai. The remaining time would be allocated to boxed meals, cilantro noodles, crab roe noodles, rice vermicelli, mixed noodles, tiger skin chicken feet, large chicken legs, toilet paper, sanitary napkins, wet wipes, and various fruits. She would grab some snacks and drinks casually, but wouldn't overstock. Since Jixiang loved chicken breast, Jiang He usually took 3 packs. The system chimed in. Host, only 15 seconds remaining in the final sprint. Jiang He grabbed her shopping basket, taking whatever she could find. With 3 seconds left, she dashed to the shopping cart at the entrance, dumping everything from her basket into it. Exiting the virtual supermarket, her personal space was brimming with supplies, nearly occupying half of the available space. Back in the living room, Jiang He first prepared the cilantro noodles before attending to the dinners of the other little ones. Today had been a bountiful harvest. In a good mood, she decided to treat them all to extra meals. Chapter 78. Apex of the food chain. As the various teams lined up, Jiang He distributed the provisions in order. Sang Biao received half a bowl of grain, a piece of chicken breast, and 2 tiger skin chicken feet. Bao Wan received half a bowl of chicken feed, half a loaf of bread, and several small fish. Xiao Xiong was given a blueberry-flavored energy stone. Shi Wan received half a bowl of dog food, a large chicken drumstick, and 2 sausages. Jiang He prepared a bowl of cilantro noodles for herself, along with a small stir-fried fish dish, orange juice, and an assortment of snacks. The noodles were green, soaked in cilantro juice, accompanied by a cilantro packet, and the broth was a spicy beef flavor. The bowl was brimming, the portion exceedingly generous. The stir-fried fish, made from grass carp, was diced and sautéed with green and millet peppers, tender and flavorful, making it an excellent accompaniment to rice. Jiang He enjoyed a mouthful of noodles followed by a bite of fish, and when fatigued, sipped the orange juice to refresh herself. The living room was filled solely with the sounds of eating. Even the most boisterous Sang Biao quieted down during mealtime. Shi Wan, although a small Alaskan, had fluffy and sleek fur, appearing like a chubby dog, yet lacking in meat. Once the contents of his bowl were finished, he nudged his small head towards Sang Biao, only to be swatted away by a paw. Meow, meow, meow. This chicken is under my protection. Do not bully it. After being swatted twice, Shi Wan was utterly defeated, drooling as he watched them eat. Jiang He observed the interactions among the 3 little ones, a smile creeping into her eyes at the sight of Shi Wan being firmly put in his place by Sang Biao. It appeared that regardless of how many little animals arrived in the future, Sang Biao would undoubtedly reign supreme at the top of the food chain. The extreme cold showed no signs of abating, and not only the residents of the base wished for its swift conclusion, but Jiang He felt the same. Is sitting in the supermarket to conduct business not preferable to climbing stairs endlessly? Upon waking in the morning, Jiang He immediately drew back the curtains. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the blizzard raged, enveloping the world in a white chaos. Spotting 2 fallen trees beside a small truck, Jiang He furrowed her brows and inquired, "System, when will this extreme cold pass?" "Dear host, I'm uncertain about the exact timing. You may gauge it based on the items and the sales tasks," replied the system. Hearing this, Jiang He promptly checked today as tasks. Task 1. Sign in at buildings 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 in District D, and shout the corresponding slogans. Reward: 7 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 1 food item. Task 2. Sell 100 cups of hot drinks, various flavors, priced at 88 points. Reward: 3 minutes of restocking time. Task 3. Achieve a cumulative sales total of 2. 5 million points in the supermarket. Reward: 8 minutes of restocking time. Unlock 2 food items. Excellent. Today there's no need to deliberate over delivery locations. She could simply drive to District D. District D, Building 1, Room 303. Cough, cough, cough. The room was filled with the harsh sounds of an elderly woman's violent coughing, as if she were expelling her lungs. Chun Xiaolan leaned over the bed, delivering a final heavy cough, which left a pool of blood on the floor. Willie bit her lip, making a concerted effort to ignore the vivid red blood, tearing off 2 Pi Chapter 79. Caramel milk tea. Jiang He glanced into the room, where an elderly woman lay on the bed, struggling to sit up. She shook her head at Wen Li, saying, "The supermarket currently only has cold medicine, fever reducers, and cough syrup. Nothing else is available. Do you require any other supplies? The supermarket has a plethora of items today, and you can choose freely. How about some hot milk tea? A cup costs 88 points, refreshing and warming to the stomach." Wen Li, disheartened, lowered her head, barely absorbing Jiang He's words. Until now, Shuguang's supermarket had been her sole beacon of hope. Now, with that last glimmer extinguished, what could she do about her grandmother's illness? How could she make her grandmother better? Wen Li was engulfed by guilt and panic when suddenly a hand rested on her shoulder. "Xiao Li, weren't you once fond of milk tea? Why not buy a cup to try?" Chun Xiaolan smiled gently, her voice tender and compassionate. If not for the evident signs of illness etched on her face, one might hardly recognize her as a gravely ill woman. She was holding on, using the last vestiges of her life to control her frail body, solely to provide her granddaughter with a measure of comfort. "Ben listruatiktanat. Grandma, I'm not in the mood for milk tea right now." Chun Xiaolan lifted her hand to smooth Wen Li's unruly bangs, her eyes brimming with tenderness. "Not getting the medicine is no great matter. You needn't feel guilty, Xiao Li. Medicine tastes terrible, and I long for milk tea too, sweet and delicious." At these words, a spark ignited in Wen Li's eyes. It was the first time her grandmother had expressed a desire for something. "All right, then let's each buy a cup." She smiled at Jiang He. "Boss Jiang, we'll take 2 cups of milk tea." Jiang He smiled back, inquiring, "There are various flavors of milk tea. What would you like?" Wen Li pondered briefly. 1 caramel milk tea and 1 taro boba milk tea, if that is all right. Having already sold 30 cups of hot drinks for delivery, Jiang He rummaged through her space and found those 2 flavors. They were warm in her hands. As she handed the milk tea to them, Jiang He asked, "Would you like to purchase any other supplies? If not, I will be heading to the next place." Chun Xiaolan quickly responded for Wen Li, her tone somewhat urgent. "Boss Jiang, we would like to buy some supplies. Once you leave, the provisions stocked at home will be our granddaughter's most vital assurance. Whenever there is an opportunity, we must gather supplies." The 2 purchased water, bread, self-heating hot pot, 8 treasure porridge, rice balls, teddy bear biscuits, toilet paper, cotton slippers, blankets, and heat packs. They also refilled their hot water bottle. The total came to over 2,000 points. Before closing the door, the elderly woman looked at her with immense gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Jiang." Jiang He replied with a smile, "You're welcome." At the door of apartment 304, Qingye had bought a multitude of supplies from Jiang He. Only by filling his stomach could he muster the energy to train. Jiang He eagerly suggested, "Would you like a cup of hot drink? If it weren't for the need to complete my task, I could easily drink 10 cups myself." Qingye hesitated for a moment before asking, "Do you have coffee?" Jiang He checked her space. "Yes, we have vanilla latte, caramel latte, hazelnut latte, soy milk latte, osmanthus latte, hot coconut, and hot mocha. Which flavor would you like?" Without a second thought, Qingye replied, "Caramel." After settling the payment, he moved all his items indoors. Just as he was about to close the door, a hand pressed against it. Qingye frowned, and the next moment, he heard a girl's bright voice. "Brother, what a coincidence. You actually live here." Gazing down, he did not recognize her, his expression cold as he retorted, "Go away." Within the base, many children begged for food, and he assumed this girl was no different. Eager to dismiss her, Wen Li's hand was brushed away by the boy, and in the next instant, the door slammed shut. "Brother, you are the one who guided me in the snow, helping me find Shuguang's supermarket. I just wanted to say thank you. I mean no harm." Upon hearing this, a memory flickered in Qingye's mind, yet he chose not to respond, retreating into his room. Wen Li, initially intending to return home, could not resist asking softly, "Are you Qi Jie's brother?" He bore a resemblance to Qi Jie, and she recalled that Qi Jie had mentioned having a brother. Surely, her guess was correct. Qi Qingye did not set down his belongings, instead rushing back to the door. "Do you know my sister?" Wen Li, startled by the fierce glint in his eyes, took a step back and nodded slowly. "I do."